Chapter 1. Messages from a Parallel World. The crimson sky casts a magnificent yet imposing reflection upon the steel city walls. Yet, beneath the setting sun, the walls reveal patches of rust and myriad scars. In the sky, colossal four-winged beetles soar, while six-legged cosmic insects crawl upon the ground. The towering steel walls, reaching a height of 100 meters, are besieged by swarms of various insects. The barrage of artillery remains relentless. A single shell can obliterate a circle of beetles. Yet the dense onslaught fails to deter the interstellar vermin's advance. The cosmic insects ascend to the summit of the steel fortifications, voraciously devouring the walls, which now bear countless fissures. Suddenly, a substantial section of the steel wall collapses under the relentless assault of the cosmic insects with a thunderous crash. Humanity can no longer withstand the tide. Defeat is now an established fate. The destiny of humankind is irrevocably sealed in failure. Xiao Yi gazes at the heavens, aware that the sole glimmer of hope for humanity lies within the colossal particle collider behind him. Constructed with the full financial might of the great Xian nation, this is the world's largest collider. Once heralded as the eighth wonder of mankind, it now appears powerless to save humanity. At least, it cannot rescue the inhabitants of this time and space. We still have hope. Xiao Yi turns to look behind him. Although our time and space are beyond salvation, there remains hope in the parallel world. Humanity still has hope, even if it is merely the last flicker of hope. Activate the wormhole project launch. With a commanding voice, Xiao Yi instructs, and the particle collider powers up to its maximum capacity, emitting a blinding flash that compels one to shut their eyes. Report: 512 kilobytes of information has been transmitted. This is our utmost power, a resolute officer states, his expression unwavering, embodying the spirit of one who embraces death. Everyone comprehends the grim truth: humanity has failed, and the inhabitants of this time and space face imminent extinction. Other nations have long since fallen, and after 3 months of resistance, the Great Xian nation, too, cannot stave off the invasion of the cosmic beetles. They are the last vestiges of humanity, yet even they can no longer hold back the tide. In the distance, artillery succumbs one after another, the sounds of bombardment growing fainter. The last Xiao Yi of this time and space, the hope of humanity, rests upon your shoulders. Xiao Yi murmurs to himself, as behind him, the cosmic beetles breach the final line of defense, surging into the command center. Soon, Xiao Yi is engulfed by the tide of beasts. The first parallel universe. The Great Zhou nation. No one is aware that humanity's end is nigh. Everything proceeds as usual. Xiao Yi hastens to work, taking a shortcut on his bicycle. He is a graduate student at Chuda University, eager to check the results of his experiment, which is due today. Moreover, the laboratory director has insisted he collect a package along the way. However, the congested roads preclude taking a taxi, leaving him no choice but to ride. Suddenly, it feels as though a bolt of lightning strikes him, and he tumbles from his bicycle. He rises, rubbing his head. It appears unscathed, yet he experiences a splitting pain. A torrent of information crashes into him, and though he is uncertain of its origin, he distinctly senses that the influx of data amounts to only 512 kilobytes. A mere half megabyte, scarcely enough to contain a single photograph, yet it inundates his mind with profound impact. It is as if countless data streams have surged into his consciousness. Gradually, Xiao Yi's mind stabilizes, though his gaze remains filled with astonishment. He sits for a considerable time before managing to stand, as passers-by offer assistance, which he declines. He is absorbed in analyzing the information within his mind, unwilling to be disturbed. He remains seated. The laboratory's data no longer holds significance. The director's threats pale in comparison to the weight of the information in his mind. The fate of humanity is paramount. For in a mere 180 days, an extraterrestrial tide of cosmic insects will arrive from the void, marking the total demise of humanity. This information originates from his counterpart in the second parallel universe. Just moments ago, humanity in that universe has been obliterated, and the cosmic beetles will continue their assault on the inhabitants of the first parallel universe. The first parallel universe, where Xiao Yi currently resides, stands as the last bastion of hope for humanity among all parallel worlds. Once the cosmic beetles breach this last refuge, humanity shall face total annihilation across all parallel universes. Xiao Yi has heard of the concept of parallel universes. Most theories suggest the existence of countless parallel realms, each akin to a sheet of paper stacked together. These myriad universes coexist without infringing upon one another, yet they maintain temporal connections. The entirety of the parallel universes resembles a book, with the contents on each page interconnected through time. If one could traverse from this universe to another through a conduit, it would be akin to penetrating the paper to reach another sheet. This phenomenon is known as a wormhole. This differs from the wormholes or time travel depicted in internet novels, which allow direct access to the past of the current universe. No one can return to the past. Traversing a wormhole permits travel only to the past of another world. The information flooding Xiao Yi's mind reveals that parallel universes are finite in number. The universe he inhabits is the first universe, akin to the first page of a book. The message originates from the second universe. Below it lie many more parallel universes, collectively forming a four-dimensional whole. The so-called four-dimensional world is based upon three-dimensional space, augmented by the dimension of time. When all parallel universes coalesce, they constitute the four-dimensional realm. The cosmic beetles commence their assault from the last parallel universe, gradually conquering all realms. Just moments ago, they have claimed the second parallel universe. All universes now hinge upon the world in which Xiao Yi currently resides. The first parallel universe. Should this universe fall, humanity will be utterly extinguished from all worlds, leaving no trace of its existence. The burden of saving humanity now rests squarely upon Xiao Yi's shoulders. Why must it be me? Xiao Yi laments, clutching his head, as the weight of the information feels as though it is straining his mind to its limits. That is because in other universes, you have always served as the commander. Due to the peculiarities of quantum entanglement, this information can only be comprehended by you. Xiao Yi finds himself explaining to himself in a moment of introspection. Once more, a snippet of information unlocks in his mind. This data, comprising merely 40 or 50 bytes, is highly compressed and comes with an automatic decompression key. Upon its release, it reveals content of significant magnitude. From whichever parallel universe it originates, Xiao Yi has consistently served as the commander of humanity's rescue operations. They constructed the world's largest particle collider to tear through the barriers of space, creating a small wormhole and transmitting a message to the preceding parallel universe. Because of quantum entanglement, this message can solely be accepted by Xiao Yi of this world. Thus, the weight of responsibility falls squarely upon his shoulders. The concept of quantum entanglement originated in the microcosmic realm, where particles at the ends of entangled states exhibit mysterious connections. A change in one will induce a change in the other, no matter the distance, even across several star systems. The same holds true for parallel universes, where corresponding entities in two worlds maintain a connection. A shift in one will correspondingly affect the other. The information revealed to Xiao Yi suggests that research from other universes has discovered that the dreams humans experience, particularly the more peculiar ones, are manifestations of events occurring in alternate realities inhabited by parallel versions of themselves. Due to the phenomenon of quantum entanglement, certain elements enable the sharing of information between two worlds through the same individual. Many individuals possess the ability to dream of future occurrences, a phenomenon academically referred to as visual recurrence, which is also attributable to this very reason. Xiao Yi himself has encountered such experiences. Occasionally, he perceives events or scenes that feel familiar, as if he has witnessed them before, and he possesses an uncanny awareness of forthcoming outcomes, akin to a dream being replayed. This phenomenon is akin to quantum entanglement, wherein occurrences in other parallel worlds manifest in the dreams of the self within this reality. Thanks to quantum entanglement, it is possible to receive an abundance of information without the necessity of a Large Hadron Collider. Thus, as the commander of a previous universe, he naturally opted to transfer this information to his counterpart in another realm. The first book by Tomato is available. Your support will be greatly appreciated. Thank you. Chapter 2: The News of Humanity's Imminent Extinction. Initially, the messages sent by predecessors were only a few hundred bytes, but as the information continued to consolidate, experience enriched, and technology advanced, the construction of the collider grew larger, resulting in an increasing amount of data transmission. By the time this universe's protagonist received the information, it had reached 512 kilobytes. Although still relatively small, it was far richer than the initial messages. Moreover, this information had been highly compressed, containing vast content. When fully decompressed, it was almost equivalent to a million-word manuscript. Now, the protagonist's first task was to meet the mysterious elder of the Great Zhou Kingdom, the founding figure of its prosperous era. However, how could a mere researcher like him possibly meet such a person? Among the total 520 kilobytes of content, over 100 bytes were directly understandable without decompression, revealing a crucial piece of information. The elder would be staying at the Chu Capital Hotel tonight. This was the best opportunity for him to meet the elder. He quickly got up, jumped into his vehicle, and rushed to the Chu Capital Hotel. This hotel was the most mysterious establishment in the provincial capital, not a high-rise or luxurious building, but an independent entity within the city. Without a certain status, one could not enter at all. Fortunately, the protagonist had been fortunate enough to enter before and was familiar with the interior because his girlfriend, Chu Xiaoxiao, worked there as a server. When there were no significant reception tasks, he could visit her. Having visited multiple times, the security personnel recognized him, and unless there were special circumstances, they usually allowed him entry. In his mind, he recalled a piece of self-decompressing information: 103, 207, 307, 301, 305, Guixiang. At first glance, these numbers seemed meaningless, but considering the hotel's characteristics, they resembled room numbers. However, the addition of Guixiang made it quite peculiar. A person of such high status would surely have tight security. Could just 5 room numbers and what seemed to be a name allow him to meet the elder? It felt utterly unbelievable. He immediately thought of a possible strategy: to have Chu Xiaoxiao enter these rooms first, then follow the sequence to perhaps reach the elder's room. Yet, there was an issue with the sequence. The protagonist was quite familiar with the hotel, and the order of the rooms was clearly jumbled. Room 301 was inside. 307 was near the elevator, and 305 was in the middle, which meant he would be going back and forth. Additionally, there were rooms 2103 and 07, which were on different floors altogether. However, since this was a transmission of a map meant for him, it indicated that his counterpart in another universe had succeeded, which gave him a bit of confidence. The 512 kilobytes of data in his mind had been meticulously selected and refined. There would be no extraneous information. He was certain he could understand this information. As for the specific implementation plan, he needed to ponder it carefully. There are still 10 hours until the elderly man checks into the hotel, and I must carefully plan how to avoid all surveillance and face him directly. As my mind continually analyzes the decompressing information, my heart grows increasingly tense. The burden on my shoulders is incredibly heavy. This is almost an impossible task. Yet, the hopes of the world, of humanity, no, of the entire universe and all parallel universes rest on my shoulders. I must accomplish the first task: to meet the elderly man. I hopped on my bike and quickly arrived at the hotel, but was stopped by the security guard. "You can't go in, there's a special reception task today," the guard explained, someone I was familiar with. They all knew I liked one of the hotel staff members, and that I often came to see her, but today was indeed special, so they couldn't let me in. I forced a smile. "When does the reception task end?" I asked. "In the evening," the guard replied, "but there are still about 10 hours left. I just need to say a few words to her, and I'll leave," I said, handing over a pack of cigarettes. I don't smoke, but I had prepared these just to make it easier to meet her. The guard hesitated but eventually took the cigarettes. Seizing the moment, I slipped through the barrier, hopped on my bike, and rode off, saying, "I'll be right back." The guard shook his head and reluctantly let me in. Upon reaching the VIP building, I didn't even bother to lock my bike and rushed inside to the staff lounge to find her, but she was nowhere to be seen. I spotted one of her colleagues and asked, "Where's her?" The colleague looked at me with a strange expression, a mix of sympathy and mockery. "She is not on shift yet, but she should be here soon." I checked the time. It was already 10 o'clock, which meant it was time for her to start work. I walked to the window and looked down to see if I could catch a glimpse of her. A luxury car stopped at the hotel entrance, and a beautiful girl got out from the passenger side. It was her. Just as I was about to greet her, the driver's door opened, revealing a tall, handsome man dressed in designer clothes, clearly a wealthy young master. The man playfully patted her on the backside and whispered something in her ear. She giggled shyly and then gave him a kiss. The colleague saw this and awkwardly said, "Well, you know, she has always considered you a backup, and you didn't even realize it." My heart sank. I had been pursuing her for a long time, but her attitude had always been ambiguous. Sometimes she was very nice to me, and other times she barely acknowledged me. I thought this was just how attractive women behaved. I hadn't realized that I was merely her backup. I wanted to turn and leave, but I knew that the information in my mind was far more important than my immature feelings. I needed her help. I had to meet the elderly man today, because I carried the fate and hope of humanity on my shoulders. Chu Xiaoxiao was surprised to see Xiao Yi as she entered, because it wasn't the weekend. And usually this bookworm would be in the laboratory at this time. "What are you doing here?" Xiao Yi suppressed the impulse to question her and quickly pulled Chu Xiaoxiao aside, saying, "Is there a VIP coming today?" Chu Xiaoxiao nodded. "So you must leave immediately." Xiao Yi said eagerly, "You have to help me meet this VIP." Chu Xiaoxiao was taken aback. "Do you know who it is? How could they let you meet?" Xiao Yi pointed to a portrait on the wall, saying, "I know it's him. Help me meet him." Chapter 3. The abandoned spare tire. Chu Xiaoxiao turned to look at the portrait behind her. It was a portrait of the founding heroes, and Xiao Yi was pointing to the one positioned slightly to the right in the center. "Are you crazy?" Chu Xiaoxiao trembled with anxiety. "Have you lost your mind? Hurry up and leave. If you don't go, I'm calling security." Xiao Yi grabbed Chu Xiaoxiao's arm and said sincerely, "Trust me. I have something very important to discuss with him." Chu Xiaoxiao pushed Xiao Yi's hand away, saying, "Xiao Yi, if you want to die, don't drag me down with you. Who do you think you are to meet someone like that? Hurry up and leave, or I really will call security." Seeing the serious expression on Chu Xiaoxiao's face, Xiao Yi realized she wasn't trying to scare him. If he didn't leave, she would really report him. Xiao Yi felt a pang in his heart. After so many days of pursuing her, he thought he had some standing in her eyes, but it turned out that to her, he was just a disposable spare tire. However, Xiao Yi didn't have time to dwell on the pain. He needed to find a way to meet the elder that night. Since this route with Chu Xiaoxiao was blocked, he had to find another way. Xiao Yi turned and left the lounge. Behind him, he heard a conversation. "Xiao? I just saw Xiao Yi get out of the car. So what if you saw? He's just a spare tire now that I have the real deal. We were together last night." Xiao Yi felt a wave of nausea. He hadn't even touched her hand in all this time. And she had directly offered herself to that rich heir. He didn't blame others. He only blamed himself for being blind. Bang! Xiao Yi collided hard with someone. Looking up, he saw it was a hotel staff member, a rich kid named Xie Ziming. This guy had a strong background and was only working here because his family forced him to. During the day, he was usually lethargic and half asleep, but at night, he dressed up to hit the clubs and pick up girls. He held a glass bottle and cursed, "Damn, you almost ruined my plans." Upon seeing Xiao Yi, he stopped cursing and said, still chasing after Chu Xiaoxiao, "Don't waste your time. I have something good here. Just open this and wave it under her nose. And you can do whatever you want." Xiao Yi glanced at the label. "Anesthetic? How did you get this?" Xiao Yi knew exactly what this substance could do. Just a little bit held under someone's nose could make them faint. It was a controlled substance. He never expected this guy to have such a large bottle. "Hey, don't tell anyone else. If you want, come with me to the nightclub tonight. Don't think about her. I often see her flirting with handsome guys there." As he spoke, the guy cautiously carried a glass bottle and turned into a room. Xiao Yi's heart skipped a beat. The room number matched the first digit of the sequence in his mind, 103. Xiao Yi was familiar with the hotel and knew that this room had been out of service due to equipment issues. Therefore, any personal items belonging to the staff would be stored there, and sometimes they would sneak in to take a nap. The numbers in his head told him that if he wanted to see the old man, he had to start from this room. Xiao Yi walked to the entrance and saw several military vehicles arriving, filled with armed soldiers. This indicated that from this moment on, the military had taken over the hotel as security. Xiao Yi turned and walked towards room 103. The soldiers had arrived, and the place was about to be sealed off. There would be no chance to get in again. Entering room 103, Xiao Yi lay on the bed, waiting for nightfall. Suddenly, footsteps were heard outside, getting closer, accompanied by the sound of a doorknob twisting. Xiao Yi quickly got up and hurriedly hid in the closet. Someone opened the door and walked in, checking the room. It was clear they were about to check the closet where Xiao Yi was hiding. He felt extremely tense. Reaching out, he touched a glass bottle. It turned out that Xie Ziming had hidden the anesthetic in the closet. The closet door opened, revealing Xie Ziming's face. Upon seeing Xiao Yi, Xie Ziming's eyes widened. Just as he was about to shout, he noticed Xiao Yi raising the bottle containing the anesthetic, so he could only glare at Xiao Yi and say, "Nothing here." Obviously, the person accompanying the search didn't suspect anything and left after a brief acknowledgement. Xie Ziming shot Xiao Yi another glare before turning to leave and closing the door. As the footsteps faded away, Xiao Yi quickly jumped out of the closet. He knew that Xie Ziming must have been worried about his things being discovered. So he had cooperated with the search, pretending to check the closet, not expecting to find Xiao Yi hiding there. Otherwise, he would have been caught. Estimating that Xie Ziming would return soon, Xiao Yi suddenly had an idea. He opened the bottle and poured a bit of anesthetic onto a towel, then hid it behind him. Sure enough, Xie Ziming returned shortly, closing the door and whispering, "What are you doing? If you want the anesthetic, you could just ask me. Why sneak around to get it? If I hadn't been clever, we would have been exposed." Xiao Yi looked at Xie Ziming's physique. They were about the same build, confirming his idea. He suddenly pressed the towel over Xie Ziming's nose. Soon, Xie Ziming collapsed to the ground, motionless. Xiao Yi dragged Xie Ziming onto the bed, stripped off his work uniform, and put it on himself. Suddenly, footsteps were heard outside again. Xiao Yi covered Xie Ziming with a blanket and hid behind the bed. The door was cracked open, and a head peeked in. "I knew you were sleeping here. Remember, the guests arrive at 6. At 6:10, you need to deliver the fruit platter. Did you hear that?" This was the voice of the supervisor, who had no way of dealing with someone like Xie Ziming, a rich second generation. "Why don't you say something?" Seeing that Xie Ziming didn't respond, the supervisor pushed the door open, preparing to come in. Xiao Yi was startled. He glanced at Xie Ziming's hand and quickly lifted it, shaking it a bit. "Remember, don't be late." Noticing Xie Ziming raising his hand, the supervisor didn't enter further, said a word, then closed the door and left. Xiao Yi wiped the sweat from his forehead. His clothes were already soaked from the tension. If the supervisor came in, everything would be exposed. Xiao Yi carefully analyzed the information in his mind. The second number was 207. Room 207 was a double room, and this information clearly indicated he needed to go to room 207. However, the double room was definitely not where the elderly man was staying. So what was the point of him going to any room? Xiao Yi put on CS Ziming's uniform and walked out of room 103, heading towards the staircase. But there were a few soldiers guarding the stairwell, and Xiao Yi didn't dare to force his way through, so he had to choose the elevator instead. If there were hotel staff around, they would definitely recognize him. But now, the corridor on the first floor had no attendants, only soldiers guarding various access points. Chapter 4. The mission failed. Xiao Yi walked through the hotel with a stiff demeanor. The soldiers, seeing his outfit, didn't stop him. He continued walking upstairs. Suddenly, a thought surged into Xiao Yi's mind. What if this information was implanted in my brain by some hostile force, and the real goal was to harm the elderly man? What should I do? But Xiao Yi quickly dismissed this thought. The elderly man had long since retired from active duty. He had influence, but Wu Ti directly caused significant impacts on the political and economic landscape of the nation. Assassinating this elderly man would disrupt the country's major plans. Arriving at room 207, Xiao Yi cautiously pushed the door open, only to find someone inside. Just as he was about to turn and leave, the person spoke. You're here to help from the hotel, right? Come, help me unwrap this packaging and wash the fruits. The elderly man loves this fruit. Xiao Yi, feeling anxious, began to prepare. These fruits had been airlifted directly from the south. They had just arrived, and the packaging was still unopened. After taking out the fruits, the person said, Don't leave. I need to inspect these fruits to see if there's any issue. Just help me out a bit. Xiao Yi felt a wave of relief. No wonder he needed to enter room 207. It turned out he could wait here until the elderly man checked in. As time passed, Xiao Yi anxiously glanced at the clock on the wall. Finally, it was 6 o'clock. All right, you take the fruits up. A fruit platter was placed in Xiao Yi's hands, and with a nervous heart, he walked out. You know the room number. Go ahead, said the person inside. Xiao Yi felt a bit dazed. He really didn't know the room number. However, he still had 3 numbers in his mind. One was 301, another was 307, and the last one was 305. The room where the elderly person stayed should be one of those. However, why are there 3 room numbers instead of just 1? This puzzled Xiao Yi. But now that the situation was urgent, he couldn't afford to think too much. He carried the fruit platter up to the 3rd floor. And as he turned the corner, he saw room 307. Logically, he should have checked room 307 first. However, the numbers in his mind followed a sequence. First 301, then 307, and finally 305. This route was strange. 307 was right next to the elevator, while 301 was deep inside, and 305 was between 301 and 307. Everything followed a certain order, indicating there must be some special reason behind it. Xiao Yi bypassed 307 and 305, heading directly to 301, and pushed the door open. The room was empty. Had he made a mistake? Suddenly, an idea struck him. He quickly closed the door, and soon after, he heard footsteps coming from the opposite room, 302. Peering through the crack of the door, he saw Chu Xiaoxiao walking out with 2 soldiers. If he hadn't entered room 301, he would definitely have been spotted by Chu Xiaoxiao. Seeing her and the soldiers walk past, Xiao Yi hurried to follow behind, keeping his head down as he carried the platter towards 307. Just before he reached room 307, the door suddenly opened, and a burly soldier stepped out. The soldier quickly caught up with Chu Xiaoxiao and said, Waiter, I need some hot water. Xiao Yi was startled. If Chu Xiaoxiao turned around, she would surely see him. Taking advantage of the fact that the door to room 307 was still ajar, he quickly slipped inside. After exchanging a few words with the burly soldier, Chu Xiaoxiao continued walking ahead with him. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Yi stepped out again with the platter. According to the sequence he had in mind, he needed to enter room 305 next, which was in reverse order. Although he was confused, he understood that this was the route to see the elderly person. Suddenly, footsteps approached from behind, and someone said to Chu Xiaoxiao, Check the identification. Xiao Yi was alarmed. It was a patrol. He pushed open room 305, only to find the door locked. After the patrol checked Chu Xiaoxiao's identification, one of them noticed Xiao Yi and walked towards him, clearly intending to check his ID. Panic surged within him as he hurriedly knocked on the door, but it took a long time for anyone to answer. Xiao Yi was anxious. His mind was blank, and the patrol was almost upon him. If he couldn't produce his identification, it would be disastrous. Just as the patrol reached Xiao Yi and was about to ask for his ID, the door opened. A man in his 50s glanced at Xiao Yi and stepped aside, saying, Come in. Xiao Yi entered with the platter. Seeing him step into the room, the patrol did not stop him and continued on their way. Noticing the fruit platter Xiao Yi placed down, the man frowned and asked, What are you doing bringing this here? Xiao Yi was taken aback and quickly blurted out, I was told to bring it for you to taste. The man's face broke into a smile. The elderly person truly has a kind heart. I just need to get the gist of it. You should still deliver it to the elderly person. After speaking, the man pointed in a direction. There were only 5 numbers in his mind, none of which corresponded to the elderly person's room. Which room did the elderly person stay in? Xiao Yi walked slowly with the tray, while his mind raced with analysis. The corridor was filled with guards, and he had only one chance. He couldn't afford to get the room number wrong. Suddenly, Xiao Yi wanted to slap himself. He silently scolded himself for being confused. Of course, an elderly person would be in a top suite. Each floor of this hotel had 2 top suites, located at the far ends of each side. There was only one suite in the direction he was heading, and that suite must be where the elderly person was staying. Without hesitation, Xiao Yi walked straight to the suite's door and raised his hand to knock. Suddenly, his heart sank because Chu Xiaoxiao had turned back and spotted him. Xiao Yi hurriedly knocked on the door, while Chu Xiaoxiao said something to the 2 soldiers. The soldiers quickly ran toward Xiao Yi. His heart raced. Just then, a calm and slightly aged voice came from inside. Come in. Xiao Yi quickly pushed the door open and saw the legendary figure. The one who had appeared in textbooks and on television. Outside, hurried footsteps approached, and Xiao Yi knew time was running out. He quickly set down the tray and said, My name is Xiao Yi, and I am not a waiter. I have important matters to report to you. You must believe me. Humanity is facing great danger, and only you can save us. The door was suddenly burst open, and several burly figures pounced on him, knocking Xiao Yi down. His mind went blank. He had failed his mission. By some twist of fate, the last 2 words flashed in his mind. Gui Xiang. Xiao Yi shouted, Gui Xiang sent me. But his mouth was covered, and he could no longer say a word. Chapter 5. The first mission finally completed. Xiao Yi was twisted up like a pretzel by 2 soldiers, and then escorted out. He wanted to shake his head, but he couldn't move. After working hard all day, he had ultimately failed. This left him feeling very disappointed. What disappointed him the most was that humanity's fate would also perish with his failure. Suddenly, the elderly person in the room spoke. Put him down, let him in. The soldiers hesitated for a moment, and then the burly soldiers searched Xiao Yi's body, confirming he had no weapons before lifting him like a small chicken to the elderly person's presence. The elderly person stared at Xiao Yi, making him feel a bit flustered. The elderly person waved his hand, signaling everyone else to leave. The burly man hesitated, but after receiving an unhappy glance from the elderly person, he finally stepped out and closed the door. What did you just say? The elderly person asked gently. Xiao Yi replied, Humanity is facing a catastrophe. Only you have the hope to save us. The elderly person waved his hand. Not that, the last sentence. Xiao Yi was taken aback and then said, Gui Xiang sent me. The old man's expression suddenly became somewhat agitated, as if he was deep in thought. After a while, he said, You can explain in detail now. It was then that Xiao Yi began to share the flood of information that had surged into his mind, talking about how in 180 days, a beast tied from the starry sky would soon arrive. He also discussed parallel timelines and the wormholes created by particle colliders, which resulted in the 512K information being transmitted to him through a mysterious quantum entanglement effect from another version of himself in that timeline. Finally, Xiao Yi nervously asked, Does what I say sound fantastical and bizarre? Do you believe me? He knew that if he told anyone else these things, no one would believe him. After all, based on current scientific understanding, it sounded too incredible. Yet, Xiao Yi believed it, as he was certain that what was in his mind was real. However, convincing others seemed nearly impossible. Even this esteemed elder would likely find it hard to believe. But the old man said 2 words, I believe. Those 2 words instantly captivated Xiao Yi. It took immense courage and wisdom to believe in such seemingly absurd claims. The old man's next question shocked Xiao Yi even more. What should we do next? A man who once held significant power in a great nation was now asking him what to do next. This was an immense honor. If it had been at another time, Xiao Yi would have felt overwhelmed and panicked at such a question. However, now that he bore the weight of responsibility for humanity's fate, he seemed to calm down in an instant. It was as if he underwent a transformation from within at that moment. The fact that the elder asked him what to do indicated that everything he had experienced today was real. The heavy burden of humanity's fate had matured Xiao Yi almost instantaneously. He spoke calmly. We should convene an emergency expert meeting at the highest level immediately. We need to gather the top experts from across the country to formulate a series of plans. We will initiate a nationwide mobilization, utilizing the vast energy of the people to construct a steel wall 100 meters high and 1,000 miles long within 180 days. The old man pondered and asked, Is this the reason you sought me out? Xiao Yi stood tall and replied, Yes. Among those I can reach. Only you have the influence to convene such a high-level emergency meeting. The elder lowered his eyes, intertwining his fingers and gently tapping his right hand's fingers on the back of his left hand, clearly deep in thought. Xiao Yi waited quietly by his side. After a while, the old man's fingers stopped, and he looked up, his gaze intense as he fixed it on Xiao Yi. Tomorrow at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Prepare well. Your speech is very important. Yes, Xiao Yi replied, standing at attention as if he were a soldier. Go prepare well. After saying this, the elder pressed a button, and a robust man entered, glancing at Xiao Yi with a wary look, as if ready to take him down at any moment. You have been demoted, the elder said flatly. Yes, the man responded, standing at attention. Take him down, and make sure he attends the meeting on time at 2 p.m. tomorrow, the elder continued. Yes. The man turned around and made a gesture inviting Xiao Yi to follow. Xiao Yi felt somewhat embarrassed. The man's demotion was clearly due to his breaking through their security line today and meeting the elder. He admired the elder's clear distinction between rewards and punishments. The sturdy man was presumably responsible for the security, and allowing Xiao Yi to sneak in was a dereliction of duty, thus justifying his demotion. Although Xiao Yi came for the fate of humanity, a failure in duty is still a failure, and the punishment must be upheld. From the elder, Xiao Yi learned an important lesson for his future, the clear distinction between rewards and punishments. This was the first piece of knowledge he acquired, and it was very important. I'm sorry, Xiao Yi said apologetically. Humph, you have skills. I, Zhao Taizhu, admire capable people. The fact that you could evade my security is your skill. I will come to pick you up at 1 p.m. tomorrow, Zhao Taizhu said, standing tall. Seeing Zhao Taizhu's defined features and powerful physique, Xiao Yi suddenly envisioned a scene. Zhao Taizhu in a suit of steel armor, fiercely firing ahead. Under his overwhelming firepower, the ugly bugs were being defeated one after another. Quick go. I'll cover you. Zhao Taizhu's voice was loud and strong. When the bullets ran out, Zhao Taizhu drew a massive steel sword and charged into the swarm of bugs, but he was quickly overwhelmed by the countless insects. The scene abruptly stopped. Xiao Yi suddenly understood why his previous self in another timeline would transmit information to himself in this world. Due to mysterious phenomena akin to quantum entanglement, he received a lot of additional information. The scene of Zhao Taizhu dying in battle was one of them. For himself, the commander of humanity, this information was exceptionally precious. However, this information could not be contained within the 512 kilobytes limit. It could only be realized through this mysterious quantum entanglement. Therefore, he was the most suitable recipient of the information. Captain Zhao, don't believe anything he says. He has nothing to do with me. A familiar female voice suddenly interrupted Xiao Yi's thoughts. Without turning around, he knew it was the girl Chu Xiaoxiao. If he says he is my boyfriend, don't believe it at all. He has nothing to do with me, Chu Xiaoxiao emphasized again. Chapter 6. The world is about to change dramatically. Zhao Taizhu gave Xiao Yi a meaningful look. Clearly understanding that Chu Xiaoxiao saw Xiao Yi being taken out and thought he was being escorted to prison, thus eager to distance herself. Your girlfriend? Zhao Taizhu asked. I used to think so, but now I know she isn't, Xiao Yi replied calmly. In an instant, the girl he once liked very much, Chu Xiaoxiao, lost all her appeal to him, becoming even less attractive than an ordinary passerby. At least your judgment used to be quite poor, Zhao Taizhu chuckled, then pushed Xiao Yi into the vehicle. Considering such a woman as a goddess and being betrayed by her, Xiao Yi felt he had been blind in the past. Chu Xiaoxiao rushed to the front of the car and shouted at Xiao Yi, don't think you can drag me into this. I was the one who reported you. Even if you involve me, no one will believe you. Xiao Yi couldn't be bothered to respond. Just yesterday, he had regarded her as a goddess, but now he only felt disgust. Zhao Taizhu poked his head out of the car and gave Chu Xiaoxiao an ambiguous smile. The car drove away, leaving Chu Xiaoxiao still feeling anxious. When she returned to the dormitory, it was already very late. Xiao Yi looked at the city lights under the starry sky, feeling excited and ambitious. He sensed that a monumental change was about to happen in the world. A grand and unprecedented mobilization of the entire population was about to begin. Moreover, the information in his mind told him that this large-scale event involving everyone could only be realized by his own country. The mission to save all humanity could only be accomplished by the people of the Great Zhou. The painful lessons from other parallel worlds taught him that other countries in the world not only couldn't help, but would also greatly hinder their progress. The inherent flaws of humanity, especially in the Western world, made them prioritize their political interests, exhausting a lot of energy in internal conflicts. Only the people of the Great Zhou could unite as one and work together to achieve feats that current humanity could not even imagine. They needed to build a steel wall that would surround most of the Great Zhou, forming a solid barrier for human survival. In the face of impending catastrophe, silencing all dissenting opinions and working together to build the steel wall was the only way out. This was something other countries couldn't achieve. Therefore, he needed to set aside other nations and shoulder the hope of human survival with the strength of his own country. As night deepened, Xiao Yi gazed at the distant sky, repeatedly thinking about the speech he would deliver the next day. Facing the core scientists of the entire nation, some of whom were almost godlike figures, Xiao Yi couldn't help but feel excited. Even the most ordinary among them were figures he could only see on television. Some had even won Nobel Prizes, and others had their achievements written into textbooks. Yet he had to present the impending human catastrophe before them and face their questions and inquiries. He had to remain calm. Countdown, 179 days. In Xiao Yi's dormitory. As dawn broke, he woke up. He had slept very little that night, but he felt invigorated. He was ready to face all challenges. Xiao Yi, why haven't you come to the lab to collect data? The lab director is shouting at me on the phone, and you didn't even bring the package. Do you still want to graduate? Xiao Yi had never liked this lab director, but to smoothly obtain his graduate certificate, he had to earn his approval. Thus, he had always endured the director's difficulties, doing personal chores like carrying packages, moving luggage, and cleaning. After all, the lab director was the most renowned professor at the school. But now it was different. He calmly said into the phone, "No." Now, Xiao Yi could say no. Compared to human fate, the professor's fame is insignificant. The director of your laboratory was taken aback by Xiao Yi's response. He couldn't understand how Xiao Yi dared to be so bold. Just as he wanted to say something, the call was hung up by Xiao Yi. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, a black luxury car stopped downstairs. Zhao Tieju's imposing figure stepped out of the car, standing straight like a javelin beside it. People nearby looked curiously at Zhao Tieju and the vehicle. This type of car is something that even the wealthy can't easily access. Only those with status are qualified to ride in it. Now, it was parked right below the dormitory. "Hey Xiao Yi, did you see? There's a luxury car downstairs." Sigh. "In my lifetime, if I could ride in such a luxury car, it would be worth it even if I died," said Lin Dashan, one of the dorm mates, who was staring at the car. "A luxury car named after the nation. It has special significance. Is it really a luxury car? Let me take a look." Another dorm mate, Lu Xiaofei, ran to the balcony and exclaimed, as if discovering a new continent, "It's the most prestigious flagship version. Only the most distinguished individuals can ride in it." Hearing Lu Xiaofei shout, Wang Bing also squeezed over to look down. "Really? Wow, look at that soldier. He looks like someone skilled. What do you think this car is doing here? Is it here to pick someone up? Who is so impressive that they need a luxury car to pick them up?" Xiao Yi stood up, calmly adjusted his clothes, and said, "It's here to pick me up." The dormitory fell silent for a second or two before bursting into laughter. Lin Dashan clutched his stomach and said, "Xiao Yi, that's the funniest joke you've ever told." Lu Xiaofei pointed at Xiao Yi and said, "You really know how to put on a show. Impressive." Wang Bing laughed so hard he couldn't stand up straight. Xiao Yi ignored them and walked straight out. Soon, the laughter turned into shock as they realized that Xiao Yi actually walked into the car. The car was indeed there to pick up Xiao Yi. Why? What had Xiao Yi done? Why was it that only the most distinguished individuals could ride in this luxury car, yet it was here for Xiao Yi? Could it be that Xiao Yi was a descendant of some big shot? But that couldn't be right. They had seen Xiao Yi's parents, who were quite ordinary. Zhao Taiju closed the car door and took his seat in the passenger side, and the car drove away amid the astonished gazes of the onlookers. The security level at the Chudu Hotel had risen once again compared to yesterday. Staff like Xie Ziming and Chu Xiaoxiao could only handle some simple receptions, as most areas were off-limits to them. Even the well-informed staff were shocked to see one luxury car after another arriving at the hotel, clearly indicating that many distinguished individuals from the nation had also come to the hotel. "Look, it's Xie Ziming." He covered his mouth, unable to even say the name. "This is a top figure in the national scientific community, someone who has won a Nobel Prize." Another one, "Oh my." Chu Xiaoxiao trembled all over. "These are the top scientists in the country. They have actually come to the Chudu Hotel. It's usually very hard to even see one. Something significant is happening. These individuals share an important common identity, a national think tank." Chapter 7. What you missed, you can never get back. Oh, here comes another vehicle. Who could it be this time? Xie Ziming asked as he stared at the blue vehicle slowly driving in. Chu Xiaoxiao and several female attendants also gathered around, eager to see who else would attend this meeting. It's worth noting that the attendees they had just seen were all top figures in various fields. It's rare to see even one of them, let alone a dozen at once. In the past, they could only see these people on television. A person got out from the passenger seat, and it was the burly Zhao Taiju. He walked to the back seat and opened the door. A young man stepped out, slowly standing up straight. For a moment, none of them recognized Xiao Yi, as they never expected him to appear here. Xie Ziming was the first to exclaim, "Oh my gosh, it's Xiao Yi. Really, it's Xiao Yi. How did he get here, and why is he riding in a blue vehicle?" Chu Xiaoxiao was utterly shocked. She couldn't understand how Xiao Yi could be here. Moreover, the current Xiao Yi seemed completely different from the one she knew just yesterday. In her memory, Xiao Yi was timid, lacking confidence, and had no temper. But now, he appeared confident and poised, as if he were a completely different person. If it weren't for the familiar smile on his face, she would have thought he was someone who merely resembled Xiao Yi. Suddenly, Xiao Yi's gaze turned towards them, and he waved his hand in greeting before hurriedly following Zhao Taiju into the hotel. "Wow, I think Xiao Yi looks so handsome. one of the female attendants said, her eyes sparkling. Xiao Xiao, you really have good taste, another unfamiliar female attendant said enviously to Chu Xiao Xiao. However, Chu Xiao Xiao could only feel a bitter taste in her mouth. After yesterday, Xiao Yi had no connection to her anymore, and it was she who had said so. She never imagined that overnight, Xiao Yi would become someone she couldn't reach. Zhao Taizhu directly brought Xiao Yi to the elder's room. The elder put down the newspaper he was holding and asked, "Are you ready?" Xiao Yi stood straight and replied, "I'm ready." The elder smiled slightly and said, "They are not as easy to persuade as I am." Xiao Yi confidently replied, "I am confident." The elder stood up, his back still straight despite being over 90 years old. "All right, then let us go." Xiao Yi looked at the elder before him with great respect. He suddenly asked, "Why do you believe in me? Is it just because of that name?" The elder did not respond directly, but said as he walked, "Once you persuade them, I will tell you the reason. Remember, once you enter the room, you can only speak the truth. Do you understand?" The conference room at the hotel was already on high alert, with armed security personnel everywhere. Someone came up to search Xiao Yi and then led him into the VIP room, where he waited quietly. In the conference room sat a top group of elite individuals from various fields. They were the think tank capable of influencing national decision-making. Upon seeing the elderly man enter, everyone stood up with respect and saluted him. The elderly man waved his hand and said, "Today, I am merely a bystander and will not interfere with your decisions. After all, you are the experts in your respective fields. However, I hope you will listen carefully to what this person has to say. I guarantee with my reputation that every word he speaks is the truth." His words immediately commanded respect from everyone present. Curiosity filled the room. Who could be the person that warranted such a legendary figure's personal endorsement? As the elderly man took his seat, the others exchanged a few whispers and nodded towards Zhao Taizhu, who was responsible for security. Zhao Taizhu quickly walked to the VIP room, nodded at Xiao Yi, signaling that the meeting had begun. Xiao Yi took a deep breath, composed himself, and then entered the meeting room. The movements of the Dazhou kingdom had stirred many other nations, prompting speculation about what was happening, as they had unexpectedly convened a national think tank for an emergency meeting without any prior warning. However, all countries were left in the dark, completely unaware of the situation and unable to gather any information. Various signs indicated that this was a sudden action, yet nations felt an impending sense of storm. Xiao Yi walked into the hall, facing a group of the country's top elite talents. He calmed his emotions and began his presentation. Starting from the 512K of information he received in his mind yesterday morning, he narrated the astonishing details, those advanced scientific concepts, and continued to the clues he had just deciphered in his mind. Initially, indifferent experts began to whisper among themselves, their eyes filled with confusion as they looked at Xiao Yi. "Excuse me, your name is Xiao Yi, right?" An expert from the academy asked, looking at him. Xiao Yi nodded. "What you are saying is too advanced. With our current theories, we cannot verify your claims. Do you have any way to convince us?" This expert, Qian Linsun, was a top physicist and a leading authority on quantum theory. Even with his knowledge, he could not assess Xiao Yi's statements about parallel worlds. It is important to note that the concept of parallel universes is currently just a hypothesis, with no scientific experiments confirming their existence. Xiao Yi nodded and then looked at the wall clock, saying, "I have a document prepared yesterday that records significant events expected to occur in the next 8 hours. The first event is that the dormant volcano, Gulao Mountain, will erupt in 5 minutes. Impossible, a geologist firmly denied. Gulao Mountain is a dormant volcano, and there have been no reports of any anomalies. How could it possibly erupt?" Xiao Yi did not explain, but quietly continued. About 10 minutes later, the Ross Ice Shelf in Antarctica will collapse again, forming an iceberg larger than the capital city. This is also impossible. Just a few days ago, I reviewed the report, and we found no signs at our Antarctic research station. The geologist rebutted again. Xiao Yi remained calm and stood there without rushing. The current Xiao Yi was no longer the same as yesterday. Qian Linsun said, "Don't rush to refute. Let's first take a look at the information above." Upon hearing this, the people in the conference room began to sift through the materials in their hands, which contained some key data. Xiao Yi's mental information space was quite limited, and the transmitted information was very concise. However, the experts understood it at a glance. Qian Linsun remarked, "I don't know about other fields, but the description of the 7th point is very professional and concise, so much so that it couldn't be more concise." "Xiao Yi, what did you study?" Chapter 8, The Origin of Extraterrestrial Star Beasts. Xiao Yi replied, "I studied biology." Qian Linsun tapped the table with his fingers and asked, "Where did you see the information about asteroid 52768 in the 7th point?" Xiao Yi said, "All the information was extracted from the 512 KB in my mind. Until yesterday, I knew nothing about this asteroid." Qian Linsun wanted to ask more, but suddenly a person rushed in and announced, "The latest news just in. There are signs of activity from the Gulao Mountain volcano, and high-altitude drones have captured images of erupting smoke." The room fell silent. This indicated that Xiao Yi's first proof had been validated. People couldn't help but feel anxious because the situation Xiao Yi described was too serious, affecting the survival of humanity. Qian Linson looked at Xiao Yi and asked, "Tell us everything you know." Yes, Xiao Yi stood up straight. Although he had been standing for a long time, he didn't feel tired at all. 180 days, no, 179 days from now, extraterrestrial star beetles will launch a large-scale invasion of Earth. If no preparations are made, they will occupy the entire planet within 3 days, leading to the extinction of humanity. In other parallel universes, the one that held out the longest was the second parallel universe. They resisted for 3 months, but in the end, just yesterday, they were breached by the star beetles. Are you saying we can hold out for at most 3 months? A scientist asked. Xiao Yi responded, no. The second universe is 180 days ahead of us. We can learn from their experiences and lessons, and it is entirely possible to withstand the star beetles' attacks. An elderly man frowned and asked, how do we do that? Mobilize the entire nation, utilize all resources, and launch a massive defense campaign to construct the largest miracle of humanity, a steel wall 100 meters high and thousands of miles long, Xiao Yi stated decisively. Why not an international coalition, but rather just our country? An expert inquired. Xiao Yi took a deep breath and said something moving. Because of differing ideologies, the unity and spirit of sacrifice unique to our country is something that other nations lack. The involvement of other countries would only plunge the world into endless internal strife. To save the entire world, we must solely rely on the people of our nation. The room fell silent again. After a while, an expert said, after all, we still belong to a developing country, and some technologies are more advanced in the West. Without international cooperation, I'm afraid. He did not continue. Xiao Yi said, in the second universe, apart from our country, other countries fell within 3 days. Only we, oh no, our compatriots in the second universe, held on for 3 months. Therefore, my first message, and also the most important one, is, the starry sky beetles are coming. Only through a nationwide mobilization can we save ourselves. At this moment, someone announced again, the latest news just in, the Ross Ice Shelf in Antarctica has fractured, with an area of 16,000 square kilometers. Qian Linson suddenly stood up, nodded at the elder, and said, I propose that we immediately gather the top experts from various fields to form a consulting group to fully respond to the invasion of the starry sky beetles. The elder looked at the experts present. What are your opinions? It is essential to form an expert group. After all, once this news is confirmed, it will be a catastrophe for humanity. We must plan ahead, said Feng Wei, a leading figure in the scientific community. Although he was elderly, he still maintained a clear mind. The elder nodded. Feng Wei continued, the responsibility of this group leader is significant. I will take on this role. As the first person from the Great Zhou Kingdom to receive a Nobel Prize in the scientific field, although he was already old, he needed to take on this heavy responsibility to provide strong support for the younger generation. He looked at Xiao Yi. I hope you will be my assistant. Are you willing? Yes. Xiao Yi felt a surge of emotion and a sense of responsibility, as if great tasks were being entrusted to him. So, what is your first step? Feng Wei asked. Xiao Yi took a deep breath and said, there are many things we need to do. I will create a detailed plan for everyone to reference. But the most crucial point is to prepare immediately and issue the highest mobilization order to the entire nation in 1.5 months. Everyone's expression became serious. The highest mobilization order is the highest level of mobilization, higher than all other levels of mobilization, and has never been used before. The issuance of the highest mobilization order indicates the most urgent state. Once the highest mobilization order is issued, nationwide mobilization will officially begin. At that time, the people of the nation will unite as one, and there will be no turning back. Before that, however, we need to carry out many preparations and tasks. The first preparatory task is to find these 8 individuals to form a decryption team specifically responsible for decrypting the information in my mind, Xiao Yi said. The information in Xiao Yi's mind is highly compressed, allowing for the storage of more information. These compression methods are based on certain keys. However, apart from the initial information which is self-decompressing, most of the other compressions do not provide keys, primarily to save a little space for storing more information. However, there is no need to decrypt this information right now, so a decryption team must be formed to handle this task. The second task is to issue a call for our citizens of the Great Zhou Kingdom scattered overseas to return and participate in the nationwide construction. As for those who are unwilling to return, let them be. Xiao Yi's tone suddenly became somber, especially regarding our elite talents. We must ensure their return, as they hold many core technologies essential for our development. Many names flashed through his mind. These were individuals sent by the state to study abroad. They are invaluable talents for the nation. In particular, Yi Wanqing, who has mastered the core technology of the particle collider, must be guaranteed to return safely. Xiao Yi said. However, According to the information I have, she is about to face a significant danger. The vessel she is on will encounter a pirate attack. We must send someone for rescue. Oh, where is she now? Qian Linson asked. Xiao Yi replied. The cruise ship she is on has just arrived at a certain bay. No, that bay is in a sensitive area. If we send military personnel there, it could cause unnecessary disputes, an international affairs expert said. We can utilize civilian resources. And I have a list of options, Xiao Yi said. Everyone's gaze turned to the elderly man. His steady voice resonated. The expert team can conduct a simulation and then provide your recommendations. All the experts showed serious expressions, but within that seriousness, there was also a hint of excitement. This signified that the expert team would bear the heavy responsibility of saving all humanity. The responsibility was significant, yet it was also immensely honorable. The task of saving humanity rested on everyone's shoulders. Each person present deeply felt the weight of this daunting mission. Suddenly, an astronomy expert raised his hand and asked, Xiao Yi, I have one last question. Where do these star beetles come from? According to our observations, there have been no unusual phenomena in the recent starry sky. Chapter 9. Origin of the Star Beast. Xiao Yi pondered and replied, based on the information I currently have, the source of the star beetles should be related to the asteroid 52768, which is set to pass close to Earth soon. 52,768 asteroid. Is that the one mentioned in your seventh piece of information? The expert asked, picking up the paper in his hand. Yes, this asteroid is expected to pass within 628 kilometers of Earth along its predetermined trajectory, Xiao Yi said. Indeed, the astronomy expert and Qian Linson nodded. However, in 2 hours, this asteroid will pass at a height of just 100 kilometers from Earth. Other cosmic scientists analyze that the star beetles are invading Earth by utilizing this asteroid. Xiao Yi explained. But this asteroid has always been within the observation range of humanity. No unusual objects have been detected, Qian Linson queried. Xiao Yi replied solemnly. The invasion by the star beetles is not through direct attack, but by means of sowing seeds. Scientists from the second universe believe that the alien beasts took advantage of the asteroid's cover to sow their seeds as they approached Earth. These seeds will grow on Earth and develop into a massive force capable of devouring all animal life within 100 days. Feng Wei frowned and said, according to your reasoning, can't we eliminate these star beetles before they grow strong? Xiao Yi said, by the time we discover the celestial beetle, they will already be unstoppable. Since this has happened multiple times in other universes, can't we just find the original layer of the celestial beetle and eliminate it with a single nuclear strike? An expert asked. Xiao Yi replied, according to the transmitted information, the initial locations of the celestial beetles in each universe are different. Why is that? If they are parallel universes, shouldn't they be the same? Another expert inquired. Qian Linson nodded and explained, I can clarify this. If parallel universes truly exist, then in all of them, the larger aspects are similar, such as volcanic eruptions or the breakage of ice shelves. However, the smaller details can vary significantly. For instance, if a person has to choose between two very similar options, there is a considerable degree of randomness involved. Take today's lunch for example. I have my favorite braised crucian carp and braised pork. If I have to choose between the two, in this universe, I might choose the crucian carp, while in another universe, I might opt for the braised pork. There are no fixed choices, and the randomness is substantial. This is somewhat akin to Schrödinger's cat. Until I make a definitive choice, all possibilities exist. Therefore, the landing sites of the celestial beetles are also subject to randomness. Until we open Schrödinger's box, you can never know whether the cat is alive or dead. Similarly, the landing sites of the celestial beetles cannot be predicted and remain uncertain, Qian Linson explained. Xiao Yi felt that Qian Linson's explanation was very apt and more convincing than his own. However, we can closely observe the survival conditions of animals in various regions to potentially discover the origin of the celestial beetles early. Feng Wei said with some excitement, yes? We can intensify our research efforts and vigorously search for the origin of the celestial beetles. Why do we need to launch such a significant mobilization order? Xiao Yi sighed. In the past, someone in the parallel universes discovered the origin of the celestial beetles and bombed it with a nuclear weapon. But the final result was merely a delay of 7 days in the outbreak of the celestial beetles. Why? Someone asked. Qian Linson replied, I can guess a bit. Since this is an interstellar invasion, there surely won't be just one origin point. If there are multiple origin points, how can we defend ourselves? If there are origin points within the steel walls we build, wouldn't we be trapping ourselves? Someone questioned. Xiao Yi said, according to the disclosed information, there will only be one origin point existing at the same time. Only after one origin point is destroyed will a second one appear. Because of the nature of seed attacks, there is exclusivity, much like human embryos, which are generally single births. The probability of twins is quite low. The venue fell silent. After a while, Qian Linson anxiously asked, generally speaking, how long does it take to discover an origin point? Xiao Yi replied. If an origin point is not discovered within 10 days, it will not be found again until before the outbreak. And once it erupts, it will be unstoppable. Do you have detailed information on the Starry Sky Beetle? Fang Weijing asked. Yes, but it hasn't been decrypted yet. I need to find 8 decryption experts, Xiao Yi replied. All right, we will find the decryption experts you need as soon as possible, Fang Weijing said. Xiao Yi looked up and said, First, we need to find someone named Gu Linsheng. He will play a decisive role in future decryption efforts. Back in the old man's hotel room, Xiao Yi looked at the elder before him and couldn't help but ask, Why do you trust me? The old man smiled mysteriously. Because of that name. Why? It's just a very ordinary name, yet it can make the old man trust him unconditionally. Xiao Yi felt it was quite magical. Perhaps, one day I will tell you. The old man replied. There was a knock on the door from outside. Come in, the old man said. Fang Weizheng and Qian Linsen walked in side by side and sat down next to Xiao Yi. After some discussion, we are now officially assigning you 3 a daunting responsibility. Fang Weizheng. Yes, Fang Weizheng quickly stood up despite his age. You will serve as the leader of the National Mobilization Expert Team, responsible for formulating and executing various plans. The old man nodded at Fang Weizheng. Fang Weizheng straightened his chest again. This task is extremely challenging. Even the top scientist in the country felt a bit serious. Qian Linsen, you will serve as the deputy leader. Fully assist Fang Weizheng in completing this task. Yes. Xiao Yi. Yes. You will serve as a special advisor to the National Mobilization Expert Team, responsible for assisting Fang Weizheng and Qian Linsen in completing this national mobilization task. Yes. The old man looked at the 3 individuals, who were serious yet resolute, and said, The fate of all humanity is in your hands. You must bear this heavy responsibility. Rest assured, the 3 responded in unison. The old man turned to Xiao Yi and asked, So, what is the first step? Xiao Yi took out a piece of paper and handed it to the 3 of them, then said, This is the preliminary action plan from the second universe. The second universe suggests that we execute according to this plan. As for the subsequent steps, they only provide references. Everything will be decided by us since they have failed. And we are just beginning. All right, from now on, I inform you that the National Mobilization Expert Team has supreme authority and can allocate all domestic resources. You can charge ahead without worry. I will be your support from behind, the old man said. Chapter 10. Beautiful appearances are all alike after a day of intense discussion. Xiao Yi walked out of the hotel exhausted, rubbed his head, and was about to get into the Blue Star vehicle that was designated to pick him up when Chu Xiaoxiao approached and called out to him. Xiao Yi looked at the girl he had once wildly loved just yesterday, but now felt nothing. He had completely seen through such a girl. He too had been captivated by her beautiful appearance. Today Xiao Yi was a completely different person from yesterday. He was confident, strong, and sharp-eyed, having successfully transformed from a big boy into a man. No matter how beautiful the appearance, it could no longer deceive Xiao Yi. Are you one of them? Chu Xiaoxiao asked. I'm sorry, but this is classified information and I cannot disclose it. Xiao Yi said calmly. Chu Xiaoxiao felt a pang of bitterness in her heart. Ever since she grew up, she had been searching for a wealthy partner. She was naturally beautiful, held herself in high regard, and was filled with aspirations for the future. Her ideal partner was young, accomplished, wealthy, and over 185 meters tall. If he wasn't a rich second generation, he at least needed to have an annual income of over $1 million, with a house and luxury car. If he was a rich second generation, he should have an independent company with a registered capital of over $10 million. To achieve this goal, she willingly gave up a promising job at a good company to work as a waitress at a hotel, just to mingle with the elite. She viewed Xiao Yi merely as a backup option because he didn't meet her criteria in height, assets, or education. Thus, she treated him with indifference. If there came a day when she truly couldn't find a wealthy partner, then she would reluctantly consider marrying Xiao Yi. To maintain her value, she remained chaste, hoping to increase her bargaining chips when marrying a wealthy partner. Just the night before last, that rich second generation proposed to her, and she agreed on the spot and surrendered herself. Who would have thought that the backup option, Xiao Yi, would suddenly transform into a promising individual? Someone she could only look up to? It was evident that anyone attending today's meeting was a well-known figure nationally. Xiao Yi's participation in such a meeting clearly indicated he had become a person at the pinnacle of the pyramid. As for that rich second generation, he didn't even qualify to carry Xiao Yi's shoes. Yet she lost him on the eve of Xiao Yi's transformation from a potential stock to a valuable asset. Xiao Yi, let me explain. I do like you, Chu Xiaoxiao said. As long as you forgive me for what happened yesterday, I am willing to do anything for you. Saying this, she put on a charming demeanor. This was her trump card, the very tactic that had brought that rich second generation to his knees. Xiao Yi suddenly smiled slightly and said, You are destined to be just a passerby in my life. Goodbye. After saying this, Xiao Yi jumped into the car. Even as the car drove far away, he did not look back at her once. It wasn't that Xiao Yi was pretending to be heartless. Rather, He truly had no interest in looking at her. The once obsessed appearance that had made him lose his appetite now seemed like a plastic flower, pretty but devoid of substance. One glance was enough, and seeing more would only lead to annoyance. Now, Chu Xiao Xiao didn't even spark Xiao Yi's interest to look at her seriously. Xiao Yi suddenly recalled the saying, "Beautiful faces are all the same, but interesting souls are rare." Chu Xiao Xiao was just an ordinary beautiful face. Watching the car drive away, Chu Xiao Xiao couldn't help but cry. She inexplicably remembered a classic line from a movie. "I once had a sincere love before me, but I did not cherish it." When he returned to the dormitory, Xiao Yi lay tiredly on the bed, not even wanting to take a shower. Lin Dashan ran over, eagerly giving Xiao Yi a shoulder massage. "Xiao Yi, what did you do all day?" Wang Bing also came over, fanning Xiao Yi with a fan. Yeah, Xiao Yi. What's it like to ride in the flagship vehicle of the Great Zhou? Do you feel the dominance of someone in power?" Lu Xiaofei brought over a cup of milk tea and stuck a straw in Xiao Yi's mouth. "Buddy, no. Brother, quickly tell us. Are you the lost family member of some big shot? Wow, with such a rich imagination, why don't you write a book?" Xiao Yi knew that if he didn't say something, these roommates wouldn't let him sleep well. "I'm tired. I'll just share a little bit with you. Come on. Tell us." The three of them curiously gathered around. Xiao Yi said, "Get ready. A big event is about to happen. Remember, when the nation calls on you to do something, participate actively, don't be suspicious." Seeing Xiao Yi exhausted and unable to move, Lin Dashan hurriedly ran out to fetch a basin of water, while Wang Bing directly took off Xiao Yi's shoes and socks. Lu Xiaofei skillfully helped wash Xiao Yi's feet and placed him on the bed. The others returned to their beds, not daring to turn over. Fearing they might wake Xiao Yi, there was nothing they could do. After all, Xiao Yi had truly been impressive today, receiving such high-level treatment. They vaguely felt that Xiao Yi was not an ordinary person and would soon soar to great heights. What they didn't know was that this was the last night Xiao Yi would spend with them. Although Xiao Yi was very tired, he couldn't fall asleep because too many things weighed on his mind, waiting for him to accomplish them one by one. The countdown was at 178 days. Gao Daqiang carried the last bag of cement into the shop, received 100 yuan from the shop owner, and walked out with it. "Dad." A crisp voice made Gao Daqiang smile as he opened his arms, ready to embrace his daughter, who was rushing towards him. "Don't call him that. How embarrassing." His mother-in-law grabbed her granddaughter's hand and pulled her away, saying as they walked, "A laborer like him shouldn't be around here. What if the neighbors see him? Where are we supposed to put our family's face?" Gao Daqiang sighed and lowered his head. As a man, earning a living through hard work shouldn't be shameful. Yet, in his mother-in-law's eyes, he was just useless. She wouldn't even let him pick up his daughter from kindergarten. His wife originally didn't pay much attention to his job, but after hearing her mother's constant complaints, she inevitably started to feel the same way, and her attitude towards him worsened. However, he didn't blame her. She was a normal person and naturally had a sense of comparison. He indeed felt quite inadequate, unable to find a suitable job and only able to work as a laborer. Fortunately, he had some strength, and he earned a decent amount of money, which prevented his mother-in-law from saying even more frustrating things. As a retired Special Forces soldier of the Great Zhou, he really found no place to use his skills in this peaceful era. He had been assigned a job, but the company went bankrupt. During this time, he changed jobs several times, working as a security guard with low pay and no dignity, and as a bodyguard, always running around with no time for himself. Chapter 11. Are you willing to serve the country? Moreover, his wife was a brother-in-law supporter, wholeheartedly focusing on her brother, who couldn't get back on his feet. "My mother-in-law keeps asking for money. One moment she's asking for funds to buy a house for my wife's brother, the next moment it's for a gift for his wedding, and then it's for jewelry for the bride. All this money comes from my own savings and hard work, but I still don't get any respect from her. When I get home, before I even reach the room, my mother-in-law starts in on me. 'Oh, you soldier, you have no manners at all. Don't you know to clean off the cement dust before you come inside? What a waste of space. My daughter must have had terrible luck marrying you.' I hold back my anger and plan to take a shower, but she continues, 'What's the use of being a soldier? All you've done is get strong arms, and that just makes you fit for hard labor.' My daughter, feeling wronged, says, 'Grandma, don't say that about Dad. He's really tired.' My mother-in-law huffs and replies, 'Sweetheart, don't be like your father. He's going nowhere in life.' My wife walks in, glances at me with a sigh, and heads straight to the room without saying a word. I notice her eyes are red, so I rush in and ask what's wrong. She shakes her head, not wanting to talk. I turn her shoulder to face me and look into her eyes, asking, what's really going on? Her eyes well up with tears. Is it even worth telling you? I feel my own eyes redden. Did someone bully you? Tell me, and I'll deal with them. She hits me lightly and says, all you think about is fighting. Who would bully me? Let me tell you, it's the kids at the kindergarten who are bullying our daughter. Are you going to go beat them up? I'm taken aback. Who bullied my daughter? I'll have a word with them. My wife replies resentfully, ISNT it because of you? Didn't you go to the kindergarten to drop off ice pops? Those kids said her dad is dirty and stinky. Why don't you go talk to them about it? I stand there in shock. Earlier today, I had just unloaded a truck, sweaty and muddy, and I stopped by my daughter's kindergarten to bring her an ice pop. I never thought it would lead to her being looked down upon. Just the other day, when my wife took our daughter to kindergarten, our daughter refused to go. After asking, we learned that a chubby kid wouldn't let her play with the toys and laughed at her, saying she didn't have the right to play with him because her dad is a laborer. Our daughter had insisted that her father was a hero, but all her classmates laughed at her because the only thing they saw was that I was just a porter. Since then, she has become reluctant to go to kindergarten and has started to become withdrawn. Dear, don't be upset. I'll find a decent job tomorrow, I said, feeling disheartened. This is the reality. I have skills, but no opportunity to use them. After leaving the army, I often feel useless. And today that feeling is particularly strong because my job is affecting my daughter's life. You call yourself a soldier, but can't even find a job. You're of no use, my wife says with a hint of blame. She initially fell in love with me because of my uniform, but now she often criticizes me for it. However, Gao Daqiang did not blame his wife. It was the pressure of life and societal prejudices that made her so disappointed in him. He couldn't believe that he couldn't find a decent job. Gao Daqiang made up his mind. He changed into a new outfit and sat down at the dining table. His brother-in-law picked up a bowl and said to his mother-in-law, "Mom, Shally's family is asking us to buy another car. Otherwise, they won't agree to the marriage." The mother-in-law put down her chopsticks and looked at his wife, asking, "Did you hear that? Your brother wants a car. Hurry up and gather your money to buy him one. Forget about a BMW, at least get a Buick." His wife turned to look at Gao Daqiang, who frowned. His wife was good in many ways, but she spoiled her brother too much. He glanced at his brother-in-law and said, "You're not a kid anymore. You're a man. You should buy your own car." The brother-in-law fell silent. Most of his new house, cash gifts, and jewelry were bought with money from his brother-in-law, Gao Daqiang. He indeed felt a bit guilty asking for more money from him. Moreover, Gao Daqiang earned all his money through hard work. It was real, hard-earned money. The mother-in-law slammed her chopsticks on the table. "What are you talking about? If you're useless, fine, but how can you drag my son down with you? If he doesn't have a car, won't he be embarrassed going out? Having you as a laborer in this family is already embarrassing enough." Gao Daqiang wanted to say something, but his wife pulled his hand. So he had to hold back his anger and say nothing. "I'm saying this once. Today, you all need to come up with the money for the car. Otherwise, you can move out. At your age, you still can't afford a house. What a waste," the mother-in-law said. Gao Daqiang was instantly furious. He stood up abruptly, glaring at his mother-in-law. Wasn't it because his wife had given all their money to her brother to buy a house that they didn't have one? "Why are you glaring at me? My daughter has such good conditions, and she ended up marrying you, a useless person. Oh, you think buying a house is something impressive? If I hadn't agreed to your marriage, my daughter would have married that senior white-collar classmate of hers long ago. Now, not to mention a house. She would have had a car and a villa." The mother-in-law continued to ramble on. His wife tugged at Gao Daqiang's sleeve, and he had no choice but to sit down. Indeed, his wife had not enjoyed any comforts while being with him. Before he retired, they lived apart. After retiring, he couldn't provide her with the best life. As a man, he felt a sense of guilt. He sat down heavily, sighed, and then threw out his last card, saying to his wife, "This is the enrollment fee for our daughter to attend a key elementary school. You figure it out." Before his wife could respond, the mother-in-law snatched it away. "For a girl, why does she need to go to a key school? Any elementary school will do. Son, go buy a car tomorrow." Gao Daqiang looked at his wife, but she lowered her head and did not object. He sighed, stood up, and prepared to go outside for a smoke. He originally didn't smoke, but as a laborer, not smoking left him with no way to relieve stress when he was tired. So he started smoking as well. His daughter came out, grabbing his leg and saying, "Daddy, don't smoke. Smoking is not what a good child does." Gao Daqiang put away his cigarettes, bent down to pick up his daughter, and said, "Daddy is useless. I let you be bullied in kindergarten." As he spoke, a tear fell from his eye. His daughter gently wiped away his tears and said, "Daddy, don't cry. Daddy is not useless. Daddy is a hero. They just don't know." In her eyes, he was a hero because when she was very young, her mother showed her his photo and told her that this soldier was her father, a hero. To this day, she still believes he is a hero. However, in kindergarten, she was frequently mocked by classmates because they saw Gao Daqiang as just a laborer. How could a man who only worked as a laborer be considered a hero by his peers? Although she still held on to that belief now. How long could she keep it? Sooner or later, her admiration for Gao Daqiang would fade, and she might even come to look down on his job. This is the harsh reality of society. Gao Daqiang had no words to respond. He was now just a useless man who couldn't find work and could only sell his labor. Suddenly, a smiling young man stood in front of him. "Are you Gao Daqiang?" Gao Daqiang looked at the young man curiously. He was not very old, but seemed unusually mature for his age. "I'm Xiao Yi. I'm here because the country needs you. Are you willing to serve your country?" Xiao Yi asked. A surge of pride welled up in Gao Daqiang's heart as he gave a military salute. Gao Daqiang is always ready to serve the country. Xiao Yi looked at the strong man in front of him, and a scene flashed in his mind. Gao Daqiang, wearing a suit of iron armor, leading a team of mecha soldiers, using his body to block a breach in the city wall, buying half an hour of time for the repairs with his flesh and blood. But he and his team never returned. This mission is very difficult. It could be fatal, and there will be no support or supplies. You will rely solely on yourselves. Most importantly, the country will not acknowledge your actions. Are you still willing? Xiao Yi asked seriously. Gao Daqiang took a deep breath and slowly replied, I just want to know, what is the mission? Rescue Yuan Jing. Xiao Yi's voice was soft, but it sounded like thunder in Gao Daqiang's ears. Finally, this day had come. Tears sparkled in Gao Daqiang's eyes. With a loud clap, Gao Daqiang saluted his daughter. I vow to complete the mission. His daughter also raised her little arm, imitating her father's salute. Xiao Yi stroked the girl's face and said, Your daddy is a great hero, a true hero. But only you can see that. After leaving Gao Daqiang's home, Xiao Yi hurriedly said to Zhao Taizhu, We need to find Gu Linxing. The car quickly turned around and headed toward the outskirts. You can completely arrange for us to do this. You have important responsibilities, Zhao Taizhu said, looking at the weary Xiao Yi. After just attending a meeting, Xiao Yi hurried to find Gao Daqiang and Gu Linxing. Although young, he couldn't keep up with it all. Xiao Yi said, These two people must be invited by me personally. They are related to the fate of humanity. Besides, I can sleep in the car, it's no problem. After saying this, Xiao Yi closed his eyes and quickly fell asleep. In Jiangqing City, at the grand private room of Mingho Hotel, a group of well-dressed men and women were socializing. This was a reunion for the high school alumni of Chili Middle School, the first since graduation. Organized by the former class monitor, Guo Liming. He is now a regional manager at a Fortune 500 company, living quite well. Among the alumni, the one doing the best was Li Mingho, who came from a wealthy family. As soon as he walked into the hall, he was warmly greeted by Guo Liming and attracted the attention of many female classmates. There was no way around it. Being born with a silver spoon, Li Mingho started his entrepreneurial journey in college with a substantial investment from his father. Knowing his own limitations, he recruited several smart classmates to establish several mobile application businesses. Although most of the applications failed, one food delivery app suddenly became popular, capturing a portion of the market. He successfully navigated through 3 rounds of financing, turning it into a publicly listed company. Now, he was thriving, worth billions, and had become a standard success story. Are all the classmates here? This is our first reunion in 10 years since graduation, Li Mingho said proudly, wanting everyone to see that he was not a useless rich kid, but an elite entrepreneur. Most have arrived, just missing that oddball Gu Linxing, Guo Liming replied. A female classmate scoffed, that loser? Whether he comes or not is irrelevant. He was the top student among us and got into Shuima University, but look at him now, still living off his parents. Yeah, he is short and looks disheveled. I saw him by the roadside a few days ago and thought he was a scavenger, so I even gave him my empty drink bottle. Haha. Another female classmate in a low-cut evening gown laughed exaggeratedly, occasionally bending over to draw Li Mingho's attention. Gu Linxing, I really want to see him. I remember he said I would end up as a failure, just a good-for-nothing. Now I'm curious to see his expression when he realizes he was wrong. Li Mingho said. Guo Liming responded, I've arranged for 2 people to go to his house. We must get him here today. Li Mingho was covering all the expenses, and Guo Liming understood the conflict between him and Gu Linxing, so he emphasized the importance of bringing Gu Linxing along. If we can't invite him, we'll have to bring him by force. In a resettlement community at the urban-rural fringe, Gu Linxing was typing away at his computer. Son, Aunt Wu next door has introduced a match for you. She is quite nice looking. You should meet her tomorrow, Gu Mama said while sweeping the floor. Gu Linxing ignored her. He is not young anymore, nearing 30, and has participated in several blind dates. However, each outing ended in disappointment, as he never heard from anyone again after settling the bill. There's nothing one can do. It's an era that values appearance. He has neglected his appearance for years, with hair as messy as a bird's nest and always wearing glasses on his nose. Whenever he opens his mouth, he bombards people with various technical terms, Morse code, the 7 wonders of the world, Turing's analysis, and so on, which quickly kills the conversation, leading to endless awkwardness. Despite being labeled a genius, he can't find a confidant. Sigh, it seems no one wants you anymore. Why don't you find a proper job instead of fiddling with the computer at home every day? What good is that? His mother complained. I think you should just smash that computer. You're a graduate from a prestigious university. How come you can't land a decent job? His father chimed in, lamenting how neighbors once envied them for having a good son when he got into university. But now, looking at him, he seems useless, spending all day either typing away or reading, unable to find a proper job. Gu Linxing retorted, what kind of jobs are those anyway? They're just scams. I'm not going. Some online lending companies had approached him for software development, but upon sensing their ulterior motives, he hacked their servers. Now, the software industry knows him as the mad genius who doesn't develop software properly, but instead causes destruction. Gradually, he was blacklisted by various companies, and no one dared to hire him anymore. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Gu Linxing's mother opened it to find two classmates entering, who grabbed him on either side and said, "On the orders of class leader Gua, we're taking you to the class reunion. Let's go?" Gu Linxing didn't want to go, but his parents encouraged him to attend. After all, it was a good opportunity for socializing, and it would be best to find a good job. Especially since he heard a classmate is now a big boss of a listed company. Perhaps some flattering words could land him a good job. Chapter 13. Once the envy of others, now kneel before me. At Mingho Hotel, Li Mingho impatiently checked his watch and said, "Why hasn't Gu Linxing arrived yet?" Guo Liming quickly replied, "He is on his way, Mr. Li. Why are you so concerned about this guy?" Several girls nearby leaned in to listen, especially those in low-cut evening dresses, who almost pressed against Li Mingho. Li Mingho smirked. Back when he got into that university, he flaunted it in front of me. I told him that getting into that school isn't that impressive. Let's see who has greater achievements in 10 years. Whoever loses will kneel and admit defeat. Li Mingho adjusted his collar and said, "Today marks that 10-year promise. I can't wait to see him kneel and bow to me." The girl in the low-cut dress immediately scoffed. Some people think there's something special just because they excel in academics. Haha, good grades but can't navigate society. They're still useless. This Gu Linxing is a typical example of a failure. Another heavily made-up girl added, "These poor people always lack self-awareness." Surprisingly, when compared to our General Li, he was born at the finish line. No matter how hard he works his entire life, he can never catch up to General Li, let alone surpass him. Guo Liming suddenly realized that he had been puzzled about why Li Mingho was so determined to hold this reunion, and even emphasized that no one could be absent. In fact, Li Mingho not only covered the meal expenses for everyone attending the reunion, but also paid for their round-trip tickets and 5-star hotel accommodations. Now he understood that this was a way to thoroughly humiliate Gu Linxing, the once prominent figure from back in the day. Years ago, Gu Linxing had entered Xuemu University with the highest score in the city, enjoying a moment of glory, and people constantly compared Li Mingho with Gu Linxing. There was no way around it. After all, Li Mingho had scored less than 200 points. At that time, Li Mingho lost face. Now, he intended to reclaim all of it and make Gu Linxing look bad, showing everyone that being good at studying meant nothing if one was still a failure. Gu Linxing was practically carried in by two male classmates, and as soon as he entered the door, he was met with a wave of ridicule. "Oh, is this our Xuemu pride, Gu Linxing? Doesn't he look like he's doing too well? That outfit probably cost only 100. A boy immediately chimed in. "Who said that? It definitely costs more than 100. I'd say around 250. Laughter erupted at the boy's comment. Gu Linxing had been too arrogant back in the day and didn't know how to get along with others, making him an enemy to almost every classmate. He had been the golden child in his parents' eyes, the one they compared to others. So, every student who had faced difficulties had harbored resentment towards Gu Linxing. However, since he had been admitted to Xuemu University, they had to hide their animosity. Now, this once prominent figure was doing worse than a beggar, and everyone could finally vent their childhood grievances during this reunion. "Gu Linxing, do you still remember me?" Surrounded by his classmates, Li Mingho strode confidently towards Gu Linxing, looking down at him with disdain in his eyes. In this world, success is often measured by wealth. With a fortune exceeding 100 million, Li Mingho was undoubtedly considered successful. No matter how brilliant Gu Linxing's mind was, it didn't matter. He would still be laughed at. Without money or economic power, even the smartest brain was just seen as worthless in their eyes. Gu Linxing looked up at Li Mingho and shook his head. Indeed, he only cared about his studies and never remembered anything else. "You worthless person, you don't even recognize our General Li. He is the pride of our class." A low-necked girl seized the moment to praise Li Mingho, making him feel quite pleased. "I remember you, Gu Linxing, were also the pride of our class back then. Now it seems you're just a bookworm who only knows how to study. Obviously, that's of no use, just a failure," a boy remarked. Li Mingho said, "I am Li Mingho. When you got into Xuemu University, didn't you say, 'Let us see whose achievements are greater in 10 years. Whoever achieves more wins. And the loser has to bow to the winner.' Do you remember?" Gu Linxing couldn't recognize Li Mingho's appearance, but he remembered the incident clearly. He lowered his head, tightly biting his jaw, unable to say a word. He felt that his talents were going to waste, with no opportunity to utilize them. If it were a chaotic time, he was confident he would stand out. But now, in a peaceful era, his abilities were of no use. He was also unwilling to engage in actions that went against his conscience. Although such actions could earn a lot of money, he refused to do so. Therefore, he was still stuck at the very bottom. "It seems you remember now, so fulfill your promise and kneel," Li Mingho shouted loudly. He looked proudly at his classmates behind him, exuding a sense of dominance. once labeled as a rich second generation and looked down upon by Gu Linxing. Now he was determined to show Gu Linxing who the real successful person was. Kneel, urged a female classmate in a low-cut top, fanning the flames. In her bid to attract Li Mingho's attention, she was willing to go to great lengths. Kneel and admit defeat, said class monitor Guo Liming. Those eager to curry favor with power began to cheer. They felt a thrill, as the once proud figure was about to kneel before everyone. A chance to repay the beatings they endured from their parents over the years. Kneel. The classmates began to chant rhythmically. Li Mingho grabbed Gu Linxing's chin and lifted it, glaring fiercely as he said, "Kneel down quickly, or else I'll find someone to help you kneel. I'll do it. If he doesn't kneel, I'll force him down. Not only kneel, but he should also bow and admit defeat to Mr. Li," a male classmate declared. Two other male classmates stepped forward, holding Gu Linxing down and pushing his head, intent on making him kneel. Gu Linxing felt this was the greatest humiliation of his life. But he couldn't voice it, only gritting his teeth and enduring in silence. He indeed felt frustrated with his current situation and believed he was underappreciated. However, this was reality. Still, he continued to resist silently, refusing to kneel. Li Mingho glanced at Guo Liming and exchanged a look. Guo Liming nodded, raised his foot, and aimed a hefty kick at Gu Linxing's knee, trying to knock him down. Today, they wouldn't tee back down until Mr. Li received a kneel from him. Li Mingho laughed and took out his phone to start recording, wanting to capture this moment as the most glorious record of his life. But in the next moment, he couldn't laugh anymore, as Gu Linxing did not kneel. Instead, it was Guo Liming who fell down, rolling on the ground while clutching his leg in pain. The sound of Guo Liming's anguished cries indicated that his leg was likely broken. A burly man withdrew his foot and glared at the surroundings. The once noisy classmates fell silent, realizing that this man was not to be trifled with. Under the man's fierce glare, the classmates holding Gu Linxing hurriedly let go and stepped aside. "Who are you?" Li Mingho asked in terror. He could tell that this man exuded a murderous aura, clearly someone who had seen blood. "You don't have the right to ask." Zhao Taizhu helped Gu Linxing up, completely dismissing Li Mingho's question. "You, as one of the top 10 outstanding youth representatives in the city and a star entrepreneur in the province, how do I not have the right to ask?" Li Mingho insisted. "Even if your father were here, you still wouldn't have the right to ask." A young man walked in steadily, his tone carrying a hint of displeasure. He approached Gu Linxing and asked, "Are you Gu Linxing?" Gu Linxing nodded. The newcomer was naturally Xiao Yi. "I heard you were betting?" Xiao Yi inquired. Gu Linxing remained silent. Li Mingho saw an opportunity and quickly said, "That's right. I made a bet with Gu Linxing 10 years ago to see who would achieve more in 10 years. The loser has to kneel and bow in front of everyone." Gu Linxing clenched his jaw tightly, seemingly very angry and distressed. He wasn't someone who would go back on his word, but he was unconvinced. He had all the talent, but no opportunity to showcase it, which made him feel wronged. Xiao Yi looked at Li Mingho with interest, raised an eyebrow, and said with a half-smile, "Is that so? Well, you can kneel now." This statement immediately caused an uproar. The girl in the low-cut dress clearly recognized Xiao Yi's extraordinary demeanor and also saw that Zhao Taizhu was not an ordinary person. But she still wanted to leave a good impression on Li Mingho, so she stepped forward and said, "Mr. Li is now the CEO of a listed company with assets worth billions. Of course, Mr. Li has won." Xiao Yi glanced at the woman with disdain and said, "Let me ask you, whose achievements are greater, an academician of the Academy of Sciences or a CEO of a listed company?" The woman replied nervously, "Of course. They cannot be compared. Academicians are the pillars of the nation. No matter how rich a businessman is, they can't compare." Xiao Yi then turned to face Gu Linxing, took out an appointment letter, and said, "Gu Linxing, on behalf of the National Mobilization Expert Group, I officially inform you that from now on, you are specially appointed as a member of the National Mobilization Expert Group, enjoying national allowances, and you are awarded the title of Academician of the Academy of Sciences." Silence. Quiet. Stillness. Tranquility. As soon as Xiao Yi finished speaking, all sounds stopped, and even Gu Liming, who was crouched down in despair, dared not move. The twist was so dramatic that everyone was left in shock. Just moments ago, he was merely a disheveled bookworm, and in the blink of an eye, he transformed into a great scientist that everyone could only look up to. What had just happened? How could this be possible? Li Mingho's mind was buzzing. How did this happen? Why did such a reversal occur just when Gu Linxing was about to concede? Had he actually lost? Gu Linxing was even more confused. He stared blankly at Xiao Yi, unable to utter a word. However, a passionate feeling was growing in his heart, a realization that he had finally met someone who understood him. His spring had finally arrived. The nation had finally recognized his talent. Xiao Yi turned and disdainfully glanced at Li Mingho, then said, "You can kneel and bow now. If you need assistance, this Captain Zhao, who is in charge of the security for important individuals, can help you." Zhao Taizhu stepped forward with a smile, casting a sinister glance at Li Mingho, and asked, "Do you need my help?" Feeling the icy killing intent radiating from Zhao Taizhu, Li Mingho's legs trembled. Thud, Li Mingho knelt down. Faced with Xiao Yi and Zhao Taizhu, Li Mingho knew he had no choice but to obey. He couldn't muster any thoughts of resistance, even though he was the chairman of a company with assets worth billions. When confronted with a figure of national significance, he could only submit. A term kept echoing in his mind, one that Xiao Yi had mentioned earlier, National Mobilization Expert Team. Today he had vaguely heard that the country had formed a National Mobilization Expert Team, which held power above all organizations and was directly governed from the highest level. Unexpectedly, he learned of the existence of this expert team today and encountered its members. Moreover, the person he had always wanted to trample upon, Gu Linxing, was also part of this team. Xiao Yi glanced at the obediently kneeling Li Mingho and said dundonduk, "At least you know what's good for you." Xiao Yi turned to leave with Gu Linxing but paused midway to say, "Oh, you should notify Gu Linxing's family that he has been called up by the state. They probably won't see him for a while, so tell them not to worry too much." Li Mingho quickly stood up and said, "I'll go personally. Rest assured, leader." Xiao Yi looked at him with curiosity, then turned again and walked out of the Mingho Hotel with Gu Linxing. Inside the hotel, several people came over to comfort Li Mingho, especially a low-necked female classmate who said, "Mr. Li, these people are suspicious. Shouldn't we call the police?" Slap. A loud slap landed on the face of the low-necked female classmate. Li Mingho, filled with anger, said in a low voice, "What do you understand? This is the most mysterious organization in the country, holding the greatest power. Do you want me to jump into the fire pit?" The low-necked female classmate dared not speak, only trembling with tears in her eyes, trying to hold back her tears. "You all don't understand, so don't say anything. This young man, I can't see through him either, but don't you find this strong man familiar?" Li Mingho said. Seeing the puzzled expressions on people's faces, Li Mingho, frustrated, added, "Think carefully. Haven't you seen him around several important figures?" Someone pulled out their phone to check, and soon a gasp of realization echoed through the room. Indeed, in many news photos, the figure of this burly man could be found. "Now do you understand? We can't afford to offend them," Li Mingho said as he picked up his phone and dialed a number, saying, "Hurry and drive to the hotel entrance." "What? Class reunion? Forget it. First, go to Gu Linxing's house to report safety. That's the top priority." Chapter 15. First task. Relocation of the capital countdown. 177 days. To the conference hall. Outside the conference hall, Xiao Yi hurriedly walked in and nearly bumped into someone. Just as he was about to apologize, he heard an exclamation, "Xiao Yi, what are you doing here?" Looking up, he realized it was his laboratory director. Xiao Yi knew that today's expanded expert group meeting included top experts from various industries. The laboratory director was also one of the invited experts. However, Xiao Yi didn't have time to talk to him. He was very busy. The meeting was about to start, and he still had some materials to collect. He didn't say anything and hurriedly ran over. The laboratory director was furious. If it weren't for the high-level nature of the meeting, he would have made Xiao Yi reflect on his behavior and scolded him thoroughly right on the spot. "Stop. Is this a place you can just barge into? What are you doing here?" The director said in a low voice, afraid of disturbing others. But he felt he had to discipline this disobedient student. Xiao Yi had to stop. "Are you a volunteer here to assist with the conference? Speak quickly. Where's the meeting room?" "Take me there," the director said. Xiao Yi shook his head and pointed in the direction of the meeting room, saying, "The meeting room is over there. You can go by yourself. I'm very busy." Seeing that Xiao Yi brushed him off so casually, the director became even angrier. "You wait. Once the meeting is over, I'll settle this with you properly." Xiao Yi smiled faintly. "Oh really? I doubt you will." After saying that, he didn't look back and hurried away. The director was trembling with anger. He was determined to report this to the school and have this guy expelled. Such a disrespectful student didn't deserve to be his pupil. Realizing time was running out, he hurried a few steps and walked into the meeting room. Sitting down in a corner, there was nothing he could do. Although he was a prominent figure at Chuda University, here, he was just an inconsequential person. An intense meeting was about to begin. Fang Weizheng was sitting at the head, while Qian Linsen sat next to him. The other seats were filled with people, including elderly individuals with gray hair and those in their prime. This group consisted of scientists who had made outstanding contributions to the nation or heads of various departments. All leading figures and elite experts in their respective fields. They all silently looked at the podium, their minds filled with uncertainty. Although they all sensed that something significant was about to happen, the high standards of this meeting still caught them off guard. Fang Weizheng was the leader of the National Academy of Sciences, and Qian Linsen was the leader of National Strategic Research. Each of them was a renowned figure. But now both were present at the same meeting, which was extremely rare. "Why hasn't it started yet?" asked an elderly scientist, the academic leader in materials science. Fang Weizheng replied, "Sorry, we're still waiting for one person." Someone curiously asked, "Who is it? We actually have to wait for him?" Qian Linsen smiled and said, "Please be patient. He is the key figure of this meeting, an important member of our National Mobilization Expert Group, and a special advisor to our expert group. Just as his words fell, a young man hurriedly walked in and immediately sat down next to Fang Weijing. The elderly scientists couldn't help but twitch their eyes. Could this young man be the special advisor of the expert committee? He looks too young. Sensing the confusion in everyone's eyes, Fang Weijing stood up and said, "Let me introduce someone first." He pointed to the young man beside him and continued, "This is Xiao Yi, the special advisor to the expert committee." The crowd immediately erupted in whispers. Although many of them were not from formal institutions, they were all big names in their respective fields. When they heard about the formation of a nationwide expert mobilization committee, they were already anxious, unsure of what significant events were unfolding. Now, seeing such a young special advisor, they became restless, unable to contain their emotions. Moreover, no one had heard of Xiao Yi before. The only person who had was the director of a laboratory at Tsinghua University, who was sitting in the corner of the conference room. When this director came to the meeting, he was quite pleased with himself, believing he was the only one from Tsinghua University qualified to attend. Although he could only sit in the corner, he felt quite accomplished. After all, he was the only one from the university eligible to participate. However, seeing Xiao Yi seated in the third position left him in shock. Just moments ago, he had planned to reprimand Xiao Yi and even considered having him expelled from the school. Now, he wondered if he might be expelled from the expert committee himself. But why was Xiao Yi sitting there? Just yesterday, he was still his student, a student who was only fit to help him carry packages and clean house. How did he become the special advisor of the expert committee, holding the highest authority in the nationwide mobilization? Fang Weijing stood up and said, "I'm sure you all know that under the directives from above, we have established the Nationwide Expert Mobilization Committee. The committee holds the highest authority and reports directly to the top. It has absolute command over any department or institution. Let me introduce the members of the committee. I, Fang Weijing, am the head of the committee. This is Qian Linson, whom you all know, the deputy head. And this is Xiao Yi, the special advisor." This was the first expanded meeting of the committee, so elites from various fields were invited to participate. Now, let's invite special advisor Xiao Yi to outline the first step of the action plan, Fang Weijing said. The laboratory director looked at Xiao Yi in horror, trembling uncontrollably. He truly didn't understand what was happening. Most importantly, he feared whether Xiao Yi would seek revenge, undermine him, or even frame him. However, the facts proved that he was underestimating Xiao Yi's character. Throughout the session, Xiao Yi didn't even glance at him, which made him even more uncomfortable, as Xiao Yi was completely ignoring him. Xiao Yi stood up and said, "The first agenda today is to discuss an important proposal, relocating the capital." The crowd couldn't help but stir. Xiao Yi's opening statement was so shocking, so extraordinary. Someone couldn't resist asking, why relocate the capital? Relocating a capital brings many challenges. There are only a few countries in the world that have ever made such a move, and the outcomes have often been less than favorable. Relocation is an extremely significant event with serious implications. It cannot be taken lightly. In Chapter 16, Circumstances Create Heroes. Fang Weijing waved his hand. The core members of the expert team understand why we are relocating the capital. I gathered you here to discuss the feasibility of the relocation plan, including timelines and key considerations. Whether or not to relocate is not up to you. The crowd immediately fell into discussion again. Xiao Yi raised his voice. This is not the time for private discussions. I just want to ask the heads of various ministries how long it would take to move your departments to the new capital. An expert from the Ministry of Education stood up and said, "We need to first draft a plan, select a site, construct new offices, transfer equipment, and ensure hardware and software integration. We would need at least 5 years. 5 years is not actually a long time. Other countries have taken years to prepare for a capital relocation. The Ming Dynasty's Emperor Zhu Di spent over a decade preparing for the move to the capital." Xiao Yi shook his head. "That's too long. Eliminate all procedures and give me a rough estimate." Feeling embarrassed by being reprimanded by someone so young, the Education Ministry expert replied, "Well, this is already quite fast." Xiao Yi looked around and asked, "Who is the second expert from the Ministry of Education?" Each sector had sent its top 3 experts and heads to the meeting. The second expert, a man in his 50s, adjusted his glasses and said, "If we streamline some procedures, it would still take 4.5 years." Xiao Yi, dissatisfied, asked, "Who is the third head?" A man in his 40s stood up and said, "I am. How much time do you need if we prioritize speed?" Xiao Yi inquired. The man hesitated, glancing at the first and second experts. Xiao Yi coldly said, "Ignore the others. Just give me your personal assessment." Straightening his back, the man replied, "If all procedures and approvals are eliminated, 1 year would be sufficient." The crowd erupted in commotion. Moving a department to the new capital in just 1 year seemed utterly unrealistic. Even relocating a department within a county-level city typically takes 3 years. Xiao Yi slightly shook his head, still not enough. The man was taken aback. clearly thinking his estimate was already astonishing. Seeing Xiao Yi's expectant gaze, he suddenly clapped his thigh and said, "If all departments cooperate and I have sufficient authority for coordination and personnel adjustments, 3 months, no, 1 month, would be enough." The crowd erupted again. Moving a ministerial department directly from the old capital to the new capital in just 1 month was simply absurd. People looked at him as if he were insane. However, Xiao Yi did not share that view. He suddenly became very calm. "What is your name?" "Advisor." "I am Qiu Darren," the man replied loudly. "Qiu Darren, you were once a primary school teacher who transformed an ordinary school into a provincial key school by establishing the Qiu reading method. Then he was transferred to the research office, and due to his outstanding performance, he was promoted multiple times. The national emphasis on the national quality education system you presided over led to your exceptional promotion to the Ministry of Education," Xiao Yi said slowly. Qiu Darren was taken aback. He did not expect Xiao Yi to be aware of his background. This was unimaginable. However, he didn't know that his name had appeared in the 512 kilobytes file, which was why Xiao Yi paid special attention to it. "I will give you everything you need. Do you dare to pledge to complete the overall relocation of the Ministry of Education within a month?" Xiao Yi asked. Qiu Darren stood tall and replied, "I dare." Simple and direct, his response revealed his true nature, aggressive and straightforward. This was also the reason he was promoted despite the odds. Xiao Yi nodded and said, "We are in extraordinary times. Perhaps you don't know yet, but in a month and a half, a nationwide mobilization order will be issued, putting us into the most urgent state. All bureaucratic procedures will be abolished. What we need is the decisiveness and practical spirit of someone like Qiu Darren." The first and second experts of the Ministry of Education looked somewhat pale. They were uneasy but, due to the absolute power of this expert group, did not dare to voice their concerns. Xiao Yi turned to exchange glances with Feng Weizheng and Qianlin Sun, then announced, "I hereby promote Qiu Darren to the head of the Ministry of Education." He looked at the former first and second experts and added, "As for you too, all your positions are revoked, and you will wait for the new head to reassign your duties. Now, you are to be removed from this meeting and may not participate in any further sessions." The former head stood up, trembling, and said, "I have contributed to the country for so many years. You have no right to dismiss me." Xiao Yi replied calmly, "Unfortunately, I do. In peacetime, you may have been a good leader, but in extraordinary times, you are too rigid. Therefore, you must be eliminated." 2 soldiers approached and escorted the 2 out of the conference room. The previously noisy room fell silent, so quiet that one could almost hear the heartbeat of the people. In the observation room next to the conference room, an elderly man had been quietly watching everything unfold. Seeing how decisively Xiao Yi handled the first and second heads of the Ministry of Education, he smiled slightly and said, "This young man, I didn't see it coming. He is decisive and daring, truly a talent." Xiao Taizhu chuckled, "I think so too. I've spent more time with him these past few days, and I'm puzzled why I hadn't heard of him before." The elder smiled faintly. "Times create heroes. Without Zhang Jiao's yellow turban army, Liu Bei would just be a sandal seller, Guan Yu a vendor, and Zhang Fei a butcher. It was Zhang Jiao that allowed Liu Guan and Zhang to become famous for their brotherhood. If it weren't for the invasion of the star beasts, Xiao Yi might just be a researcher, continuing his mundane life." The elder stood up and said while walking, "Our generation is the same. Times create heroes, and times also need heroes. Let us go. There is no need to worry about Xiao Yi. He can handle everything. I have confidence in him." In the conference room, discussions were still ongoing as department after department began to present their relocation plans. A large number of rigid and conventional leaders were removed by Xiao Yi, replaced by a new generation of dynamic individuals in their 30s and 40s. There was even a department with a leader in their 20s, which caused a stir among the attendees. As the relocation plans from various departments were nearly finalized, the schedules indicated that the fastest completion would be in 1 month, while the slowest would take 3 months. This met Xiao Yi's requirements. Chapter 17. Constructing a great iron wall. Groups of servers entered with lunchboxes, distributing them to the attendees. An elderly expert with white hair chuckled and said, "This is my first time eating a lunchbox at such a high-end meeting. It feels quite nice." Another expert nearby nodded in agreement, stating, "This is indeed a highly efficient meeting. I'm very interested in the upcoming topics. What do you think will follow the discussion on the relocation?" Before an answer could be given, Xiao Yi's voice rang out again. "Let's move on to the next topic." A large map of the Great Zhou Kingdom appeared on the big screen, with a circle drawn around the area centered on the capital of Chu. Xiao Yi said, "The second topic is to construct a 10,000-mile-long, 100-meter-high iron wall around the new imperial capital." The sound of spoons dropping echoed throughout the room. "What does this mean? An iron wall for defense? How can a wall protect against planes, shells, and missiles?" Xiao Yi continued, using the capital of Chu as the center. "We will build a 100-meter-wide, 10,000-mile-long iron wall with an 800-kilometer radius." Construction Department, How long will it take? People began to realize that this was serious. Building such a grand wall seemed insane. A plump man stood up and said, I am Fu Daqiang, head of the construction department. Given our current conditions, constructing such a monumental project would take at least 20 years, and that is assuming a sufficient supply of raw materials. Xiao Yi frowned. I will meet all your conditions. What is the fastest time you can manage? Fu Daqiang, 54 years old and in the prime of his career, was not intimidated by Xiao Yi's drastic actions that had shocked others. He had a solid educational background, having graduated from the engineering department of Shuimu University, and had worked in the construction department for many years, believing that his role was irreplaceable. Moreover, he had connections. Meet all my conditions? I need 100 million workers, but that's impossible, Fu Daqiang replied, shrugging his shoulders. Xiao Yi calmly stated, I will provide you with 100 million workers. Fu Daqiang sneered, what I need are skilled workers. What you're offering are just new recruits. They need training and practical experience to become competent workers. Plus, with material preparation, at least 5 years are required. Xiao Yi frowned and said, I give you 3 months, at most 4 months. Can you complete it? Fu Daqiang laughed heartily. You, an outsider, don't understand. This is engineering, not a game. It's not about shouting slogans. If shouting slogans could accomplish tasks, I would stand on the street and shout every day. 3 months, for months, it's impossible. Xiao Yi sighed and said, Fu Daqiang, you were once an ambitious man, but your current position has caused you to lose yourself. I initially wanted to give you another chance, but you have disappointed me too much. People may fear you, but I do not. I am an expert in construction, and when I say it cannot be done, it cannot be done. If you have the ability, go ahead and remove me, Fu Daqiang said defiantly. Xiao Yi coldly replied, remove you? What you have done over the years is not something as simple as being dismissed. At that moment, a soldier hurriedly walked in and handed a piece of paper to Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi picked up the paper and gently placed it on the table, saying, just now, a team from the Anti-Corruption Bureau went to a place called Building 8, 8th floor, Room 8 in Wulong Community, and found a total of 500 million in cash inside. Fu Daqiang's face turned pale instantly. Xiao Yi continued, the owner of this house is Pei Ju, and Pei Ju has a daughter named Fu Silly, who, coincidentally, is your wife. Moreover, we found 2 other similar residences, one with 100 million in cash and another with 150 million in cash. Xiao Yi looked at Fu Daqiang, who was trembling like a sieve. I am curious, what do you need so much money for? Fu Daqiang was at a loss for words. His earlier arrogance replaced by fear. 2 soldiers came forward and directly escorted him out. Xiao Yi scanned the crowd and then asked, where is Shen Lin? A man in his 40s with a square face suddenly stood up and said, here, I will give you 3 months, at most 4 months. Can you complete this construction? Xiao Yi asked the man. Shen Lin was also one of those names in the precious data of 512 kilobytes, each byte containing significant meaning. Shen Lin took out a calculator and began to calculate frantically, while Xiao Yi waited patiently. Meanwhile, the people quickly finished their meals, forgetting what they had eaten. After a long time, Shen Lin straightened his chest and said, report, as long as my 2 conditions are met, it can be completed. Speak, said Xiao Yi. I need 300 million workers and unlimited supply of materials. In 4 months, I can build a 150-meter-high iron wall. Shen Lin said firmly. Xiao Yi was intrigued. Shen Lin had given him an unexpected answer. Yes, why not build a 150-meter-high wall? Building from 0 to 1 is difficult, but going from 100 to 150 theoretically wouldn't add much time or burden. However, the crowd below began to stir. 300 million? How is that possible? The country has at most 56 million construction workers, and due to various reasons, that number is declining. Where can we find 300 million workers? An old expert from the construction department shook his head. Others nodded in agreement. Although the construction industry is thriving, it faces discrimination against workers, and the nature of the work is dangerous, so young people are rarely willing to engage in this profession. Don't talk about 300 million. Even gathering 30 million is already extremely difficult. However, Xiao Yi's response shocked everyone. I'll provide you with 400 million workers, and you must complete the project within 4 months. Are you willing to sign a military order? Yes, Shen Lin said passionately. The reason for Shen Lin's excitement was that Xiao Yi had managed to take down Fu Daqiang, a major corrupt figure. Shen Lin's position in the Ministry of Construction was far from being a senior one. He didn't even rank in the top 10. However, because the ministry was under Fu Daqiang's control, those above him were either bought off or dared not oppose him. Fu Daqiang had always acted with impunity. When the nationwide mobilization expert team requested the top 3 leaders to attend the meeting, Fu Daqiang found it unnecessary. He just grabbed Shen Lin, thinking that he could handle it alone since everyone else had to listen to him. Unexpectedly, Fu Daqiang was taken down on the spot, giving Shen Lin a great opportunity to showcase his ambitions. After being stuck in the ministry for so long, Finally having a chance to demonstrate his talents made him feel exhilarated. Meanwhile, others were left in shock, wondering where 400 million workers would come from. Would they just fall from the sky? As the meeting dispersed, people's minds were still occupied with what had just transpired. They were overwhelmed with shock and confusion. What was the country trying to do? Why such a massive mobilization? Relocation of the capital. Building a 1,000-mile steel wall. 400 million construction workers. The highest order of mobilization. Such a young team of expert advisors. Moreover, the decisiveness with which dozens of officials from various institutions were removed in just one afternoon was astonishing. A thought suddenly emerged in everyone's mind. Something significant was about to happen. Although most people had left the meeting, it was still ongoing. This time, it was a meeting of the core expert team for nationwide mobilization and a few remaining elites from various industries. Feng Wei nodded at Xiao Yi and said, "Please introduce the situation to everyone. You know the most about the whole affair." Yes, Xiao Yi nodded and said, "The remaining participants are experts in finance, agriculture, and materials. Now, there is a proposition we must address today. How to ensure the material supply for the 1,000-mile steel wall within 4 months. The screen lit up, revealing a large map of the Zhou Kingdom, with the capital marked by a red, indicating the new capital after the relocation. An 800-kilometer radius was drawn around the red dot, marking the construction site for the steel wall. Although they had already heard about such a grand project, seeing the visuals on the screen stirred up immense excitement and enthusiasm among everyone present. This is an unprecedented achievement. What does it matter that the first emperor built the Great Wall, or that a certain emperor excavated the Grand Canal, or that the Suez Canal was constructed? Compared to this massive, unprecedented, and unparalleled grand project, everything else seems like small workshops and minor projects. Only one country in the world can accomplish such a colossal endeavor. And that is our great nation. I am not a blind patriot, nor am I a blind exclusionist. This is a lesson learned through blood. A lesson from the countless parallel worlds of those who came before us, said Xiao Yi. Feng Wei nodded and said, "Many things over the years have proven this point. And I believe everyone is well aware of it." The experts present all nodded in agreement. Indeed, in many instances, the efficiency of foreigners is not even 1/10 of that of our nation. A forest fire of the same scale could burn abroad for half a year. But in our country, with nationwide mobilization, it can be extinguished in a month. The speed of updates at a train station, the speed of replacing a bridge, and many architectural miracles always leave the world in awe. A plague that could cause millions of casualties abroad can be contained here at minimal cost. These are facts that have been verified countless times. However, all of this must be based on sufficient materials. Therefore, our task today is to create a detailed and feasible plan to use our 40 trillion in foreign exchange reserves to acquire as many resources as possible, including oil, steel, minerals, food, and so on. Xiao Yi's gaze turned to the experts. This topic is indeed too vast. Injecting 40 trillion into the foreign exchange market would undoubtedly cause a seismic shock, triggering an avalanche and leading to a significant devaluation of currency in certain regions. If we do this, we might end up with less than 1/10 of the resources in return. This is something we must absolutely avoid. The experts began to analyze the situation nervously. At this moment, a slender young man timidly raised his hand. Xiao Yi noticed him immediately and said, "Please speak." The young man adjusted his glasses and said shyly, "I am a researcher from the Financial Research Office. My name is Wang Xinglin. I once published a paper discussing how to use all foreign exchange reserves to obtain more tangible goods. Unfortunately, the title of the paper was too radical, and it was not published." Xiao Yi chuckled. "That is not unfortunate, but rather fortunate. If outsiders had known about your paper, it would have been meaningless. Please elaborate on your plan." Wang Xinglin initially appeared reserved, but once he began discussing his expertise, he became quite eloquent. This is a common trait among those with extensive knowledge. First of all, we cannot sell off our foreign exchange reserves, as this would trigger a chain reaction. The saying "more haste, less speed" applies here. Our first step is to create a global panic topic that severely impacts the global energy market. At the same time, we will actively devalue our currency and sell off large amounts of it, causing an appreciation of currency in certain regions. This way, we won't need to directly sell our foreign exchange reserves. Instead, we can use our reserves to exchange for various materials we need in the international market. This will significantly reduce the impact on the foreign exchange market. Of course, it's easier said than done, but I have a specific implementation plan for discussion. After Wang Xinglin finished speaking, he wiped the sweat off his forehead. This was his first time presenting his views in front of so many prominent figures. In the hierarchical academic world, he, as a minor figure, rarely had such opportunities. However, this nationwide mobilization of experts fulfilled his wish. A document was quickly printed out and distributed, with Wang Xinglin picking up a copy to explain. As for the first step, to my knowledge, we already have topics that can be used directly. We have a secret research project on new energy. The alcohol-like energy produced from processed crops can perfectly replace petroleum. It's just that due to the scarcity of arable land in our country, and for strategic reasons, we cannot reduce the area of farmland. So this research has been kept under wraps. As long as we promote this research a little and showcase the results, oil prices will definitely plummet, allowing us to purchase freely, Wang Xinglin stated. An international trade expert added, moreover, we can buy discreetly, without exposing our targets. We have agents in various countries who can help us quietly purchase crude oil. Once the tankers leave port, we will dictate the destination of the oil. The last time international oil prices plummeted, our country's oil reserves were built up at minimal cost this way. Chapter 19. The hurricane team emerges. Several experts quickly added their opinions, and soon a plan regarding crude oil took shape. As for steel, we also have a solution. The Ministry of Construction needs to issue a document to control infrastructure, cooling down the current real estate market while halting many large projects, such as postponing the construction of the world's largest dam and delaying high-speed rail projects. Our country is the largest steel consumer in the world. Once this policy is introduced, the prices of various materials, including iron ore, will plummet. At that point, we can exchange foreign currency for steel and iron ore through intermediaries, Wang Xinglin confidently explained. We have already infiltrated the boards of the Saltwater Valley in one country and the mining project in another country through intermediaries. All transactions will be executed swiftly, Wang Xinglin said. I also have detailed plans for the exchange rate and futures markets, primarily to devalue our currency initially and then gradually release our reserves. By the time others understand our motives, we will have already released at least 30 trillion in foreign exchange reserves. As for the final trillion, we'll just take as much as we can get, Wang Xinglin said with a casual wave of his hand. How confident are you? Fang Wei asked. Wang Xinglin replied, I have built models for this scenario and conducted thousands of simulations. The results show an 80% probability of success. Xiaoyi nodded in admiration and asked, that's enough. How long will it take to obtain the energy we want? In financial warfare, speed is crucial. The results will be clear in a month. After a month, our plans will surely be exposed. As for transportation, that's not my forte. That requires the expertise of shipping professionals, Wang Xinglin said. Qian Linson put down the paper and chuckled softly. I'm curious, why did you write such a paper? What were you thinking? If it weren't for this era of nationwide construction, I would really suspect you're crazy. Laughter erupted in the conference room, greatly easing the tense atmosphere. Xiaoyi also let out a long sigh. Wang Xinglin's detailed paper saved hundreds of experts nearly half a month's time. With the imminent threat of the starry armored beasts, everyone was racing against time. This half-month period is of immense significance. Fang Wei clapped his hands and said, good. Now it's time to discuss the details. I announced the establishment of a cross-industry action team focusing on finance, energy, materials, and shipping. The team will be called the Hurricane Team. At the same time, I invite Wang Xinglin to serve as the leader of this Hurricane Team. As Xiaoyi holds multiple responsibilities, I will act as the advisor for the Hurricane Team, assisting them in completing tasks in the shortest time possible. The conference room erupted in applause. This applause was not the usual ceremonial clapping for reports, but heartfelt appreciation. After the applause subsided, Xiaoyi and the experts moved to the second conference room, where agricultural experts had gathered. Xiaoyi got straight to the point. I believe everyone is aware that we will be constructing a steel city wall with an 800-kilometer radius centered here. At the same time, we will relocate the entire population to this area. Therefore, a daunting task lies before you. How to ensure the basic livelihood of our 2 billion people with the existing arable land. People's gazes turned to an elder, Professor Yuan Ping. Xiaoyi was somewhat surprised. Although he knew the elder was well known in the agricultural community, he did not expect such admiration from everyone. At the age of 90, he continued to lead in this field. Professor Yuan Ping prepared to stand up, but Fang Wei and Qian Linson quickly gestured for him to speak while seated. Professor Yuan Ping's speech was slow, but everyone listened with respect. Many years ago, we began researching this issue. How to produce more with the least amount of arable land without compromising quality of life. I can proudly announce that we have solved this problem. Our latest genetically modified rice can mature throughout the year and can be grown in dry, wet, and saline alkali soils. Just now, we discussed and calculated that if the government controls it, by covering the rooftops of all buildings with soil, we can expand the arable land area again. An 800-kilometer radius is sufficient to sustain 2 billion people, Professor Yuan Ping said confidently and boastfully. Xiaoyi let out a gentle sigh. If all work teams operated with such efficiency, he would have absolute confidence in combating the starry sky beasts. Countdown, 176 days. In the home of Gao Daqiang. He packed a few changes of clothes, preparing to go out. His wife called out to him, where are you going? Gao Daqiang hesitated and said, a friend has something. Needs my help. Friends. All you see are your comrades. Be honest, are you going to have some gathering with your comrades again? Wake up, you have a family. You need to earn money, his wife said, somewhat exasperated. Their daughter ran over, tugging at both of her parents' clothes, and said, Mom, Dad is a hero. He won't do bad things. Dad, please don't go. Gao Daqiang patted his daughter's head and said, Be good, Dad is going to be a hero. Wait for me to come back. Okay. Hearing that Dad was going to be a hero, the daughter obediently let go. His wife shot him a glare and said, If you leave, don't come back. If you do, we'll get a divorce. Gao Daqiang's body jolted, but he forced himself not to turn around, simply muttering, Okay. There was another sentence stuck in his throat that he didn't say, which was, As long as I can come back. A Kunlong amphibious aircraft flew silently in the night sky. Inside the cabin, 6 people were checking various equipment. Each face was serious, but there was also excitement. Because their mission this time was to rescue someone, and it was extremely dangerous. They were headed to a highly perilous and chaotic maritime area. Moreover, due to the complex international relations, the country could not provide support for their actions. This was destined to be a covert civilian operation, and also an extremely dangerous one. Yet they were willing to go, not for anything else, but for the needs of their homeland. Just a few days ago, the famous scientist Yi Wanqing's cruise ship was hijacked by pirates, and she was taken hostage. Various forces were maneuvering here, and a national mobilization expert team had also sent personnel to negotiate. However, all signs indicated that it would be very difficult and time-consuming to rescue this scientist through negotiation. But humanity could not wait that long. The construction of the largest particle collider was about to commence, and they urgently needed Yi Wanqing to return to oversee the project. Therefore, Xiaoyi decided to adopt the same approach as other parallel universes to forcibly rescue Yi Wanqing. Chapter 20. Top Secret. Operation Yao Yao has begun. However, their small team could not have too many members, and there would be no outside assistance. At least after entering this area, Xiaoyi couldn't help them. This mission was extremely challenging. Gao Daqiang scanned everyone and asked, All right, let's rehearse once more. Step 1. We land on the water and launch the speedboat to reach the uninhabited island. Step 2. We dive underwater and use underwater propulsion devices to reach the port where the cruise ship is located. Step 3. Locate the cruise ship and find the core power equipment. Step 4. Launch an electromagnetic pulse device to disable the core power equipment, causing a power outage on the cruise ship. Step 5. Infiltrate the target area and rescue the objective. If there is any obstruction, eliminate without hesitation. Step 6. Return the same way. Gao Daqiang finished speaking and then checked the time. The plane had started to descend slowly and landed smoothly on the sea. A speedboat was lowered from the aircraft, and 6 people quickly set off. It was already early morning, and several pirates were dozing off in front of the monitors. Suddenly, all the lights went out at once. The world fell into darkness. What are those crew members doing? One pirate stood up, swaying as he went to turn on the backup power. But strangely, the backup power could not be activated either. Hey, Chief, the backup power won't turn on, the pirate said. The leader walked over, tried it, but to no avail. He took out his phone to make a call, only to find there was no signal. What a bad day, the leader cursed. Chief, could there be a problem? Will someone from the Great Zhou Kingdom come to rescue the person inside? Another pirate said. The leader opened a device and looked at it, saying, The person is still there. No problem. Humph. The Great Zhou Kingdom is just a sleeping lion. What is there to fear? We have backing. The higher-ups said to use all means to delay the negotiation, the longer the better. It would be best to drag it out for a few years. By then, the Great Zhou Kingdom's technology will be outdated. He thought for a moment and pointed at a pirate, saying, You too, go take a look. 2 overweight pirates stood up cursing and headed toward the room where Yi Wanqing was being held. They didn't know that the elite team of 6 led by Gao Daqiang was already lurking around the cruise ship. Gao Daqiang was right outside the railing of Yi Wanqing's room. The 2 pirates went in and took a look around, seeing Yi Wanqing elegantly sitting in the room reading. The 2 felt a bit guilty and nodded before turning to leave. Once they saw the 2 pirates leave, Gao Daqiang quickly jumped in and then saw the still calm Yi Wanqing. Yi Wanqing seemed not the least surprised to see Gao Daqiang. She smiled slightly. You're here? Seeing the real person he could only see on television, Gao Daqiang felt a surge of excitement and said eagerly, Please get ready. We're leaving soon. Yi Wanqing shook her head. There's nothing to prepare. It's all in my head. However, I can't leave. Gao Daqiang was taken aback. It's fine. I can remove the tracking device on your foot right away. They won't be able to track us. Yi Wanqing sighed. Today, they used a new tracker on me. It's embedded in the skin of my arm. If I take it out, they will discover it within 3 seconds. If I go with you, they'll still be able to track my location, which would put your lives in danger. Gao Daqiang grabbed Yi Wanqing's arm, reaching out to feel her slender arm, quickly locating a bump the size of a grain of rice. These cunning mad dogs, Gao Daqiang cursed fiercely and spoke into the intercom. Number 2. Come in immediately. A man in black quickly entered and stood beside Gao Daqiang. Gao Daqiang handed over all his important belongings to the second person and said, Promise me. You must ensure her safe return. The man in black nodded. Gao Daqiang took out a dagger and, with an apologetic expression, said to Yi Wanqing, "It will hurt a bit, hold on." Before Yi Wanqing could react, Gao Daqiang cut open his own arm, then prodded the wound with the knife to make it larger. He seemed completely unfazed by the pain. He then flipped his wrist and cut open Yi Wanqing's arm. Yi Wanqing couldn't help but gasp. She understood what Gao Daqiang was trying to do. He was willing to sacrifice himself for her safety. "No, I can't let you do this," Yi Wanqing said firmly. Covering the wound, Gao Daqiang grasped her arm again and said, "You must go back. The country needs you now. No, you are a person too. You have your own family. I can't push you into danger just for my sake. They won't do anything to me here, but you are different. They might secretly execute you." Yi Wanqing was well aware of the pirates' methods. Her influence was significant. So the pirates would detain her for money and out of fear of repercussions, but they wouldn't dare harm her. However, Gao Daqiang was different. The pirates could dispose of him at will. She didn't want to trade someone else's life for her own freedom. Gao Daqiang said firmly, "Listen to me. The country is facing a major upheaval. This upheaval needs you. The motherland needs you to return now. Trust me, I will come back alive." Yi Wanqing shook her head. "No, we are equals. My life is not worth more than yours. It doesn't matter that I am detained here. They don't dare to touch me." Gao Daqiang sighed and slowly said, "Someone asked me to tell you, the operation has begun." Yi Wanqing's expression changed sharply. This was a code phrase. Gao Daqiang didn't know its meaning, but she did. It was an urgent summons from the motherland. Upon hearing this phrase, she had to return to her country at all costs. This was a code only known to high-level intellectuals like them. She thought she would never hear this phrase in her lifetime, but now it came from the lips of this strong man with a square face. She had to leave. This was a top command. "What is your name?" "I will take care of your family," Yi Wanqing said, no longer hesitating, her eyes filled with tears. Gao Daqiang smiled faintly. "My name is Gao Daqiang. If possible, I hope you can tell my daughter that her father is a hero, not a waste." Yi Wanqing nodded, choking back her emotions, and then extended her arm. Gao Daqiang quickly took out a tracker and inserted it into his wound, saying to the man in black, "You must protect her safety with your life." "Yes." The man in black saluted and then pulled Yi Wanqing into the darkness of the night. Chapter 21. Hero. "I salute you." Gao Daqiang slowly walked to the spot where Yi Wanqing had just been sitting, picked up the half-finished glass of red wine, and took a slow sip. Although he couldn't distinguish the quality of the wine, the feeling was quite pleasant. He smiled slightly. Minutes later, the lights came on. In the pirate's den, the leader cursed, wondering when the maintenance crew would improve their efficiency. It had been almost half an hour. He looked down at the red dot in his hand, which continuously showed up in the cabin, providing him with some reassurance. Suddenly, a pirate exclaimed in panic, "What the hell? There's a man in the house." Another pirate leaned closer to check, saying, "Did someone sneak in while the power was out?" The leader rushed to the monitor and saw a figure in black drinking red wine, raising a glass to the camera. "Quick, find out where that woman is," the leader shouted. However, all the screens showed no sign of Yi Wanqing. The leader glanced at the device in his hand again. The red dot remained still. A bad feeling crept over him, as if he had been tricked. "Hurry, let's go in and search," he yelled frantically. Several pirates stumbled out, rushing towards the cabin. They pushed the door open and saw a clearly trained soldier raising a glass at them, speaking in the language of the great Zhou kingdom. "The weather is nice today. Shall we have a drink?" While the pirates searched everywhere, Yi Wanqing had already sunk to the seabed, using an underwater propeller to speed towards an uninhabited island. Half an hour later, they boarded a speedboat, disappearing into the vast ocean. An hour later, a Kunlong seaplane took off in international waters, while several fighter jets from the great Zhou kingdom awaited in the sky, forming an escort formation headed towards their homeland. Meanwhile, several fighter jets approached the formation, taking up an intercepting stance, with someone calling out, "This is a sensitive maritime area. Please land immediately and submit to our inspection." The captain of the Great Zhou Fighter Squadron disdainfully replied, "This is international waters. We are welcoming our scientists back home. Anyone daring to intercept will be treated with lethal force." His tone was fierce and resolute. The fighter jets from several developed countries dared not act rashly, watching as the Kunlong seaplane entered the borders of the Great Zhou Kingdom before reluctantly returning. Soon, a news report was broadcasted by all television stations, showing Gao Daqiang bound and escorted, yet he wore a smile on his face. "Ladies and gentlemen, according to the latest news, our renowned scientist Ms. Yi Wanqing, who was kidnapped by pirates, was successfully rescued last night by a mysterious team. The pirates only captured one civilian hero. This operation reportedly had no government backing and was a rescue by a civilian organization. For more details, please see our report." While watching the television, the daughter suddenly jumped up, pointing at the screen and shouting, "Dad, it's Dad." Hearing their daughter's shout, the wife, mother-in-law, and father-in-law looked at the television in astonishment. Suddenly, A clattering sound was heard as everything they were holding fell to the ground. On the screen, the pirate leader, with his face covered, shouted at the camera, indicating that they intended to execute Gao Daqiang in the most brutal manner. The camera suddenly focused on Gao Daqiang. Upon seeing the camera turn towards him, he quickly spoke into the microphone. Daughter, about the promise I made to take you to the amusement park, it might be a bit delayed. But I will definitely be back. His wife's eyes welled up with tears as she finally understood what her husband was doing. He was not useless. Nor was he a selfish man who disregarded his family. He was sacrificing for everyone, leaving behind their small family for a greater cause. To save Yu Wanqing. Her husband was resolutely carrying out such a daunting task in secret. This was not something a useless person could achieve. It was a feat only a hero could accomplish. Now, her greatest regret was the last thing she said to him. Divorce when you come back. She regretted it deeply but feared she might never have the chance to tell him that she was just speaking out of anger. She did not want a divorce. She wanted to spend her life with him and admire him forever. However, that opportunity seemed bleak. Captured by pirates, the chances of survival were almost non-existent. The pirates' earlier taunts proved this point. Finally, she could no longer hold back and squatted down, crying bitterly. Her daughter ran over and said, Mom, don't cry. Dad said he would come back. Yes, Dad would come back. The wife hugged her daughter tightly, desperately holding back her tears. Her mother and father-in-law were at a loss for what to do. A man they had called useless had crossed oceans to rescue a respected female scientist. What kind of useless person could achieve such a feat? Reflecting on the hurtful words she had said to Gao Daqiang in the past, her mother-in-law slapped herself hard. Feeling it wasn't enough, she slapped herself again. Her father-in-law sighed and said, Stop hitting yourself. Wait until the child comes back and do it in front of him. The mother-in-law's expression turned sour, and the father-in-law sighed again. As long as he comes back, I'll join you in hitting yourself. The television screen changed, and Yi Wanqing's haggard figure appeared. She spoke to the reporters. Thank you all for your concern. With the help of many grassroots heroes, I have successfully returned. I would like to thank everyone, especially Mr. Gao Daqiang, who willingly sacrificed himself to bring me back. You are a hero, and I am proud of you. Her daughter patted her mother on the shoulder and said, Mom, look, Dad is a hero. I wasn't wrong, right? This Ann on TV said Dad is a hero. The wife hugged her daughter, wiped her tears, and choked out, Yes, you know best. Your dad is a hero, always has been. There was a knock at the door, and the wife opened it to find her brother holding the property deed and bank card. He knelt down as soon as he entered and said, Sister, this all belongs to brother-in-law. I'm returning it to you. It was my fault before. I shouldn't have taken brother-in-law's things. The mother-in-law quickly came out and said, Son, this won't do. You don't have money or a house. How can you get married? The brother remained kneeling, crying as he said, I'm a man too. If I don't have money or a house, I'll earn it myself. If Xiaoli is willing to wait, I'll marry her a few years later. If not, she can leave. I can't be a useless brother-in-law of a hero. In the capital city, at the press conference of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, a foreign journalist stood up and said, May I ask, your country disregards international conventions and boldly sends special forces into sensitive waters to forcibly rescue Ms. Yi Wanqing. What is your explanation for this? The spokesperson glanced at the journalist and replied, First, Ms. Yi Wanqing is a citizen of our country who was kidnapped by pirates. Instead of condemning the pirates, you come to criticize us, which raises questions about your intentions. Second, this is an act of private citizens, not an official action. We commend this. At the same time, we will use all means to rescue Mr. Gao Daqiang, including but not limited to diplomatic measures. Third, Mr. Gao Daqiang is not a serving member of our special forces. He has been retired for 2 years. His actions represent only himself and have nothing to do with our country. Finally, I would like to express my personal opinion, which does not represent the state, but only myself. As a former soldier, I salute you. The spokesperson stepped down from the podium and performed a standard military salute. Chapter 22. The whole world knows that your father is a hero. The journalists in the audience were in an uproar. Faced with such a tough spokesperson, a thought arose in their minds. The people of this nation are different now. They are no longer the weak country without standing in the international arena. Flashbulbs popped. But the spokesperson secretly sighed. To buy time and avoid international disputes at this critical juncture, they could only announce that this operation was carried out by private citizens. It was just a pity for the heroes. Countdown day 175. Gao Daqiang's wife still rode her bicycle to take their daughter to school, as usual. Along the way, people who saw them stopped and silently paid their respects until they could no longer see them before continuing on their way. When they reached the kindergarten, the wife stopped the bicycle, took down her daughter, and walked toward the kindergarten. Today, the kindergarten was very quiet. Although there were many people, there was no loud noise. Upon seeing Gao Daqiang's wife and daughter approaching, the crowd automatically parted into 2 lines, silently waiting for them to pass. Near the kindergarten, A little boy came over and handed a drawing book to the daughter. For you. Another little girl handed her a candy. For you. It's very sweet. With each step, a child handed the daughter something, and soon her arms were filled with goodies, toys, and little trinkets. Suddenly, a man in a suit walked over and handed the daughter a beautifully framed card, saying, "This is a permanent VIP card for our Happy Children's Paradise. Whenever you come, all activities are free." The daughter stopped and asked, "Why are you giving me so many things?" The crowd suddenly replied in unison, "Because your father is a hero." The wife felt a surge of pride, while her parents-in-law, who were trailing behind, felt both ashamed and proud, their emotions overwhelming as they wiped away tears, alternating between crying and laughing. A military jeep stopped in front of the kindergarten, and a young man accompanied Yu Wanqing, whom everyone recognized from television, as she stepped down. The daughter immediately recognized Xiao Yi and waved at him, saying, "My dad is a great hero, and now everyone knows it." Xiao Yi gave a thumbs up to the girl. Yu Wanqing crouched down in front of the daughter and said, "Your dad is indeed a great hero. We all take pride in him." The daughter turned to her chubby classmate and said, "See, my dad is not useless. He is a hero." The chubby boy blushed and, holding a smart robot in his hands, approached her shyly, saying, "Yes, your dad is a hero. I was wrong. Can we play with the robot together?" "Okay. I forgive you. Let's play together." The world of children is so simple. Seeing them run into the kindergarten with their toys brought smiles of relief to the adults' faces. "Let's go, time is tight. We urgently need your participation in the meeting," Xiao Yi said. Yu Wanqing nodded, and the two jumped onto the military vehicle amid the respectful gazes of the crowd, driving off into the distance. In the conference room, experts from the nationwide mobilization were engaged in intense discussions. When Xiao Yi and Yu Wanqing entered, Qian Linson stood up and said, "Xiao Yi, you're just in time. Please explain to everyone why the Steel City Wall needs to be built 100 meters high. Is it true that the starry armored beasts can't fly? If they can, why don't they fly higher than 100 meters? Xiao Yi walked over and said, "Initially, I was also puzzled about why we need to construct a 100-meter high steel city wall. However, with the help of the decoding experts like Gu Linqing yesterday, I successfully cracked a document about the starry armored beasts." Xiao Yi plugged a USB drive into the computer and brought up an image. Since all the data is only 512 kilobytes, which is merely half a megabyte, and images take up a lot of space with a low compression rate, there are no pictures in the data, only textual descriptions. This is a hand-drawn image of the starry armored beast based on the textual descriptions and the information transmitted to my mind through quantum entanglement. The video displayed two strange creatures that resembled insects, but also somewhat resembled arthropods. One of them had 4 wings. This 4-winged starry armored beast is the flying starry armored beast, and they can fly at an altitude of about 1,500 meters, Xiao Yi explained. "Then what is the significance of building this wall?" an expert asked. Xiao Yi pointed to the lower part of the 4-winged starry armored beast and said, "According to the decoded information, this is a type of 4-winged starry armored beast capable of carrying biological bombs. When fully loaded, their maximum flying height is only 90 to 100 meters. The destructive power of the biological bombs is immense and could cause devastating damage to humans and other ground creatures." The experts fell silent. Xiao Yi continued to explain. "The empty 4-winged starry armored beast, however, is not terrifying. It can be taken down by ground mechas and wall turrets. That is the reason we are constructing a 100-meter high steel city wall. Of course, for safety, our standard has been raised to 150 meters, ensuring absolute safety." "What about underground?" Qian Linson asked. Xiao Yi said, "There should be corresponding construction standards underground. Our decryption team is currently working on decoding the construction blueprints. Based on the information decrypted so far, we can see that the underground part is even more complex than the above ground, as we need to build a particle collider underground." A gasp of surprise echoed through the crowd. The largest particle collider tunnel in the world is 27.36 kilometers long, which is already considered a human marvel. However, the tunnel for the collider they are planning to build will reach 10,000 li, or 5,000 kilometers. This can no longer be described as a miracle. It is an existence that surpasses miracles. With the particle collider in place, the safety of the entire underground Great Wall will be protected. The low-speed operation of the particle collider generates electronic waves that can effectively block attacks from the celestial beasts emerging from underground, Xiao Yi explained. "Why can't we use these electronic waves above ground?" someone asked. "Because the electronic waves are powerful when they propagate through the soil. Their effectiveness is limited when they propagate through air," Xiao Yi clarified. The crowd fell into a silence. After a while, someone asked, "Building the Great Steel Wall will take 3 to 4 months, but how long will it take to construct such a massive particle collider?" As soon as this question was raised, the room went silent. Indeed, Constructing just the Great Steel Wall requires such a lengthy time and the collaboration of 400 million workers. Xiao Yi smiled and said, "There's no need to worry about that. The construction of the particle collider does not conflict with the building of the Great Steel Wall. They will assist each other. The tunnel for the particle collider can serve as the underground foundation for the Great Steel Wall. Most importantly, the information in my mind contains all the technical details for the installation of the particle collider tunnel." Chapter 23. Controversies online. Our predecessors have made significant breakthroughs, which is why we can potentially use our nation's strength to repel the invasion of the celestial beasts. We have decrypted a large portion of the relevant materials regarding the particle collider tunnel project, and we estimate that in 2 days, we will have everything decoded. At that point, construction will commence ahead of the Great Steel Wall, Xiao Yi stated. The crowd finally relaxed a bit. An expert opened his phone and suddenly said, "There's a fierce online battle going on now. Western netizens are attacking our nation." He chuckled, but when have our netizens ever suffered losses? The ones being criticized now are in a pitiful state. Xiao Yi smiled slightly, noting that the controversy was not only online but also present in official channels. However, the sudden announcement of a 50 tariff increase on us is clearly retaliation against our efforts to rescue Yi Wanqing. The criticism from netizens is overwhelming, and we have yet to respond, another expert remarked. Xiao Yi scrolled through the news and found that the discussion had indeed heated up online. A Western netizen commented, "This is aggression from your nation. This is an internationally disputed maritime area, and you have no right to enter. This is an official act of your country, disregarding international laws." Another netizen responded, "Well done. Please take a close look. The so-called heroes from the public are all veterans. There are no military actions involved. It is your tolerance of pirates who have taken our Dr. Yi Wanqing that is the real rogue behavior." A Western netizen named Susan commented, "People from the Great Zhou country are just hegemonic nations. This is invasion, aggression, and provocation." Another netizen, with the username Big Stick, stated, "This is called invasion. Return our 12 zodiac animal heads. You are the real aggressors. Don't forget, the land of certain countries belongs to indigenous people, and you are standing on land stained with blood from invasions." A Western netizen named Tom remarked, "Don't mention the past. That was when we had the capability. Strength represents everything." Another netizen, Soldier, said, "So, whether you regard me as military or civilian, this is about strength. If you dare come at me, I can take down 8 of you alone." Xiao Yi shook his head, realizing the limitless wisdom of the onlookers, especially the united netizens from Great Zhou. In any online game, as long as people from Great Zhou enter, there's south no place for anyone from other countries. Regarding the issue of tariffs, there are arrangements above. We just need to do our part. You all continue your work. I will go check the situation. After saying this, Xiao Yi turned and left. He arrived at the 3rd floor of the Chu Capital Hotel, knocked on the door, and waited quietly. Just then, Chu Xiaoxiao happened to pass by with a service cart and saw Xiao Yi knocking on the old man's door. Regret flashed in her eyes again. If it weren't for her short-sightedness, she would have become the girlfriend of the hottest figure in Great Zhou by now. She realized that Xiao Yi's current status was extraordinarily special, so special that he could come and go freely to see the old man. And meeting the top leader was just a matter of a phone call. Although she didn't know what had happened to Xiao Yi, one thing she did know was that she could no longer reach him. Xiao Yi noticed her too and smiled gently at her. However, Chu Xiaoxiao couldn't feel happy at all because Xiao Yi's smile was not one of affection. He regarded her as an ordinary service staff, just a polite smile. She had seen Xiao Yi smile at other staff in the same way. This indicated that, in Xiao Yi's eyes, she had lost even their past relationship and had become just a passerby. In just 5 short days, Xiao Yi had completely erased her from his life. Her heart was filled with bitterness. Life is so strange. A simple choice can lead to lifelong regret. She had searched for over 20 years for a golden son-in-law, only to lose him on the eve of having him. "Come in." The old man's voice came from inside. Xiao Yi pushed the door open and entered. It was true that Chu Xiaoxiao had not misjudged. He indeed regarded her as an ordinary service staff. The entanglement with Chu Xiaoxiao seemed to belong to a past life. As Xiao Yi walked into the room, he was surprised to see not only the old man, but also a young, poised girl, about 23 or 24 years old, with a sharp bob haircut and keen eyes that revealed her decisive character. "Are you Xiao Yi?" the girl asked, curiously sizing him up, her gaze containing a hint of hostility and inquiry. Xiao Yi didn't understand why this girl was so hostile towards him and could only nod. "Yes, I am." "Not much, really. It's quite ordinary." The girl sat down and occasionally glanced at Xiao Yi, as if she was waiting to catch him making a mistake. "Xiao Yi, don't mind her. I've spoiled her," the old man said, patting the chair beside him. "What do you think about the ongoing attacks from other countries?" Xiao Yi thought for a moment and replied, "Right now, our principle is to seize the time. We need to focus on developing our grand projects. The existence of these countries will only slow us down. So, since they want to provoke us, we'll just endure it." You're such a disappointment. Yao Yao exclaimed, her eyes seemingly ready to spit fire. Xiao Yi secretly smiled. This girl was too impulsive. However, this is exactly the kind of passionate youth we need. Those who are overly cautious will only hinder progress in this era. Please elaborate, the old man said, showing confidence in Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi continued, first, about the issue of tariffs. Many people hope we will retaliate. But that is precisely not what we need, because our situation is special. Traitor. Yao Yao glared at Xiao Yi again. Ignoring her, Xiao Yi noticed the old man was eager to hear his opinion. First of all, we not only want to retaliate, but we should also repay grudges with kindness by lowering our tariff thresholds. Because we need a large amount of imports. We still have 4 trillion in foreign exchange reserves unused, groveling to imperialism. Yao Yao shot back again. Xiao Yi chuckled. This girl was quite amusing. Commenting on everything he said, seeing the old man listening intently, he continued, the second step, since they have raised tariffs, we should ban exports. We were already planning to close all export ports and redirect everything back to the domestic market. This is a good opportunity to announce our decision to the outside world. I believe the president of that country will have quite an interesting expression when he hears our decision. His fist hitting the cotton must be very disappointing. Feudalism and isolationism. Yao Yao commented once more. What do you think we should say about the Yi Wanqing incident? The old man asked. Xiao Yi pondered and said, we should firmly state it was the work of civilian heroes. Although it might be unfair to Gao Daqiang and the others, I believe they would be willing to make that sacrifice for the country. Cold-blooded, Yao Yao shot him a fierce look. Unfazed, Xiao Yi continued, however, I will warn them that if the pirates continue to run rampant and the countries with jurisdiction do nothing, we will take real official action, even at the cost of war. Yao Yao had nothing to say, as Xiao Yi's remarks were bolder than what she had in mind. Finally, we will issue a summons. We'll say the international situation is severe and call back all students abroad, all overseas workers, embassy personnel, and everyone holding citizenship from our country to return immediately. The deadline will be 1 month. Because of the treacherous foreign environment, their living conditions will become extremely harsh. We will cover all the expenses for their return. At the same time, everyone is warned that if they do not return within a month, the borders will be closed, and they will never be able to come back. We want to use this incident involving Yi Wanqing to expand our influence. Yao Yao was speechless again. She did not expect that the seemingly timid Xiao Yi would have such bold ideas. The elderly man was silent for a moment, then said, we will take your thoughts into consideration. Now, having finished the official matters, I have a personal request for you. A rare look of embarrassment appeared on the elderly man's face, transforming him from a figure of authority back into an ordinary person, which made Xiao Yi feel a sense of familiarity. No matter how powerful someone is, they are still an ordinary person with their own emotions and desires. What is it? Xiao Yi asked. The elderly man helplessly pointed at Yao Yao and said, my great-granddaughter has been pestering me for various details ever since she learned about the significant activities. I find it quite troublesome, and I cannot share the specifics with her as it goes against the regulations. So, I'm leaving her to you. See how you can arrange her. Xiao Yi turned to examine Yao Yao from head to toe, which instantly drew her angry glare. He smiled slightly and said, how about this? I need a deputy. If you're interested, come help me. If not, then forget it. Yao Yao rolled her eyes at him. Deputy? How old are you? And you don't even have an official position, yet you want a deputy? Besides, being a deputy is embarrassing. It's just like being a secretary. Yao Yao pouted, shaking the elderly man's arm as she spoke. The elderly man merely smiled, choosing not to respond. Xiao Yi stood up and said, as my deputy, you will be the first to know any news. So, if you've made up your mind, report to my office tomorrow. After 9 a.m. tomorrow. This position will no longer be relevant to you. With that, Xiao Yi turned and left, leaving Yao Yao, who was filled with anger and nowhere to vent it. And the elderly man, who continued to smile in silence. What are you so proud of? That deputy position can go to whoever you want. I don't care. Yao Yao shouted at Xiao Yi's back. However, he ignored her. The best way to deal with such a headstrong girl was to wear down her pride. Otherwise, with a relative like that around, nothing could get done. Although Yao Yao was the elderly man's great-granddaughter, Xiao Yi did not intend to pamper her. He would treat her as an ordinary subordinate. As night fell, in a sanatorium on the outskirts of Chu City, a blue flagship vehicle came to a smooth stop. Xiao Yi got out, greeted the guard, and hurried into the lobby. This was already his 3rd visit here today. Xiao Yi felt that time was insufficient. But he was not tired at all. This sanatorium would be his main place of stay for a long time to come. The sanatorium had been urgently requisitioned and was now the base for the nationwide mobilization expert team, with the security level raised to the highest alert. The guards looked at Xiao Yi with admiration. They did not understand why such a young man had become one of the most important figures here. But that did not prevent them from respecting him. Xiao Yi walked straight into the largest conference room, which had been temporarily converted into the command center for the expert team. Experts from various fields have gathered here. less than 100 meters from this conference room. A building is under construction. This building will be the future operations command center, designed based on declassified information. The speed of construction for this conference room is nothing short of miraculous. The site was selected the day before yesterday, and a deep pit was excavated overnight yesterday. Today, the groundwork for the underground project has begun. This is the speed of a nation renowned for its infrastructure development, and it is unparalleled in the world. Xiao Yi deeply understood the message conveyed from the second parallel universe. To save humanity, only this nation can do it. Only this nation has the capability to dismiss all doubts at such speed and quickly construct a building that meets all specifications. Moreover, only the people of this nation can selflessly dedicate themselves to building this structure with an almost sacrificial spirit. At the construction site across the way, the workers, upon learning that this project relates to the fate of all humanity, almost all voluntarily worked overtime. This showcases the unique cohesion and appeal of this nation. At the center of the conference room, there is a giant screen displaying a news report. Advisor Xiao, you've arrived just in time. They are currently reporting on new energy developments, which marks the first shot in our financial battle. The usually taciturn Wang Xinglin was now speaking with great enthusiasm. Human personalities are intriguing. In everyday life, Wang Xinglin is undoubtedly a dull person who can go a whole day without saying a word, appearing quite wooden. The girls often tease him, calling him silly or clumsy. However, once he enters his area of expertise, he becomes loquacious, with brilliant ideas flowing from his mind that most people cannot keep up with. Wang Xinglin was in a state of excitement now. Beside him stood a man, a financial expert often seen on television, Sikong Bei. 20 years ago, during the world-renowned financial crisis, it was under his leadership that the team of financial experts repelled the attack led by a notorious financial giant, safeguarding decades of development for this nation and thwarting the attempts to disrupt its financial market. So it's Mr. Sikong, a pleasure to meet you, Xiao Yi said, extending his hand for a handshake. Sikong Bei appeared slightly nervous, as this financial battle was even crazier, more perilous, and more challenging than the one 20 years ago. Chapter 25, The First Battle. Hurricane Operation. Although Wang Xinglin's modeling skills are impressive, implementing the plans requires the expertise of financial professionals like Sikong Bei. There are just 5 minutes left until the declaration of war. This is a major operation. Sikong Bei's hair has turned white, but the vigor from back then still remains. In life, one must experience a grand operation like this. How could one be content otherwise? I believe you can do it well, Xiao Yi said, patting the shoulders of Sikong Bei and Wang Xinglin. Yes, this battle is for all humanity. We have no retreat. We will win. Sikong Bei slightly bent down and spoke into the microphone. Attention all teams, the first battle is about to begin. Everyone, please prepare according to the plan. For this financial first battle, Wang Xinglin and his team had not slept for 3 days and nights. However, he was not at all tired and remained energetic. This is the vigor and advantage of youth. Advisor Xiao, Teacher Sikong, rest assured, this battle will be victorious. We have simulated it countless times. And as long as we follow the plan, there will be no problem. Wang Xinglin was very excited. Xiao Yi smiled slightly as he focused on the television. It was now 7 o'clock in the evening, and the news was starting on time. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to today's news. The major headlines are, our country has officially developed a new type of energy that can replace oil and will enter mass production within 6 months. Now, let us look at the specifics. The 6-month crude oil futures began to release short positions, followed by the 3-month crude oil futures. And a large number of short positions were thrown out for the 1-year futures. Sikong Bei entered battle mode, commanding various financial teams to start trading. Breaking news. Reports indicate that our country has developed a new energy source that can perfectly replace oil, coal, and other mineral resources. This research has been approved by various ministries and has officially been launched. This technology will utilize crops to produce clean energy, with costs lower than oil and efficiency higher than oil. It is reported that our country has reached a cooperation intention with an agricultural powerhouse to establish dozens of new energy production bases there. The fastest base is expected to break ground within a month and complete the first new energy plant in 6 months, which will produce products equivalent to 1 million gallons of crude oil annually for the market, with plans to expand to completely replace crude oil. The news continued to report. Increase the short position intensity and continue to sell, Sikong Bei instructed. Report. Our crude oil futures have started to decline, with a drop of 1. Report. Crude oil futures in another country have begun to follow suit. Report. Crude oil futures in another country are also declining. Report. Crude oil futures in another country have started to decrease. Report. Crude oil futures in another country are following the trend. A series of reports rang out. The speed is not enough. We need to discreetly leak the content of our cooperation agreement, Sikong Bei said. Across the ocean, it was the golden morning time. Brokers at the crude oil futures trading center were working as usual, with prices fluctuating on the board. Although people moved quickly and were excited, in reality, everyone was already accustomed to it. Some small fluctuations hardly aroused anyone's interest. People here are categorized by their walking speed into 7 levels. Fast, very fast, extremely fast. Particularly fast, jogging, running, and sprinting. Fast is just the basic norm. When it reaches jogging speed, it indicates intense market fluctuations. At sprinting speed, it signifies a one-sided market trend. Right now, it's just fast, which means the market is relatively calm. Your country is spreading more holiday news. What new energy? It's all a scam, Stephen said to Wang En, who was watching the board with a cup of coffee in hand. Wang En looked up at Stephen and raised his coffee cup, saying, "Our country has been researching new energy for many years. I'm not surprised at all that we can develop alternatives to oil. Anyway, I'm shorting oil. It's doomed." Stephen scoffed, as a great ancient civilization. "What else have you invented besides the old 4 great inventions? You're so backward. I don't believe you can develop new energy first." Wang En calmly replied. "In fields like 5G, artificial intelligence, autonomous driving, navigation, and space exploration, we've caught up and even taken the lead. I'm not surprised by this news at all. If you don't believe me, we can bet on it. You go long, I go short. It seems our companies haven't made a bet in a while. How about we make a wager today?" After saying that, Wang En stood up and shook his cup. "The coffee today is good. I'll go get another cup." Stephen hesitated for a moment and quietly asked his assistant beside him, "Check how many short positions Wang En has today." The assistant, looking tense, replied, "I've checked. They are all in short positions, going all in. I suspect he has insider information." Stephen glanced at Wang En's laptop on the table. A thought struck him. "You distract his assistant. I'll check his computer." After Wang En's assistant was led away, Stephen quickly opened Wang En's laptop and soon discovered a document Wang En had been browsing. It detailed the cooperation between the Great Zhou Kingdom and another country in developing a new energy plant. Familiar with this line of work, Stephen immediately recognized that the document was genuine, not a government paper, but a solid development plan with great detail. He took out his phone and quickly snapped a photo before leaving. He sent the photo to an insider, who soon confirmed that this was a complete plan ready for implementation. Stephen checked the futures prices. Although there was a slight drop, it hadn't triggered a collapse. He frowned and tentatively placed dozens of short orders. Coincidentally, at that moment, it seemed many others shared his thoughts, and many tentative short orders appeared as well. The atmosphere in the crude oil futures market suddenly became tense, with people moving noticeably faster. In the distance, Wang En had already observed Stephen's actions, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Similar phenomena were continuously emerging in major crude oil futures markets around the world. The number of short positions was increasing, and people's moods began to tighten. A report came in. The downward trend is becoming apparent, and the magnitude is increasing. Someone reported to Sikong Bay. Although the flames of war were not visible, Xiaoyi could sense the tense atmosphere of the financial battle. Is it having an effect? Sikong Bay shook his head. "Don't rush. No matter how big the news, it won't drop straight down. There will definitely be a rebound." P.S. For those unfamiliar with futures, a brief explanation. Shorting means selling orders, and in this context, it refers to selling crude oil in the trading market. This does not mean selling immediately, but selling within a specified time frame. For example, March futures refer to the delivery completed on a certain day in March. Short selling means holding a short position, also known as going short or selling short. A long position means buying crude oil. Going short is referred to as being bearish, while going long is called being bullish. Due to space constraints, I can only provide a brief explanation for easier understanding. Students interested can look it up themselves. Chapter 26. The First Battle. A great victory in the oil war. Sure enough, the latest news appeared on television, with the head of the oil organization making a statement. They believe that the new energy initiatives from a certain country cannot replace oil in the short term, and that oil will remain the mainstream energy source for the next few years, if not decades. Following this news, the crude oil futures market began to rebound, and prices started to rise. Stephen, who was hesitating about whether to add to his short position, wiped the sweat off his forehead and quickly called a familiar contact to inquire about that document. However, the line was busy. The previously tense atmosphere eased considerably, and people's pace quickened, shifting down a notch. Stephen breathed a sigh of relief. He planned to close his short position to make a small profit, then buy long to take advantage of the oil rebound for another gain. Don't buy in, hurry up and short. I just reviewed the plan, it's 100 real. Oil is doomed. When the call connected, the voice on the other end startled Stephen, causing him to break into a cold sweat. He hurriedly placed a full position on the short side. However, as soon as his price was posted, crude oil prices dropped, preventing any transactions. His heart sank, realizing that large funds had entered the market. Without thinking much, he placed all his orders at the current price, regardless of the price level at which they would execute. He was confident he could make a significant profit. Back at his seat, Wang received a phone call. After listening, he replied, "The news has already been leaked, and we are moving towards the expected target. However, I have a question. Aren't we just letting Steven and the others make a profit for nothing?" Laughter came from the other end of the line. Let them profit. After all, the money they'll make will be worthless in 6 months. Wang, finish up your work and return home immediately. Your country needs you. Finally, he could return home? That's great. Wang hung up, a smile on his face as he closed his computer. The world was about to enter a crazy time, and at this moment, only his homeland felt the safest. As one of the core members of the financial group, he had gathered some understanding. Only with significant changes do such massive actions occur as today. His homeland was certainly brewing a monumental move, and he could not miss it. Little did he know, the scale of this action had already exceeded his wildest imaginations. In the trading hall, it felt as though a starting gun had fired in a competition, and the speed of people suddenly shifted from fast to a frenzied sprint. The janitor, who had been working in the trading hall for over a decade, knew that another wave of major market activity was coming. And it was not an ordinary trend, it was likely a one-sided market. Report: global crude oil futures are beginning to plummet, having already dropped over 10 points and continuing to fall. Reports indicate that crude oil futures in a certain country have begun to plummet. Meanwhile, another report reveals that crude oil futures in a different nation are experiencing a sharp decline. Additionally, reports are coming in that crude oil futures in yet another country are starting to show signs of resistance against the drop. The expressions of Si Kongbei eased slightly, but he remained vigilant. Notify our traders to stay alert. Si Kongbei checked the time. It was now 8:30 in the evening. The past hour and a half felt as if they had endured a year, yet it seemed to have passed in the blink of an eye. Time felt paradoxical and wondrous. Wang Xinglin pulled up data on his computer and said, "The current situation aligns perfectly with our modeled data. We can launch the second attack now." Si Kongbei replied. After speaking, both of their gazes turned to Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi shrugged, "I'm just an advisor. You are the operators. The authority is in your hands, so go ahead and act. If there are any consequences, I'll take responsibility." In a sense, Xiao Yi was the leader of Si Kongbei and Wang Xinglin. Typically, especially during peacetime, no one wants to take responsibility for risky matters, particularly promising officials. However, Xiao Yi was evidently different. He made it clear that they should act boldly, claiming the credit for success, while he would bear the consequences if anything went wrong. This was the kind of support they needed most. "All right, notify the TV station to broadcast the news," Si Kongbei said firmly. At 9 o'clock, the news broadcast aired punctually. After the music, the anchor began reporting. According to the latest news, the Ministry of Oil has officially announced that with the completion of our new energy development, we will transition from an energy importing nation to an energy exporting one. Our crude oil reserves are sufficient for 3 years of use, so starting today, we will shift from being a crude oil importing country to an exporting one. All crude oil produced will be used for export. This news became the last straw that broke the crude oil futures market. The market was in turmoil, and shortly after, the spot crude oil market also crashed. The global crude oil market entered a frenzy. Stephen watched as the crude oil futures prices continuously dropped, feeling so excited that he could burst into song. Many of his peers, lacking the latest information, found themselves trapped. Many long positions couldn't escape, and short positions couldn't capitalize, leaving them to watch Stephen's profit snowball. Stephen's phone rang. "Stephen, this is your most successful trade yet. For this commission, we will double it." "Thank you, boss." Stephen excitedly hung up the phone, his gaze involuntarily shifting to Wang and's trading desk. Having made so much today, he was grateful for Wang and's information and planned to treat him to a drink. Even if it was the most expensive one, he intended to celebrate thoroughly. However, oddly enough, Wang was not at the trading desk, and it seemed like he hadn't been seen for a while. Don't blame me. This is your own misfortune," Stephen chuckled, handing his work over to his assistant as he prepared to leave for the day, ready to reward himself. He expected this wave of market fluctuations to make him a fortune. "Wow, it's negative. Oil prices have gone negative." A gasp echoed through the trading hall. This is the second time in history that oil futures have gone negative. The first time was due to a global disaster. Who would have thought that today we would witness the second occurrence of negative values? Ha ha ha, close the positions. Close the positions. Stephen dismissed the thought of going home and turned back to continue directing the trading. Negative oil futures mean what? It means oil is worth nothing, and you have to pay others to buy it. Such an opportunity is rare in a century. In the command center, Si Kongbei issued the final order. "The expiring oil futures for this month do not need to be closed. We will take delivery. As for the others, they can be closed to reduce the number of panic sellers among the bulls. After all, they don't have many months left to live." On the spot market, notify agents everywhere to quickly collect goods. Wang Xinglin also issued his directive. Contact all reachable shipping companies to prepare for transporting the oil back home. In the first financial battle, we achieved a great victory. Chapter 27. Mecha Warrior Simulation Trainer. The command center was filled with jubilation. People excitedly hugged each other. The first step of the long march is the hardest, and the Hurricane team led by Wang Xinglin has taken a solid first step. Xiao Yi excitedly high-fived everyone to celebrate. Although there was still much to be done, this moment was indeed worth celebrating. Report: the first financial battle was victorious. Xiao Yi picked up the internal phone to call the elder. Xiao Yi, let everyone celebrate before we sit down to summarize. The elder's tone remained calm. But it shocked Xiao Yi like thunder. He was still too inexperienced. The elder was teaching him what it means to be humble in victory and resilient in defeat. No matter how great the victory, it must be summarized well. Only then can one proceed steadily step by step. Xiao Yi calmed himself down and turned to Wang Xinglin and Xikong Bei, saying, after everyone finishes celebrating, let us hold a meeting to summarize. At the same time, let us carefully analyze if there are any improvements needed in our next plan. Wang Xinglin and Xikong Bei also suddenly became alert. Indeed, it was still too early to celebrate. This is just the first battle. Countless tough battles lie ahead for everyone to conquer. Let us hold a meeting to refine the follow-up details, Wang Xinglin shouted, wide awake. Seeing people quickly return to their posts, Xiao Yi slowly walked out. He still needed to visit the decryption task force, where important work required his cooperation. Advisor Xiao, based on the information we decrypted, we need to develop a mecha combat simulation device to assemble 1 billion mecha warriors. However, the decrypted data only includes the design blueprints for the mechas. With no information on any simulation devices, Gu Linxing adjusted his glasses and said to Xiao Yi, puzzled. Gu Linxing was filled with gratitude towards Xiao Yi. He had always thought that his existence was meaningless and that his life had no goals. But since being brought here by Xiao Yi, he realized that this was the life he truly wanted. Due to the extreme precision of encryption used to save space, a single byte of information can be reused multiple times and can be accessed through various decryption methods. This is akin to the cards in a casino. While the cards on the table are fixed, the cards in each player's hand represent different decryption methods. Each player's cards can form various combinations with the cards on the table. Decrypting this information requires the expertise of specialists like Gu Linxing. Although the data is only 512K, the amount of information it contains is immense. Gu Linxing's first reaction upon seeing this data was one of shock. While he enjoys decryption, he had never encountered such a finely crafted puzzle before. This is the goal he strives for, and it gives meaning to his existence. He was born for these codes. Therefore, he holds great respect for Xiao Yi, as it was Xiao Yi who provided him with the meaning of life. Xiao Yi reviewed the materials in his hands and discovered a name, Homeland. What does this homeland mean? Xiao Yi asked. Gu Linxing shook his head. I don't know either. This 512K of data is so concise that not a single word is superfluous. The decrypted information about the mech units is limited to this, and besides the term homeland, everything else relates to mech design schematics. Suddenly, Xiao Yi had a flash of inspiration. He remembered a game called Homeland. This game was designed by a small team domestically. Xiao Yi, being a gaming enthusiast, would take time to play games whenever he could. When he first played this game, he felt it was quite different from typical games. It is a first-person shooting game where players pilot various mechs to battle. The mechs can be upgraded, equipped with devices, and customized. While there are many similar games on the market, what makes this one appealing is its realism. However, this is also what makes it less attractive to many. In general, players prefer games where they can easily defeat NPCs or AI opponents for a sense of achievement. In contrast, this game features AI that is even more capable than humans. While other games allow a player to sweep through hordes of NPCs, in this game, it's common for a single AI to dominate a group of players. Furthermore, in-game purchases only change appearances without enhancing attributes, serving no purpose other than aesthetics. In a gaming culture that emphasizes enjoyment and satisfaction, fewer and fewer players are engaging with this game. Where there used to be dozens of servers, only one remains, struggling to stay afloat. With only a handful of dedicated fans still playing, Xiao Yi is one of those loyal fans, but due to his busy experiments lately, he has played less and less, to the point where he hardly has time to log in now. He quickly took out his phone to check the game interface, only to be shocked to find an announcement informing players that due to poor management, the game is preparing to close down. Xiao Yi attempted to log in and found that he could still enter the game, but the atmosphere was filled with lamentation. Players were disinterested in taking on tasks and were engaging in various farewell memorial activities in the square. Xiao Yi opened the attributes section and then handed it over to Gu Linxing. Gu Linxing carefully examined the contents, and a spark gradually appeared in his eyes. In the end, he excitedly said, "This is amazing. This game is truly fantastic. Just give me half a month, and I can perfectly modify it into a mecha simulation software. I never expected there would be such a game. It's really a conscientious game." Xiao Yi shook his head, saying, "Conscientious games usually can't survive. Games are like online novels. They cater to people's sense of vanity. If a novel is too realistic, it will definitely flop. A game that cannot satisfy players' needs for gratification and vanity is destined to fail. However, he quickly changed his tone, but this game isn't doing too badly. At least it has encountered the best era, the era that needs it the most. Gu Linxing let out a sigh of relief. He took out the second decrypted list and handed it to Xiao Yi, saying, "This is the design blueprint for the Great Steel Wall and the construction and design blueprint for the particle collider. Has Expert Yi received it?" Xiao Yi asked nervously. Gu Linxing pointed to the figure slumped over on the adjacent table and said, "She has maintained this posture for an hour." Xiao Yi smiled. For Yi Wanqing, the design blueprint for the particle collider was like a thoroughbred meeting a skillful trainer or a musician meeting a kindred spirit. No wonder she showed no reaction when he entered. It turned out the blueprint had captivated her completely. Chapter 28 Possible Origin Points. How is it? Xiao Yi sat beside Yi Wanqing. Since returning to the homeland, she hadn't had a moment's proper rest. Ever since she learned about the national mobilization plan, she had been in a state of extreme excitement. She lifted her head, her eyes bloodshot and dark circles around them, but her mood was still exuberant. It's incredible. This design blueprint solves many problems that have troubled me for a long time. Moreover, the most important thing is that the low-power operation of the particle collider will generate electronic waves that can cause fatal damage to the starry sky beetles. The only unfortunate thing is that these electronic waves can only be effective when transmitted through solids. They can't resist in the air. A weight finally lifted off Xiao Yi's heart. Although the information in his mind told him that the particle collider could block the attacks of the starry sky beetles underground, he wasn't a physics expert and still needed confirmation from top experts in that field to be completely at ease. Yi Wanqing's affirmation undoubtedly relieved him. However, Xiao Yi, constructing the particle collider within 6 months is extremely difficult. We don't have that many construction workers, Yi Wanqing said with some concern. Xiao Yi smiled lightly. Extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures. I've submitted a report to the leadership regarding the National Mobilization Group, hoping to halt all unrelated work within 5 days and convert the entire eligible population of 700 million into construction workers. At the same time, we will issue a call for recruitment, urging all retired workers under 70 who are still capable and willing to serve the country to come together and participate in this grand initiative. Yi Wanqing suddenly smiled. My father will definitely be happy. He has been retired for 5 years and complains at home every day, saying that he can still work and contribute, and the country shouldn't let him rest. Xiao Yi's tone changed. You haven't seen your parents since you returned, have you? Yi Wanqing's expression darkened for a moment. Look at how much work I have. I can't get away. Xiao Yi thought for a moment and said, don't overwork yourself. Gu Linxing, put away the materials. Before 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, Yi Expert is absolutely not allowed to access these materials. Yi Wanqing became anxious. But there was nothing she could say to Xiao Yi, only watching helplessly as the security personnel took the materials away and locked them up. Sister Yi, take a rest. Sharpening the axe does not delay the work of cutting wood. I believe you will be more efficient with sufficient sleep. Xiao Yi stood up and gave Yi Wanqing a playful smile. Yi Wanqing was too irritated to express it, so she could only roll her eyes at Xiao Yi. Fine. I'll go to sleep. Xiao Yi, you should also get a good night's sleep. Tomorrow, no. Every day there are so many things to do. You must hold on. Xiao Yi yawned and said, you're right. I should also get some rest. Goodbye. Countdown, 174 days. This was already the 6th day since receiving news from a parallel universe. Xiao Yi arrived early at the headquarters for the national mobilization. He had only slept for 4 hours last night, but he was not tired at all. Previously, even after 8 hours of sleep, he still felt sleepy, which clearly showed that the duration of sleep is not as important as its quality. Xiao Yi felt that 4 hours of sleep now was much better than the previous 8 hours. Looking at the time, it was 7 in the morning, but many people had already arrived at the headquarters. Among them, Fang Weizheng and Qian Linsen, the commander and deputy commander, were already there. Xiao Yi, you arrived just in time. According to our reconnaissance satellite observations, we have identified several possible origin points. Come take a look, Fang Weizheng said with a smile. Xiao Yi felt a bit embarrassed. These experts had arrived earlier than him. As a young person, it was quite unreasonable to be outdone by someone over 80. However, this was not the time to dwell on such matters. According to information from other universes, now was the most suitable time to trace the origin points. If they couldn't identify the origin points, they would face a major outbreak of the cosmic beetle in 174 days. But if they could find the origin points, they could buy humanity an extra 7 to 8 days. Those 7 to 8 days were incredibly precious. Report. We have identified 5 possible locations. First, there has been a large-scale death of animals in the rainforest of a certain country, and the specific cause of death is still under investigation. A soldier holding a folder reported the progress to Xiao Yi. The second location, in Central Africa, has seen mass die-offs of elephants. The third location is in the domestic region of Sheep, where tens of thousands of livestock have disappeared from a ranch. The fourth location is in the northern part of a certain country, where tens of millions of poultry have died. The fifth location is in the Pacific island nation of Java, where all life on the island has gone extinct. On the enormous screen, 5 red dots appeared, marking the aforementioned 5 locations. Biologist Wang Lin said, "Advisor Xiao, I would like to know more about the origin point. You only told us that biological anomalies would occur near the origin point. Since all 5 places have been affected, could they all be origin points?" Xiao Yi did not respond. He stared at the 5 red dots on the screen, deep in thought. Suddenly, an image flashed in his mind. On a certain island, a sea of blood, scattered animal fur, bloodstains, and shattered bones everywhere. Xiao Yi wanted to examine this image closely, but it quickly vanished. This was a visual reappearance, a phenomenon similar to quantum entanglement that conveyed additional information. Advisor Xiao, can you tell us what methods the origin point used to trigger the outbreak of the insect tide? Wang Lin asked anxiously, noticing Xiao Yi's silence. Xiao Yi turned to look at Wang Lin, then at Fang Weizheng and Qian Linsun, and said, "Although I don't have exact information, I have now guessed the principle of the origin point." He pointed at the red dots on the screen and continued. These extraterrestrial creatures are invading Earth through reproduction. This is somewhat different from those science fiction novels or scientific hypotheses. The starry sky beetles do not send armies to forcibly occupy. That would be costly and have a low success rate, provoking a counterattack from humanity. They might be intercepted in outer space, causing their plans to fail midway. Therefore, they employ more covert methods. In their view, Earth is akin to an egg. What they need to do is not invade but to send out a seed. This seed can quietly evade human detection and discreetly enter Earth. Once inside, it begins to divide and grow, slowly transforming into an embryo, which eventually hatches and grows rapidly. The place where this embryo develops is the origin point, Xiao Yi explained. Chapter 29. This is the origin point, Wang Lin said. If we find the origin point and eliminate this seed, wouldn't we defeat the invasion plan of the starry sky beetles? Fang Weizheng shook his head. Since it's a seed, to be on the safe side, they would certainly send a large number of seeds to Earth. If one origin point fails, a second seed will be activated. Yes, and to prevent mutual destruction, only one origin point will exist at a time. This is somewhat like a human embryo. Once it becomes a fertilized egg, other seeds become ineffective. The difference is that while other human seeds die off, the seeds of the starry sky beetles do not die. They remain dormant and will reactivate when they receive a signal to wake them up. Therefore, eliminating the origin point will only delay the outbreak of the starry sky beetles, but cannot stop their invasion, Xiao Yi added. Wang Lin understood and ran to the control platform, quickly eliminating 3 red dots. If that's the case, this origin point clearly needs to supplement a large amount of food to prepare for the outbreak. Therefore, its action is not to kill these creatures, but to consume them. Based on this deduction, locations 1, 2, and 4 are clearly not where the origin point exists. The 3 red dots were eliminated from the large screen. Everyone's attention turned to the last 2 red dots on the map. One was in the inland area of a certain country, and the other on an island. Quickly arrange for someone to investigate these 2 locations, Qian Linsun said. Xiao Yi glanced at the time. It was already past 8 in the morning. They still needed more information to determine the exact origin point. He had a personal matter to attend to, which was to see if a girl named Yao Yao had arrived. Xiao Yi walked into his office and sat patiently on the sofa while browsing on his phone. He checked his messages and found that his mother had sent a series of texts, seemingly determined to keep sending them until he replied. Upon reading, he realized that tomorrow was his mother's birthday, and she insisted that he come home to celebrate. Xiao Yi was currently an advisor for a national mobilization effort, a fact unknown to his family due to its classified nature, which only a few experts were aware of. This was why his mother was so insistent in her messages. Xiao Yi thought to himself that if he could find the origin point today, he would have time to go back home tomorrow. Moreover, his hometown was not far from a certain city, making it convenient to visit there and look for the founding team of his home project. There was also another important matter. He needed to go to another city to undertake a task that concerned the fate of humanity. The schedule was tight, but it didn't exhaust Xiao Yi. Instead, he felt an intense excitement. Laziness in a person often stems not from their nature, but from a lack of worthwhile pursuits. Once someone has a cause worth striving for, even the laziest person can be filled with fighting spirit. Looking at the time, he noticed it was just 5 minutes to 9, and Yao Yao had not yet arrived. Xiao Yi shook his head. Although Yao Yao was the great-granddaughter of an elder, he had learned an important lesson from the elder, to distinguish between public and private matters. If Yao Yao couldn't arrive punctually at 9, he would not grant her the position. Xiao Yi stood up and walked out of his office. Just as he stepped outside, he saw Yao Yao approaching with a nonchalant expression. "I'm here. I'm not late," she said, though a hint of unease flashed across her pretty face, indicating that she did care about the position. Xiao Yi checked his phone. It was 8:58, just 2 minutes until 9. Hurry and get ready. At 9. Come with me to the command center, he instructed. 2 minutes? How can I manage that? I still need to change clothes and do my makeup, Yao Yao exclaimed, looking flustered. You have 1 minute and 48 seconds, Xiao Yi said seriously. He needed to establish some discipline with this girl. As the great-granddaughter of the elder, her background was exceptional. Even if the elder wouldn't spoil her, people in society might. Therefore, giving her a firm lesson now would make future management much easier. Ah! Yao Yao exclaimed, rushing into Xiao Yi's office. Without much hesitation, she quickly took off her outer clothing and put on the work uniform that had been prepared in advance. Xiao Yi couldn't help but glance at her. Indeed, as someone from a military background, Yao Yao's figure was well-proportioned and athletic, exuding a unique beauty that set her apart from other girls. Xiao Yi's peeking was caught by Yao Yao, who shot him a fierce glare. Xiao Yi had no choice but to pretend to tidy his hair to cover his embarrassment. In less than a minute and a half, Yao Yao stood confidently in front of Xiao Yi, proudly raising her head and announcing, "Report, Zheng Shuyao is ready." Before Xiao Yi could respond, Yao Yao smiled triumphantly and said, "Your scheme didn't succeed, did it? You have no reason to chase me away now, right?" Xiao Yi was speechless. Just yesterday, this girl had claimed she was not interested in the job, and now it seemed she was accusing him of deliberately making things difficult for her to prevent her from getting the position. Indeed, there was no reasoning with women, even those with a special status. Xiao Yi handed the documents in his hand to Yao Yao and said, "Familiarize yourself with these materials as soon as possible, but do not share them. They are still classified." Understood. After the earlier commotion, Yao Yao had entered work mode. In her eyes, Xiao Yi was no longer the young man she had found unpleasant yesterday, but rather her direct superior. As they entered the command center, Qian Linson approached Xiao Yi to greet him. His gaze fell on Yao Yao, and he smiled, clearly recognizing her. Latest news: the extinction of species on Java Island was caused by a hurricane. Meanwhile, there have been reports of a large number of livestock disappearing from farms in the domestic region. Biologist Wang Lin added, "We contacted a national from a nearby country, who provided us with 2 important pieces of information. One is that there seems to have been a slaughter on the farm. There are bloodstains everywhere, but no carcasses in sight. The other piece of news is that the farm owner's family of 5 has also gone missing." Xiao Yi was taken aback and quickly instructed, "You need to notify this national to evacuate the area immediately and return home quickly. Also, inform all our citizens residing in that country to take the next available flight back within half a day." "Is this the origin point?" Qian Linson asked with a frown. "Yes, this is the origin point. Furthermore, the origin point is mobile and not fixed. We must eliminate it today, otherwise, once it relocates, we may not be able to find it again next time," Xiao Yi stated. Chapter 30. The Scholars' Rebellion for 3 years without success, Qian Linson immediately said. "Quickly have the decryption team bring over the data on the origin point." Yao Yao wanted to find the decryption team, but realized she had no idea where they were. Just then, all the information regarding the origin point popped up on the screen. Xiao Yi, to eliminate the origin point, we must detonate a bomb covering a 10-kilometer radius at the discovered location. This bomb must also be capable of destroying all life underground for a kilometer. Do you know what this means? Qian Linson said hesitantly. "It must be a nuclear bomb, even a small one," Yao Yao said excitedly. Qian Linson glanced at Yao Yao and sighed. Detonating a nuclear bomb in the inland region of that country is a serious matter. It could potentially trigger a nuclear war. Xiao Yi turned to Yao Yao and said, "Call Zhao Taizhu." Understood, Yao Yao replied decisively. In the meeting room, there was a dead silence. The topic of this discussion is indeed very heavy. Conducting a nuclear explosion within a certain country would directly trigger an international dispute, potentially even leading to war. Once war breaks out, it will severely impact the progress of various tasks. "Xiao Yi, you were looking for me?" As Zhao Taizhu, a robust figure, appeared at the conference room door, he drew everyone's attention. Xiao Yi briefly explained the situation and concluded, detonating a nuclear bomb in another country is a very tricky issue, and our expert team cannot come up with a good solution. However, time is of the essence. We must strike at the source today. Listening to Xiao Yi's explanation and seeing the expert team at a loss, Zhao Taizhu suddenly burst into laughter, catching everyone's attention. "Big guy, what are you laughing at? This is a serious matter," Feng Wei said. Zhao Taizhu scratched his head and replied, "Sorry. Your analysis reminded me of a saying. A scholar's rebellion fails after 3 years. In the eyes of you scholars, this is a troublesome matter, but for us soldiers, it's not a big deal." Everyone immediately became interested and urged Zhao Taizhu to share his thoughts. He waved his hand and said, "For matters like this, you just do it. Then find a reason to appease the concerned country, and it will all be settled." "Is it really that simple?" Everyone was skeptical. This was about detonating a nuclear bomb, a major event that could lead to nuclear war. Zhao Taizhu affirmed, "Yes, it is that simple. Suddenly, Zhao Taiju's expression dimmed. Actually, this method wasn't my idea. It was something other countries did to us in the past. Because we were once backward, they casually created incidents. Then publicly shared some unbelievable excuse, paid a sum of money, made a public apology, and in the end, it all just fizzled out. Zhao Taiju slammed the table and stated, but now we have strength. Although we generally wouldn't do such things, this is an extraordinary time, and extraordinary measures must be taken. Xiao Yi, Feng Wei, and Qian Linsun exchanged glances, and Feng Wei gritted his teeth, saying, all right. I will submit the action plan to the higher-ups. However, the specific operations will need you, big guy, to arrange. Zhao Taiju stood up straight and declared, I will not fail in this mission. Soon, a message was sent to the concerned nation and nearby countries, stating that a fighter jet from our country had gone missing during a training mission while carrying the lightest nuclear bomb. Our country was searching for the jet in nearby waters and requested assistance from all nations. As expected, the request was refused. But the internal situation in the concerned country began to mobilize actively. Quickly, news arrived that the missing fighter jet had crashed within the territory, and unfortunately, the nuclear bomb had detonated. Fortunately, the area was sparsely populated, so there were no casualties, and the bomb's impact was limited to a radius of 10 kilometers. Our country dispatched a large recovery team to actively assess the impact of the crash and approached the concerned nation with an open attitude to discuss compensation and follow-up matters. After issuing a series of protest statements, a certain country agreed to consult with the aftermath team of another nation, and currently, both sides are engaged in friendly communication. Upon hearing this news, the experts were all taken aback. As Zhao Taiju said, a crisis that could spark a world war was resolved so easily. The world is indeed a strange place. When scholars rebel, the reason it fails after 3 years is due to overthinking. Some matters shouldn't be overthought, just act. And it will be done. With a major trouble resolved, Xiao Yi felt much more relaxed. The key point was that this would delay the outbreak of the cosmic beetle by 7 or 8 days. 7 or 8 days is enough time to accomplish many things. Every day in the current nation feels like a race against time. With this extra time, there are more possibilities to save all of humanity. Let our aftermath team quickly investigate the nuclear explosion site to see if there are any fragments or bodies of the cosmic beetles. Qian Linsun said to the head of the aftermath team. As dusk approached, news came in. The working group in protective suits sent over a video. This video was being broadcast on the big screen. Xiao Yi and the experts watched the content on the screen carefully. They saw many underground pits revealed among the ruins. These pits formed a huge maze underground. Clearly, this was the habitat of the cosmic beetles. The origin point is underground. No wonder it was difficult to detect. Biologist Wang Lin shook his head and said, it would be great to have detailed information about the origin point. Xiao Yi replied, according to the decrypted information we currently have, other parallel universes know very little about the origin point as well. However, Gu Linxing just informed me that they have decrypted a new batch of data regarding the cosmic beetles, which might provide some preliminary understanding of the origin point. The data was quickly transmitted over. Wang Lin looked closely, his expression growing increasingly grave, and the other biologists also looked worried. After a brief discussion among themselves, Wang Lin raised his head and said seriously, through analyzing the data on the cosmic beetles, we have made several judgments. Wang Lin continued, these extraterrestrial beings possess an extremely advanced digestive system. Their food chain is vast, allowing them to consume all living organisms. The most frightening aspect is their food utilization rate, which reaches as high as 99. Wang Lin showed a worried expression. Our human digestive system is already quite refined, but our food utilization rate is only about 10 to 20. This means that only about 10 to 20 of the food we eat is absorbed and utilized, while the rest is expelled from our bodies. Chapter 31. An unbearable burden, however. These extraterrestrial beings have a food utilization rate of 99, which means almost everything they consume is utilized. They have 2 pathways for food utilization. One is converted into energy, allowing them to move. This part is similar to humans, around 10 to 20. However, a larger portion is used for bodily accumulation. Once they accumulate to a certain level, they will split, giving rise to a second extraterrestrial creature. Wang Lin's face turned pale. This suggests that as long as they keep eating, they can continuously split, and split. At their rate, they could devour all the life on Earth in a month, converting these organisms into the resources needed for splitting, and then split into more extraterrestrial beings just like them. Everyone felt a heavy mood, and Wang Lin continued. Generally, only lower organisms have a relatively high food conversion rate. But this extraterrestrial creature not only possesses an absurdly high food conversion rate compared to lower organisms, but also has the intelligence of higher organisms. This is simply a creature at the top of the food chain. The most terrifying part is that they also consume the corpses of their own kind, allowing them to proliferate endlessly. maintaining an overwhelming numerical advantage. Xiao Yi was startled. Although he had long known about the power of the starry sky beetles, he now truly felt their terror. The starry sky beetles are nearly flawless, with immense destructive power and almost 100% food conversion rate. And they can directly convert food into embryos without the need for mating, producing more starry sky beetles just like them. In other words, as long as these starry sky beetles keep eating, they can continuously reproduce until they have consumed all life on Earth. This is the reason for the destruction faced by other parallel universes. Furthermore, these starry sky beetles are not picky eaters. They can consume all living creatures. Such monsters have evolved to perfection and should not exist in this world. They are inherently destined to dominate the entire universe. Professor Wang, there's one thing I don't understand. Why do they wait 180 days after arriving on Earth to devour it? Why not after just 1 month? Qian Linsun asked. Wang Lin replied, according to my analysis, if there were no human intervention, they would only need a month to occupy Earth. The reason they wait until 180 days to take over should be to accumulate enough numbers. Without sufficient numbers, we could easily use weapons to eliminate them before they become too numerous. Therefore, they have been gathering numbers during the first 150 days. Once they erupt, we will be helpless against their numbers. Xiao Yi's mind conjured an image of endless star beasts constantly climbing the city walls, relentlessly attacking. Kill one group, and another group comes. It never ends, and the 100-meter steel wall finally collapses under the onslaught. Xiao Yi felt a sharp pain in his head, as if it had been pricked by a needle, and quickly covered his head. Yao Yao, who had been beside him, frowned and asked, "Are you feeling unwell?" Xiao Yi shook his head. "I'm fine, just received some more information." His mood turned heavy. The earlier image was of himself from the second universe before his death, as humanity ultimately could not withstand the attack of the starry sky beetles and faced extinction. This made Xiao Yi very uncomfortable. He stood up, said his goodbyes, and left the place. After taking a few steps outside, he turned to Yao Yao and said, "I need to go home for a bit tomorrow. You can stay here and listen more, learn a bit." Yao Yao shot a glance at Xiao Yi and said, "I'm your aide, of course. I'll go wherever you go." Xiao Yi shook his head slightly. It seemed that Yao Yao had really gotten into character. It was likely that what she had seen and experienced today had significantly changed her mood, and she was finally beginning to face the crisis that humanity was about to encounter. "All right, tomorrow at the Chu Capital Hotel. We'll set off together," Xiao Yi said as he walked towards his residence. Yao Yao followed closely behind. He felt very tired, not from work, but from a sense of helplessness brought on by the scenes he had witnessed. This sense of helplessness was exhausting. Xiao Yi was temporarily staying at the Chu Capital Hotel, which was not far from the command center. However, once the new command building was completed, he would move there. Walking in the night, Xiao Yi was deep in thought. Could he really lead all of humanity to defend against the attack of the starry sky beetles? All the efforts of people from parallel universes had failed. Could he truly succeed? 6 days ago, Xiao Yi was just an ordinary person, a graduate student in a university laboratory. But now, he had become the hope of all humanity, bearing the heavy burden of saving everyone. Did he really have the capability to shoulder this responsibility? "Xiao Yi, what are you thinking?" Yao Yao caught up to him. Seeing Xiao Yi, who had been spirited and full of fighting spirit during the day, now looking worried and exhausted. She couldn't help but ask curiously. Xiao Yi forced a smile and replied, "It's nothing." Yao Yao pouted and said, "If you're not satisfied with my work, just say it. Don't mind my position." Xiao Yi was taken aback. "No, it's not about you. I just feel a huge pressure." "Hee hee. So you also have pressure? I thought you were mature for your age and a bit arrogant." Yao Yao laughed, stealing a glance at Xiao Yi from the side. Xiao Yi was startled. "Is that how you see me? Mature for my age and arrogant?" "Yes. You're so young, yet you've become a consultant for the National Mobilization Expert Group. My great-grandfather even said you might lead all humanity against the star beasts." Yao Yao's little pride resurfaced as she shot Xiao Yi a glance. "I didn't see that at all." Xiao Yi was taken aback again. It turned out the elder valued him so much. He actually believed he had the potential to lead all humanity. The elder's insight was sharp, and he shouldn't be negative. Xiao Yi shook his head. "Thank you, and thank your great-grandfather as well. You're doing a great job. Keep it up." After saying that, Xiao Yi waved at Yao Yao and turned to walk towards his dormitory building. Yao Yao watched Xiao Yi's back, confused. How could he go from looking so worried just a moment ago to appearing so spirited again, just like during the day? At the entrance of the Chu Capital Hotel, Chu Xiao walked out of a BMW with a young man. The hand they had been holding was instinctively released when they saw Xiao Yi approaching. Chu Xiao's eyes were fixed on Xiao Yi until he entered the dormitory building, at which point she shifted her gaze. Xiao, who is that man?" the young man asked, somewhat displeased. Chapter 32. No big shot I can't handle. He realized that Chu Xiao had just let go of his hand because she saw the young man ahead, who was clearly not an ordinary person. That was Chu Xiao's ex-boyfriend. The carefree Xie Ziming happened to pass by the entrance of the hotel and interjected into their conversation. Anyone who can freely enter and exit this hotel is definitely not an ordinary person. What kind of background does he have? The young man asked. You guessed it right. He is indeed not an ordinary person. He stands on equal footing with Professors Feng Weijing and Qian Linson, Xie Ziming said boldly. He had seen the expert group's meeting scene, and at the meeting, Xiao Yi's status was evidently not lower than that of Feng Weijing and Qian Linson. The young man's expression changed dramatically. Chu Xiaoxiao was merely a target for him. However, because she had given him her first time and was exceptionally attractive, he was interested in continuing to date her. But his father had warned him that while it was fine to play around with women, he must never touch those who were untouchable, especially those with significant backgrounds. Qian Linson was the most renowned scientist in the country, and Feng Weizhong was a towering figure in the scientific community. Someone who could stand on equal ground with such individuals was definitely not someone he could provoke, nor was it something his father would dare to do. One careless word from Xiao Yi could potentially lead to their family's downfall. It wasn't worth taking such a huge risk for a woman, even if she had given him her first time. I'm leaving now. Let's not keep in touch or meet again. Just pretend this never happened, the young man stammered, flustered as he opened the car door and drove off. In his panic, the BMW scraped against the railing, but he didn't stop. In just a few seconds, the young man disappeared in his car. Chu Xiaoxiao was stunned, while Xie Ziming whistled cheerfully and walked past her with a sense of pride. He was ready to share this news with Xiao Yi, confident that Xiao Yi would be thrilled. Previously, he hadn't thought much of Xiao Yi. Although Xiao Yi was a graduate student with impressive knowledge, he lacked a car, connections, and status, just an ordinary young man. His only advantage was his good character. However, ever since Xiao Yi had transformed overnight from a young man into a chief consultant for the expert group, Xie Ziming had changed his view of him and often claimed that he had seen Xiao Yi's potential all along, believing he would surely rise to prominence. Now, everything he had said had come true. The more he talked, the more he considered himself to be on good terms with Xiao Yi, even believing that Xiao Yi thought well of him. Naturally, he became a die-hard fan of Xiao Yi. Whenever he saw Chu Xiaoxiao, he would throw in a sarcastic comment or two. Today, his few words had caused Chu Xiaoxiao to be dumped by that man, and he felt a sense of satisfaction. Such good news had to be shared with Xiao Yi, and it was a perfect opportunity to get closer to him. Blind woman. Rejecting such an outstanding man just to chase after a loser. Women are always so foolish. Xie Ziming laughed loudly as he walked toward the dormitory where Xiao Yi was. Behind her, Chu Xiaoxiao completely broke down. Just a few days ago, she thought she had finally exchanged her body, which she had guarded for over 20 years, for a golden son-in-law. Now she realized how foolish she truly was. She had lost her body, lost the golden son-in-law, and even lost the backup, Xiao Yi, who was a million times better than a golden son-in-law. All her efforts had been in vain. Wow, it's unfair, so unfair. I just wanted a good life. Why did it turn out like this? Chu Xiaoxiao sat down with a thud and began to cry loudly, attracting quite a few onlookers. At that moment, Yao happened to walk by. She saw a girl, although heavily made up, was still very beautiful, crying, so she hurried over to comfort her. Miss, why are you crying? Chu Xiaoxiao looked up and immediately recognized this girl as the one who had just been with Xiao Yi. An idea struck her, and while her face was still tear-streaked, she said, my boyfriend, he is a big shot now and doesn't he want me anymore? What should I do? Wow. I can't go on living like this. Yao instantly became furious. Who is your boyfriend? I'll teach him a lesson. What a scumbag. Chu Xiaoxiao replied through her tears. You can't handle him. His name is Xiao Yi. Yao was taken aback, but then she patted her chest and said, don't cry. There's no one I can't handle. Isn't he just a big consultant? I'll make him apologize to you. With tears like pear blossoms, Chu Xiaoxiao said in a pitiful tone, but he is a big shot, right? Yao glared at the dormitory building where Xiao Yi was located and huffed. Humph. In front of me, there are no big shots. Don't worry, I'll make him kneel and beg for mercy. Chu Xiaoxiao reached out and grabbed Yao's arm, saying, just don't hurt him too badly. I'll feel heartbroken. Just teach him a little lesson. If he is willing to take me back, I'll be satisfied. Yao helped Chu Xiaoxiao up, wiped her tears, and rolled up her sleeves, saying, don't worry, I'll make him kneel down and beg for your forgiveness. Humph. Big shot, I've seen plenty of those. Xiao Yi, however, had no idea that someone was plotting against him. He was busy packing his bags to go home. This time, he didn't plan to stay long, at most a day, the day after tomorrow. He would need to rush back because the second battle of the financial war was about to start tomorrow. This battle was a steel war, and it was even more challenging than the oil war. They had to complete the procurement of oil and steel within a month, depleting 4 trillion in foreign exchange reserves, while purchasing as many urgently needed supplies as possible. Xiao Yi truly didn't have much time left. However, even if he had no time, Xiao Yi had to go home once, because this could very well be the last time he saw his family. Once the starry sky beetle erupted, he would really have no chance to see them again. In Nanchuan City, Zhao Hongyi mechanically rolled a ballpoint pen in his hand. He really felt trapped with no way out. As a developer of the game Homeland, he was involved in every aspect of its design and adjustment. And one could say that Homeland was like his child, carrying all his dreams and hopes. But reality was cruel, because he insisted on not compromising with money players. The financial situation of Homeland was extremely poor, teetering on the brink of bankruptcy. The only way to recharge in the game Home is through player skins. The skins obtained from recharging are merely visually appealing and offer no additional attributes. To succeed in the game, spending money or grinding hard is not enough. Only improving skills will do. In this era where wealth is king, this approach seems out of place. Chapter 33, The Innocent Girl of the Past. Now a cheating woman without a source of income, they could only continue to cut expenses, and in the end, only one server was still operational. However, that last server was shut down yesterday. The company had no money left and owed salaries and rent to its employees. Zhao Hongyi had no other assets, only this apartment. He decided to sell the apartment to pay the employees' salaries. He could admit defeat, but would never default on his debts. He just needed to discuss it with his wife. As this was their joint property. With a sigh, he called his wife. In the most luxurious 5-star hotel in Nanchuan City, Zhao Hongyi's wife was wearing a low-cut evening dress that fully exposed her most valuable assets. With a flirtatious smile, she was clinking glasses with a well-dressed man. Upon seeing Zhao Hongyi's call, a look of disgust crossed her face as she pressed the mute button and continued to toast with the man, still smiling. Yuxuan, for your sake, I agree to buy your company, the man said, his eyes lingering on her. She, in turn, bent slightly, revealing even more skin. But what? Just say it, and I will agree, Xia Yuxuan said bluntly. She was determined to achieve her goal tonight. Xia Yuxuan regretted making the most foolish choice back then. At that time, she was young, her desire for money was not so high, and she was filled with unrealistic fantasies about life. She believed talent was more important than money, and that love was more interesting than material wealth. In the home game company, two people liked her at the same time. One was the founder and game developer Zhao Hongyi, and the other was the investor Sun Xiang, who was now in front of her. Back then, she chose the talented Zhao Hongyi. But Sun Xiang withdrew his investment and left the company due to disagreements with Zhao Hongyi. Now, Xia Yuxuan was no longer the innocent girl she used to be. The home company faced two situations, bankruptcy or acquisition. If it went bankrupt, she would get nothing. However, if it were acquired, things would be different. That was why she sought Sun Xiang, hoping he would acquire the company. Of course, if Sun Xiang still had feelings for her, she was willing to leave her unromantic husband and jump into his arms. A smile appeared at the corner of Sun Xiang's mouth as he said, "But your stubborn husband is unwilling to sell." As one of the founders of the home company, he understood the game's value very well. With the right investment and a fee-based model, it could easily become popular again. He had previously attempted to negotiate the acquisition with Zhao Hongyi. But Zhao Hongyi had firmly refused to sell. Home is his child, his ideal, and he will not allow capital to tarnish the purity of his child. Sun Xiang was still thinking about how to persuade Zhao Hongyi when he unexpectedly found Zhao Hongyi's wife, Xia Yuxuan, coming to him. He planned to make good use of this woman, to have her whisper sweet nothings to Zhao Hongyi, convincing him to sell the company. I'm in charge here. Moreover, if Xia Yuxuan throws a flirtatious glance, what else could you want? I can consider it all. Sun Xiang smiled and said, my request is very simple. You drink this glass of wine, and I will agree to the purchase. Xia Yuxuan playfully replied, oh, you're so bad. You know I can't drink. If I get drunk, I won't know anything. And what if a bad person takes me away? Sun Xiang grinned and said, don't worry, if you get drunk, I'll book a room for you at the hotel. Xia Yuxuan laughed. You must have some bad intentions, you rascal. You have to keep your word. If I drink it, you must buy our company. After saying that, she downed the wine in one go and then leaned into Sun Xiang's arms, saying, what if I'm drunk? Sun Xiang laughed heartily, helped Xia Yuxuan up, and they left together. Xia Yuxuan took the opportunity to lean against him, acting as if she couldn't wait for more. The night was already deep, and Xia Yuxuan seemed to have no trace of intoxication. She got up to take a shower, leaving Sun Xiang alone on the bed. Sun Xiang watched Xia Yuxuan's silhouette and shook his head. Once a pure girl, now she was willing to do anything just to get him to buy their company. However, he found it uninteresting. The best feeling is the process of conquest. Once achieved, it loses its charm. Yet, he still had to play the game for one more day. Tomorrow, he would acquire the home company and then find some excuse to get rid of this woman. Sun Xiang, I'll be waiting for you at the company tomorrow. You must come. I will thank you properly. Xia Yuxuan smiled seductively as she finished her shower. I'm going back now. I'll make sure he agrees to sell the company. By the time she got home, it was already 3 a.m. Zhao Hongyi was still awake. Hearing Xia Yuxuan come in, he quickly asked, why are you so late? Xia Yuxuan twisted her body. I was out shopping with a friend. Zhao Hongyi didn't want to dig deeper. He only wanted to discuss selling the house to pay off debts with Xia Yuxuan. Yuxuan, I'm closing the company tomorrow. We still owe the employees wages and rent. Probably over $1 million. You know there's not a penny left in the company's account. So what do you think about selling the house to settle the debts? Xia Yuxuan exploded. Zhao Hongyi, look at yourself. Marrying you is the worst luck ever. How did I end up being so blind to choose you? Look at Sun Xiang. He is now the CEO of an investment company with assets over 100 million. And here you are, wanting to sell the house to pay off debts. No way. Zhao Hongyi frowned and said, I don't want to either, but the company can't operate anymore. I can't be a debtor. Xia Yuxuan shot back, you're pathetic. But I haven't been idle. I found Sun Xiang, and he agreed to buy the company. He acknowledged all those debts, and we could still get some money. Zhao Hongyi was taken aback and immediately asked, were you with Sun Xiang just now? Xia Yuxuan felt a bit uneasy. But then she remembered that Sun Xiang had said he hoped she would be the boss after buying the company. Wasn't this a promise to herself? Now was the perfect time to shake off Zhao Hongyi. Yes, he promised to buy the company for 2 million. This was Xia Yuxuan's first time being unfaithful. And she felt a bit guilty, so her words weren't as assertive. Zhao Hongyi knew all too well what kind of person Sun Xiang was. Being alone together for so long, and with Sun Xiang having always coveted Xia Yuxuan's beauty, it was obvious to anyone what had happened. Especially since Xia Yuxuan needed something from him. Chapter 34. Going home, however, Zhao Hongyi was more concerned about the company's future. He coldly stated, the company will not be sold, especially not to Sun Xiang. Xia Yuxuan jumped up, not selling? If you don't sell, I won't agree to sell the house either. You can find a way to borrow money yourself. Let's see how you face your old employees tomorrow. Zhao Hongyi's heart tightened. Although he felt pained by the company's bankruptcy, he was even more heartbroken for those old employees. They had been with him from the very beginning, working hard together. Many of them had proactively asked to take pay cuts after realizing the company was in trouble. And no one complained when wages hadn't been paid for the last 3 months. Zhao Hongyi could suffer himself, but he couldn't let these employees suffer. Old Wang, the programmer, had a child at home suffering from leukemia and urgently needed money, but he didn't dare to ask Zhao Hongyi for help. Instead, he used his off-work hours to find a part-time job to earn money for his child's treatment. He only slept 2 or 3 hours a day and sometimes fell asleep while riding his bike. Then there was Xiao Ling from finance, who had taken her savings for a house and put it on the company's accounts. He had to repay that money. If he didn't, could he still call himself a person? Xia Yuxuan, if you agree, we can get a divorce. The house will be split in half. And you give me what I deserve so I can pay off the debts, Zhao Hongyi said. Fine. You dare to mention divorce? Let me tell you, no way. If you want money, sell the company to Sun Xiang. Otherwise, I won't just let you divorce me. You figure out how to get the money. It's got nothing to do with me. Xia Yuxuan angrily picked up a vase from the table and smashed it on the floor. Divorce? I couldn't ask for more. Sun Xiang said that as soon as I break up with you, he will marry me in a heartbeat. Listen, Zhao Hongyi. Tomorrow I will bring Sun Xiang to the company, and we'll see if you sell it. With that, Xia Yuxuan slammed the door and left. Zhao Hongyi shook his head. It was only today that he truly recognized his wife of many years, realizing how shallow and greedy she was. It seemed normal upon reflection. He worked overtime every day, and they didn't have much time together. So how could he understand her deeply? He looked out the window, where the lights were bright. In just a few hours, it would be time to close the company. What would he use to repay the debts and pay the salaries? The company was his labor of love, and he would never allow someone like Sun Xiang to ruin it. He could imagine that if he sold the game home to Sun Xiang would definitely carry out extensive monetization renovations, and the principle of fair play that he pursued would be completely lost. Those loyal old players would also abandon the game, feeling utterly disheartened. Originally, he had arranged a new direction for home. He planned to place the game on a public server and turn it into a free private game, giving the old players a good explanation. But without money, all his ideas were just dreams. On the 173rd day of the countdown, Xiao Yi woke up feeling much better. He hurriedly washed up and went downstairs, where he saw Yao Yao standing by the car with her arms crossed. So, did you apologize to Xiao Xiao? Xiao Yi glanced at Yao Yao and said, mind your identity. You are my aide, helping me with official matters, so don't interfere with my personal affairs. Yao Yao pouted, scumbag. Zhao Taizhu turned around to look at Yao Yao, grinning. Are you talking about that girl named Xiao Xiao? Yao Yao nodded. Yeah, Xiao Yi abandoned her after starting something. And now that he is successful, he doesn't want her anymore. Zhao Taizhu couldn't help but chuckle. The Xiao Yi you're talking about seems different from the one I see. Xiao Yi waved his hand, not wanting to continue the topic. Brother Zhao, why did you come along? Zhao Taizhu replied, your identity is precious now. The elder said not to let you suffer any harm. Otherwise, there will be consequences. Xiao Yi said, my family doesn't know my identity yet. Once we enter the county town, I'll just take a taxi. And you guys can follow from a distance. Yao Yao, you're in charge of contacting the expert team. If there is anything important, call me. For general matters, let the main and deputy commanders decide. Got it, scumbag. Yao Yao said, pouting. Xiao Yi chuckled, uncertain how he had earned the title of scumbag. He also didn't care about what Chu Xiao had said to Yao Yao. Compared to the impending human crisis, these were trivial matters, not worth mentioning. A girl like Chu Xiao was destined not to enter his life. He was meant to be the man burdened with saving humanity, not someone who could be distracted by a girl like her. 7 days ago, he was still Chu Xiao's backup, but now they had no ties. And she would no longer distract him, not even a little. Ing City, a county-level city with a total population of 1 million, but only 200,000 in the urban area. This was Xiao Yi's hometown and where his parents lived. Xiao Yi got out of Zhao Tieju's Blue Star vehicle early and then took a taxi home. He didn't want his parents to know his current identity because once they found out, they would definitely ask a lot of details, which were state secrets. To speak of them would be a breach of confidentiality, while not speaking would be unfilial. Therefore, concealing his identity was Xiao Yi's first choice. As soon as he got out of the car, he saw his mother peering out the door. Upon spotting him, she quickly pulled him along, saying, "Come on, hurry up. If we're late, we'll miss it." Xiao Yi looked confused. He didn't know what his mother was up to. So he had no choice but to follow her out of the neighborhood. Outside the community, a car was waiting, driven by Xiao Yi's cousin, who worked as a driver for a local government official in a nearby city. His monthly income was not high, but the perks were substantial, and being close to someone with real power made him quite arrogant among relatives. "Why is it taking so long?" I said. "Auntie, they're getting impatient," the cousin replied impatiently. Xiao Yi's mother smiled apologetically. "Dedong, he just got back, right? Let us go, we still have time." "Xiao Yi, are you still at that lab in the university? Is it interesting?" "The pay is low, the work is tiring, and there is no future," I said. "With your education and qualifications, if you come back to the county, I can guarantee you a good job," Dedong confidently said. Xiao Yi's mother quickly nodded. "Yes, I've been encouraging him to come back. No need to continue with graduate studies. The more you study, the more foolish you become." Exactly. In today's society, connections are what matter. Those who study too much are just bookworms. What's the point of studying hard? Look at me. I didn't even finish vocational school, but now I'm doing quite well. We have a PhD in our unit who bows to me when he sees me. Dedong made a turn and drove into a hotel, then stopped. Chapter 35. Blind Date. Another blind date, Mom. What are we doing here? Xiao Yi asked curiously. "Of course we're here to eat," Xiao Yi's mother said as she pushed him towards the hotel. In the lobby, Xiao Yi's father came out to greet them, saying, "Just in time." Xiao Yi rubbed his nose. "Dad, Mom, who are we meeting? Do we really need to eat in a fancy hotel?" "Don't worry about that. Just go inside," his mother insisted, pushing him further. The cousin, having parked the car, caught up and said, "Xiao Yi, make sure to seize this opportunity." Xiao Yi was taken aback. Sensing something unpleasant, he realized his mother had tricked him into another blind date. It had become a habit for his mother to enthusiastically arrange blind dates for him. In previous instances, he had made the trip from the provincial capital back to his hometown for these setups, but they were tedious, almost like a transaction, first checking income. Then if the person had a car or a house, followed by various comparisons. Xiao Yi found it all very tiresome, and whenever his mother mentioned blind dates, he would avoid returning home. This time, it was surely another version of that same old routine. However, Xiao Yi was very busy now. Preoccupied with thinking about the fate of humanity, he had no time for such trivial blind date events. Besides, did he even need to go on blind dates anymore? Xiao Yi turned to leave, but his mother grabbed his arm. "You can't leave. This girl is truly special, the daughter of our director. She's beautiful. And her parents are both leaders in the system. This is something remarkable. You marry her, and you won't have to worry about your future. Who knows? I might even follow you around in the future," said cousin. Xiao Yi looked at his cousin strangely. In the past, the matchmaking was arranged by their parents, and it had nothing to do with cousin Dedong. But this time, cousin Dedong was surprisingly enthusiastic. "Cousin, you didn't introduce her, did you?" Cousin's expression was a bit unnatural. "Yes, when there's a good opportunity, it's only right to introduce it to family first." But there was something off about cousin's demeanor. Xiao Yi didn't think too much about it. Today he was just accompanying his parents for a meal. Opportunities like this would probably be rare in the future. As time went on, Xiao Yi would become busier, and chances to meet with his parents would be limited. "Let us go. After dinner, I'll be leaving. I have a ton of things waiting for me," Xiao Yi said. Seeing that Xiao Yi agreed, both his mother and father became excited, pulling him into a large private room. The room was indeed spacious, with a large round table in the center that could seat over 20 people. There were many people in the room, most of whom Xiao Yi didn't recognize. Only cousin Dedong's parents, his aunt and uncle, could be considered family. He didn't know anyone else. However, he had seen the middle-aged woman sitting at the head of the table once before. She should be cousin Dedong's boss's wife. Next to this middle-aged woman was a young girl, probably around 21 or 22, who looked quite nice and pretty, though her designer clothes and jewelry were a bit dazzling. After a brief greeting, Xiao Yi sat beside his parents. "Let us start serving the dishes," The middle-aged woman called to the waiter. Cousin asked, "Is the director not here yet?" "Don't wait for him. He has an important meeting and can't get away. If the meeting ends early, he'll come over," said the director's wife. His parents flattered. Leaders are always busy. Xiao Yi understood his parents, having been ordinary workers their whole lives. It was natural for them to feel a bit intimidated and eager to please those in power. He didn't intend to intervene. After all, he would leave after the meal, and as for matchmaking, he was too busy to think about romance. The girl glanced at Xiao Yi, finding his calm demeanor a bit hard to handle. She initially thought that, given Xiao Yi's background, he would feel intimidated in this matchmaking situation, but he appeared quite composed, treating this gathering like an ordinary meal. In fact, the girl was not mistaken. He really did treat the matchmaking as just a meal. "Dad, this is lobster meat. High in protein and low in fat, perfect for you." "Mom, this is fish maw, with no bones at all, your favorite. I'll serve it all to you," Xiao Yi said, busy serving his parents. However, this made the director's wife quite uncomfortable. "By the way, what is your name?" the director's wife asked. Cousin quickly replied, "Xiao Yi, Little Xiao." "Little Xiao sounds awkward. I'll just call you Xiao Yi." "So, Xiao Yi, how much do you earn each month?" the director's wife asked. Xiao Yi didn't want to be rude, as that would embarrass his parents. "Oh, not much, just a few thousand a month. As a graduate student, his salary was basically just enough to get by." "Hey, still in graduate school with such a low salary? How are you going to support a family in the future?" the director's wife said unhappily. "Our Xinshin needs 30,000 for her monthly allowance." Xiao Yi chuckled. "How much does your Xinshin earn?" The director's wife was instantly taken aback by Xiao Yi's question. Indeed, how much could a girl just starting out in society possibly earn? That allowance surely wasn't earned by her. Cousin Dadong noticed the awkward atmosphere and quickly added, "Isn't she climbing up the ranks by knowing your family? If the director speaks up, finding a lucrative position would be a piece of cake." Xiao Yi's mother chimed in. Yes, our Xiao Yi is very smart. He picks things up quickly and has always been a good student." The director's wife finally softened a bit and looked at Xiao Yi, asking, "How's your health? Any issues in that regard?" Xiao Yi nearly choked on his food. What kind of situation is this? Are we discussing marriage and asking about such matters? Was this for future generations or for the happiness of this girl named Xinshin? Moreover, asking such a question on a first date was simply outrageous and bizarre. "Isn't this something you get to know gradually?" "No problem, definitely no problem," Xiao Yi's mother quickly replied, helping him navigate this unexpected inquiry. It was quite eye-opening for Xiao Yi, considering his mother had never discussed any relationship matters with him before, yet here she was, proactively answering such questions. "Xiao Yi, what car do you drive? Do you own a house in the provincial capital?" asked a man sitting next to the girl, whom Xiao Yi recalled was her uncle. "I don't have a car or a house, no watch. I don't like carrying bags, and my clothes and shoes are all domestic products," Xiao Yi thought to himself. He had gained some experience with blind dates and quickly threw out all the necessary information, hoping to enjoy a quiet meal with his parents afterward. Chapter 36. How many months has it been? Based on Xiao Yi's experience, once he said those words, the other party would immediately lose interest. Sure enough, the table fell silent, with only the sound of utensils clinking. Noticing the awkward atmosphere, his aunt hurriedly said, "Our Xiao Yi works very hard and is quite clever. He got into graduate school without connections. If he had connections, wouldn't he have already risen to success?" "Exactly, and besides, we only have this one son. If he gets married, we'll definitely need to prepare a significant bride price and consider buying a house or a car," his mother added, her tone almost gritting her teeth. Xiao Yi was well aware of the family's financial situation. If they were to fulfill those expectations, they would likely incur a massive debt. He shook his head. It was almost time to launch the second phase of the financial battle, a crucial one, since iron ore was even more monopolized than crude oil. Winning this battle with just financial means would be quite challenging. Experts like Feng Wei and Qian Linsen were on the front lines overseeing the situation, and here he was, on a blind date. It was almost comical. Xiao Yi decided to change the subject, saying, "Mom, I expect to be quite busy soon. I might send someone to pick you up to Chudu. Please get ready." Xiao Yi believed that bringing his parents close by was the best option. This way, when the beast outbreak occurred, his family would be nearby, allowing him to feel more at ease. "You're just a small researcher. How busy can you be? You even sent someone to pick me up. Have you become an official?" his mother teased. The director's wife immediately replied, "Chudu is indeed very busy. However, if you want to bring your mother over, that's not possible. Have you heard? Chudu has already been designated as the capital, and the relocation plan must be completed within 4 months." Xiao Yi was taken aback. The relocation was still a high-level secret, and he didn't expect the director's wife to bring it up casually. It seemed some things needed to change. The plan for a nationwide mobilization had to be moved up. Otherwise, with too much gossip, unnecessary unrest could arise. "Really?" His mother turned to Xiao Yi, asking if it was true. Xiao Yi remained silent, and the director's wife continued. "It must be true. That's what my husband said. He is currently in a meeting discussing the planning. Chengdu is undergoing a complete reorganization, and various departments from the capital are moving here, making land even tighter in Chengdu. Don't ask your son, as a small researcher. How could he be privy to such high-level secrets? Xian tugged at her mother's hand, and the director's wife quickly said, let's not discuss national affairs. Let's talk about the two children instead. Since you don't have a house or a car, I think Xiao Yi is a decent person. I can reluctantly accept him. So, Xiao Yi can live with us. We'll provide the car and the house. As for the children, the first child will take our surname, and the following ones will take the Xiao family name. What do you think? Great. Now we have a house, a car, and jobs sorted out. Aunt, you've saved a lot of trouble, said cousin Dedong, who was the first to agree. Yes, Xiao Yi, you've hit the jackpot. I'll help you find a job in the system. Your future will be limitless, the aunt also agreed. Xiao Yi frowned, sensing something was off. The girl seemed eager to marry, and given her conditions, it was unlikely she would succeed in matchmaking, even if it meant marrying into the family. With her conditions, finding a suitable son-in-law should be straightforward, so there was no need to rush. His mother frowned and said, Isn't this just marrying into the family? We only have one son, it doesn't seem appropriate. The director's wife frowned, looking somewhat displeased. Cousin Dedong quickly said, Aunt, you're being too conservative. Nowadays, who cares about marrying into the family? With so many only children, many families are like this. The birth policy has been relaxed, so people can have as many children as they want. Not everyone as children can share the same surname. If you have 2 children, one takes one surname. And if you have 4, 2 for each. 8. Ugh, do you think this is like a pig giving birth? Everyone at the table laughed, and his mother forced a smile. Although there were still concerns about marrying into the family, she could reluctantly accept it since the girl's conditions were excellent. She was beautiful, came from a good family, and was interested in Xiao Yi. Most importantly, she had the means to bring Xiao Yi back and find him a respectable job in the city. From now on, Xiao Yi would be a part of the system. Walking with his head held high, he didn't say anything. He wanted to see what this family was up to, even if he was marrying into the family. So what? With a director as a father-in-law, marrying in would be quite an honor. Xian's uncle raised his glass and pointed at it, saying, Do you know what kind of wine this is? Feitian Matai, several thousand per bottle. But at my sister's place, it's free. Drink as much as you want, and someone will take care of the delivery when it's done. The uncle stood up and pointed at Xiao Yi, saying, You can't even spend your salary. So you don't have to spend money on anything. Traveling abroad? No cost. Eating? No cost. Even if you wanted to go hire a companion. Ugh, I misspoke, but anyway, your salary won't be spent. Xiao Yi shook his head and picked up his phone to send a message. Help me investigate the director's situation. The sooner, the better. Yao quickly replied, Got it, scumbag. Xiao Yi smiled wryly. It seemed that the name scumbag would follow him for a while. Brother, you talk too much, drink less. The director's wife said somewhat displeased. She turned to Zhang Cheng and said, As for us, we don't have high demands. First, keep yourself clean. Second, don't be too strict with our Xian. Third, when it comes to Xian, don't fight back or argue. Fourth, be available at all times. Cousin Dedong immediately said, These are not problems. Xiao Yi has always been a good student, obedient and filial. He will treat his wife very well. Miss Xian. You can rest assured that my cousin will definitely be very compliant with you. Right, Aunt? The mother paused for a moment and quickly said, Yes. My child is very obedient and filial. That's good. Then it's settled. The wedding will be next month. We'll book the hotel. It can't be low-end. There will be many important figures from the city attending, and we can't afford to lose face. The director's wife began planning the wedding. We'll go take the wedding photos right away, and I'll find someone to pick the date. Just focus on toasting at the wedding, the director's wife said. Xiao Yi suddenly interjected, Seems like you're in a hurry. He turned to the girl, Xian, and asked, How many months has it been? Xian blurted out. 3. The room fell silent. Chapter 37. The mysterious child's father. An eerie atmosphere enveloped the scene, but it was the quiet Xiao Yi desired. He served more dishes to his mother and father, then took the opportunity to eat himself. He still had to go to the nearby Nanquan city, and Xiao Yi didn't want to go on an empty stomach. Seeing Xiao Yi eat so casually, his mother shifted her gaze to cousin Dedong, her eyes full of questions. Xiao Yi smiled. It was clear that cousin Dedong was in the know. As the director's driver, he must have been aware of these matters, which is why he was so eager to introduce Xiao Yi. In his view, marrying the director's daughter, even if it was under such circumstances, was a significant step up for Xiao Yi. Plus, if the introduction succeeded, he would gain favor with the director and establish a familial bond, making it a win-win situation. As for Xiao Yi's situation, that didn't matter much. As the saying goes, if a wife doesn't cheat, it means she lacks charm. Who doesn't have a bit of green on their head? It's not like everyone's wife is without prospects. Besides, it's Xiao Yi who is wearing the green hat, not him. However, facing the aggressive gaze of his aunt. He still felt somewhat guilty and instinctively averted his eyes. Cousin Dazhong's mother spoke up. Nowadays, many young people marry due to unexpected pregnancies. As long as the two of them get along well, it's really not a big deal. This statement made Xinxin's face turn a bit red. And the director's wife didn't look pleased either. Although many people do marry because of a pregnancy, marrying someone else's child is quite rare. If it were to be said out loud, wouldn't the male party be utterly embarrassed? Xiao Yi's mother shot a glare at her sister, ready to speak. But the director's wife interjected. Since the conversation has come this far, let's not hide it any longer. Yes, our Xinxin is pregnant. This is good news for you as well. Otherwise, with Xinxin's qualifications, how would your Xiao Yi have a chance? Absolutely, my sister is right. Even in this situation, it's still your Xiao Yi who is climbing high. Such opportunities are hard to come by. For you two elders, it's good news too. In just a few months, you'll have a grandson. What a wonderful thing. Xinxin's uncle said boastfully. Xiao Yi almost spat out his food. To speak of such matters so casually. This uncle truly is something else. Nowadays, such situations are quite common. Our neighbor, Old Li, has been with his wife for 10 years, and their son is already 4 or 5 years old. But upon investigation, the child turned out to be Old Wang's. Old Wang compensated him 200,000. And now the couple is living quite well. Old Li treats that child as his own. They have a child and money, so what is not to be happy about? A relative of Xinxin, whom Xiao Yi couldn't recall, chimed in. Another relative immediately followed. Exactly. Who doesn't he make mistakes? At least the child is innocent. Moreover, if you raise the child from a young age, they will be close to you, just like a biological child. Xiao Yi's mother finally couldn't hold back. How can a biological child be the same as someone else's? The director's wife's face turned serious. Xiao Yi's mother. I have something to say up front. This child must be raised as if he were biological. Our director's family cannot afford to lose face. This news must not leak. It's best if everyone treats this child as Xiao Yi's. We will make a concession. Tonight, let Xinxin and Xiao Yi share a room. Xiao Yi should treat this child as if it were conceived tonight, and everyone should refrain from mentioning it again in the future. Xiao Yi nearly choked. Although he had been eating, his ears were attentive. He wanted to see just how shameless people could be. It seems Xiao Yi was still too young. The director's wife not only felt no shame, but also made it seem as if the one at fault was Xiao Yi. Yes. Let us not mention it anymore. Let us talk about the wedding instead, Xinxin's uncle immediately suggested. The director's wife tilted her head back and said, well, our family can contribute a bit more. We will give you 2 elders 1 million. Additionally, our director will give a heads up to your unit. If there are opportunities for promotion, they will be offered to you. If not, we can arrange for a lighter position with better pay, where you don't have to work so hard. You can go when you want and stay home when you don't. Xiao Yi's mother felt unwell. She turned to look at Xiao Yi's father, who shook his head. Xiao Yi's mother stood up and said, we can't accept this. This meal is on us. We can't afford to dine with your family. Xiao Yi nodded silently, realizing that his mother still had principles and wouldn't push her son into a difficult situation. The director's wife immediately turned pale and glanced at Xiao Yi, only to find that he didn't seem angry, but was enjoying his meal instead. She thought Xiao Yi was swayed by their conditions. You too should respect the child's wishes. Xiao Yi, make your stance clear. Don't worry. Your future will be secured by our family. Xiao Yi put down his utensils, wiped his mouth, and asked, may I ask, who is the child's father? Why not marry her? The room fell silent again. This was indeed a question everyone was concerned about. Xiao Yi noticed that aside from the director's wife and Xinxin, no one else seemed to know about the child's father. Why are you asking this? It won't be good for your future, the director's wife said. Xiao Yi smiled and replied, I need to know who my competitor is. He had a gut feeling that there was something off about the child's father. Otherwise, why keep the child instead of terminating the pregnancy? Was it to avoid affecting Xinxin's health? You don't need to know that, the director's wife said, clearly displeased. Xiao Yi nodded. All right then, since it's inconvenient to talk about, let's just terminate the pregnancy, and then we can get married. He was determined to find out who the child's father was, and decided to provoke her to see how she would respond. That's not possible. The child cannot be terminated, the director's wife said, her expression anxious. Why not? Xiao Yi sensed something suspicious about the child's father. It just can't be done, the director's wife insisted. Xinxin's uncle quickly added, if the child is terminated, she might not be able to have children in the future. This is a serious matter and cannot be taken lightly. Xiao Yi shrugged, then there's no other way. If the child is terminated, I agree to the marriage. If not, then forget it. Xinxin suddenly stood up, pointing at Xiao Yi, and said, look at your cowardice. If I terminate the child, why would I still want you? Letting you be a cheap father is a favor to you, and you don't even know how distinguished the child's biological father is. Xiao Yi understood now. The director was treating his daughter as a tool for climbing the social ladder. Clearly, if he married this woman, he would have to wear a green hat for a long time, likely until Xinxin no longer attracted the interest of the other party. Chapter 38. The overbearing director Xinxin. Sit down. The director's wife hurriedly interrupted Xinxin's outburst, staring at Xiao Yi and saying, "Many people are eager to become our family's son-in-law, but I don't accept them. Giving you this opportunity is a sign of respect." Xinxin's uncle chimed in, "Xiao Yi, look at you. You're in your 20s and haven't accomplished anything. No money, no car, no status, no connections. Now you have such a great opportunity, and you still hesitate to seize it? Some people spend their whole lives striving for what you can get with just a nod. What more could you want?" "Exactly, brother. Treat the child as your own, and the child will treat you as their real father. This is a chance for you to rise to a higher branch." Cousin Dadong was clearly eager to facilitate this marriage, and also chimed in, saying, "Sister, look at you. You married poorly back then, and now you're struggling so much that you can't even afford to buy a house or a car for your child. Don't ruin your child's future. Once the marriage is settled, you'll be related to the director, and wherever you go, you'll have face. In today's world, it doesn't matter if the child isn't yours. Having money is the key. If I had an unmarried son, it wouldn't be your turn." Uncle also added. Xiao Yi's mother felt a surge of anger. You could let Dadong get a divorce, and then reach for higher branches. She stood up, pulled Xiao Yi, and said, "Let's go, I can't eat this meal." Before Xiao Yi could respond, a cough was heard from outside, and a man walked in with a commanding presence. Speaking arrogantly, "Oh, I hope I'm not late." Everyone at the table stood up, offering various respectful greetings. "Hello, director." "Hello, brother-in-law." Xiao Yi did not stand, but his parents, who were always in awe of officials, couldn't help but get to their feet. The director immediately spotted the only person who remained seated, and his expression darkened. He walked to his seat, stared at Xiao Yi, and said, "You are that." "Xiao Yi." Cousin Dadong quickly filled in the gap. "Oh, Xiao Yi, have you finalized things? When is the wedding?" The director, exuding an imposing aura, disregarded others' opinions and made his judgment directly. The director's wife quickly leaned in to whisper something into his ear, causing his expression to shift even darker. "Xiao Yi, I won't beat around the bush with you. My connections in the city are quite powerful. In this city, those who follow me prosper, while those who oppose me perish. If you agree to the marriage, everything will be fine," the director said aggressively. Xiao Yi's parents felt the pressure and dared not speak. Xiao Yi smiled lightly. "What if I don't agree?" The director scoffed. "You know too much. Today, whether you agree or not, you have to." Xiao Yi crossed his arms. "Oh, what will happen if I don't agree?" The director replied, "Your parents will soon lose their jobs. Even though you are in the provincial capital, I have ways to make your life difficult. And I can also have you expelled from your school. If you don't agree, your family will start facing misfortune from now on." Xiao Yi, the director isn't joking. He has such power. As long as you marry Xinxin, you can do whatever you want. Cousin Dadong understood the director's impatience and quickly advised. Xiao Yi ignored him and stared at the director. "I'd like to see what methods you have to make my parents lose their jobs." The director frowned, picked up the phone, and dialed a number. "Xiao Yi, think carefully. Once the call connects, your parents will lose their jobs, and it will be impossible to find new ones. Moreover, they will face various difficulties." Xiao Yi's murderous intent was evident. If this director truly had such power, he was clearly a scoundrel. If he wasn't dealt with, people would not have a good life. Is that so? I can also tell you, if you really make my parents lose their jobs, the people you contact will also be fired, and they will face legal consequences. He originally didn't want to use his power to handle personal matters, but the director's atrocious behavior had crossed his bottom line. How could someone threaten him using his own family? He absolutely could not tolerate that. The director sneered and said a few words into the phone before hanging up, ignoring Xiao Yi and his family thereafter. He raised his glass and began to toast with others. Soon, both Xiao Yi's mother and father received phone calls, and they answered anxiously. By the time they hung up, their faces had changed. It was evident that the director's threat was real. The director smiled smugly and said, "Xiao Yi, how about it? Don't I have the ability? Young man, it's okay to be a bit impulsive, but being stubborn is not acceptable. If you change your mind, I can make it as if nothing ever happened today. No one is allowed to speak about it. I'm not unreasonable either. I can guarantee you a promotion to a departmental level position within a month. I'll give you a villa and 10 million in cash." He turned to look at his daughter and then back at Xiao Yi, saying, "As men, we all understand. It must be uncomfortable for you. How about this? I'll help you find a mistress. You can keep her on the side. This is the bottom line. If you agree, we can discuss the marriage right now." Suddenly, the director's expression turned serious, and he said sternly, "If you still don't agree, then prepare to beg on the streets." The director's change of attitude was indeed quicker than flipping a page of a book, causing Xiao Yi's mother to shudder and almost drop her chopsticks. She looked at Xiao Yi with concern. She wasn't worried about her own life. She was only concerned about Xiao Yi's future. Xiao Yi smiled and patted his mother's hand, saying, "Very well. I can tell you now that you and everyone you just called in your connections will all be suspended for investigation. Moreover, I suspect you will likely end up in prison. Ha ha. In Ing City, I can do whatever I want. What can a mere graduate student like you do to me? The director laughed maniacally. Xiao Yi picked up the phone and said, "Did you all hear that?" A furious female voice came from the phone. "Heard it. Arrangements have been made." The call ended. The director frowned, staring at Xiao Yi. "Who did you call?" Xiao Yi shrugged. "You're not at the right level to know." The director laughed maniacally again. "Do you think a random phone call can threaten me? No way. Even if it's a reporter, I can handle it. I have backing. I can tell you that even the mayor can't do anything to me." Xiao Yi ignored him and turned to his cousin Dadong, saying, "Cousin, I don't blame you for what happened today. But I need to remind you that someone will come to take you in for questioning. If you don't want to spend time in prison, tell everything you know. This is my advice for the sake of family. Don't take it lightly." Chapter 39. My daughter is very skilled. Dadong was stunned because Xiao Yi looked very serious. Clearly not joking. After all, they had known each other since they were young, and he understood that Xiao Yi wouldn't say anything recklessly if he wasn't sure. However, given Xiao Yi's abilities, how could he possibly deal with the director? The atmosphere in the room became very strange, and no one dared to move. Even the director's wife and Xin looked somewhat dumbfounded. "Arrogant, I want to see who can touch me." The director did not get angry but instead smiled, leaning back in his chair, pulling out a cigarette and preparing to light it. However, his hand holding the lighter could not reach his mouth anymore, because he saw someone he feared the most, the director of the Anti-Corruption Bureau. "I can touch you," the Anti-Corruption Bureau director said seriously. The director shivered, suddenly stood up, and rushed in front of the Anti-Corruption Bureau director, lowering his voice. "Old ma, don't listen to this kid-s nonsense." The Anti-Corruption Bureau director maintained a stern expression, saying, "I already have enough evidence to arrest you." The director's face turned pale, but then he thought of the father of Xin's unborn child, and he regained some confidence. "Old ma, you can't handle this matter, even if you are the director of the Anti-Corruption Bureau. Do you know who I have above me?" The Anti-Corruption Bureau director still had a stern face, saying, "I estimate he won't be able to jump around anymore. You." The director was very angry, but he didn't dare let anyone hear their conversation, so he said in a low voice, "The person above me is the big boss of the district. Dare to touch me? I'll make you regret it." The Anti-Corruption Bureau director suddenly turned to look at Xiao Yi, then said with a strange smile, "I'm glad you provided such valuable whistleblowing information. Do you know who this young man is?" The director was somewhat confused. He originally thought that bringing up his powerful backer would intimidate the other party, but unexpectedly, the other party was not intimidated and stood tall, clearly indicating there was something wrong. Who could he be? Isn't he just a graduate student? The Anti-Corruption Bureau director waved his hand, and two staff members stepped forward to restrain the director, preparing to drag him out. "Didn't you have a meeting today? Do you remember the name of the chief advisor of the National Mobilization Expert Group?" The Anti-Corruption Bureau director whispered in the director's ear. The director was stunned. He hadn't taken Xiao Yi's name seriously when he entered, but now he thought about it. Cold sweat broke out on his back. The head of the National Mobilization Expert Group had the surname Xiao, and he was very young. But how could he have guessed that such a significant figure would appear here, dining at the same table with them, and even on a blind date with his daughter? If he had known, he wouldn't have dared to come even if you killed him. The director's legs went weak, and he knelt down, trembling all over, his body turning to a pile of mud. The Anti-Corruption Bureau director glanced at him with disdain, waved his hand, signaling to take him away. As the Anti-Corruption Bureau director was leaving, he nodded slightly at Xiao Yi, who returned the gesture, and then the room fell silent again. The director's wife turned pale, while Xin looked at Xiao Yi in fear, and everyone else dared not make a sound. Those who were once arrogant were now silent. The director's wife, having seen the world, quickly understood that Xiao Yi was definitely not an ordinary person. She stood up, walked around the table to Xiao Yi, and suddenly knelt down. "Xiao Yi, please spare us. We will do anything you want." She suddenly turned to Xin, pulling her daughter to kneel in front of Xiao Yi as well. "Look, my daughter is not bad, right? If you want her, she can be your lover. And the child in her belly can be aborted immediately. My daughter is very skilled and knows how to serve people well." Xiao Yi was completely stunned. What kind of parents are these, treating their own daughter like this? "Get lost." A female voice rang out, and a vigorous figure rushed over, standing in front of Xiao Yi, kicking the director's wife away. "Who is this, so disgusting? Let me tell you. If you dare to use your daughter to seduce Xiao Yi again, be careful that I'll break your legs." It was the spirited Yao Yao, her hands on her hips, glaring at the crowd around her, fully revealing her domineering nature. "And you all, get lost. If you're not Xiao Yi's family, leave here immediately." Yao Yao was quite imposing, making the others hurriedly retreat. Who is this girl? Xiao Yi's mother was clearly a bit confused. Today's events had left her somewhat dazed. "What do you think? She is obviously my son's girlfriend, otherwise, why would she be so angry?" Xiao Yi's father said, pulling his wife's hand. Yao Yao's face immediately turned red. She hadn't expected that just helping Xiao Yi out would lead to a misunderstanding with his parents. Yao Yao quickly wanted to explain something, but Xiao Yi said to his parents, "Mom, Dad, I have something very important to do right now. As for you, don't go to work, just stay at home. In a few days, I'll arrange for someone to take you to the capital. Just bring a few changes of clothes. There's no need to bring anything else. It's a special time, so let us keep it simple." After saying that, Xiao Yi stood up and left. Seeing that Yao Yao was still being held by his mother, he added, "Let us go. Are you planning to stay here as a daughter-in-law?" Yao Yao's face turned bright red. She wanted to say something, but saw Xiao Yi had already walked out. So she could only awkwardly pull her hand away from Xiao Yi's mother and say, "Annie, I'm not his girlfriend." Haha. I didn't expect my son to be so domineering. He has such a beautiful girlfriend and doesn't cherish her, yet dares to be fierce with you. Don't worry, when I see him, I'll give him a good lesson. Xiao Yi's mother said cheerfully, not giving Yao Yao a chance to explain. Yao Yao quickly waved her hands. "I'm not. Don't be afraid of him. He is soft-hearted. He is probably just fierce with his words." Xiao Yi's mother completely ignored Yao Yao's attempts to clarify. Having always been pampered, Yao Yao had never experienced such treatment. And her face was so red it felt like it could bleed. She knew that if she continued to explain, it would only get worse, so she hurriedly ran away. Seeing Yao Yao chase after Xiao Yi's mother laughed happily. "We were worried for nothing. With such a beautiful and obedient girlfriend. I shouldn't have come to this matchmaking meeting. I took so much nonsense for nothing." Xiao Yi's father also laughed. This kid didn't even mention he has a girlfriend. Suddenly, Xiao Yi's mother stared at her husband sternly and asked, "Where does that sense of male superiority in Xiao Yi come from? How can he be so fierce with girls?" The father quickly raised his hands in surrender. "It's definitely not for me." In the car, Yao Yao angrily opened the door and glared at Xiao Yi, not saying a word. She had kindly tried to help Xiao Yi, but unexpectedly, his parents mistook her for the girlfriend of this scoundrel, the one who gets bullied. How could she not feel wronged? Chapter 40. The scoundrel who saves all humanity, also a scoundrel. "Miss Yao Yao, what's wrong? Was the task not successful?" Zhao Taizhu asked with a smile. Yao Yao glanced at Xiao Yi and then shot a glare at Zhao Taizhu, saying, "With me here, there's nothing that can't be settled." However, she realized she couldn't explain herself clearly. Xiao Yi closed his eyes and said, "Let's go to a certain city." He recalled something and turned to Yao Yao, asking, "Why did you jump in?" Yao Yao retorted, "I was worried you wouldn't be able to resist the temptation of beauty and that you'd actually taken that little vixen." Doing something unforgivable to Xiao Xiao. Xiao Yi secretly smiled, closed his eyes, and fell silent. He needed to rest and regain his energy. Unforgivable to Xiao Xiao? Ha. That's the funniest joke I've ever heard. Zhao Taizhu laughed heartily before starting the car and pressing the accelerator. The most iconic vehicle of the region sped away rapidly. Yao Yao was taken aback. She felt that Zhao Taizhu and Xiao Yi were hiding something from her. Could it be that there was an issue with Chu Xiao Xiao? No, that didn't make sense. How could a girl lie about her innocence? It must be that both Xiao Yi and Zhao Taizhu were male chauvinists, thinking the same way. But that didn't seem right either. Yao Yao didn't know much about Xiao Yi, but she had been around Zhao Taizhu long enough to understand his character. He was a man who wouldn't tolerate any nonsense. If Xiao Yi were truly a scumbag, Zhao Taizhu wouldn't have agreed to anything. Was it possible that she had misjudged Xiao Yi? Unable to help herself, Yao Yao turned to glance at Xiao Yi, who was already sound asleep. She knew Xiao Yi bore the heavy burden of saving humanity and was under immense stress, so she chose to remain silent, not wanting to disturb him. However, a scumbag is still a scumbag. A scumbag burdened with saving humanity is still a scumbag. In the conference room of the company in a certain city, Zhao Hongyi sat in the president's chair with red eyes, feeling guilty as he looked at a group of veteran employees across from him. The number of employees had dwindled from the initial dozens to just over 10 now, all of whom were the company's loyal supporters. He could not only name each one, but also knew their family situations, preferences, work characteristics, and quirks. It could be said that the game home had managed to survive in this era of heavy spending thanks to this group of employees. Many of them even lent money to the company during its toughest times. Now, he found himself unable to repay the employees or even pay their salaries. Selling the company was his only option. Bang! The door was slammed open, and Sun Xiang and Xia Yuxuan appeared in the office. What surprised everyone the most was that Xia Yuxuan was actually linked arm in arm with Sun Xiang. The veteran employees were well aware of the relationships among these three. Originally, when Xia Yuxuan chose Zhao Hongyi, everyone saw hope, believing that with hard work, one could achieve the same success as Boss Zhao and win over a beauty. Now they realized that hard work and talent couldn't compete with the allure of money. Zhao Hongyi, I've brought Sun Xiang here, and I've decided to sell the company to him. Of course, I've done my best to secure a good price for the company, 5 million. That should be enough for you to pay off your debts. Xia Yuxuan plopped down into a chair, crossing her legs. Zhao Hongyi felt a bit dazed. Unconsciously, The pure young girl who had just joined the company as a receptionist had now transformed into a shameless, vulgar woman without any principles. How had he not noticed this before? I've said it before, the company is not for sale, Zhao Hongyi said with bloodshot eyes, especially not to Sun Xiang. Sun Xiang said nothing, merely smiled and greeted some of the older employees before sitting down nearby. Not for sale? Heh, Xia Yuxuan scoffed, pointing at the programmer Lao Wang. His son is desperately waiting for money to save his life. He has shares in the company, and if it sells, his stock and salary could save his son. She then pointed at a scruffy employee, saying, Xiao Chun, no, now it should be Lao Chun, who has devoted his youth to this company. Can you bear to see him still with nothing at his age, unable to find a wife? Are you willing to let these older employees work hard for over a decade, only to end up with nothing? Moreover, I'll tell you this. Don't think about selling the house. I own half of it. If I say it's not for sale, even if you sue, you won't be able to sell it. Xia Yuxuan plopped down and coldly stared at Zhao Hongyi. The employees all lowered their heads. Emotionally, they were on Zhao Hongyi's side, but they were also human. They had been willing to work hard because they believed there was a future worth fighting for. However, seeing that after more than a decade of effort, they had nothing to show for it, they felt disheartened and wanted some savings to improve their lives. The older employees all had shares. If the company were sold, they could at least get some money. I'll say it again, home is my child. I want to sell it, Zhao Hongyi said. You can betray me, and I'll endure it, but if you want to sell my child, you can forget it. Zhao Hongyi's eyes remained red. Xia Yuxuan slammed the table. Fine. If you won't sell, I will. We are not divorced, and you hold shares that belong to me as well. You own 60, so I can claim 30. The remaining 40 is in the hands of these older employees. Now, I decide to sell the company. As long as half of the employees agree, I can sell it. Xia Yuxuan had been urgently trained by Sun Xiang all night and had gained some understanding of the situation. If Zhao Hongyi wouldn't sell, she had ways to make him do so. Who among you is willing to sell the company? Raise your hand, Xia Yuxuan said. The older employees looked at each other. Then at Zhao Hongyi's haggard appearance, sighed, and lowered their heads, remaining still. Lao Wang, don't you want to treat your son? Xia Yuxuan clearly hadn't expected this situation, where the older employees remained unmoved. Lao Wang lowered his head even further, silent. He wanted the money, but he also had deep feelings for the company. Selling it just like that made him reluctant. Lao Chun, don't you want to find a wife? Xia Yuxuan pressed. Lao Chun held his head and remained motionless. Xia Yuxuan obviously hadn't anticipated this turn of events. Desperately, she said, if we don't sell, everyone will face dire consequences. I'm telling you, I don't agree to sell the house. Without money, the company will go bankrupt. And home will have to be mortgaged and auctioned off. Eventually, it will still be sold, and at a bargain price. Hearing this, the longtime employees began to feel uneasy. Yet no one raised their hand. Xia Yuxuan cast a pleading glance at Sun Xiang. Sun Xiang smiled slightly. As long as Xia Yuxuan insisted on selling, he was confident about today's acquisition. He stood up and said, on behalf of the acquiring party, I solemnly promise that we will not make major revisions to the game, only adding some paid features. Moreover, you are the contributors to this game, and I assure you that all your positions will be retained, with salaries doubled. Now, those willing to sell the company, please raise your hands. Zhao Hongyi was stunned. He panicked. Sun Xiang had dealt him a fatal blow. The reason these longtime employees were willing to continue with him was that they believed they could achieve something significant. Sun Xiang's promise provided these employees with a glimpse of success. Sure enough, some began to waver. The first hand was raised, followed by the second and the third. Almost everyone, except for the accountant Xiao Ling, had raised their hands. She wanted to question the employees, but was stopped by Zhao Hongyi. 45, 50, 55. Sun Xiang smiled slightly. He had passed the halfway mark in shares. Zhao Hongyi, you lost. I will make the payment now. Sun Xiang made a phone call, and soon after, he raised the information in his hand, saying, the funds have been transferred to the company account. Home is now mine. Xia Yuxuan linked her arm with Sun Xiang's and playfully said, it's all thanks to you. Aren't you going to reward me? Sun Xiang glanced at Zhao Hongyi, lifted Xia Yuxuan's chin with his finger, brushed his lips against hers, and said, Zhao Hongyi, I told you, you were destined to fail. Now, it has indeed been confirmed. Your company has been acquired by me, your employees have betrayed you and become my employees, and your wife is now actively seeking a kiss from me. Sun Xiang looked at the lawyer who handed him the documents signed by the shareholders. He flipped through them, held them up and shook them in front of Zhao Hongyi while laughing maniacally. What you valued the most, the home game that you even treated like your son, is now mine. Didn't you want to maintain the balance of the game the most? Didn't you wish for money not to interfere with the game? Now, I will vigorously introduce wealthy players. The rich can buy good gear, and they should be able to dominate the game, slaughtering those who play for free. This world is like this. The rich stand high above, and the poor should bow down. Just like you and me. I have money. I will control the world. And I can control home. You have no money. You should wear the green hat and let your child become a tool for my profit. Wake up to reality. Stop dreaming about ideals and morals. Without money, don't talk about ideals or morals. Xia Yuxuan initially chose you, but when she realized the reality, she obediently came to my bed. Sun Xiang turned to Xia Yuxuan and asked, "Come on, tell me, who is stronger, me or your husband?" "Oh no, your soon-to-be ex-husband Zhao Hongyi?" Xia Yuxuan threw him a flirtatious glance. "Of course, you are stronger." "In what way?" Sun Xiang asked with a mischievous smile. "In every way, especially in that aspect." Xia Yuxuan chuckled and said, "These two are completely ignoring everyone's feelings, especially ignoring Zhao Hongyi's. Despicable, shameless, and vile." Xiao Ling from the finance department stood up angrily, cursing as she looked at Zhao Hongyi, as if it were she who had been insulted rather than him. However, Xia Yuxuan glanced at Xiao Ling and said with a frivolous smile, "Oh, it seems Zhao Hongyi isn't a good person either, secretly flirting with the women in the office." Both Zhao Hongyi and Xiao Ling were at a loss for words. Xiao Ling indeed admired Zhao Hongyi, but due to moral constraints, she had never confessed her feelings. Now, Zhao Hongyi finally understood why Xiao Ling had used all her savings to cover the company's financial crisis. He looked at Xiao Ling, his eyes filled with remorse. A few employees couldn't sit still anymore and wanted to sneak out. "Stop right there, Lao Wang. If you want to treat your son, stay here honestly. And you, Lao Chun, if you want to find a good wife, don't even think about leaving your seat. I'm going to humiliate this guy right in front of you all. He actually drove me out of the company back then. Now I want to see who is stronger," Sun Xiang shouted excitedly. The employees were restless but dared not leave. After a while, Lao Wang couldn't hold back anymore and stood up, saying, I'm not selling my shares anymore. I can't listen to this. Boss Sun, you've gone too far." Sun Xiang raised the contract in his hand and said, "Lao Wang, I'll say it again. Sit down and behave. You've already signed the contract. The company now belongs to me. If you want to keep your position, listen to me finish. And it's best if you join me in cursing this blind fool. Otherwise, get out right now." Zhao Hongyi's face turned pale. He didn't expect the situation to escalate to this point. His own company was beyond his control, sold off by that woman in collusion with Sun Xiang. He felt utterly helpless. That woman had already betrayed him, and now she was taking away his hard work. It was unbearable. Furious, he suddenly stood up, took a step towards Xia Yuxuan, raised his fist, and was ready to strike. "What are you doing?" Xia Yuxuan was frightened and wanted to hide behind Sun Xiang. But Sun Xiang also felt a little guilty. He was drained and was no match for Zhao Hongyi. If a fight broke out, he wouldn't stand a chance. "Security! Security! Get this madman out of here." Two security guards entered, hesitating when they saw the scene in front of them. After all, just a few minutes ago, Zhao Hongyi was still their boss. "You two, immediately arrest him and break his legs, or I'll fire both of you," Sun Xiang shouted. The two security guards frowned and approached Zhao Hongyi, whispering, "Sorry, Mr. Zhao." They grabbed Zhao Hongyi. Xiao Ling tried to rush forward, but was blocked by the security guards. "Break his legs." Sun Xiang jumped up and down. The two security guards remained silent, unable to act. Zhao Hongyi had always treated them well. They really couldn't bring themselves to do it. All they could do was prevent Zhao Hongyi from taking action. "Fine, if you want to make a move, I will." Sun Xiang picked up a stick from the ground and rushed to Zhao Hongyi's side, raising the stick high and bringing it down hard towards Zhao Hongyi's leg. The old employees turned their heads away, unable to bear the sight. Zhao Hongyi was their leader in their hearts, and they were willing to fight alongside him. However, fighting requires financial support. Without money, they could only bow to reality and reluctantly submit to Sun Xiang. This was life. Crack. Chapter 42. You are not fighting alone, oh no. A scream echoed, causing the old employees to shudder, but they felt something was off. The voice didn't seem to come from Zhao Hongyi, but rather from Sun Xiang. Old Wang turned his head and was astonished to see that it was not Zhao Hongyi lying on the ground, but Sun Xiang. Sun Xiang was rolling on the ground, clutching his leg and howling in pain, with one of his legs bent at a strange angle, clearly broken. Xiao Ling let go of her hands that were covering her eyes and was pleasantly surprised to see that Zhao Hongyi was unharmed. And the screams were coming from Sun Xiang. She immediately rushed to Zhao Hongyi's side, checked his leg, and confirmed that there was nothing wrong, finally feeling relieved. The others turned their heads, surprised by the scene before them. Even Zhao Hongyi, the person involved, was stunned. He had thought his leg was broken, yet he felt no pain at all. He opened his eyes and saw Sun Xiang on the ground, with the stick lying far away. Could it be that Sun Xiang had hit himself and broken his own leg? That seemed too strange. But he quickly realized that was not the case. Sun Xiang was clearly injured by another person, someone who instilled fear at first glance. Zhao Taizhu, with a broad back and a powerful build, withdrew his foot and coldly looked at the rolling Sun Xiang, saying, in broad daylight, "How dare you commit violence?" The two security guards, seeing Zhao Taizhu's fierce demeanor, quickly let go. Xiaoyi approached and asked the still shaken Zhao Hongyi, are you Zhao Hongyi? I am, Zhao Hongyi replied nervously. Oh good. I want to talk to you about acquiring your game, Homeland, Xiao Yi said with a smile, glancing at the still rolling Sun Xiang. Zhao Hongyi sighed. Our company has just been acquired. Homeland is no longer mine. Who acquired it? Xiao Yi asked. Zhao Hongyi pointed at the lying Sun Xiang and recounted what had happened. You actually resorted to violence. We want to discuss cooperation with you. Xia Yuxuan realized and quickly helped Sun Xiang up, glaring at Xiao Yi. She didn't dare glare at Zhao Taizhu, as just a glance from his fierce eyes made her tremble. Sun Xiang had regained his composure and, holding his broken leg, said, Homeland is mine. Don't even think about taking it from me. No matter how much you offer, I want to sell. And I will sue you for injury and make you go to jail. Xiao Yi smiled slightly and patted Zhao Hongyi's shoulder, saying, Zhao Hongyi, I officially invite you to join the National Mobilization Expert Group on behalf of the team. You, Xiao Yi glanced around at the veteran employees, smiling faintly. And your technical backbone will also participate in this team to strengthen and improve the Homeland game, making it a key national project, and within a month, ensure that people across the country engage in the game. Zhao Hongyi was stunned. He had just felt as if the world was coming to an end. But in an instant, he was greeted with the most glorious moment of his life. He had heard of the National Mobilization Expert Group and knew it was the most mysterious and authoritative team in the country. He never expected to be fortunate enough to become a part of it. Trembling, he said, has the country finally recognized my efforts? Is the country paying attention to my game? Is this real? The veteran employees also stood up, eagerly looking at Xiao Yi, wanting to know the answer. They never dreamed that the country would pay attention to their game and their efforts. This was an honor they had struggled for a lifetime to achieve, and it suddenly appeared just as they thought they would lose the game. Yes, your efforts and persistence have long been recognized by the country. I, Xiao Yi, the chief advisor of the National Mobilization Expert Group, welcome you to join, Xiao Yi said. Zhao Hongyi was excited and was about to shake hands with Xiao Yi when he noticed Sun Xiang lying on the ground and suddenly said uneasily, but the Homeland game has already been acquired by them. Homeland is mine. I won't sell it to anyone. Sun Xiang straightened his back. Since the game had caught the country's attention, he intended to demand a hefty price. Acquired for 5 million, it should sell for at least 500 million. Xiao Yi seemed to see through his thoughts, looked down at Sun Xiang with a teasing glance, and said, the country appreciates your contributions. I officially inform you that the National Mobilization Expert Group has requisitioned the Homeland game. We will issue you a letter of commendation to thank you for your support. After saying that, Xiao Yi turned to Zhao Hongyi and said, now, package all the game materials and data and send them to the capital overnight. You all should prepare your luggage and set off together. Xiao Yi looked at the others. Your families will be taken care of by the state. All expenses, including medical costs, will be covered by the state. Sun Xiang looked at Xiao Yi in surprise, forgetting about his leg pain. Is that it? Just a letter of commendation? I spent 5 million. Zhao Taizhu snorted. 5 million? Soon, you'll realize that 5 million is worth nothing. This letter of commendation is much more valuable than money. Sun Xiang wanted to say something, but when he saw Zhao Taizhu's expression, he didn't dare to utter a word. Seeing Xiao Yi walk out, he hurriedly wanted to ask again, Advisor Xiao, are we just giving this 5 million to the country like that? Xiao Yi glanced at him. What? Do you want to contribute your family's assets to the country too? Sun Xiang shuddered. The National Mobilization Expert Group was a godlike existence. Who would dare provoke them? If they really took an interest in his family's assets, it would be disastrous. Xiao Yi let out a cold laugh. However, your family's assets are of no interest to the state. In the eyes of the state, everything your family owns combined is worth less than a hair from home. After saying this, Xiao Yi tossed a piece of paper to Zhao Hongyi. This is the phone number of Gu Linxing, the leader of the decryption team. Report to him directly tomorrow. Remember, the rise and fall of the nation rests on you and your core team members. You all determine the fate of humanity. Zhao Hongyi was taken aback, then straightened his chest and declared loudly, Zhao Hongyi will do his utmost to serve the country. The others, including Lao Wang, Lao Chun, and Xiao Ling, also straightened up and voiced their commitment. Like the vast majority of the people in the Great Zhou, they were willing to give up everything and fight with all their might for the security of their nation. In times of peace, they were just ordinary citizens, grumbling and bending under the burdens of life. But once extraordinary times arrived, they were ready to sacrifice everything for their country. The people of the Great Zhou all had a heart to serve their nation, but they lacked the channels and means to do so. As soon as the country issued a command, over 1 billion people would unite as one, setting aside all grievances and working wholeheartedly for the nation. All they needed was a single order. Xiao Yi felt a deep sense of understanding and immediately sensed a significant reduction in the pressure on him. He was not fighting alone. He had the backing of over 1 billion people from his country. Chapter 43. The Second Battle of the Financial War. The Iron or War begins although everyone usually lived their own lives, with arguments and disputes everywhere. When faced with a formidable enemy, most people would put aside their differences and unite as one. This was the strength of the Great Zhou, a power unmatched by any other nation. Xiao Yi recalled what his counterpart in the second parallel universe had emphasized to him: to save all humanity, it could only rely on the people of the Great Zhou. At this moment, he truly understood the meaning behind it. After Xiao Yi and his group left, the people in the room quickly became busy, packing various items, sealing the servers, and saving all the data. Everyone forgot about Sun Xiang and Xia Yuxuan's presence. Sun Xiang stood up with a limp, looking bewilderedly at the busy people, realizing that the situation was lost. His 5 million had truly gone down the drain. Xia Yuxuan hurried to help him, but Sun Xiang pushed her away. Get lost. Do you really think I care about you? You're just a tool to help me take over this company. Seeing you makes me sick. Watching Sun Xiang leave, Xia Yuxuan was completely stunned. Financial officer Xiao Ling, holding a pile of documents, bumped into Xia Yuxuan and said fiercely, "Good dogs don't block the way." The Blue Star vehicle departed from Nanquan City, detouring to Shanshui City to pick up 2 elderly people before starting its return journey. They spent most of the day in the car, but Xiaoyi was in good spirits. On one hand, he had caught up on a few hours of sleep. On the other hand, the second battle of the financial war had already begun. The large screen in the vehicle was playing the news, and since the car was equipped with a 5G chip, the speed was fast enough to receive real-time news broadcasts directly. This is also one of the achievements of the Great Zhou Kingdom. The Great Zhou Kingdom has taken the lead in deploying 5G networks ahead of other countries, which are now in commercial use and performing well. Now, here are the news highlights. The National Development and Reform Commission has issued the latest directive, halting all ongoing projects nationwide. For more details, please check the upcoming in-depth report. Yao Yao's heart skipped a beat. This news is the most controversial action so far and represents the first major challenge that the National Mobilization Expert Group is about to face. Although the directive to relocate the capital involves broader implications and greater impact, it is currently only circulating in a limited scope, and many people do not believe in the relocation, considering it a rumor. Even those who know the relocation is true believe it will only affect people's lives in a few years. Such significant decisions have never been implemented so quickly. For example, the idea of delaying retirement has long circulated among the public, but has yet to be implemented. The policies set by the Great Zhou Kingdom prioritize stability and smoothness, and will only be enacted after thorough discussion. Therefore, with these factors in mind, the relocation has not caused much upheaval among the general populace. However, tonight's decision is significant, directly halting all infrastructure projects, affecting nearly 70% of the population. The actions of the expert group are indeed substantial. Has it begun? Xiao Yi murmured, his mind racing. Across the ocean, at the presidential office, the president looked at the television news with suspicion and asked, "What is the Great Zhou Kingdom doing?" The economic advisor replied, "The recent moves by the Great Zhou Kingdom are quite strange. I suspect there are official actions behind the plummeting oil prices, as the timing of the news that crushed the oil market is too coincidental. Therefore, I have a gut feeling that there is something wrong with this action." The president's chief aide shook his head, dismissing the expert's opinion. "I don't see any problem. It's likely that they have internal corruption issues. They need to address that. They have even halted the construction of their latest dam. This is highly unusual. I suspect they want to repeat the oil story and take action against iron ore. Their goal is to acquire iron ore at a low price." The economic advisor noted. I must say, the economic advisor has a keen eye, quickly identifying the crux of the issue. "You're overthinking it. Using a country's power to suppress iron ore is unprecedented. The Great Zhou Kingdom doesn't have that kind of courage." The president's chief aide retorted. The president nodded. "Right. The Great Zhou Kingdom is a developing country. They lack the strength and courage. Remember, the kangaroo country is our ally, and the Great Zhou Kingdom wouldn't dare bully them. There must be internal issues within the Great Zhou Kingdom. We will observe how it unfolds." The economic advisor shook his head, unable to convince the president and his team, but he knew that the news from the Great Zhou Kingdom was suspicious. Moreover, the recent actions of the Great Zhou Kingdom have all been questionable. It seems that the Great Zhou Kingdom is collecting global resources for some reason. According to the announcement from the construction committee, the construction of the world's largest dam will be suspended, and all ongoing real estate projects across the country will also halt. The resumption time will be notified separately. Meanwhile, the construction committee has ceased the approval of all infrastructure projects. In a latest update, the Railway Construction Ministry has announced the suspension of all high-speed rail projects within the country, and all already approved high-speed rail projects have been cancelled. Additionally, ongoing rail projects in various provinces and cities will be completely halted, and the approval of new projects has also been suspended. Recent reports indicate that all highway construction projects nationwide have been put on hold. Furthermore, steel enterprises across the country will undergo a week-long production halt for maintenance. It has also been reported that mining operations for iron ore in a certain country will be suspended. These significant announcements have left people around the world in shock, with no one knowing exactly what is happening. Why has this country, known for its extensive infrastructure projects, suddenly suspended all construction activities? A major company based in another country held an emergency meeting to discuss and analyze the actions taken by this country. The reason for concern is clear. This country accounts for 65% of the world's iron ore imports. A reduction in its iron ore import volume would have a substantial impact on the company. The price of iron ore could potentially plummet. Historically, this country had no say in iron ore pricing. Despite its high import volume, the pricing power was controlled by others. The steel production enterprises in this country are heavily dependent on major companies from two other countries. If it recklessly uses its foreign exchange reserves to purchase the iron ore needed for its massive construction projects, it would likely lead to price hikes from these two large groups, without any limits. No amount of foreign exchange reserves would satisfy these two companies or allow for the procurement of sufficient iron ore. In order to procure a large quantity of iron ore in the shortest time possible, a mobilization effort was initiated, employing extreme measures to trigger a rapid decline in iron ore prices, followed by purchases through agents worldwide. This battle is perilous and much more challenging than purchasing crude oil. If this country's infrastructure comes to a complete standstill, the iron ore we produce will not find a market. This is not a good sign, especially considering that we currently have excess iron ore stockpiled in warehouses. We had originally planned to profit from this country's rapid economic growth, but now that seems impossible. Jack, you manage the market in this country. What do you think? A nervous blond man asked. Jack, a Caucasian man in his 50s, is the regional head of the company and also serves as a secret agent for this country. He agreed to become an agent for one reason: upon his retirement, this country would allow him and his family to acquire its nationality. He foresaw that the future center of the world would be in this country. Becoming a citizen of this country would be his wisest choice, as well as the best decision for his descendants. I suspect that, just like oil, the Kingdom of Dezhou has found a substitute for steel. Therefore, I suggest that we quickly sell the backlog of iron ore while the market hasn't reacted yet. Jack said. Yes, the market's response won't be that fast. We received many orders recently, including some from the Kingdom of Dezhou. At that time, we didn't sell because we wanted to wait for a price increase. But now we can fulfill these orders first, someone echoed. There were also opposing voices, and the entire conference room was in chaos. The president frowned and tapped the blackboard, waiting for the room to quiet down before saying, "We cannot just wait. Let's complete the orders we have on hand and closely monitor the movements of the Kingdom of Dezhou to see what they are up to." Things are developing in a positive direction. As Xiao Yi just entered the command center, he heard a cheer. The first step has been successfully completed, and all the orders we submitted earlier have been fulfilled. Xiao Yi relaxed a bit. Since the company had actively completed the orders, it meant there was some internal shakeup. The subsequent matters would be smoother. The Saltwater River Valley also started to fulfill orders alongside the company. Wang Xinglin said excitedly, "I feel this battle will be easier than the oil war." Before Xiao Yi entered the room, he heard Sikong Bei calmly say, "This is just the beginning. They are hastily responding, unprepared, and making misjudgments is normal. It's hard to say what will happen next." Xiao Yi went in and took a look around, then turned to the next room where the decryption team was. As soon as he entered, he saw Yi Wanqing hunched over the table, reading materials. Xiao Yi covered the documents and said, "Sister Yi, come with me." Yi Wanqing looked up in confusion and asked, "I've had enough sleep, a full 8 hours. I'm not tired at all. I'm full of energy." Xiao Yi didn't say much and took Yi Wanqing to the reception room. "Qinger," a familiar voice came, and Yi Wanqing was stunned. "Dad, Mom, what are you doing here?" Yi Wanqing rushed over joyfully and hugged her parents tightly. "It was Advisor Xiao who brought us here. He said you didn't have time to see us, so he brought us over," her mother said. Xiao Yi added, "I went to Nanquan City today and stopped by your parents' house. During these extraordinary times, it's better to be with family." After saying this, Xiao Yi closed the door and walked out. Since Yi Wanqing was rescued, she had only made a phone call to her parents to report her safety before burying herself in documents. Xiao Yi knew she must be very concerned about her family, and once the highest mobilization order began, she would have even less time to visit her parents. Xiao Yi directly brought her parents over to stay together. As a special advisor to the nationwide mobilization expert group, Xiao Yi's primary task was to ensure that these experts could fully devote themselves to their work. Since Yi Wanqing didn't have time, Xiao Yi helped her by bringing her parents over. Although it seemed like a small act of bringing people over, it was crucial for Yi Wanqing's work efficiency and related to the safety of humanity. "Yao Yao, make sure to arrange the living essentials for the 2 elderly people. They need at least a 2-bedroom apartment so that the 3 of them can live together," Xiao Yi said. Housing is starting to become tight in the capital, and various government departments nationwide have no time to construct new office buildings, so they are looking for existing housing to serve as office and accommodation spaces, which has led to a housing shortage. Given Yi Wanqing's qualifications, she should be living in a larger place, but during these extraordinary times, I believe she wouldn't mind. It is said that only a scoundrel would be this attentive, Yao Yao remarked to Xiao Yi. She did not expect that the seemingly macho Xiao Yi would be so considerate, even caring about the personal lives of the advisory team's experts. However, it seemed that this was also a skill that scoundrels were particularly good at. Xiao Yi was about to say something when a cheer erupted from the command center. He quickly ran over to see what had happened. Xiao Yi, you're just in time. Global crude oil prices have dropped below 10 units. It's still falling. And we've just received news that we've already purchased over 50% of the crude oil, and we're now preparing to transport it back home. This is 10 days ahead of our original plan. Even if the subsequent crude oil prices rise sharply, we'll be able to complete the entire task before they increase. Wang Xinglin said excitedly. Xiao Yi breathed a sigh of relief. The two most critical materials were now secure, with only iron ore left to procure. Once the iron ore purchase was completed, the nationwide infrastructure project could commence. At that time, they could announce the news about the extraterrestrial creatures to the world. Strangely, Sikong Bei, however, did not seem happy. He appeared to be deep in thought. What are you thinking about? Is there a problem? Xiao Yi asked. Sikong Bei frowned and said, I've detected some unusual movements. It seems someone is trying to take advantage of this significant drop in crude oil prices to stir up trouble. Stir up trouble? Xiao Yi was somewhat surprised. Yes, and it's quite substantial. Normally, when crude oil prices plummet, the currencies of those oil-rich countries should weaken. But look at the currency exchange rate of the most famous oil-producing country. Sikong Bei pointed out that since the drop in crude oil prices began, this country's currency not only remained stable, but has actually been gradually rising. Although the increase is small, it's suspicious. This country relies on oil for over 80% of its total output. Logically, its currency should be depreciating, at least by more than 20%. Yet, every time the price drops, there are large buy orders appearing, directly pushing the currency up, Sikong Bei explained. Xiao Yi raised his eyebrows. It seems the Soros are on the move. Chapter 45, Financial War. Turbulent Times Soros. The notorious financial mogul Soros, Yao Yao, who had already arranged accommodation for Yi Wanqing's parents, hurried over. It must be said that aside from being a bit arrogant, this girl was quite efficient in her work. Who else could it be? Sikong Bei continued typing on the keyboard, observing various data. Soros, the most infamous financial tycoon in the world, gained fame in the South Asian conflict at the end of the last century. Taking advantage of the financial bubble, a massive purge swept through South Asia. Initially, there were plans to plunder a certain large nation, but they were severely taught a lesson and had to retreat. 10 years later, seizing the opportunity of a global financial crisis, another wave of chaos was unleashed worldwide. Their hedge fund gained a notorious reputation wherever they appeared. It was always a scene of panic. This time, with the global oil prices plummeting, the hedge fund, sensing blood in the water, was certainly not idle. The players were definitely taking action. However, if they wanted to undermine a certain nation's currency, why would they also be buying that currency to prevent it from falling? Yao Yao, with her unique background, although not formally educated in finance, had some understanding of these matters. Sikong Bei sneered. They are just building momentum, accumulating power, and preparing their weapons. Without ammunition, how can they short a nation's currency? Wang Xinglin leaned in to add, to short a country's currency, one must first have enough ammunition. This sudden drop in oil prices caught them off guard. They weren't prepared in advance. So now, taking advantage of the financial turmoil, they are buying up the nation's currency in large quantities, waiting until they hold enough before shorting it. I still don't understand. It seems like they are trying to stabilize the market, at least preventing the currency from crashing immediately, Yao Yao asked. Sikong Bei sighed. If it drops freely now, it might only fall by 20 to 30 before stabilizing. The nation would also take the opportunity to implement a series of measures to recover some ground, preventing a panic sell-off and thus avoiding a financial crisis. But the goal of the players is to create another oil crisis, plunging oil-producing nations and many countries into economic turmoil once again. It's a chain reaction. They want to knock down the first domino, and the rest will follow, allowing them to profit immensely. Wang Xinglin shook his head. Forget it. In 6 months, people won't be worried about this issue anymore. Sikong Bei replied, shaking his head. We still have half of our oil orders to fulfill. I'm concerned that the players will affect our plans. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the hall. Someone rushed over to Wang Xinglin and Sikong Bei, saying, not good. The nation just announced a 90% production cut. Our procurement task is in jeopardy. Sikong Bei and Wang Xinglin exchanged uneasy glances, while Xiao Yi furrowed his brow. Looking at the big screen where news was being reported, the nation has unilaterally announced a 90% cut in oil production and has suggested other countries take corresponding measures. It is reported that this is a response to prevent a financial crisis among oil-exporting countries due to the plummeting oil prices. The latest news was that another nation was the first to respond to the suggestion, announcing a 90% reduction in oil production starting next week. Wang Xinglin slammed his teacup down angrily and cursed. What the hell? Just a few days from now, our oil procurement task would have been completed. And now this mess comes up. Wang Xinglin looked at Xikong Bei and then at Xiao Yi, saying, what should we do? If production is limited, and we force a purchase, it will trigger an oil price spike, exposing our purchasing intentions. Xikong Bei felt a bit of a headache. It was this group of individuals, these vampires causing trouble. It was clear that a certain country had discovered signs of these individuals shorting their currency, so they adopted extreme measures to protect their currency. This was completely ineffective and instead played right into the hands of these individuals, allowing them to create public opinion and begin to suppress the currency of that country. Indeed, once a mouth is open, it won't close just because of a production cut. It will surely take the opportunity to bite back. This action by that country has disrupted our major plans. Wang Xinglin paced back and forth. Building modeling data analysis is one thing, but real battlefield struggles are another. Wang Xinglin finally understood the gap between theory and reality. Xiao Yi suddenly said, back in the day, we defeated those individuals thanks to our massive foreign exchange reserves. Now, we still have 40 trillion in reserves and are worried about how to use it. Why not join hands with that country? We can exchange our foreign currency for their oil. Xikong Bei slapped his thigh. Right, we can team up with that country. They one team need to cut production. We provide the foreign currency and cut off the poisonous hands of those individuals. I'll report this to the authorities tomorrow. No need to wait until tomorrow. In extraordinary times, extraordinary measures are needed. Report it now. Fang Weizheng walked over. Although older, he still walked steadily and looked in good spirits. Commander Fang, it's so late and you're still up? Xikong Bei and Wang Xinglin quickly stood up and said. Fang Weizheng replied, many of our matters are waiting for your results to proceed. On such a crucial day, how could I sleep? Xiao, hurry and report to the higher-ups. Xiao Yi nodded and immediately picked up the phone to make the call. A few minutes later, Xiao Yi returned and said, in half an hour, our trade department head will board a plane to that country. They are already prepared to receive us. Wow, so fast. Xikong Bei and Wang Xinglin were both shocked. Fang Weizheng took a deep breath. The last time such high efficiency occurred was probably during the founding of the nation. Back then, a report could go from submission to action in as little as an hour. Extraordinary times, extraordinary efficiency. This is the speed of our great nation. How is the progress on iron ore? Fang Weizheng shifted the topic. We're still in the exploratory phase. The price response for iron ore will take some time. We will handle it carefully, Wang Xinglin replied. In another country, the president of a major corporation received a call from an economic advisor from a certain country. After hanging up, the president frowned, shocked by the news he had just heard. The advisor informed him that the recent fluctuations in iron ore prices were likely an official action by our great nation, aimed at suppressing iron ore prices to buy in large quantities at low prices. As for the reason, there were rumors that our great nation was about to undertake a massive project that required a huge amount of iron ore. The advisor warned him not to fall into the trap of our great nation by proactively lowering iron ore prices. However, Boris also made it clear that neither the officials of a certain country nor those of another country recognize his claims. Their officials are more inclined to believe that a certain nation has developed a new type of material that can replace steel, similar to oil. The president convened a think tank for discussions on measures to address the fluctuations in iron ore prices. The countdown is at 172 days. Xiao Yi was awakened early, receiving a call from the command office. After washing his face, he rushed out and entered the command center, where he saw a bustling crowd. Xikong Bei, unlike his usual clean and tidy appearance, looked disheveled with messy hair, an unshaven face, and clearly had just arrived at the command center. What happened? Xiao Yi asked. Xikong Bei shook his head. Serious matter. We received news from members in the board of directors of a certain company that the economic advisor of a certain country discovered our intentions and informed them. After a night of discussions, they introduced a countermeasure this morning to cut iron ore production by half, controlling prices to rise rather than fall. And they will review every order to see if the final destination is our nation. As soon as they entered the conference room, Yao Yao ran over and handed a cup of coffee to both Xiao Yi and Xikong Bei. Xiao Yi looked at Yao Yao in surprise. How come you got here earlier than me? Yao Yao proudly tilted her head. That's what being an aide is all about. Upon entering the conference room, members of the Hurricane Group were already present. Wang Xinglin also had messy hair, clearly having just rolled out of bed. It is said that the news about our plan to build a long iron wall has already leaked, Wang Xinglin said. Xiao Yi was not surprised. Although the plan was only circulating within a small circle of elites and leaders from various industries, it was difficult to ensure complete confidentiality. What was most concerning was that the economic advisor personally called the president of a certain company, demanding a price increase and production limits, Wang Xinglin said, shaking his head. Xiao Yi keenly noticed a flaw. Since it was the economic advisor who discovered this, Why has there been no action from that country or the other one, while a certain company has taken countermeasures? That is indeed suspicious. It seems we need to invite an international affairs expert to help us analyze this, Wang Xinglin said. Xiao Yi quickly made a call. Now he was a special advisor for a nationwide mobilization campaign, with the authority to summon any personnel to support the expert team. Various industries had arranged personnel at the command center, ready for deployment. Soon, a member of the International Affairs Expert Group arrived. After listening to Xiao Yi's inquiry, the expert said, "Just now, the economic advisor was dismissed from his position. The specific reasons are unknown, but according to our observations, it seems there was a disagreement between him and the presidential staff." Xiao Yi breathed a sigh of relief. It seems this was Boris's personal action. We still have a chance. Wang Xinglin also relaxed and said, "We should make a counterattack. Yesterday, I came across a piece of information that a certain country has invented a material made of graphite and cellulose, which has a strength exceeding that of steel and even titanium alloys. We can release this news to stimulate a certain company. This is feasible. I will arrange for someone to gather the information immediately, refine it, and hand it over to the news department for broadcasting," Xiao Yi said with excitement. "Hold on." Qian Linsun, who walked in from outside, interrupted Xiao Yi's plan and said, "We don't have detailed data at hand. If we fabricate information, it will be full of loopholes and cannot withstand scrutiny from experts in other countries. This is not like our new energy plan, which has been validated and tested over many years and can withstand the strictest checks. A report produced in a few hours will only expose our true intentions. Xiao Yi, you need to be cautious in your work. As the most important advisor, you must avoid such mistakes," Qian Linsun said earnestly. Xiao Yi broke out in a cold sweat. Indeed, he had underestimated the intelligence of the elites from other countries. A hastily written paper would surely have many issues. He realized he was still too young and needed to learn more from these seniors. What should we do? Even if we start researching now, it will take at least a few years to achieve success, which is too late, Wang Xinglin sighed. An expert spoke up. In fact, there are similar teams in our country researching this topic. Qian Linsun waved his hand and said, "Bring in the materials science experts for a meeting." Soon, the materials science expert arrived. After listening to everyone's introduction, he pondered for a long time before saying, "This plan may not work. As far as I know, we are still in the early stages of research on this material and are quite far from developed countries. Developing similar materials will take at least a few years. Moreover, even if we were to fabricate a false paper, it would still require several months." The meeting room fell silent again. If this route was unfeasible, it would be difficult to impact the certain company. Xiao Yi glanced at his phone and saw a notification that a well-known gaming company had been acquired by a famous conglomerate. This was typical of the giant conglomerate. Whenever a potentially threatening company appeared in the market, they would preemptively acquire it to eliminate any competition. Xiao Yi's eyebrows raised, and a thought suddenly struck him. Since we can't conduct our own research, why not adopt the conglomerate's approach and acquire the research team? Qian Linsun pointed at Xiao Yi and said, "Young man, your idea is innovative. For us older scientists, purchasing someone else's achievements is a disgrace. Only you young people would think of taking such shortcuts. Indeed, in extraordinary times, extraordinary measures are needed. Xiao Yi, you should arrange for someone to communicate with them and acquire the research results and the team in the shortest time possible. Additionally, we can release a brief news item about this. Just mention it casually. Given the current state of the certain company, they should notice this news quickly. The seasoned veterans are still sharp. Although Qian Linsun is a scientist, he is not lacking in business acumen." Chapter 47. The terrifying efficiency of infrastructure maniacs soon. The news broadcast reported a rather ordinary story, indicating that a certain country was in contact with a research team from another nation, and both sides would collaborate to bring the team's latest achievements into production. The headquarters of a certain multinational corporation saw this news, and the CEO, after reviewing the information about the team's research on graphite and cellulose, disdainfully remarked, "To bring this research to mass production will take at least 3 to 5 years." Jack had already received the latest information and knew what to do. He suddenly said, "Do you remember Musk? The one from the automotive industry in that country? Last year he nearly went bankrupt because his famous electric vehicle couldn't be mass-produced, resulting in a backlog of orders. However, he went to a certain nation last year and built a super factory. From signing the contract to mass production, it took less than a year. Now, this super factory can produce 3,000 vehicles a day, several times more than factories in other regions combined. Musk, who was on the brink of bankruptcy, has now jumped to become the 4th richest person in the world. That nation is a land of miracles. What might take 3 to 5 years in other countries could take just a year, or even less, there." Jack stopped there, knowing that saying too much could be counterproductive. After he finished speaking, he sat quietly and said nothing more. However, his words ignited a powder keg, and others began to speak one after another about transforming a train station overnight. building a skyscraper in a month, and constructing a cross-river bridge in 10 days. The infrastructure maniacs had accomplished countless such insane feats. It was inevitable. After all, they were known for their extraordinary infrastructure capabilities. Such things would be unimaginable in other nations. The CEO's expression changed, and he began to feel hesitant. Although he trusted Boris's judgment and believed this was a plot from that nation, what if Boris was mistaken? He could jeopardize the bright future of his company. Let us adjourn. We'll wait and see, the indecisive CEO said. His face darkened as he left the office. In another nation, the economic and trade officials from the previous nation reached an agreement after a night of discussions. The other nation would resume oil production and double its capacity. All of this oil would be purchased by the previous nation using its foreign exchange reserves. Additionally, to assist the other nation in transitioning from energy dependency to modernization, the previous nation would postpone the launch of new energy sources by 2 years. In return, the other nation would establish a strategic alliance with the previous nation. In short, oil would be supplied without restriction, and both sides would maintain a united front on international affairs. Once this agreement was signed, it immediately triggered a wave of uproar. This directly challenged the standing of another country in the oil-producing realm. The so-called Boris claimed that the previous nation's goal was crude oil. But I think that's nonsense. The true aim is to expand influence, wolfish ambition. The president of that country was furious. However, the agreement had already been reached, and his anger was of no use. Mr. President, the nation is worried about falling prey to financial predators and has reluctantly reached an agreement with a certain country. Otherwise, we could also provide funding to regain our voice, said the newly appointed economic advisor. The president's chief of staff scoffed. That country doesn't value money the way we do. How could we just hand over our funds? Wouldn't we benefit more from using that money ourselves? It could at least boost our economy by 0.1. The president sensed the implication. How much has that country given them? The chief of staff replied, enough for them to win this financial battle. The president gasped. Has that country lost its mind? Such a sum could be used in our own nation. We could buy our own bonds. The chief of staff suggested, I propose we secretly assist them, so that the other party suffers a significant loss. Upon hearing that an agreement had been reached, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. This was an unexpected gain. Surprisingly, their actions had actually facilitated the procurement of crude oil. Now, the nation and that country were rapidly exchanging goods at an unprecedented pace, as their offensive was imminent. The nation urgently needed that country's vast foreign exchange reserves to win this battle. In the command center, Sikong-Bey looked at the data on the screen, his brow furrowed. Although the news had been released and an acquisition agreement with a research group had been finalized, there was still no information from a certain organization. This left everyone feeling uneasy. Throughout the day, spirits remained high, with no signs of relaxation. Sikong-Bey still looked disheveled, as did Xiao Yi and Wang Xinglin. Just then, Yao Yao entered and saw the three messy men staring intently at the screen. She couldn't help but chuckle to herself as she picked up a comb and began to tidy Xiao Yi's hair, then moved on to Sikong-Bey. And finally to Wang Xinglin. Strangely, none of the three noticed that their hair had been smoothed down. This scene made others stifle their laughter. Yao Yao glanced at the serious Xiao Yi and thought it was odd. How could such a serious and passionate boy be a scoundrel? Is being a scoundrel a virtue? In the disputed waters of Devil's Bay, a cruise ship was being patrolled by several pirates. Ever since Yi Wanqing was successfully rescued, security had been tightened here to prevent another rescue incident. Devil's Bay is located along a crucial section of the Golden Shipping Route and has always been a battleground for various powers. Therefore, major nations have been continuously increasing their influence in this area. Particularly, certain countries have established numerous restricted zones here. They claim to be combating rampant piracy, but in reality, they are preventing other nations' military forces from entering Devil's Bay, allowing them to maintain control over this vital shipping route. While they publicly declare a crackdown on pirates, the pirates have become even bolder under the protection of these nations. Other countries have proposed using military escorts for their merchant ships to navigate the route, but, unsurprisingly, these proposals have been rejected for various reasons. Especially the vessels from a certain nation are strictly prohibited from entering, as certain entities hope to use such means to block the rise of that nation. Currently, the merchant ships from this nation rarely pass through the Devil's Bay, preferring to take detours of thousands of nautical miles. A leader entered a heavily guarded room on a cruise ship. The room was dimly lit and filled with a bloody smell. The leader sat down and asked, "So, did he confess?" A bare-chested executioner, with blood on his hands, shook his head and said, "What a tough guy. I've used all my methods and still can't pry out anything useful." Chapter 48. The Pirate's Dilemma. The leader glanced at the man hanging from the iron chains. He was tall, but covered in blood, with hardly a good piece of flesh on him. The executioner grabbed the man's hair, revealing his face, which was none other than the detained individual. Despite being tortured and devoid of strength, he managed to force a smile upon seeing the leader. I'm not afraid of death. Let me tell you, if I die, none of you will survive. People from my nation will definitely kill you all, leaving no one behind. The translator conveyed the message to the leader, who spat angrily. If you want to die, fine. Tell him that if he doesn't reveal who is behind this today, I'll carry out a summary execution right here and send the video of his death to his family. Upon hearing the translator, the man grinned. I acted on my own. I'm a folk hero. There's no one behind me. The reason the pirates have yet to kill him is that they received orders to make him reveal the mastermind, preferably someone from the military of that nation, and to record it for online dissemination. This would provide evidence for various countries with jurisdiction over the Devil's Bay to accuse that nation and impose sanctions. It serves as a rationale and excuse for developed nations to curb the development of that nation. I'm not joking. As long as you don't confess today, tomorrow, you'll be sent to the gallows, and we'll even do a live broadcast. The leader spat and turned to leave. Behind him came the muffled groans of the tortured man, who was desperately holding back his cries. There are indeed many brave souls from that nation, but unfortunately, brave souls don't live long, the leader murmured. In this place, there are hostages from various countries captured by the pirates from the sea. Some are held for ransom, while others are detained under orders to hold sensitive individuals. This is also a significant means for them to make money. Capturing a certain individual could bring them substantial income. But this was disrupted by the detained man. Fortunately, they have stated that as long as he reveals the mastermind, the money will be intact. If he continues to remain silent, the money may not be earned, and he will face the most brutal execution. At a press conference in that nation, the spokesperson was delivering a routine statement when a foreign journalist suddenly asked, "Hello, how is your country handling the situation with the detained individual?" The spokesperson replied, "We are actively negotiating through diplomatic channels, hoping to see Mr. Gao regain his freedom soon." The reporter pressed on. It is said that Gao Daqiang has confessed, admitting that he was sent by the military of a certain country to rescue Ms. Yi Wanqing in the disputed international waters. The spokesperson refuted this. This is a rumor. I reiterate that Mr. Gao Daqiang's actions have nothing to do with our country. They are his personal actions, and he is a civilian hero. I must remind you that if you have no evidence, making such statements may lead to legal consequences. The reporter quickly replied, I also heard this news, but I do not know its authenticity. However, I did hear another piece of information, which suggests that the pirates will execute Mr. Gao Daqiang tomorrow and will broadcast it live globally. The spokesperson paused. It was clear that this was the first time he had heard of this issue. In fact, it was also the first time that other journalists from different countries present had heard of it. Clearly, this foreign reporter had insider information, and it was likely true. Some people might be using this reporter's words to pressure the citizens of our country into making certain concessions. If Gao Daqiang were really executed by the pirates, it would be a huge blow to our country's reputation. The venue fell silent as everyone awaited the spokesperson's response, eager to know how the typically patient and restrained representatives of our country would address this issue. The spokesperson took a deep breath and said to the reporter, word by word, I do not know whether what you say is true or false, but I can clearly tell you that if the pirates dare to commit such an outrageous act and execute Mr. Gao Daqiang, we will not hesitate to deploy our naval fleet to destroy the entire group of pirates. The reporter immediately seized on the loophole, saying, the area where the pirates are located, Devil's Bay, is a disputed region. It is strictly forbidden for our military to enter. If our naval forces were to enter the disputed waters without authorization, it would violate international law. The spokesperson replied sternly, if international law cannot uphold justice and maintain peace, we do not mind taking action to rectify it. I once again warn the pirates in Devil's Bay that if you dare to carry out extrajudicial punishment against our citizens, your end is near. There was an uproar in the room. This was an unprecedented declaration from our country and an exceptionally tough stance. Clearly, the killing of Gao Daqiang had touched a sensitive nerve. Another reporter asked, this seems to indicate a hegemonic approach, which contradicts your statement about maintaining peace. The spokesperson calmly replied, there is an ancient saying in our culture, if a person does not offend me, I will not offend them. But if someone dares to harm our citizens, they will be punished, no matter how far away. Our aim is not to interfere in other countries. We only seek to protect the safety of our citizens. I state again that our country does not seek hegemony, but we will not allow ourselves to be bullied. The pirate leader watching television trembled upon hearing the statement in the news, dropping the cigarette from his hand. Our country has always been perceived as gentle and refined, never before so resolute and firm. Our policy has been to coexist peacefully and prosper together. Such a strong statement this time is indeed rare. He understood well that since our representatives could say it, they could certainly do it. If they really kill Gao Daqiang tomorrow, their hideout might be wiped out by the neighboring country. He harbors resentment towards those countries he has been trading with. He had only just prepared to leak the idea of executing Gao Daqiang when the other party, using journalists, informed the neighboring country. This is not a good sign. The leader feels restless now. The other party surely hopes he will kill Gao Daqiang, thereby forcing the neighboring country into a corner. They have two choices. Either the neighboring country breaks its promise, endures the humiliation, and becomes a laughingstock, or they launch an attack to eliminate their pirate base, giving other countries an excuse to sanction the neighboring country. However, this excuse could cost the lives of himself and his brothers, and he is not foolish enough to accept that. After thinking for a moment, the leader made a call. Quickly release the person and find the best doctor to treat his wounds. Then contact the neighboring country, offer some ransom, and we will release the person. He doesn't have the guts to challenge the bottom line of the neighboring country. Chapter 49. Escalate the conflict. Seeing the spokesperson's resolute statements on television, the command center erupted in applause, especially Yi Wanqing. When she heard the news that Gao Daqiang was to be executed, she nearly collapsed. Now, hearing the spokesperson's firm response, she felt somewhat relieved. She walked up to Xiao Yi and asked, Xiao Yi, how should we rescue Gao Daqiang? Xiao Yi pondered for a moment and said, you know that the ship isn't carrying just Gao Daqiang. There are many citizens of the neighboring country as well. So, our mission is not just to save Gao Daqiang, but to rescue everyone. Don't worry, the plan to rescue Gao Daqiang is already drafted. But we need to wait a bit longer. But what if Gao Daqiang gets executed? Yi Wanqing asked anxiously. Trust that our stance will soon reach the pirates. If they are smart, they won't act rashly, Xiao Yi replied. When will we wait until? Yi Wanqing still felt uneasy. It won't be long. Once we complete the oil procurement and iron ore procurement plans, that will be the time to rescue Gao Daqiang, Xiao Yi said. But I heard there are troubles with the iron ore? Yi Wanqing pressed on. Xiao Yi smiled at her. Sister Yi, focus on your tasks. The collider still needs your plans. As for the iron ore, leave it to us to handle. Seeing Xiao Yi smile, Yi Wanqing felt completely at ease. She trusted Xiao Yi from the bottom of her heart. After she left, Xiao Yi turned back and asked, what is the situation with Baika Baika? Nothing. They still refuse to lower prices and insist on reducing production. Baika Baika is quite stubborn, Sikong Bei said helplessly. What about the situation in the Saline Water Valley? Xiao Yi asked. The Saline Water Valley had initially lowered prices, but seeing Baika Baika's stance, they have now also started to announce production cuts. However, they haven't raised prices back up yet. But now, it's a situation of having prices, but no goods, Wang Xinglin said anxiously. What about crude oil? Xiao Yi inquired. The country has reached an agreement with us to purchase their oil at a price that is 30 higher than the current rates, providing them with a substantial amount of foreign exchange. However, it is clearly not enough, as the conflict has escalated. The main command center's large screen displayed the current exchange rate of the country's currency, which had been slightly rising but was now starting to plummet rapidly. Another nation has even sent a team that had previously defeated the opposing forces to assist. Why is the decline happening so quickly? Someone asked, frowning in confusion. Strike at the vital point, came the response. The opponent has just begun their offensive with high confidence. It's hard to say who will win in a direct confrontation. It might be better to let them attack. The country does not actually want their currency to devalue, but they are trying to avoid an economic crisis. A certain degree of decline is acceptable. After the drop, international speculators will start to diverge. Some will want to cash out, while others will continue to pursue. And the opponent definitely belongs to the latter group. Oh, I see. Once their morale is fractured, the country can begin to fight back. The individual quickly grasped the situation. Despite the support they receive, the country's economic foundation is weak, and they cannot compete with global speculators. Therefore, they must engage with skill to win. The financial expert, who had been part of the previous conflict, understood this well. A report came in. Another country's currency was also under attack from international speculators and was declining rapidly. Other oil-exporting countries were facing similar assaults. The international financial sharks were like wolves, waiting for the right moment to profit. It had been 12 years since the last global financial crisis, and it seemed time for another, and for them to make a significant profit. Suddenly, one individual asked, how much currency reserves do we have from that country? Not much, came the reply. It was set aside by the government to mitigate financial risks. Is it enough to scare them a bit? The first individual smirked. Understanding the implication, the response was, you want to drag that country down too? Nodding, the individual added. Not just that country, but others as well, to intimidate them. Brilliant. Why didn't I think of that? Came the excited response. We can create an illusion that the opponent is also targeting their currency. That way, they will surely seek our assistance. We can then follow the example of the oil-exporting countries and sign a deal to purchase their iron ore stock, providing them with enough foreign currency to win this battle. With a sense of enthusiasm, the expert remarked, your mind is truly sharp. Let's stir things up and make this battle even more chaotic. Soon after, a news report was released stating that another nation had signed a procurement agreement with a research group from a certain country, successfully completing the acquisition of new materials. New materials that can replace steel are being accelerated from laboratory development to mass production, and breakthroughs have been made in the quantification of these new materials. The site selection for the new materials factory has been completed, and it is expected to be constructed within 3 months, with the new materials set to hit the market in 6 months. Following this news, the currency exchange rates of certain countries experienced a significant drop due to undisclosed funding interventions. In the blink of an eye, the domestic currency of one country sharply depreciated. The president of that country slammed the phone down after having called the leader of another nation, demanding that support for a certain entity be halted. However, the response was that the support was from private capital, leading to a rejection of his request. The president realized that it was impossible to stop the actions of that entity, as most of the profits would end up in the pockets of investors from the other nation. The strategy of profiting from other countries has been a quick accumulation of wealth for them, utilizing such methods since the war, targeting both allies and developing nations alike. The president sighed and decided to call the leader of a neighboring country, reminding himself to maintain a good attitude. Chapter 50. The dream shatters late at night. Xiao Yi lay in bed deep in thought, feeling as if he had forgotten something important. However, the news coming in was indeed uplifting, as the battle for iron ore had reached a critical point. The president of one country personally called to discuss borrowing foreign currency reserves from a neighboring country to confront the entity. As collateral, they would offer future iron ore production and current inventory. The attitude of the president of the mining company was deemed irrelevant. National pressure made it impossible for him to refuse. The neighboring country had tentatively agreed to negotiations and would send a trade delegation the next day to finalize details. At last, victory seemed within reach. In Donghua City, although most people had already fallen asleep, the lights in Zhang Xiaolong's room were still on. Today marked the final round of the regional selection for the Baiqing Alliance Cup, an amateur esports event. Despite esports being recognized as a formal competitive event, and Zhang Xiaolong aspiring to become a professional player, his parents did not consider gaming a legitimate career, strictly prohibiting him from playing. Becoming a professional gamer was viewed as akin to associating with delinquents in their eyes, wasting youth and lacking ambition. The hard work he put into practicing skills, techniques, and speed went unnoticed. All they saw was him spending hours in front of the computer, often late into the night. This not only took a toll on his mental state, but also affected his health. Consequently, Zhang Xiaolong had to hide away to play secretly, pretending to go to bed early and only turning on the computer after his parents had fallen asleep. Today is a crucial match. If they win, they will advance to the finals. Reaching the finals means someone will watch their game, and there's a chance that professional team agents will notice them, bringing them one step closer to their goal of becoming professional esports players. The battle has reached a boiling point, with 5 players working together, steadily moving towards victory. Tonight, the team feels fully engaged. With just a little more effort, they can take down the opponent's base. In the heat of the moment, Zhang Xiaolong couldn't help but shout loudly, "Cover me, cover me." Outside, his father, awakened by the noise, pressed his ear against the door and heard the shout. He suddenly burst through the door and turned off the computer switch. "You little rascal, playing games in the middle of the night. If you studied as hard as you play, you could get into any university. I see you're just wasting your time." Zhang Xiaolong was stunned. If only he had a few more minutes. No, just one more minute. They could secure the victory and advance to the finals. Advancing to the finals is the starting point of his dream, the place where it all begins. Zhang Xiaolong believed that with his skills, he could attract the attention of an agent. His esports dream would take flight. But the darkened screen told him that it was all over. Nearly half a year of sleepless battles and hard work had been destroyed by his father's hand. His father had not only turned off the power, but had also extinguished his dream. Zhang Xiaolong stood up in anger, glaring at his father, tears streaming down his face. It turned out that his dream was so fragile, with just a gentle press, it shattered. "You glare at me, yet you catch me playing games. Have you finished your homework? I've noticed something was off with you for a while now. You go to bed early every day. Are you secretly getting up at night to play games?" His father's voice rose. His mother came over and, seeing the scene, got angry too. She grabbed the keyboard and mouse and smashed them on the floor. "Son, I don't ask for much from you. Just study properly. Even if you get into a slightly less prestigious university, that's fine. You play games every day, you're just giving up on yourself. I really regret having you." Zhang Xiaolong completely exploded. He shoved his father aside, cradling the broken keyboard in his hands, tears flowing again. For an entire year, he hadn't eaten breakfast, saving up to buy the keyboard. When his parents asked about it, he lied, saying it only cost a few dozen yuan. As for the mouse on the table, he spent half a year working part-time and collecting scrap to buy it. This keyboard and mouse carried his dreams and hopes, and now, in his father's and mother's hands, they were shattered. Smack. His father slapped him. "You're crying over a broken keyboard and mouse? You didn't cry when you failed your exams. Look at your cousin. He got into a prestigious university. Look at your sister. She got into a top school. And then look at your grades. You can't even get into a decent college. You're really embarrassing our family. His mother pointed at Zhang Xiaolong and said, Son, wake up. If you keep being so playful, you're going to end up a failure. Zhang Xiaolong suddenly stood up. He was already much taller than his parents. He exclaimed excitedly, I'm not useless, and I'm not just playing around. I want to become a professional esports player, and I've been working hard for it. I secretly practice every night. It's not just playing. This is my dream. He pointed at his parents and said, You just destroyed my dream. Dream? His father pointed at the computer. Is this your dream? With a loud crash. His father picked up the computer and smashed it on the ground. Then I will smash your so-called dream. To make you understand that studying and going to university is the right path. That is the dream you should have. Zhang Xiaolong looked at the shattered computer. His heart breaking. Go to bed, his father commanded. Don't think that just because you've grown taller, you're an adult now. Nonsense, you know nothing. You're just a fool. You think you can make a name for yourself playing games? That's a dream, not a reality. Studying, going to university, and finding a good job, that's what an adult's dream should be. His father grabbed Zhang Xiaolong by the collar. Now go back to bed. The family won't buy you a computer anymore, unless you get into university. Son, your parents are doing this for your own good. Games are just a poison that dulls the mind. Look around you. Who has succeeded by playing games? Be good, go to bed. His mother pulled Zhang Xiaolong's arm, trying to lead him to the bed. Zhang Xiaolong trembled with anger. Suddenly, he raised his hand and pushed his mother away, then shoved past his father and rushed out the door. Both his mother and father were caught off guard and fell down. But Zhang Xiaolong didn't care about that anymore. In the night, he ran wildly, letting tears stream down his face. After years of striving for his dream, it seemed just within reach, but fate cruelly played a joke on him, closing the door to his dream just as it was about to open. Chapter 51, 10 Groups Countdown, 171 Days. All construction workers suddenly received a message notifying everyone to attend new construction knowledge training. Since yesterday, many infrastructure projects across the country had been suspended, especially high-speed rail, dams, and other projects that had previously been the pride of the nation were halted. This surprised many. And today's notification was strange, requiring everyone to attend training, something that had never happened before. Wang Chong stepped out in clean clothes for the first time since joining the construction site. On the site, wearing trendy clothes had no benefits. No girl would actively look at you because there were no young girls on the site, let alone have a girl approach you. So Wang Chong usually wore work attire, often tattered. Only on days off would he dress up in trendy clothes to go shopping. However, girls on the street had an innate ability to discern social status. No matter what fashionable clothes Wang Chong wore, as soon as he walked outside, those girls could easily recognize him as a construction worker. In the eyes of girls, construction workers were seen as low-status individuals. They wouldn't even bother to look at him. After graduating, Wang Chong has done many jobs. He worked as a white-collar worker in an office, enduring a lot of stress while earning a meager salary. He only lasted a month in sales before quitting, as he couldn't handle the insincerity and wasn't accustomed to being subservient. He has tried various jobs, such as distributing flyers, driving a taxi, and working as a cashier in a supermarket, but none of them appealed to him. Eventually, he found work on a construction site, where he could rely on himself without having to please anyone. The more he worked, the more he earned. He wasn't afraid of anyone, and he made a decent income of over 10,000 each month. However, his only regret was that girls weren't attracted to him, as few respected his line of work. Even when he was set up on blind dates, inquiries about his job often ended the conversations abruptly. Approaching 30, Wang Chong had no romantic experiences to speak of. Xiangzi, I heard today's class is paid, an older coworker named Chun said as he patted Wang Chong on the shoulder. We're getting older and can't keep up. You'll have to teach us. Wang Chong smiled and replied, No problem, Uncle Chun. If I can do it, you can too. Most construction workers were older and found learning quite challenging, making young people like Wang Chong rare. He was happy to help them. Xiangzi, looking so sharp today, are you trying to impress the ladies? One of his co-workers joked. Wang Chong shook his head. What city girl would look at us? A group of them entered the Marriott Hotel, one of the best hotels in the area. This training was unusual. Not only was it paid, but it was also held in the luxurious Marriott, which had never happened before. Previous training sessions had been basic safety knowledge, typically held in spacious areas on-site or in makeshift offices. No one had ever conducted training at a five-star hotel. Wang Chong was curious, unaware that this training would change his life, transforming him from someone girls looked down upon into someone sought after by the best. For now, he was sitting in a chair, picking up a pen he hadn't used in over a decade, ready to listen to the teacher. At the command center, Xiao Yi arrived early, but surprisingly, Yao Yao was there even earlier. Upon seeing Xiao Yi, Yao Yao responsibly handed him a cup of coffee and asked, What battle are we fighting today? Is it thrilling? Xiao Yi ignored her, walking into the conference room, sitting down, and beginning to review the decryption materials handed to him by Gu Linxing. The 512K of data had about a third decrypted. Although the progress seemed slow, Xiao Yi knew the difficulty was significant. To save just a few bytes, most of the compressed data transmitted lacked keys, requiring Gu Linsheng and others to crack them. However, since Gu Linsheng had decrypted data in other universes before, he should manage in this one. It was just a matter of time. The technical parameters for constructing steel city walls had already been sent to the construction team the day before. The leader of the construction team, Shen Lin, distributed this information to the construction bureaus of various cities. According to the arrangements made by the mobilization expert team, starting today, technical training will be conducted for the existing construction workers. It seems that Yao Yao has done her homework. As she quickly introduced the contents of the documents on the table to Xiao Yi secretly felt that Yao Yao was an exceptionally competent aide. Almost without needing to be asked, she would proactively complete her tasks. Good morning, Xiao Yi. Deputy Commander Qian Linson walked in and greeted Xiao Yi, smiling slightly at Yao Yao before sitting down in the conference room. He said, "Notify all departments that a meeting will start in 5 minutes." Xiao Yi quickly relayed the message, and within 3 minutes, the conference room was filled with people from various departments. A total of 10 groups have been established. The first is the Hurricane Group, led by Wang Xinglin, with members Sakong Bei, a financial expert responsible for the operation of the financial market in the early stages. This is currently the most core and critical group. The work of other groups must wait until this group completes its tasks before proceeding to the next steps. The entire nation now resembles a drawn bow, and the work of the Hurricane Group is akin to the fingers pulling the bowstring. Only when the fingers relax can the nationwide mobilization officially begin. The second group is the Decryption Group, led by Gu Linsheng, responsible for decrypting the 512K of information in Xiao Yi's mind. While 512K may not seem much, decrypting it is quite challenging. Gu Linsheng almost only sleeps a few hours each day, yet he is not tired at all. Instead, he is full of energy because he has found purpose and meaning in life. He fights for all humanity, finding joy even in hardship. The third group is the Military Group, which is currently in the preparatory stage, temporarily led by Zhao Taizhu. Their main responsibility is the preparatory work. Once the mecha development is successful, it will be their time to shine. The fourth group is the Storm Group, led by Zhao Hongyi, primarily responsible for debugging and running the mecha simulation software. Zhao Hongyi reported for duty the day before and immediately began setting up servers with his entire team, not having gone home since. According to Zhao Hongyi, fighting for the country means there is no need for family. However, Yao Yao has thoughtfully arranged everything for their families. Old Wang's son is already in the best hospital receiving the best treatment. Chapter 52, The King of Ships. They feel they owe a debt of gratitude to their homeland and can only devote all their energy to software development. Although the Storm Group has only been operational for a little over a day, their progress has been rapid. According to Zhao Hongyi's estimates, in about 10 days, the training software for the Storm Mecha, adapted from their home environment, will officially launch. The fifth group is the Green Group, led by the elderly Yuan Ping, who is over 90 years old. Their current work is not focused on cultivating new varieties, but on greening the rooftops of urban buildings, aiming to plant grains and vegetables on the rooftops of all buildings within the steel city walls to maximize the utilization of every inch of land. The sixth group is the Strong Group, which is also the group with the highest technological content. The group leader is Yi Wanqing, who is leading a team of scientists analyzing and decrypting the plans related to the particle collider. Their task is the most challenging and central. The seventh group is the Education Group, led by Chiu Darren, which is currently undertaking 3 important tasks. The first task is to relocate the Ministry of Education to a certain city. The second task involves large-scale short-term training for all universities and high schools, focusing on various aspects of constructing a steel city wall. Within 2 months, they aim to train all students over the age of 16 to become qualified construction workers. Additionally, they will provide basic construction knowledge training for other personnel transitioning from different jobs, ensuring that anyone who can work becomes a qualified construction worker. The third task is to provide advanced training for existing construction workers, who will then be assigned as key personnel in various regions of the Steel City Wall to take on leadership roles. Wang Chong is currently involved in this training. The eighth group is the Relocation Group, also led by Xiao Yi, responsible for the move of the capital, which must be completed within 3 months. The ninth group is the Origin Group, led by biologist Wang Lin, responsible for finding the origin point. They have successfully located the first origin point, gaining 8 to 10 days for humanity. However, if they cannot find another origin point within the next 10 days, the group's task will shift to data analysis of extraterrestrial creatures. The 10th group is the most crucial, the Construction Group, led by Shen Lin. They bear 2 significant responsibilities. One is to complete the construction of a steel city wall that is 150 meters high and stretches for thousands of miles within 4 months. Once completed, it will create a human living area with an 800-kilometer radius centered around a certain city, providing the strongest defense against extraterrestrial threats. The other responsibility is to build a particle collider of the same length beneath the steel city wall, based on the construction drawings provided by the particle group. It can be said that the construction group, led by Shen Lin, is vital for the safety of all humanity. If they fail to complete their tasks, humanity could face extinction. However, the difficulty of this task is immense. Such a massive project with such tight construction timelines presents a severe challenge. In the second parallel universe, the length of the steel city wall they built was less than 1/3 of what is planned here. Yet, everyone is confident because the country is known for its exceptional infrastructure capabilities, believing that no construction task can defeat its people. More action groups will be formed later, depending on progress. Now, all 10 group leaders have gathered, and Feng Wei and Qian Linsen have also arrived. A meeting that could determine the fate of the nation has begun. The first report comes from the Hurricane Group, led by Wang Xinglin. He stands up and says, "Our operations are currently going very smoothly, and we are likely to complete ahead of schedule. However, we are facing a problem. We do not have enough transport ships. A certain company has already signed an agreement with us, and the iron ore piled at the dock now belongs to our nation. As long as we have enough transport ships, we can transport the iron ore back at any time. The same goes for oil. The major oil-producing countries have crude oil waiting for us to transport, and we also need to transport the crude oil procured by intermediaries for us. The sooner we finish transporting, the sooner our hurricane team's operations will come to an end, which will allow for an earlier announcement of the nationwide mobilization." Qian Linsen looked at Xiao Yi and asked, "Does the decryption team have any decryption materials on this?" Xiao Yi shook his head. "The steel walls built in the second universe are far inferior to what we are constructing now. Therefore, their demand for oil and iron ore is not as great as ours. This issue can only be resolved by relying on ourselves." Feng Weijing suddenly said, "I thought of someone, an old friend. The only trouble is, although he has the blood of the great Zhou nation, we regarded him as an enemy back then." Xiao Yi's eyes lit up. "Are you talking about the shipping magnate Nie Xiangqian?" "Yes, that's him," Feng Weijing sighed. "I'm worried that he still holds a grudge against the homeland and may be unwilling to help. He has the world's largest ocean shipping fleet." Xiao Yi asked, "If we seek his help, will he make any demands?" "Yes, I'm very concerned about this. I'm afraid his demands will be too harsh for the government to agree to," Feng Weijing said. "After all, he escaped from the great Zhou nation back then, abandoning all his ancestral heritage and relatives, fleeing alone to the southern seas. He is also a genius who, with sheer determination, became the king of the shipping world." Xiao Yi stood up and said, "This matter is my responsibility. I will first seek guidance from the elder. If possible, I will go to the southern seas to meet this shipping magnate." At that moment, a woman whom Xiao Yi did not recognize suddenly asked, "Advisor Xiao, I have a question. Why are we plundering resources from around the world? Isn't this unfair to other countries? Other nations also have the right to survive, and they have the need to build their own steel walls. Is it not unfair for us to seize resources from other countries? Moreover, why are we hiding this information? Why not announce it to the world and defend together? Wouldn't that be more powerful than just one country?" Xiao Yi frowned and asked, "May I ask which team you belong to? I don't believe I've seen you before." The woman proudly replied, "My name is Yi Zixuan. I just returned from a certain country and am an education expert, a top professor at Princeton University. I came back after receiving an invitation from the Nationwide Mobilization Expert Group, and I am now a core member of the education team." Xiao Yi felt uncomfortable with Yi Zixuan's attitude, as she exuded an air of superiority, as if she were afraid others wouldn't know she came from a developed country. Her tone suggested she believed she was superior to the people of the great Zhou nation. Chapter 53. Bananas with a yellow skin and white flesh. Xiao Yi was unsure how this woman made it into the expert group, but this was not the time to delve into such matters, as it would come off as stubborn. Xiao Yi patiently said, "I have mentioned this before, but you may not have heard it. In this human crisis, the only ones who can save humanity are the people of the great Zhou nation. Only the unique spirit of dedication, self-sacrifice, and unity among the people of our nation can accomplish this. Just like during the last global catastrophe. Only we could recover at an unprecedented speed through immense sacrifices. This is the characteristic of our people." The numerous lessons from parallel universes remind us that cooperation with other nations often leads to mutual blame and internal strife. Their primary concerns are not the safety of humanity, but politics and their own status. The inherent flaws in their nature ensure that any collaboration ends in failure. Thus, we must rely on ourselves. However, our nation lacks sufficient resources, and solely depending on what we have is inadequate for the protection of humanity. Therefore, we must utilize global resources to build a stronghold that can safeguard all of humanity. Once our iron fortress is complete, we will also allow like-minded individuals from other nations to join our team to ensure human diversity. But all of this will only happen once we have secured enough resources. Until then, we must conceal our intentions and employ strategies to gather resources. This is our approach. I remind you that we will purchase with our substantial foreign exchange reserves, not plunder. What was done to us over a century ago truly constituted plunder. Do you understand? Xiao Yi's gaze was piercing as he fixed it on Yi Zixuan. She averted her eyes, seemingly feeling humiliated. After all, she was a well-known expert, and being publicly criticized by a young person was difficult for her to accept. She abruptly stood up and said, "You are being unreasonable. What era is this? We can only develop through global cooperation. I disagree with your view that only our nation can achieve this while others cannot. From what I've seen, foreign nations excel in many areas compared to us. We should humbly seek their advice. They can provide us with more advanced and reasonable plans. We should let the leading nation take charge while we assist. That way, the stronghold we build will be more scientific. We cannot be like our foolish ancestors, shutting ourselves off from the world." Feng Wei's expression hardened, and Qian Linsen furrowed his brow. The entire conference room fell into a tense silence. Xiao Yi sneered and looked at Qiu Darren, asking, "Who brought her into the education group?" Qiu Darren, somewhat embarrassed, replied, "That was my mistake. I didn't realize she had become so misguided. My review was not thorough enough." Yi Zixuan immediately retorted, "Who is misguided? I am merely stating the truth. You have been in this country too long, and your thinking has become rigid. You should go abroad and see for yourselves. We need to be open and embrace advanced ideas from other nations." Xiao Yi gestured to Zhao Taizhu, saying, "Detain her. After the national mobilization order is issued, send her back to her country. Don't let her leak any information. If she believes that is the hope for humanity, then let's fulfill her wish." Yi Zixuan immediately jumped up. "Xiao Yi, who do you think you are? You are still wet behind the ears, yet you dare to be disrespectful to me. As soon as I return to my home country, I will accuse you of your atrocities in front of major media outlets." Xiao Yi ignored him, and Zhao Taizhu swiftly subdued the woman, covering her mouth and dragging her out. "Qiu Darren, you've received a warning once. I hope you perform excellently in your upcoming tasks to have this penalty revoked." Feng Weijing began to speak. Qiu Darren wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, "I'm sorry, I wasn't thorough in my work." Feng Weijing waved his hand. "You just took office. It's normal not to be familiar with the people. However, all teams need to ensure that their members are vetted. We must not allow such individuals with ulterior motives to infiltrate. No matter where you are, there will always be a small group of people who blindly idolize foreign entities. We should learn from the advanced things abroad, but we should not accept everything blindly. Our country has existed for over 5,000 years, longer than any other civilization. And it is this principle of self-centeredness while absorbing the excellent aspects of other civilizations that has allowed us to thrive. People like Yi Zixuan, who are like bananas, are not worthy of being called citizens of our country." Xiao Yi turned to Feng Weizheng and Qian Linsen, saying, "Commander Feng, Deputy Commander Qian, I will now consult the elder and report back. If I can get permission from the state, I will fly to the southern seas immediately to seek the help of the shipping magnate with my sincerity." Feng Weizheng nodded. "Go ahead. We will continue the meeting here. And you can keep the online meeting open." "Understood." Xiao Yi stood up straight, indicating for Yao Yao to follow the meeting, and then turned to leave the conference room. Inside the room, the elder was drinking tea when a knock came at the door. The elder said, "Xiao Yi, you're here. Is there something important?" Xiao Yi entered and explained his purpose. The elder pondered for a long time before slowly saying, "I have dealt with Nie Shanqian before. He also left in anger back then. I once extended an olive branch to him, but he couldn't let go of his grievances and didn't return. The conditions back then were not mature. It wasn't a good time. Now, some misunderstandings can be resolved. When you go this time, please send him my regards." The elder picked up the phone and dialed a number, saying, "Send the item from safe deposit box number 1 to the airport, to be handed over to consultant Xiao Yi." After hanging up, the elder said, "Take a gift for him. He should be willing to meet you." Just before leaving, Xiao Yi couldn't help but ask again, "Who is Gui Xiang?" The elder smiled slightly. "Once you have built the Iron City walls, I will tell you." On the plane heading to the southern seas, Xiao Yi was resting with his eyes closed. He was supposed to be on a private jet, but due to the extreme busyness in the capital recently, with prominent figures and experts gathering from all sectors, it was quicker to take a commercial flight than to wait for a private jet. A middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s walked by, looked at the seats, and woke Xiao Yi, asking, "Young man, can we negotiate? You seem to want to rest. May I take the window seat? I want to see the scenery." Xiao Yi smiled slightly, stood up, and moved to another seat. He wasn't actually resting. He was still listening carefully to the sounds from the conference room through his headphones, paying close attention to the work reports from various teams. Chapter 54. Super service on the plane. A middle-aged man thanked and took his seat by the window, picking up his phone to take pictures outside. Clearly, it was his first time in first class, and he was quite excited. A beautiful flight attendant in her early 20s rushed from economy class to first class, grabbing another slightly older flight attendant and asking, "Sister Xia, is there a last-minute addition to our first-class passengers today?" Yin Xia glanced at the flight attendant named Mu Shui with amusement and said, "What do you want to do?" "Hee hee, Sister Xia, you're the best. Let me take care of the first-class service on this trip. I promise to do a great job," Mu Shui said with a playful smile. Yin Xia shook her head. Although Mu Shui had good looks and was proficient in several languages, her biggest issue was her impure intentions for working. As she put it, she gave up the chance to be a minor actress to become a flight attendant in hopes of finding a wealthy boyfriend. If she could marry into a rich family, that would be ideal. If not, being a kept woman wouldn't be too bad either. When she checked the passenger list earlier, she was surprised to find a last-minute addition to first class, arranged by a special government office. This meant that the person in this seat had a prominent status, presenting a great opportunity. No, the position can only be changed under special circumstances. "You know our regulations," Yin Xia said sternly. But seeing Mu Shui's aggrieved expression, she softened her tone. "Of course, if you are willing to voluntarily increase your service offerings, no one can stop you." As they spoke, Yin Xia noticed some minor frictions occurring in economy class due to the crowd and quickly went over to mediate. "Hee hee, I knew Sister Xia would be the best." Mu Shui immediately took a blanket and squatted down next to Xiao Yi, addressing the middle-aged man. "Sir, would you like a blanket?" The middle-aged man was clearly taken aback. No, I'm not cold. I actually feel a bit hot." "Then let me adjust the air conditioning for you," Mu Shui said, leaning slightly towards the man to adjust the switch. The middle-aged man leaned back as much as he could, but he could still catch a delightful scent of perfume. It wasn't overpowering, but it was very penetrating, leaving a lasting impression on him. "Sir, would you like some coffee? We have espresso, and it's hand-brewed. Would you like a cup?" Mu Shui remained half-squatting, looking up at the middle-aged man with an irresistible gaze. Being looked at like this by such a charming girl made the middle-aged man feel dazed. Xiao Yi glanced at the flight attendant in confusion, wondering how a flight could even offer hand-brewed coffee. This flight was quite luxurious. "Sure, I'll have a cup. It's free, right?" the middle-aged man asked, feeling a bit anxious. "Sir, you're so humorous. You are our most esteemed guest. It's my honor to serve you. So of course there's no charge," Mu Shui laughed. Her voice bright, yet subtly impactful, especially on the middle-aged man. Mu Shui stood up and turned to head to the service area, while the middle-aged man wiped the sweat from his forehead, thinking, "Wow, is first class really this impressive? The flight attendant's service attitude is so good." Xiao Yi shook his head. Although he had only been in first class a few times, he knew that the service there couldn't possibly be this good. Only super VIPs would receive such treatment. It seemed that this middle-aged man must have an extraordinary identity, or perhaps the person who bought his ticket was not ordinary. "Sir, here is your coffee." Mu Shui quickly approached and placed a cup of coffee on the tray. Xiao Yi caught a whiff of the coffee aroma. This was definitely not instant coffee from a packet, and he became interested. "Miss, hello, could I have a cup as well?" Mu Shui turned her head and politely smiled at Xiao Yi without speaking, but then quickly put away her smile and muttered softly, "What kind of person thinks they can have my hand-brewed coffee?" "Sir, we have magazines and newspapers. Which one would you like to read?" Mu Shui remained in a half-squatting position, which gave the middle-aged man an inexplicable sense of conquest. "The newspaper," the middle-aged man replied. "Soon." Mu Shui returned with the day's newspaper, still half-squatting as she handed it to him. As she walked back, Xiao Yi couldn't help but ask, "What about my coffee?" Mu Shui shot him a glance and whispered, "There isn't any." Xiao Yi felt a bit uncomfortable and asked, "Why not?" Mu Shui stared at Xiao Yi for a moment and noticed that this boy had some charm, but unfortunately, compared to the noble-looking man next to him, he was far less attractive. "What status do you have to compare with him? I've seen your name on the list. It's your first time in first class. Someone like you only deserves instant coffee." Xiao Yi was taken aback. He didn't expect to be looked down upon just for flying. "Instant coffee. Do you want it or not?" Mu Shui asked Xiao Yi fiercely. But as soon as the middle-aged man glanced over, her expression immediately switched to a charming smile. Xiao Yi shook his head. This girl was too elitist. So this is what the famed transcontinental flight service is like. Mu Shui, hearing this, arrogantly said, "If you want the best service, you need to have the ability to match it. Don't think that just because you spend a few months' salary to sit in first class, you can get our best service. Dream on. Our service is tiered. This gentleman is our most distinguished customer and enjoys the best service. As for someone like you, who probably won't be able to afford first class again, you'll only get instant coffee." Xiao Yi suddenly stood up. "I'm also a first-class customer. You're insulting me. I demand an apology." "Apologize? Dream on. Do you believe I could call security and they'd drag you out immediately? Country bumpkin. Look at your clothes. You have no taste at all. I bet everything you're wearing doesn't even add up to 2,000. Mu Shui shot Xiao Yi a disdainful glance. I must say, Mu Shui had a sharp eye. Xiao Yi hadn't planned to travel abroad today, so he was dressed very ordinarily. His entire outfit didn't even cost 2,000, and it was likely less than 1,000. Moreover, he wasn't wearing an expensive watch or any valuable accessories. He didn't even have a bracelet. making it clear he wasn't a big shot or wealthy. Xiao shook his head and sat down. He still felt that he had acted impulsively. As the chief advisor for the national mobilization, he shouldn't have lost his temper with a mere flight attendant. He was still too young and too impulsive. Seeing Xiao sit down, Mu Shui became even more convinced that he was just a pretender trying to show off by sitting in first class. A bumpkin wanting to indulge for a moment. She cast a contemptuous glance at Xiao and said, "Are you scared? Humph, useless little person." Chapter 55, Special Dragon Special Forces member. Just as Xia finished resolving a dispute, she happened to walk over and heard Mu Shui's voice. She quickly pulled Mu Shui aside and whispered, "What are you doing? How can you treat a guest like that?" Mu Shui tilted her head defiantly and replied, "What's so great about a bumpkin sitting in first class for the first time?" Xia stamped her foot and said, "He was sent by the National Special Affairs Office. He's definitely not an ordinary person. How can you insult him so casually?" Mu Shui was stunned. "What? He's arranged by the Special Affairs Office? But why is he sitting here?" She felt as if her world had collapsed. Offending someone from the National Special Affairs Office could ruin her future. She rushed in front of Xiao and knelt down completely, not just squatting, but kneeling fully. "Sir, I was wrong. Please don't hold it against me." Mu Shui looked at Xiao with tearful eyes, hoping to move him with her pitiful appearance. No matter what request Xiao made, she would fulfill it, even if it was an unreasonable one. "I think you're not suited to be a flight attendant." The current Xiao was not the same as he was 10 days ago. He had quickly matured and was not easily swayed by such looks. Xiao stood up and said to Xia, "You're the team leader, right? I don't want the upcoming flight disturbed." After saying that, he sat down again, closed his eyes, and began to carefully listen to the various team reports coming through his headphones. Xia was taken aback. She was someone who had seen the world and had hosted many officials of national stature, but she had never encountered anyone with such an imposing presence as this man. Even those who had been in the political arena for years did not give her such a strong sense of pressure. How could someone so young exude such a formidable aura? Xia pulled Mu Shui aside and assigned her to the rear of the aircraft, strictly prohibiting her from approaching first class again. In the command center conference room, Yi Wanqing, the leader of the Qiangzi team, was reporting on their work. "Currently, the biggest challenge for our team is that we haven't made breakthroughs in scientific theory. Many of the theories we've decrypted have yet to be scientifically validated. The validation process takes a long time, at least over a year, and some may take decades. We simply don't have enough time. If our theories can't be validated and turn out to be wrong, all our work will be in vain. We cannot afford such responsibility." Yao raised her hand and said, "Since these are decrypted materials, we should just follow them. I believe they have been verified by other theories." Qian Linsen raised his eyes and said, "Not necessarily. According to the current decrypted information, every universe transmits messages approximately 180 days ahead of the previous one. The time difference between each universe should be around 180 days. Therefore, this theory should actually be developed within the next 180 days. Obviously, it cannot be verified." Yi Wanqing nodded and said, "This is what I'm also worried about. Other advanced technologies can be verified and improved through layers of universe transmission, much like a craft passed down through generations. When one person learns it, they may have their own insights, and then they will incorporate all of this and pass it on to the next generation. The same goes for other technologies. For example, the construction of steel walls may have started as a wall surrounding a small city, later evolving into a massive structure. These technologies and experiences can accumulate step by step. However, the advanced theories related to the particle collider cannot be verified. If there is an error somewhere, it may go unnoticed until the mistake is discovered in practice, at which point it will be too late to overturn the theory." Qian Linsen said, "Leave this issue to me. Our universities and research institutions have a large number of people studying quantum physics. There are also many similar research institutes around the world. Scientists are not as concerned about national boundaries as politicians. They care more about the scientific theories themselves, as science transcends national borders. I believe that once this theory is published, many scientists will actively seek to verify it. Professor Yi, please break down the theories that need verification into smaller topics, and I will simultaneously send out invitations to scientists worldwide to collaborate on proving them. I believe we will have results in no more than 3 months." Yi Wanqing breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Deputy Team Leader Qian, that's great. Your suggestion is very timely, and I will prepare immediately." Qian Linsen smiled slightly and turned to Wang Lin. Wang Lin stood up and said, "We found some possible biological samples of the starry armored beast during our field investigation in the neighboring country, but they refused to let us bring them back. This issue is quite tricky. If we could study these samples in detail, we might uncover the essence of the origin point." An international affairs expert said, "That's not realistic right now. Our country has developed rapidly in recent years, posing a threat to the international status of those developed nations. They are now banding together to suppress us. Although the neighboring country is an agricultural nation, They rely heavily on Western countries. Therefore, we cannot obtain these biological samples through diplomatic means. Zhao Taizhu slammed the table and said, "At this time, we shouldn't be polite with them. Do we still have this matter in our hands?" Wang Lin nodded. "Yes, but it is under strict surveillance." Zhao Taizhu said, "Then let's leave it to our military team. Everyone, rest assured, we will complete the mission." Hee, it's time for the Dragon Special Forces to engage in a real operation. Everyone was taken aback. The Dragon Special Forces is the most mysterious maritime special forces unit, with almost no information available publicly, only some legends circulating in the community. Zhao Tiezhu's words undoubtedly confirmed the real existence of this team. An hour later, the Kunlong seaplane took off again, this time heading south. On board were 3 men. No one would have guessed that these seemingly ordinary men were elite members of the renowned Jiaolong Special Forces, especially the captain, who appeared to be a harmless chubby man with kind, smiling eyes that made him seem approachable. No one would suspect that he was a part of the most mysterious unit in the Dezhou Kingdom. The special forces are divided into 2 types. One type consists of capable talents like Gao Daqiang, who take on tasks that require direct confrontation with danger, such as assault, rescue, and so on. But there is another type of talent that is often overlooked. They must conceal their whereabouts and act like ordinary people in places where missions are to be carried out. The latter type is even more formidable and requires higher standards. Not only must they master the skills needed for the first type, such as firearms, combat, and driving, but they also need to speak at least 3 languages and have a thorough understanding of the customs and cultures of those countries. The mission for these 3 men was to bring back organizational samples of the Starry Sky armored beast from the Sheep Country. The nationwide expert mobilization was conducted with extreme efficiency. No matter what issue arose, solutions were immediately proposed, and actions were swiftly executed. This is the speed of mobilization in the Dezhou Kingdom. In Donghua City, Zhang Xiaolong knocked on the door of his teammate and friend Yu Dazhuang's house. When Yu Dazhuang's mother saw Zhang Xiaolong at the door, her expression immediately darkened. "What are you doing here? Dazhuang has gone to school. Don't come looking for Dazhuang anymore. Your grades have dropped, and I don't want you to drag my son down with you." Zhang Xiaolong knew that Yu Dazhuang's mother was lying. Today was a day off, and there was no school. However, he remained silent and prepared to leave when suddenly, Yu Dazhuang's voice came from inside. "Mom, who is it?" Yu Dazhuang's mother blocked the door and shouted inside. "It's nobody, just a waste. You better focus on your studies and don't hang out with those delinquents. You're wasting your time playing games. If you can't study well, don't drag down other kids." The last few words were spoken quietly, intended for Zhang Xiaolong to hear. Zhang Xiaolong turned and left. This was already the 3rd house he had been turned away from. In the eyes of other parents, Zhang Xiaolong was a bad influence. The cause of their children's decline. Their children had learned bad habits from him and were now spending all day playing games instead of studying, causing their grades to drop. Zhang Xiaolong was the scapegoat. Dragging his weary feet, he arrived at Sun Xiang's house. This time, he was not turned away because Sun Xiang had no parents. Only his grandparents lived there. Seeing Zhang Xiaolong's exhausted appearance, Sun Xiang immediately understood what had happened. He sighed and said, "Xiaolong, we lost yesterday, just by a little. Maybe this is fate. I've made up my mind to drop out. My grandfather is helping me find a job." "What job?" Zhang Xiaolong asked in surprise. "Security guard." Sun Xiang sighed. Zhang Xiaolong was taken aback and said, "Have you forgotten our aspirations? We aim to become professional esports players. What future do you have as a security guard? Esports is our dream." Suddenly, Grandpa's son and Grandma's son approached. They knelt down in front of Zhang Xiaolong and said, "Xiaolong, please let Sun Xiang go. Look at what you've done to him. He can't study well and complains about not having freedom in job hunting. We finally convinced him this morning. He agreed to go to work. Please let him go. We are begging you." Zhang Xiaolong was stunned by this scene. Sun Xiang sighed and said, "Now you understand, right? Xiaolong, it's time to wake up from your gaming dream." Sun Xiang helped his grandparents up and said, "Grandpa, Grandma, don't worry. I won't play games anymore. I'll go to work and support you." Zhang Xiaolong, feeling embarrassed, quietly left. Although esports had become an official competitive event in the country, in the minds of most people, it was still viewed as a frivolous pursuit, akin to opium and drugs. Zhang Xiaolong also wanted to give up. He didn't want to go home. He just wanted to wander around until he completely abandoned his dreams before deciding to return home. This training session was indeed different. It even included lunch at a 5-star hotel. The construction workers were astonished as they entered the luxurious dining room. This was a treatment they had never experienced before. Every building in the city was constructed brick by workers like them. Yet their presence in the city was minimal. Once a building was completed, they could no longer enter it. The sharp-eyed security guards could easily tell they didn't belong to the finished structures. Moreover, if they walked down the street in their cement-stained clothes, they would be met with disdainful and contemptuous looks. There exists a professional hierarchy of disdain in this world. Civil servants look down on white-collar workers. White-collar workers look down on blue-collar workers, and even among blue-collar workers, there is a hierarchy. Service staff look down on factory workers look down on security guards, and security guards look down on construction workers. Perhaps the only group at the same level as construction workers are sanitation workers. Below construction and sanitation workers are only beggars. This is the reality. Wang Chong once wore a brand new outfit to a 5-star hotel, but the experienced staff easily recognized him as a construction worker. And each dish served felt like charity. Whenever they made requests, they were ignored by the staff. The meal was incredibly awkward. Today's staff were no different. Each face was taut as if they were at a death sentence, their eyes filled with barely concealed disdain, as if serving them was a humiliation. Wang Chong noticed there were no chopsticks at his table. He quickly raised his hand to ask the staff for a pair. But they all walked past him without acknowledging him. Wang Chong felt a bit self-conscious. If he were at a street food stall, he would have slammed the table and made a scene. But in this luxurious 5-star hotel, he felt somewhat uneasy. Just as he was hesitating whether to grab the food with his hands, a melodious voice rang in his ear. "Sir, what do you need?" He turned to see a beautiful girl in a black professional outfit, clearly not an ordinary server, but a manager. He glanced at her name tag, and one name was deeply etched in his mind, Zhong Qianzhu. Even after the chopsticks were handed to him, he felt a bit dazed. His mind filled with her gentle and friendly smile. He felt like he was in love, but it was destined to be a one-sided affection. As a construction worker, what right did he have to pursue such a wonderful girl? He had no feeling for the meal, even though his co-workers praised the delicious food in the 5-star hotel. He had no impression of it at all. The only time he could distract himself from thoughts of her was during class. He had to focus all his attention on studying to keep his mind from wandering. Dinner was also at the 5-star hotel. This time, he intentionally dropped his chopsticks and raised his hand again. The servers continued to ignore him, but Wang Chong was not angry. His hand was raised for just one person. Sure enough, Zhong Qianzhu gracefully approached him again and softly asked, "Sir, what do you need?" "A pair of chopsticks," Wang Chong murmured. Zhong Qianzhu smiled and agreed before floating away. He still felt no sensation from the meal. At Nanyang Airport, a girl with exceptional grace stepped out of a Blue Star flagship car and leaned against the car door, exuding a natural air of arrogance as she watched the bustling crowd. Xiaoyi walked out of the airport and immediately spotted the Blue Star car, feeling a bit astonished, almost thinking he was back home. The Blue Star car, featuring elements of the national emblem of the Great Zhou Kingdom as its logo, was the only vehicle that could use national elements. It was a car that had created countless miracles, being the first domestically produced sedan after the establishment of the Great Zhou Kingdom, completed through the hard work of the older generation during an era when almost all developed countries had imposed blockades. It held many proud memories for the people of the Great Zhou Kingdom. The Blue Star car still maintained its fully domestically produced characteristics. Not a single part was sourced from abroad. While this car might not perform as well as other top luxury vehicles, its symbolic meaning was far more precious than all others. The world's most expensive cars could be bought with money and power, but the Blue Star flagship car was absolutely unattainable. Therefore, it was rarely seen overseas, especially the flagship model. Although this flagship car was somewhat older and not the latest model, its presence here indicated something significant. Xiao Yi did not hesitate and walked directly to the front of the vehicle, nodding at the exceptionally poised girl and saying, "Are you Nie Xihua?" The girl looked at Xiao Yi in astonishment, her face filled with disbelief. When did the Dezhou Kingdom have such a young high-ranking official? Xiao Yi opened the car door, sat down, and replied, "I'm not a high-ranking official, I'm an advisor. Let's go." The girl named Nie Xihua was none other than the great shipping magnate, Nie Xiangqian's great-granddaughter. She was currently the vice president of operations at the Dahua Shipping Group. Nie Xiangqian had sent her as a liaison to welcome him. "Hey, get out." Nie Xihua took off her sunglasses, revealing an exquisitely beautiful face. But her large eyes were glaring fiercely at Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi was puzzled. "What's wrong? Sit in the passenger seat." "I'm not your chauffeur," Nie Xihua said, her tone filled with the pride of someone used to being at the top. Xiao Yi smiled, understanding where this girl's arrogance came from. Born with a silver spoon, she was not only exceptionally gifted but also very diligent, holding degrees from several top universities around the world, including the best university in the Dezhou Kingdom. She had obtained her degree from Shuimu University in just a year and a half. With such a background, it was no wonder she was proud. If it had been Xiao Yi from 10 days ago, he probably wouldn't have dared to meet her gaze. But now, it seemed that Xiao Yi had matured overnight and gained an extraordinary confidence. Perhaps it was because, in other parallel universes, he himself was a commander of all humanity, which made him brimming with self-assurance now. Xiao Yi got out of the car and confidently took the passenger seat, then turned to Nie Xihua and said, "How about I drive? I don't mind being the driver." Nie Xihua shot him a glance. She understood his implication. Xiao Yi clearly didn't see driving as a humiliating task. Just on this point alone, he was already a step above her. Nie Sihua took the driver's seat and looked at Xiao Yi again. Are you sure you are Xiao Yi? Not an imposter? I thought you were an old man with gray hair. Xiao Yi did not answer directly, but said, every minute of my time is precious. And I believe your great-grandfather's time is too. If you want to continue wasting time, I can just take a taxi. Having grown up under immense pampering, Nie Sihua was not used to being pushed around like this. She wanted to kick Xiao Yi out of the car. But thinking about how she would explain it to her great-grandfather, she had no choice but to step on the gas and drive off. Initially, Xiao Yi was not very confident about this negotiation, but now he felt about 80 to 90% sure. First, it was because of the vehicle he was in. He had no idea how the world shipping magnate Nie Xiangqian had acquired it, but this car revealed his true thoughts. He did not see his homeland as an enemy. He might feel wronged and disheartened, but deep down, he still took pride in the Dezhou kingdom. Second, the name of his great-granddaughter revealed everything. Sihua, a nickname for the Dezhou kingdom, meant thinking of Zhou or reminiscing about the Dezhou kingdom. This was a true reflection of his mindset as he aged. When he was young, he might have resisted the idea of returning to his homeland, but as he grew older, his longing for home became undeniable. That's why he named his favorite great-granddaughter Nie Sihua. This negotiation has a high chance of success. Hey, what more do you want? We will not cooperate with you. Nie Sihua felt overwhelmed by Xiao Yi's imposing presence, a feeling she had never experienced before, so she wanted to regain her footing. Throughout her life, only her great-grandfather could match her in presence, but he adored and spoiled her, so he usually did not show his imposing demeanor. It was only today, when she was unwilling to pick someone up, that her great-grandfather revealed a hint of his presence, and she immediately surrendered, driving the Blue Star car to pick up Xiao Yi herself. To her surprise, the young man she picked up had such a strong presence, making her feel frustrated. Xiao Yi looked at Nie Sihua, pondered for a moment, and said, I am not here to negotiate. I am here to take Elder Nie home. Nie Sihua was caught off guard. Her heart felt like it had been struck, her nose tingled, and tears almost flowed. Although her great-grandfather had always outwardly resisted the idea of returning, she knew deep down how much he yearned to go back. He left his hometown in his 20s. And in the blink of an eye, he was nearing 100 years old. Countless times in his dreams, her great-grandfather woke up crying. The first thing he would say was, I dreamed that my homeland came to take me back. However, his strong pride made him unwilling to return in a defeated manner. He wanted to go back openly and gloriously. Yet, he was always just a little short of the opportunity to fulfill this dream. Nie Sihua suddenly slammed on the brakes. Tears in her eyes as she glared at Xiao Yi. You made me cry. It's all your fault. But Xiao Yi seemed unfazed, sighing as he said, Yes. I came too late. However, it's not too late. Although his words were somewhat incoherent and illogical, Nie Sihua understood. Chapter 58, I'm here to take you home. Suddenly, a classical building styled after her homeland appeared among the foreign architecture in the southern island country. It was quite large and distinctly different from the local tropical or Western-style houses, showcasing a unique character. This was the residence of the ship king, Nie Xiangqian. The Blue Star car slowly drove into the yard, and several middle-aged men with faces typical of her homeland emerged, none of them mixed blood, neither South Asian nor Western. It was clear that these individuals were 100 pure natives of her homeland. The men looked at Xiao Yi with hostility, glaring at him fiercely, clearly aware of his purpose for coming. Xiao Yi got out of the car, surveyed the group calmly, accepting their scrutiny. One of the leading men said, From our homeland. Let me tell you, we will not cooperate with you. Xiao Yi looked up. Are you Mr. Nie Xiangqian? The man shook his head. No, that is my grandfather. Xiao Yi smiled lightly. So, I am not here to discuss matters with you. Xiao Yi turned around and asked Nie Sihua, who had just walked out of the driver's seat, Where's your great-grandfather? I don't have time for meaningless tests. Nie Sihua shot a glance at the middle-aged man and said, Second uncle, this person won't fall for your tricks. After speaking, she turned to Xiao Yi and gestured, Come with me. In a 3-story building across the street, an old man stood by the window watching the scene unfold, a faint smile appearing on his lips. I didn't expect that the Great Zhou Kingdom would send such a young fellow here. However, his presence is quite commanding. An older man, with graying hair and older than the one speaking, looked over and said in a frail voice, What do you think they are here for? This old man was Nie Xiangqian, the world-renowned shipping magnate. The one who had just spoken was his eldest son, Nie Huaxing, the actual leader of the family conglomerate. Supporting him was his second son, Nie Huaqiang, the second in command of the group. Nie Xiangqian was no longer directly managing the company. He was more of a spiritual leader. What else could they be here for? Now that our family has prospered, they come to court us. It's the same old trick. We won't be fooled. Who knows what might happen if we actually collaborate with the Great Zhou Kingdom? We could end up losing our family's assets, Nie Huaqiang said. Nie Huaxiang, however, countered. The Great Zhou Kingdom today is not the same as it was 40 years ago. It is more open and transparent now. No matter how transparent it is. Can it clear your father's name? Nie Huaqiang retorted. Xiao Yi and Nie Sihua walked quickly, and a knock on the door was heard from outside. "Come in, Mr. Nie Xiangqian said in a trembling voice. However, it was not a family member, so it was hard to tell. Nie Huaqiang and Nie Huaxing exchanged surprised glances, clearly aware that Mr. Nie was looking forward to this meeting, which made him a bit nervous. Xiao Yi quickly approached Mr. Nie, extended his hand, and said, "I am Xiao Yi, special advisor to the National Mobilization Expert Group from the Great Zhou Kingdom, and I bring you sincere greetings on behalf of the elder." Mr. Nie Xiangqian was taken aback, and his voice trembled again. "Are you saying the elder is him?" Xiao Yi nodded yes. "It's the elder who met you over 30 years ago when our Great Zhou Kingdom was just revitalizing." Mr. Nie Xiangqian fell silent. He tried to calm his emotions, and then sat down in a chair. "Go ahead. What new tricks does your Great Zhou Kingdom have this time?" Nie Huaqiang said impatiently. This was a negotiation tactic, creating an impression of reluctance to negotiate, which would unconsciously make the opponent feel insecure and lower their standards. He was confident that dealing with a young kid should be an easy task. Xiao Yi looked up and turned to Nie Sihua, asking, "Who is this?" Nie Sihua replied, "This is my second great-uncle. This is my grandfather." Xiao Yi quickly stood up again and extended his hand, saying, "So it's Nie Huaxing and Nie Huaqiang, the twin stars of South Asia. I am honored." Generally, the custom dictates that the elder extends their hand first when shaking hands, followed by the younger person. This is a matter of etiquette. However, there is also a case where the leader extends their hand first, and the subordinate follows. Xiao Yi was the first to extend his hand, an act that signified a superiority in status, intending to create an aura that reflected his higher standing. He sensed Nie Huaqiang's hostility and aimed to give him a setback. No matter where it was, the people of the Great Zhou could lose in negotiations, but they could never lose their momentum. Nie Huaqiang was momentarily taken aback, yet somehow extended his hand, clearly overwhelmed by Xiao Yi's presence. After shaking hands with the two elders, Xiao Yi immediately said, "Elder Nie, I have a significant matter to discuss." From his earlier observations, along with the analysis of several names, buildings, and vehicles, Xiao Yi had confirmed that although Mr. Nie Xiangqian held South Sea nationality, he still possessed a pure heart. This gave Xiao Yi even more confidence in this trip. He's here," Nie Huaqiang muttered under his breath, but his voice was loud enough for Xiao Yi to hear. Nie Sihua glared at Xiao Yi, eager to see what tricks he might play. Although Xiao Yi had been dominating the conversation thus far, she believed they could regain their momentum as long as Xiao Yi needed something from them. Xiao Yi, seemingly ignoring the tension, said, "Elder Nie, I'm here to take you home." The atmosphere in the room instantly froze. Even Nie Sihua, who had heard this before, was somewhat shocked by Xiao Yi's serious declaration, as it had never been mentioned by anyone before. Elder Nie was the first to react, shaking his head and saying, "Home? This is my home." Xiao Yi stepped forward and replied, "Elder Nie, I know that you were once an underground operative for the Great Zhou in enemy territory. However, due to unforeseen circumstances, your superiors destroyed your records and denied your identity. Left with no choice, you fled your homeland and built a business in South Asia." This was information Xiao Yi had obtained from state secret files. Back then, Elder Nie was a worker behind enemy lines, but after offending his contact, his records were destroyed, and his identity was denied. Mr. Nie Xiangqian sought help everywhere, but found no one alive to corroborate his story except for that contact. During the war, record-keeping was poor, and all of Mr. Nie's efforts were in vain, leading him to be treated as an adversary. His family's assets were confiscated, and in humiliation, he fled to the South Seas. Through his hard work, he eventually built a great enterprise, becoming a world-renowned shipping magnate. Later, the state sent people to negotiate with him several times, but none were successful, as no one could clear his name due to the lack of evidence, rendering all efforts futile. "What good is that? Can you exonerate my father?" Nie Huaqiang scoffed. Xiao Yi stood up, took a deep breath, and said, "I can. Today, I represent the state to formally apologize to Mr. Nie Xiangqian, restore his nationality in the Great Zhou, and posthumously award him a Medal of Heroism from the Great Zhou." Xiao Yi spoke sincerely. "Elder, you can go home now." The room fell silent. All present were stunned. The actions of the Great Zhou were undoubtedly unexpected, and it seemed almost impossible. How could a country possibly take such actions for an individual? "I cannot accept this." The old man's response was even more unexpected. Chapter 59. Discard all goods and set sail immediately. Additional update. Nie Huaxing was stunned, while Nie Sihua was anxiously jumping. She was very aware of how much her great-grandfather longed to return to his homeland. Whenever there was news about the Great Zhou nation on television, her great-grandfather would watch intently. Moreover, as he aged, this desire became increasingly evident. Returning to his homeland had almost become his sole wish. However, her great-grandfather outright rejected Xiao Yi's proposal, which puzzled Nie Sihua. Nie Huaxing snorted and said, "If you want to drive us away, just do it. If you want us to go back, then let us go. This is showing no regard for us." Xiao Yi ignored Nie Huaxing. Within the Nie family, Nye Huaqing was the most opposed to the Great Zhou nation. However, Xiaoyi did not harbor any hostility towards Nye Huaqing. His reaction was merely a normal one. After all, Elder Nye Xiangqian was forced to flee from the Great Zhou nation back in the day. Xiaoyi had long anticipated the old man's reaction. He did not say much, but opened the file box he had been carrying and took out a stack of documents, handing them to Elder Nye. I understand Elder Nye's thoughts. What he needs is a dignified and glorious return to his homeland, not a special reward for someone or some institution, Xiaoyi said seriously. Therefore, I brought a very important document for you. Elder Nye Xiangqian hesitated before taking the documents and passing them to Xiang Huasheng beside him. Before Xiang Huasheng could read through them, Xiaoyi continued. This is an interrogation record of a person named Zhang Shernan. It dates back 50 years. Elder Nye Xiangqian began to tremble. His originally murky eyes suddenly became clear and spirited, showing no signs of being an elderly man. Zhang Shernan. The old man stood up shakily, clearly very excited. Yes, Zhang Shernan. He was your contact when you were engaged in underground work. He was arrested for corruption last century, which led to this interrogation record. Due to historical reasons, this record was never published and remained buried in the archives. 30 years ago, after meeting with you, the elder arranged for someone to seek out all information related to you. Finally, 25 years ago, this information was found. However, for certain reasons, it was not published and was kept as a top-secret document locked in the filing cabinet. At this point, Xiaoyi's words made the usually steady Elder Nye begin to tremble, and a tear welled up in his eye, clearly very emotional. The elder told me to personally deliver this information to you and to let you know that the homeland has never forgotten you. The homeland is not unwilling to welcome you back. It is just waiting for the right opportunity, the best timing, Xiaoyi said. Having reviewed this document, which detailed how Zhang Shernan intentionally destroyed all of Elder Nye's information due to personal issues, turning Elder Nye from an underground worker into an enemy of the state, ultimately forcing him to leave his homeland. The elder mentioned that the information found over 20 years ago was originally intended to clear Nye's name. However, the international situation changed dramatically, and the people from the Great Zhou were marginalized by the locals in the South Seas. If this news had leaked at that time, it could have dealt a fatal blow to Nye's international shipping company, given the circumstances. Therefore, the matter was delayed. It wasn't until today that it could be revealed to the world through Xiaoyi's efforts. How is Xiaocui? After a long while, Nye finally calmed down and asked. Xiaoyi understood that this referred to the girl involved in the incident where Zhang Shernan framed Nye Xiangqian, an event that led to a series of subsequent happenings. Lu Mingcue married Zhang Shernan in the second year after you left. She was melancholic after the marriage and passed away the following year. The elder arranged for someone to find Mrs. Lu's grave and specifically instructed the locals to pay respects every year. He hopes that one day, you can visit it in person. After saying this, Xiaoyi felt a renewed admiration for the elder. The elder had found this information and arranged for Mrs. Lu's grave to be located. What seemed like perplexing actions back then had laid the groundwork for today's significant operation. Some things may not yield results at the time, but they must still be done. Perhaps one day, they can lead to major gains. This was yet another lesson from the elder to Xiaoyi. Elder Nye put on his reading glasses and read the information word by word, confirming the signature again before looking up and saying, yes, it's definitely Zhang Shernan's signature. Where is Zhang Shernan now? Xiaoyi responded. He has been sentenced due to corruption, with significant amounts involved and serious repercussions. Elder Nye slammed the table and exclaimed, good. That's a relief to the public. Young man, do you need my help to transport oil and iron, or urgently? Xiaoyi was shocked. He didn't understand how the elder knew his intentions. I'm curious, what exactly is happening in our homeland that requires such a massive effort? Elder Nye pressed. Xiaoyi glanced around, his gaze shifting between Nye Huasheng, Nye Huatsong, and Nye Sihua, hesitant to speak. The elder understood and waved his hand. You all go out. Nye Huasheng and Nye Huatsong were taken aback. This had never happened before. No matter how confidential the issue, their father had never excluded them. Nye Sihua shot a fierce glare at Xiaoyi, clearly believing he was trying to sow discord between their great-grandfather and them. However, Elder Nye insisted, everyone out. National secrets cannot even be known by my own sons. This is a discipline ingrained in my bones. The three had no choice but to leave. Once alone, Xiaoyi solemnly said, humanity is about to face a catastrophic disaster. For self-preservation, we, the people of Great Zhou, must transport a large amount of oil and iron ore back to the homeland within a month. The sooner, the better. Only in this way can humanity have hope. Xiaoyi stood up apologetically. Because this is a state secret, I can only disclose this much to you. You may think what I'm saying is too far-fetched and unimaginable, but please believe me, it is true. Elder Nye waved his hand. I understand, and I believe you. Don't forget my origins. I am the earliest agent of the Great Zhou Kingdom, and discipline is ingrained in my bones. I trust you. Bring my children in. 3 people walked in, all casting displeased glances at Xiao Yi, especially Nie Sihua, whose eyes seemed to wish they could kill him. Huaxiang, Huaqiang. Notify all our oil tankers to head to the region immediately. Inform all cargo ships to abandon all their cargo on-site and rush to the Kangaroo Nation and the Football Nation at the fastest speed. Cancel everyone's leave. And double the pay for all. Transport iron, ore, and crude oil back to our country as quickly as possible. At this moment, Nie Xiangqian looked like a formidable general, completely unlike a nearly 100-year-old man. Chapter 60. Rapid Advance. Father, abandoning the cargo on-site. According to the agreement, we will compensate double the losses. Our shipping company might go bankrupt. Nie Huaqiang said in shock. Let it be, even if I have to give up my entire family fortune for the country. What does it matter? The elder said lightly. But why? Nie Huaqiang also found it hard to believe. If it were about serving the country by redirecting empty ships to transport goods for the Great Zhou Kingdom, that wouldn't be a big deal. However, redirecting all the ships and unloading all the cargo is quite incomprehensible. Just the compensation alone would be an astronomical figure. Is all of this just to pledge loyalty to the Great Zhou Kingdom? Don't dawdle, go quickly. By 3 in the afternoon. I want to hear that all the ships are assembled and ready. The elder's imposing aura suddenly erupted, suppressing Nie Huaxiang and Nie Huaqiang, who dared not disobey. The two hurriedly left, leaving only Nie Sihua, Nie Xiangqian, and Xiao Yi in the room. Nie Xiangqian suddenly frowned and said, Xiao Yi, there's a problem. You may proceed. You should know a bit about maritime routes. The fastest way for oil tankers departing from the region is to pass through Devil's Bay and then reach our country. Originally, my ships wouldn't be disturbed by pirates. But the elder frowned and said, our ships serve the Great Zhou Kingdom, and this information cannot be kept secret. The pirates supported by those Western forces will not be so polite to us and will definitely intercept our oil tankers. It's basically impossible to rely on other countries to send military escorts. Taking a detour would waste a lot of time. This is quite troublesome, sighed the elder. Xiao Yi suddenly took a deep breath and said, then let us go through Devil's Bay. But our seamen can't deal with pirates, Nie Sihua said gloomily. Her opinion of Xiao Yi was quite negative at the moment. Xiao Yi turned to glance at the irritated young woman, smiled slightly, and said something seemingly off-topic. Our aircraft carrier battle group has never left the country. Now it's necessary to conduct some naval training in international waters. Nie Sihua was so clever that she immediately understood Xiao Yi's intention. She covered her mouth in surprise and exclaimed, oh my, isn't this going to shock the world? However, Nie Lao smiled slightly and said, it's time to show our swords. Very well, it's settled then. We'll head to Devil's Bay. Just as Xiao Yi was about to leave, Nie Lao suddenly grabbed his hand and said, Xiao Yi, I have a personal request that I hope you can fulfill. Xiao Yi felt a warmth in his heart. Nie Lao didn't use his own demands as leverage, but instead directly made a request of him, just like that esteemed elder who clearly distinguished between public and private matters. However, did he also want Nie Sihua to be his deputy? As it turned out, Xiao Yi was overthinking it. I want to ask, how many citizenship slots does my homeland provide me? Nie Lao inquired. Xiao Yi replied, Nie Lao, all those related to you by blood, along with their relatives and partners, can be converted to the nationality of the Great Zhou. Nie Lao pondered for a moment before saying, I have a group of old brothers and former employees, all of whom are displaced citizens of the Great Zhou. They all have a sincere heart, you see. Xiao Yi reached out and held Nie Lao's hand, saying, Nie Lao, when the National Mobilization Order of the Great Zhou is officially issued, you can bring all your brothers back home. Your families will welcome you. Can you make that decision? Nie Sihua shot Xiao Yi a glance and said somewhat defiantly. She knew that changing nationality was an extremely complex process, especially to become a citizen of the Great Zhou. It wouldn't just be a matter of dozens or hundreds of people, even for one person. It could be a daunting task. The hardest nationality to obtain in the world? Of course, it was the Great Zhou. Some said that acquiring Great Zhou citizenship was harder than ascending to the heavens. Now, this young man, who seemed to be about her age, actually dared to guarantee the handling of so many citizenship applications. He was clearly boasting. However, Nie Lao had great faith in Xiao Yi and said, since advisor Xiao has agreed, then I can rest assured. At that moment, Nie Huaxiang and Nie Huaqiang hurried over and said, Father, it's already been arranged. Everyone is on standby. Nie Lao nodded and said, notify everyone. All ships must operate at maximum power, and we must complete all transportation tasks within a week. Nie Huaxiang was taken aback. Father, are you all right? It takes at least 15 days for a tanker to travel from the region of another nation to the South China Sea, and that's under clear weather conditions. Nie Lao smiled and said, that's under normal circumstances. What I want now is in extraordinary circumstances, not at maximum speed, but at super speed. Nie Huaxiang looked worried and said, if we operate at full speed the entire journey, the ship's machinery might break down. Nie Lao boldly replied, so what if it all breaks down? I am willing to sacrifice everything for my homeland. Enough talk. Immediately notify everyone. In 1 week. I want all ships fully loaded with goods entering the South China Sea. Xiao Yi quietly said. Nielao. Actually, there's no need to be so extreme. We have a month to transport the goods, and under normal conditions, it would only take 15 days. That's enough time to complete the transportation tasks. Nielao looked up at Xiao Yi, a hint of pride appearing at the corner of his mouth. Xiao Yi, you are still too young. You are using proxies to purchase crude oil around the world and engaging in financial maneuvers to acquire iron ore from a certain country. Do you think those Western nations won't notice this? Xiao Yi was once again stunned. The seemingly flawless methods he believed in had been seen through by Elder Nia. Of course, if you hadn't come today, I wouldn't have realized it and would have been pondering for a few more days. But those Western nations will eventually figure it out. At most, within 10 days, they will uncover our motives, and by then, our ships will be intercepted. The plan will fall apart. Elder Nia waved his hand heavily. Speed is essential in warfare. We need to act quickly and decisively, transporting everything into the inland sea before the Westerners catch on. Only then will we be truly safe. Xiao Yi wiped the sweat from his forehead, relieved that he came today. Otherwise, the favorable situation in the financial maneuvering would have been ruined by the transportation phase. Don't lament those ships. With the end of humanity upon us, what use are those ships? What good is wealth? Elder Nia said energetically, as if he had regained decades of youth. Back in the state of commanding the business world. Suddenly, a bizarre scene appeared on the vast blue sea. Countless ships were pushing cargo into the ocean or abandoning it at the dock, then speeding away empty towards the south or west. Chapter 61. The first controversy. This scene was occurring across various oceans, with the total value of discarded goods reaching astronomical figures. In the command center, a newcomer arrived. Although referred to as a newcomer, he was actually in his 50s or 60s. He was the newly appointed leader of a military group named Gu Shouqing. Zhao Taizhu became the deputy leader, assisting Gu Shouqing in completing the tasks of the military group. Zhao Taizhu knocked on the office door and announced, reporting in. Come in. Gu Shouqing replied slowly, glancing at Zhao Taizhu. He was quite dissatisfied with Zhao Taizhu's work, especially after a recent crash incident that triggered a nuclear explosion, which he found absolutely intolerable. However, as he had just taken office, he could not change what had been done before. Report. The leaders of the National Mobilization Expert Team are waiting for you in the meeting room, Zhao Taizhu said. Gu Shouqing replied flatly, I know. Seeing that Zhao Taizhu had not left, he frowned and asked, What? Is there something else? Zhao Taizhu stood straight like a spear. I'm waiting for you. Gu Shouqing was angered. I don't need you to teach me how to work. Go on, I will come. Only then did Zhao Taizhu turn reluctantly and return to the meeting room. Fang Weijing and Qian Linsen were puzzled to see Zhao Taizhu coming in alone. Given the efficiency of the national mobilization, orders were typically acted upon immediately, especially since both the leader and deputy leader were participating in the meeting. It was certainly the most urgent one, yet the new military group leader had not arrived on time. Where's Leader Gu? Qian Linsen asked. Zhao Taizhu shook his head. He said he would be here soon. Fang Weijing nodded. Let us wait 3 minutes. That should be enough. However, 3 minutes passed, and Gu Shouqing still did not appear. Fang Weijing frowned and said, Let's get started. Zheng Xueyao, you lead the meeting. Yao Yao stood up and said, We've received news from Consultant Xiao that the shipping magnate Nie Xianqian has agreed to fully support our operation. Meanwhile, cargo ships from major shipping companies around the world have started to abandon their cargo and urgently head to 3 regions, the oil-producing countries near the Dashi country, the trading hub in the southern region, and the Saltwater River Valley cargo hub in the football country. Fang Weijing and Qian Linsen nodded secretly, impressed by Nie Xianqian's boldness in making such a shocking decision to abandon clients' goods and turn back. It takes immense courage and audacity to do that. However, following Consultant Zhao's suggestion, to save time, the oil tankers departing from Dashi country will pass through the Devil's Bay to ensure the safety of the tankers. Consultant Xiao proposed to dispatch 3 aircraft carriers for escort and combine the return plan with this escort mission. Before Yao Yao finished speaking, Zhao Taizhu stood up and slammed the table. Great. I've been anxious waiting for this. Gao Daqiang, I'll personally bring you home. The return plan refers to the military operation to rescue Gao Daqiang and a group of citizens from the Great Zhou nation who have been captured by pirates. This is a plan that is bound to cause a global sensation and is also the first time the Great Zhou nation will publicly demonstrate military force overseas. Therefore, it has been undergoing various simulations since its proposal, striving to ensure that the return plan does not affect the overall mobilization of the nation. Although everyone hopes to rescue Gao Daqiang and others as soon as possible, the simulations indicate that they must continue to wait for a suitable opportunity. Now that opportunity has finally arrived. With the aircraft carrier escort entering the highly controversial Devil's Bay, it is bound to trigger some friction, making it the best time to implement the return plan. Qian Linsen looked at Fang Weijing and hesitantly asked, for such a large-scale plan involving aircraft carriers. Should we submit a report? Fang Weijing shook his head. I used to think that with Xiao Yi as the consultant, he would only learn from us. But now I've realized that there are many things we need to learn from him. What we need to do now is not to submit a report, but to make a decision and then report it upward. Fang Weijing tapped the table and said, note that it's a report, not a proposal. We must dare to make decisions and be willing to take on the responsibilities that come with them, rather than pushing the responsibility upward. If Xiao Yi were here, he would definitely mean the same. What does it mean to have a national mobilization expert group? Why does our expert group have such high authority? Because in extraordinary times, we must take on the heavy responsibility of saving all humanity, not let those above worry about it. Qian Linson nodded, understood. We are scholars, and since we are older, we lack some of the youthful vigor. But that's okay. We won't lose to the younger generation. Fang Weijing nodded and said, I agree with Xiao Yi's opinion to dispatch the aircraft carrier group to escort through Devil's Bay and implement the return plan. Qian Linson slammed the table. I agree too. Zhao Taizhu excitedly stood up and said, I'll notify group leader Guo right away. No need, I disagree. Gu Shouqing walked over and sat down next to Zhao Taizhu. His face filled with anger as he stared at Zhao. I haven't arrived yet. How could you start the meeting without me? Do you even regard me as the group leader? Zhao Taizhu was taken aback. It was the first time he had been publicly criticized since joining the expert group. And for such a strange reason. Fang Weijing frowned and said, Group leader Gu, we started the meeting because you were delayed in arriving. Gu Shouqing glanced at Fang Weijing, whose hair was already turning gray, and realized he couldn't lose his temper with him. He suppressed his anger and replied, It has only been 10 minutes since I received the notification to enter the meeting room, even for a high-level military meeting. At least 10 minutes should be reserved for preparation. That's already quite efficient. How can you say I was late? Yao Yao was not one to tolerate nonsense. She immediately said, This is not a military meeting. This is the National Mobilization Expert Group, and our efficiency is extremely high. If the preparation time for a meeting exceeds 3 minutes, it is considered late. Gu Shouqing glared at Yao Yao. Who do you think you are to speak here? Yao Yao was not afraid of confrontation. I am the aide to advisor Xiao and am speaking on his behalf now. Do I have the right to do so? Qian Linson patted the table and said, Enough arguing. This is the National Mobilization Expert Group, and this is the first time a dispute over unrelated topics has occurred. I hope it won't happen again. Now, Zheng Xiuyao, please report the meeting results to Group Leader Gu. Yao Yao forced herself to remain calm and said, Group Leader Gu. After the discussion just now, the expert group has decided to send out a fleet of 3 aircraft carriers to the inner sea, heading towards Devil's Bay to escort our cargo ships, while also initiating a plan to rescue hostages. Gu Shouqing's face turned pale. What does this mean? You made this decision without me? What kind of meeting is this? It's ridiculous. Even if the top boss were here, he wouldn't ignore my decisions like this. Fang Weijing held back his anger and said, Because you were late. However, we respect your opinion, so please share your thoughts now, and then we will make a decision. This was also the first time such a phenomenon had occurred in the National Mobilization Expert Group, where a plan that had already been approved needed to be discussed again for one person's sake. Gu Shouqing said, This matter is significant and requires careful discussion. Considering all factors, international aspects, domestic issues, media opinions, and public sentiments must all be taken into account. Yao Yao showed signs of impatience. It was indeed the first time she had heard such sentiments expressed in the National Mobilization Command Center, and it was quite off-putting. Normally, such discussions were common in other meetings, where the end result after a day of meetings was merely to decide whether to distribute rice, flour, and oil or fruits as benefits, and such redundant speeches constituted the main content of a day-long meeting. However, such inefficiency was intolerable here. Yet, seeing that he was a senior officer and the leader of the military group, she had no choice but to endure and listen. An aircraft carrier is an important military benchmark for a country. Our country has only had aircraft carriers for a few years, and there are many considerations when using them. For example, how certain nations perceive us and what strategies they might employ against us. One official was speaking in a very methodical manner when he was interrupted. Excuse me. I need to interrupt. What you mentioned has already been validated through modeling, and there is over an 80% chance that it won't affect our national mobilization order, another interjected. The official paused, surprised. Modeling is theoretical, not practical. Can theory and practice be the same? Countless experiences have taught us that practice is the only criterion for testing truth. Let's get to the point, please. If you have new suggestions regarding the modeling, feel free to share them directly, another participant chimed in. The official felt his face flush with anger. He had barely spoken for a few minutes before being interrupted twice, which was quite frustrating and something he had never encountered before. Mr. Fang, I haven't finished my statement. Isn't it a bit inappropriate to interrupt me like this? After all, I am a military expert and have met with high-ranking officials, he said, visibly uncomfortable. At that moment, a phone notification caught the attention of another participant. It was a call from an advisor. She answered, "Advisor Xiao? Yes, we're still discussing. It's a bit special and not yet confirmed." "What? You want to participate in the meeting?" "Okay." She stood up and announced, "Advisor Xiao is not satisfied with our progress. He is eagerly awaiting our decision. He now requests to join the meeting via video." "Let him in," said another participant, waving his hand. On the conference room screen appeared Advisor Xiao, who was in a lavishly decorated room, clearly in a luxurious airport lounge. "The encryption check has passed. We can start the meeting," a staff member announced. Xiao immediately spoke up, "Commander Fong, Deputy Commander Qian, what's going on? Is there any problem? The ships from Dahua Shipping have all set sail. If the aircraft carrier doesn't depart soon, it will be too late." Fong and Qian exchanged glances, unsure of how to respond. The official cleared his throat and introduced himself. "You are Advisor Xiao, right? I'm Gu Shouqing, the new leader of the military team. We are currently discussing the possible scenarios for the aircraft carrier's departure." He was not fond of Zhao's approach. As an advisor, he had the audacity to question both the commander and the deputy commander directly, showing a lack of discipline and respect. After all, Commander Fong was an elder, and Deputy Commander Qian was a renowned scientific expert. Xiao showed no sign of respect and jumped straight to questioning. He felt that this should be addressed properly. But he also knew that Xiao was a key figure in the current situation and had the complete trust of the higher-ups. Therefore, he maintained a polite tone. "This doesn't need discussion. We conducted modeling experiments on this plan a few days ago and have contingency plans for the worst-case scenarios. Time is pressing. So if there are any issues, please bring them up, and we will resolve them immediately," Xiao stated. The official was taken aback and quickly replied, "Advisor Xiao, deploying the aircraft carrier is a significant matter that requires consideration from all angles. If there are any loopholes, who will be responsible? I will take responsibility. Any other questions?" Xiao responded. Xiao Yi directly interrupted him, saying, Gu Shouqing felt as uncomfortable as if he had swallowed a fly after being interrupted again. Moreover, Xiao Yi's response caught him off guard. In a typical meeting, as soon as someone says who is responsible, the room would immediately fall into silence and a deadlock, leading to a discussion to reassess the plan. If they couldn't reach a conclusion, they would wait until the next meeting to discuss it again. Even in a highly efficient military setting, this was the usual approach. No one dared to give a quick response, nor did anyone want to take responsibility. However, Xiao Yi completely broke the mold, declaring he was responsible, effectively silencing Gu Shouqing. "Can you really take on that responsibility?" Gu Shouqing couldn't help himself, disregarding Xiao Yi's status. "I am a special advisor to the National Mobilization Expert Group, which holds all personnel transfer and action authority. I can take it," Xiao Yi replied. Yao Yao secretly thought to herself, "Handsome, but such a handsome Xiao Yi had some flaws." Gu Shouqing was once again at a loss for words. He didn't know what to say. His usual way of speaking had been interrupted several times, and now he couldn't get a single word out, despite being able to talk for an hour without stopping before. "Do you have any other questions?" Xiao Yi asked, completely ignoring his feelings. Gu Shouqing was speechless. "Then let's assume you have none. Yao Yao, draft the document and have everyone sign it. I will be responsible for reporting it," Xiao Yi instructed. "Yes." Yao Yao stood up, giving Gu Shouqing a triumphant glare. Gu Shouqing felt ignored. His opinions hadn't even been voiced, yet the decision had already been made. This was a complete disregard for him. "I want T sign," Gu Shouqing finally exploded. He was also a seasoned military expert. How could he be so easily suppressed by Xiao Yi's domineering attitude? "Then please share your opinions and suggestions," Xiao Yi asked calmly, showing no signs of impatience. Deploying the aircraft carrier into international waters is a significant matter. Such matters require caution. "We must consider various factors," Gu Shouqing said. "P.S. Readers, your support is appreciated." The author won't say much more. Updates every evening at 8. More than 30 comments will lead to an extra update. Over 50 will lead to 2 extras. But no more than that due to limited energy. Thank you for your support, whether through rewards or likes. Chapter 63. The Call of the Homeland. Xiao Yi interrupted him again. "Get to the point. What's your suggestion?" Being interrupted once more made Gu Shouqing furious. "My suggestion is clear. This matter requires caution, careful study, and multifaceted consideration." Gu Shouqing was accustomed to his way of thinking and didn't realize that he hadn't actually presented any opinions, only empty words and platitudes without any concrete suggestions. "We don't have time for nonsense. I'll ask you one more time. Do you have any practical opinions?" Xiao Yi's tone was aggressive. There was no choice. Time was of the essence. Every minute counted to accomplish this nearly impossible task. "What I'm saying is just an opinion, so please decide carefully," Gu Shouqing said. "That means there are no specific suggestions. Yao Yao, sign here." Xiao Yi couldn't be bothered to pay attention to this person who couldn't see the situation clearly. Gu Shouqing's face turned red. Since becoming an expert, he had never been treated like this before. These people completely disregarded him. The others quickly signed. and Yao Yao handed the document to Gu Shouqing. He finally couldn't hold back anymore and slammed the table. I will not sign this. How can you have a meeting like this? You finished such an important meeting in less than 10 minutes. This is simply a joke. I won't sign. Xiao Yi's expression changed slightly on the screen, and his tone became particularly sharp. I'll ask you one more time. Will you sign or not? Gu Shouqing sneered. Don't think that just because you're a special advisor, you can do whatever you want. I've been sent here because of my abilities. You can't pressure me with your position. I won't sign. Xiao Yi suddenly smiled, and his expression softened a bit. It seems you are not suitable for the National Mobilization Expert Group. You are dismissed, Zhao Taizhu. Continue to act as the leader of the military group until the new leader arrives. Yes. Zhao Taizhu stood up suddenly and said loudly. He was truly impressed by Xiao Yi's decisive measures. Neither Commander Fong nor Deputy Commander Qian had such resolve. They were too cautious, unlike Xiao Yi's straightforwardness. Xiao Yi, you don't have that authority, Gu Shouqing said. Xiao Yi seemed too lazy to even glance at him, simply making a gesture to Yao Yao, who immediately pressed the alarm. Only then did Xiao Yi say to Gu Shouqing, I have that authority. The National Mobilization Expert Group has the right to make all personnel adjustments. I'm sure you know this. I suggest you reflect seriously. This is a critical time, and your perspective needs to change. Gu Shouqing wanted to say something else, but two guards came in and stood in front of him, saying, You are no longer a member of the National Mobilization Expert Group. Please leave the command center within 3 minutes. Gu Shouqing slammed his cup down. 3 minutes again? Who do you think you're fooling? You can hold a meeting and make such a significant decision in 3 minutes? Do you think you're superhuman? The two guards suddenly became serious and said, Second warning. Please leave here. Gu Shouqing looked at the guards' expressions and realized they were serious. He panicked, quickly returned to his office under the guard's escort, grabbed his belongings, and was escorted out. Once outside the command center, he checked his watch. It really was 3 minutes. The efficiency of this National Mobilization Expert Group was frighteningly high. Another 3 minutes later, 3 aircraft carriers of the Dazhou Kingdom, cruising in the South China Sea, suddenly sounded their horns. Each aircraft carrier turned around and headed south. 3 hours later, a massive battle group consisting of the 3 aircraft carriers, over 10 destroyers, and dozens of frigates exited the Dazhou Kingdom's waters and officially entered international waters. This was an unprecedented feat, an extraordinary moment. The helicopter in the sky captured this scene and transmitted it back to the homeland. A piece of shocking news that reverberated across the nation, and even the world was broadcast on the timely news. The maritime strength of the country, built up over decades, had finally revealed itself. A formation of 3 aircraft carriers officially embarked on a high-seas patrol, with their destination set for the Indian Ocean. Aerial footage showed the 3 carriers advancing in a triangular formation, surrounded by a dense fleet of escort ships. The scene was magnificent. In the city of Donghai, an elderly man over 60 was watering flowers. He was not known to outsiders, but in the naval field, he was a renowned figure. Luo Yaoyang, the commander of the 1st and 2nd aircraft carriers of the country. It could be said that every screw on those carriers was related to him. Unfortunately, upon reaching retirement age, he had yet to fulfill one of his deepest wishes, to personally command an aircraft carrier into the open sea and participate in real operations. Suddenly, the television broadcasted a piece of news. The country's 3 aircraft carrier fleet had entered the open sea for its first coordinated patrol. As the majestic music played and the images of what could only be seen in dreams flashed on the screen, Luo Yaoyang stood up abruptly, tears welling in his eyes, and saluted with a trembling hand. This was the culmination of the hard work and dedication of several generations. Now, he finally witnessed the formation of the 3 aircraft carriers executing a mission, a historic breakthrough, and the realization of countless dreams of those who dedicated their lives to maritime defense. At this moment, it felt like a dream come true. Happiness arrived so suddenly, yet it was undeniably real. Watching this scene, Luo Yaoyang felt a deep sense of fulfillment. He truly had no regrets. Of course, being able to personally participate in this operation would have been an unforgettable moment, one worthy of a lifetime of pride. Unfortunately, he was already retired. The aircraft carrier was no longer within his reach. Then, the phone suddenly rang. Luo Yaoyang glanced at the number. It was unfamiliar, but the digits were notably few. He knew it was a call from a national level. With excitement, he answered, This is Luo Yaoyang. Xiao Luo, did you see the news? A voice on the other end, both familiar and strange, came through. Familiar because it was ingrained in his bones. Strange because he hadn't heard it in a long time. Moreover, only one person in the world called him Xiao Luo. I saw it. Old leader, Luo Yaoyang replied excitedly. Can the old general still eat? The elderly voice suddenly asked. Luo Yaoyang was taken aback, quickly feeling a surge of emotion. He responded with a spirited voice. An old steed still aspires to gallop 1,000 miles. A hearty laugh echoed through the phone. Good. Prepare yourself. Someone will come to pick you up soon. Yes. Luo Yaoyang saluted again, his heart racing with excitement. There was no doubt that the country was summoning him concerning the aircraft carrier. He had waited a lifetime for this moment, and now it had finally arrived. The aircraft carriers of the country, I am coming. Chapter 64. Online Buzz's wife. Seeing his expression, understood what had happened. However, such occurrences typically took place before retirement. On a well-deserved vacation at home, he received a call and immediately set off for his destination overnight. Even now that he is retired, moments like this still arise. However, she quietly packed his things and said, eat less greasy food and brew tea with goji berries. Try not to stay up late. Luo Yaoyang smiled apologetically. I'm sorry for making it hard on you. I don't know when I'll be back this time. You must take good care of yourself. In another part of the world, a leader was looking at the documents on the table, his brows tightly knitted. The shipping group had discarded all its goods? What was going on? He put down one document and picked up another. Oh no, a naval fleet from a certain nation has left its internal waters and entered the open sea. What is this nation up to? The leader stood up abruptly, staring at the document in disbelief. This was a country that had always been considered small and developing, often enduring hardships in silence. And now they were sailing into the open sea. What kind of move was this? Mr. President, there's no need to panic. Since acquiring their aircraft carriers, this nation has yet to conduct joint exercises and has never ventured out of their waters. This time, they are probably just testing our reaction. I suggest we send our nuclear-powered aircraft carrier for a close encounter to demonstrate our superiority, said a military advisor. Recently, this nation has been quite active. It's time to send them a message. Let's deploy a carrier battle group to show them the gap, the leader replied. Online, public opinion was heated. A netizen exclaimed, long live the motherland. Another chimed in, seeing an aircraft carrier set sail in my lifetime is worth dying for. A third commented, wow, a fleet of 3 aircraft carriers. Besides the leading nation, only this nation has that, right? On the other side, a netizen remarked, this nation has revealed its ambitions. The world is no longer safe. Another added, this nation has no right to enter the open sea. Their carriers can only stay in their internal waters. This is a sign of provoking a major conflict. Yet another stated, what? They have aircraft carriers? 3 of them. But even if they have many, we only need 1 carrier to sweep them away. At a nighttime press conference, facing numerous media questions, the spokesperson simply stated, this nation's fleet has the right to enter the open sea. We adhere to the principles of friendly neighborliness and will never proactively invade others. However, should anyone dare to infringe upon our territory, we will respond decisively. In a notorious bay, a pirate leader couldn't help but tremble. Based on the advancing trajectory of the nation's aircraft carriers, it seemed they were headed straight for the bay. Despite those behind him repeatedly assuring him that the fleet would not dare enter this disputed area, his instincts told him otherwise. It's just about dealing with pirates. Is it really necessary to deploy an aircraft carrier? A gunboat would suffice, right? And 3 aircraft carriers at that. This is practically all the long-range strike capability of the nation. They are just a group of pirates armed with light weapons. Is this really appropriate? It's like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Is it worth making such a big move for stepping on an ant? Tell them that if they don't send aircraft carriers to protect us, we won't cooperate. I'll release all the hostages too. The pirate leader shouted angrily, pacing back and forth in agitation. The countdown is at 170 days. The newspapers are filled with news about the 3-carrier task force. Xiao Yi put down the newspaper and smiled slightly. The papers are full of various analyses, with experts, whether true or false, confidently stating the necessity and importance of deploying aircraft carriers. Initially, Xiao Yi was still contemplating what excuse to use to disguise the true intentions of the carrier group, but now it seems unnecessary. The conclusions drawn by those experts made even Xiao Yi admire them, and he had to believe them. The reasons, purposes, and routes were all laid out. And they all seemed quite reasonable. Experts really are experts. There's no denying that. This time, Xiao Yi understood that a thing is not done just because there is a reason. Rather, once it is done, reasons will naturally emerge to support it. Such is often the way of the world. Xiao Yi walked into the command center. The newly constructed command building was taking shape, entering the stages of interior decoration and exterior finishing. The infrastructure speed of the nation is evident. The current capital is bustling with activity. Infrastructure projects across the country have mostly come to a halt, but the capital has not only continued but is flourishing everywhere, progressing at an unprecedented speed. Previously, the entire process from planning to land acquisition to construction to sales to decoration to occupancy could take several years. But now it only takes a day from planning to construction. Under the leadership of Xin Lin, the construction team is radiating new brilliance. The efficiency is astonishing. Of course, this is also due to the assistance from Xiao Yi and his team. Any obstacles are swiftly cleared by the nationwide mobilization of experts. Whether it's the approval process or coordination in various locations, any hindrance is promptly dealt with. Extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures and efficiency. Yao Yao still competently handed a cup of coffee to Xiao Yi and presented him with a folder, saying, "The decryption team has decoded the design blueprints for the mechas. I've informed the relevant experts, and they will be attending the group discussion this morning." Xiao Yi took a sip of coffee, nodded at Yao Yao, and said, "I originally thought you were a haughty official's daughter and would be difficult to deal with. I didn't expect you to be a treasure girl." "Very good." Yao Yao puffed out her chest and replied, "That depends on who it is. If it's that Gu Shouqing from yesterday, I would act like a spoiled young lady." Just as she said this, Yao Yao's face flushed, seemingly realizing her slip of the tongue, and quickly explained in a flurry, I would be a good helper only for the expert team." Xiao Yi, however, did not notice her abnormal behavior. He returned to his office, to Zhongli Yishad's allow, then headed to the conference room. Chapter 65, Mecha Design Blueprint, Update. In the mobilization of all people, there was a phenomenon that was distinctly different from any other organization. In every meeting, it was basically the leaders waiting for the team members, rather than the other way around. This was quite reasonable, as leaders were there to listen to reports and only needed to bring their ears, without the need for preparation. On the other hand, team members were there to report and had to prepare sufficient material to attend. However, in typical meetings, leaders often deliberately arrived last to show their esteemed position. But in the expert group of the mobilization of all people, status and face were completely unimportant. Everyone was wholeheartedly focused on one thing: the future of humanity, to solve one problem after another, and to overcome one difficulty after another. Extraordinary times called for extraordinary measures and efficiency. Feng Wei and Qian Linsen arrived at the conference room one after the other. Qian Linsen glanced at Xiao Yi and asked, "How is it with the Ship King?" Xiao Yi replied, "The Ship King, Nie Xianqian, is actually very patriotic, but the country has hurt his feelings, which is why he is acting so extreme." Fortunately, Yao Yao's great-grandfather foresaw this issue and laid the groundwork early on. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to persuade the Ship King. Xiao Yi turned to Yao Yao and said, "Yao Yao, arrange for someone to pick up the Ship King's contact person tomorrow. She is the Ship King's great-granddaughter and is responsible for all matters related to Dahua shipping that contact us. This is also an arrangement made by the Ship King to minimize intermediary steps." Seeing Wang Xinglin and Xikong Bei enter, Xiao Yi said, "I have bad news. Our intentions may soon be detected by other countries." Wang Xinglin and Xikong Bei were momentarily stunned, especially Xikong Bei, who believed that this financial maneuvering should be quite secretive and not easily discovered, especially since all transactions were diversified around the world. Even if tracked one by one, it would take a lot of time. Noticing the disbelief from Xikong Bei and Wang Xinglin, Xiao Yi said, "When I went to the South Seas this time, the Ship King, Nie Xianqian, directly asked me whether he needed to help transport iron ore and crude oil as soon as he saw me. I was taken aback. The old man said that because I sought him out, he could quickly guess our intentions. Similarly, if Western countries analyze all our actions comprehensively, they can also deduce our intentions. According to the Ship King's analysis, Western countries would discover our intentions in no more than 10 days. So we need to advance our plans. You all need to adjust the plan based on this latest situation," Xiao Yi stated. Wang Xinglin and Xikong Bei immediately stood up and said, "Understood, we will improve the plan and move the timeline forward." Xikong Bei, even more surprised, said, "Xiao Yi, if the Ship King comes over, I must ask him some questions in person." Xiao Yi smiled, "It won't be long. Once the ship enters the South China Sea, I will arrange for someone to pick up the Ship King, Nie Lao, to go home." A few minutes later, the meeting between Wang Xinglin and Xikong Bei concluded. They barely had time to settle in, showcasing the efficiency of the National Mobilization Expert Group. "Xiao Yi, do you have a photo of the Ship King's great-granddaughter?" Yao Yao asked. Xiao Yi smiled. "No need for a photo. Just look for someone whose presence is even stronger than yours. That's the person you need to meet." Yao Yao's eyes widened. "I want to see who can be more arrogant than me." Laughter erupted in the meeting room. The door to the meeting room opened again, and this time an elderly man with white hair, but full of energy entered. It wouldn't be appropriate to call him an old man, as his spirit was more vibrant than that of the young, and his movements were agile and light, not inferior to Xiao Yi. Luo Yaoyang had arrived to report in. The newcomer stood upright and said. Also entering with him were Zhao Hongyi, the leader of the Storm Group, and Gu Linsheng from the Decryption Group, among others. Feng Wei raised his hand and said, "Everyone, let us get acquainted. This is the new military group leader, Leader Luo. Any military-related questions will be handled by Leader Luo. Zhao Taizhu, you will continue to serve as the deputy leader and be responsible for advisor Xiao Yi's protection." Feng Wei looked apologetically at Luo Yaoyang and said, "Leader Luo, we are pressed for time, so we want to hold a welcome ceremony. Let us get straight to the point. If you have any questions, feel free to ask Zhao Taizhu. All right, let us start the meeting." Luo Yaoyang was taken aback. He hadn't expected the meeting to start so soon. It was far beyond his expectations. Even in combat drills, the efficiency wasn't this high. However, he liked it. Gu Linxing opened the screen and displayed an image, saying, "This is a mech image and detailed information derived from decrypted data, along with visual interpretations from Advisor Zhao's mind." It was a single soldier mech with a height of 28 meters, operated by a human and assisted by an artificial intelligence system. It had a very sci-fi feel to it. This mech featured a gyroscope for balance, a hydraulic system for movement, mechanical arms, 2 types of weapons, a built-in rocket launcher, an automatic detection system. And each mech was equipped with a standard military knife. The power system was hybrid, capable of using gasoline, diesel, natural gas, or batteries as power sources. There were also optional components like parachutes and oxygen tanks. Such a mech could provide dozens of times the combat power when equipped on a person, Gu Linxing introduced. Luo Yaoyang frowned and said, 2 types of weapons seem a bit monotonous. In the face of a complex battlefield, it appears lacking in adaptability. Xiaoyi responded, "You're right, Leader Luo. If it's a battle against others or other mechs, the weaponry might indeed seem insufficient and lacking in adaptability." Xiao Yi then switched the image, revealing a hand-drawn picture of a 4-winged armored beast and a 6-legged starry sky beast. The 6-legged starry sky beast, in particular, was covered in a thick shell, appearing very sturdy. This was the final image completed by Xiao Yi based on the flashes of inspiration in his mind, now resembling the real starry sky beast. However, our mech is not designed to deal with humans, but rather to combat these insects. Therefore, we only need 2 types of weapons, one for armor piercing and one for destruction, said Xiao Yi. Luo Yaoyang then realized, what are these 2 types of weapons? Gu Linxing replied, one weapon is the armor piercing weapon, which is the most mature domestic 127mm heavy machine gun. The reason for choosing this weapon is that there is a large existing stock, ample ammunition, and it has been around for a long time, having withstood the test of history with a low failure rate. Moreover, ammunition modification is also quite easy. Continue to add more. Whatever you reward, I'll make up for it, even if I have to skip sleep. Chapter 66. Easy to get thousands of troops. Hard to find a general. The other weapon is the destruction weapon, which is generally used after armor penetration to destroy the internal structure of the cosmic beetle, directly killing it. For this weapon, we are using the artillery launcher from a certain combat nation. It has great power and a low failure rate, making it the most practical destructive weapon after verification. Feng Wei frowned and said, if it's a weapon from that combat nation, don't we have to purchase it from them? Luo Yaoyang waved his hand, as he is an expert in this area. I have used this weapon, and it is indeed effective. The key point is that we already have the capability for independent production. As long as we have a month, we can establish an assembly line and achieve self-sufficiency. Gu Linxing continued. These 2 weapons can effectively deal with both the 6-legged cosmic beasts on the ground and the 4-winged cosmic beasts in the sky. Coupled with individual rocket launchers, they can fully meet our needs. Our enemy is not humanity, but a relatively homogeneous type of cosmic beasts. Xiaoyi noticed that Gu Linxing had changed a lot. He was now confident, composed, and full of fighting spirit, showing none of the despair of 10 days ago when he felt unappreciated. He was also quite decisive in his speech and actions. Indeed, it was not just Xiao Yi who was growing. Everyone was growing, and Xiao Yi felt more confident about the future. Wang Chong sat in the training area of the Marriott Hotel, his eyes fixed on a graceful figure, but he only dared to glance secretly. Every time Zhong Qianjuan turned around, he quickly averted his gaze, either looking down or pretending to talk to the person next to him. It wasn't until the waiters had cleared the hall and the teacher began the class that Wang Chong refocused his attention on the training, allowing him to temporarily forget that beautiful voice and enchanting figure. There was no way around it. Wang Chong felt too inferior. He knew he was just a construction worker. While the girl was young, yet already a lobby manager at the hotel, a managerial position, he could only admire her from afar, never daring to hope for the favor of such a beauty. Dear students, starting today, we will begin a new training session on the key points of building steel city walls. The teacher's words snapped Wang Chong back from his daydreaming, and he started to pay attention to the lesson. What? Why are we training on this? We are building houses, not city walls. What is the use of this? Said his colleague, Lao Ma, shaking his head. Old Ma said, the government is giving us money to learn, and we even get to eat in 5-star hotels. We definitely need to learn. Another worker chimed in, Wang Chong, don't you think so? Wang Chong was taken aback for a moment and quickly replied, yes, anyway. Our task these days is to learn, and learning more is never a bad thing. The teacher suddenly said, everyone, you might still have many doubts and think that learning is useless, but I can assure you that it is definitely useful, and very useful. What use is it, teacher? Someone shouted from the crowd. Old Ma also joined in and asked. The teacher said, I don't know the specifics either. A wave of boos came from below. However, there will be an exam after the learning. After the exam, those who perform excellently will be directly promoted to outstanding construction workers. The teacher paused, seeing that everyone's attention was on him, and continued, "They will directly enjoy the treatment of construction engineers." The crowd erupted in excitement. Engineers are white-collar workers, which brings pride. These construction workers have only ever been blue-collar workers who rely on their physical strength. Now, there is a chance to become white-collar workers, which feels like a dream. Wang Chong felt a surge of happiness. Engineer? If I become an engineer, I could pursue that kind-hearted and beautiful girl. Learning, I must study hard. Gu Linxing finished introducing the mecha materials and sat down. Fang Weijing looked at the expert in mechanical design and asked, "Is there any issue with the mecha manufacturing?" The expert studied the plans carefully and said, "The drawings are ready, the difficulty of the parts is not high, and the assembly difficulty is also manageable. Give me 3 months, and we can achieve mass production." Qian Linsen raised his head in delight and asked, "What is the mass production quantity?" The expert confidently replied, "Producing 100 units per day is achievable." Xiao Yi, Fang Weizhong, and Qian Linsen all changed their expressions. Completing mass production in 3 months, producing 100 per day. With only 3 months left, at most just 100 days, they could produce a total of 10,000 mechas. This falls far short of the 1 billion mecha requirement. Even Luo Yaoyang, who had just arrived today, felt frustrated. "If we expand production, how many can we achieve in mass production?" The expert said, "If all conditions are met, we can expand to 10 times the scale. For mass production, we estimate it would be around 900 units. Yao Yao couldn't help but ask, "If it's 10 times, shouldn't it be 1,000 units?" The expert shook his head. Scaling up production doesn't mean that having more factories will increase output proportionally. It involves management efficiency. Generally speaking, once a certain scale is reached, further expansion can lead to decreased management efficiency. The expert took a pen and drew a curve, saying, "Production efficiency is like this curve, small scale, low efficiency. Once a certain scale is reached, efficiency peaks. But if the scale increases further, efficiency declines." The expert wrote down a number. "If we forcibly expand to 100 times the scale, efficiency will drop to a low point. At that time, further expansion will not effectively increase output and may actually reduce it, leading to significant resource waste and a substantial drop in quality. It's like a city. When the population is small, it can't scale up, and the per capita output value is low. The more people there are, the higher the per capita output value. However, once a city becomes too bloated, the per capita output value may actually decline. If the population density of a city exceeds a certain level, it can lead to significant problems, potentially triggering riots and unrest, which would greatly reduce the per capita output value. Take the neighboring country, for instance. The largest city has a population of 25 million and a total output value of 160 billion. The second largest city has a population of 21 million and an output value of 209 billion. This illustrates the point quite well, the expert said. Xiao Yi suddenly interjected, "But the largest city in another country has a population of 37 million and an output value of 947.2 billion, far exceeding that of the neighboring country." The expert shrugged. "This brings us to another issue, which is management. Managing a large construction team requires strong talent. Look at historical figures. Han Xian once told Liu Bang that while Liu could lead a maximum of 100,000 troops, he could manage as many as needed. If a management genius is present, then there are no problems. But where can we find such a genius? After all, there is only one Han Xian. If one person isn't enough, let's form a committee, just like our National Mobilization Expert Group. We can pool our ideas to manage, right?" Gu Linxing interjected. The expert continued, "Based on domestic and international experience, the success of a business mainly depends on its leader. Think of Steve Jobs for Apple, Jeff Bezos for Amazon, Lei Jun for Rice, Rin Jingfei for telecommunications, and so on. In contrast, team-based companies often do not excel, especially large corporations. Building 1 billion mechas implies a vast supporting industry, involving numerous aspects. Integrating these elements is a profound discipline. For example, if a small belt has quality issues, replacing it is straightforward for a small factory. They can simply procure a new. However, for a large conglomerate, problems arise. Some components may be updated while others, being less efficient, are not, leading to inconsistent quality, resulting in waste and rework. Issues like this arise daily, at least dozens, hundreds, or even thousands, necessitating quick decision-making and corrections. Team management cannot achieve this level of responsiveness. Only a centralized company can rely on the leader's decision-making ability for rapid judgments. Are there really no business geniuses in our country? Yao Yao couldn't help but ask. The expert shook his head. It's not that they are not capable, but they haven't reached the level of Han Xian. Furthermore, everyone has their strengths. Some excel in innovation, others in integration, some in networking, and others in discovery. An excellent manager might produce 10,000 or even 100,000 units daily, but achieving more becomes challenging. What we need now is to produce at least 1 million or even 10 million units, which requires a management genius to accomplish. Simply scaling up could lead to disaster. Fang Weizheng looked at Xiao Yi and asked, Xiao Yi, how did the second universe solve this problem? Xiao Yi shook his head. They haven't solved it. The insufficient number of mechs is one of the reasons for the downfall of the second universe. The venue fell silent. Fang Weizheng sighed. Let's set this issue aside for now. You all draft a construction plan first. As for the person in charge, we will look for someone suitable later. The experts nodded. We will prepare a construction plan as quickly as possible. After speaking, the experts exited with their materials. The meeting continued. Team leader Zhao, all the mech data has been unzipped. Please share your plan, said Fang Weizheng. Zhao Hongyi, who had attended few meetings, felt particularly excited. Leaders, I checked the mech data and found that the parameters match closely with a basic mech in our homeland game. We only need to make some modifications and remove other mech parameters to achieve over 90 simulation accuracy, Zhao Hongyi said excitedly. Fang Weizheng looked at Xiao Yi, as Xiao Yi had played that game and understood the content of the mech simulation software best. Xiao Yi said, First, please don't call me leader. We are all colleagues here for a common goal, so let's not feel constrained. Second, 90 simulation accuracy is not enough. Our mechs will have almost no time to adapt from production to being sent to everyone before they hit the battlefield. Mechs are humanity's only means to defend against extraterrestrial beasts. To minimize losses, we cannot let everyone die due to the need for long-term adaptation. What we need is a simple 1 or 2 hours of adaptation time before they can quickly engage in battle. Therefore, we need at least 95 simulation accuracy. This is the challenge you urgently need to overcome. Any questions? Xiao Yi pressed. Zhao Hongyi felt tense. He had thought that the experts would be a bit gentler with him since he rarely attended meetings. But Xiao Yi went straight for the jugular without giving him any face. However, this ignited Zhao Hongyi's fighting spirit. No problem. Even if I have to stay up every night, I will tackle this challenge. Xiao Yi nodded. What help do you need? Zhao Hongyi replied. I need a few real mechs, several operators, and also data on the extraterrestrial beasts. Xiao Yi said, the sample mechs can be made in about 10 days. As the experts mentioned earlier, we can provide you with 2 sets for data verification. As for the operators, you can contact Yao Yao. We are recruiting excellent operators nationwide. Regarding the data on the extraterrestrial beasts, Gilensheng, please go ahead. Gilensheng said, we are currently deciphering a lot of data, mainly about the Steel City walls. The action data of the extraterrestrial beasts is lower on our priority list. When do you need this data? Zhao Hongyi replied, once we have the data, we will need about 10 days to debug it in the game. After 10 days, when we receive the mechs, we will be able to seamlessly connect and complete the product launch as soon as possible. Therefore, within 2 days, or at most 2 days, we need the data on the Starry Sky armored beasts. Gu Linqing frowned and turned to look at Xiao Yi. After all, the data on the Iron City wall is the most important. The Starry Sky armored beasts are only useful when a major outbreak occurs. So the priority for decryption is lower. Xiao Yi looked at Qian Linsen, who is the leading figure in this area. Qian Linsen said, we can hold off on that and focus on decrypting the information on the Starry Sky armored beasts first. According to Professor Yi's arrangement, we are currently verifying the theoretical knowledge of the particle collider. After we get the verification results, we will check the data on the Iron City wall. Delaying for 2 days is not a big problem. Gu Linsheng then looked at Zhao Hongyi and said, the data on the Starry Sky armored beasts is not much and not complicated. We can definitely provide it to you in 2 days. Zhao Hongyi then excitedly said, that's great. We will have the mecha simulator ready to go live in half a month. Luo Yaoyang suddenly interjected. I just arrived today and don't know much about this project, but I need to point out that we need more than just the launch of the mecha simulator. This is not a game. We're not here to have everyone explore and increase gameplay. What we need is to quickly master the operation methods and combat techniques of the mechas. Shouldn't you directly release the key technical points and operation skills to help everyone quickly grasp the control of the mechas? Chapter 68, Mecha Operation Guide, Additional Update. Xiao Yi clapped his hands and said, Leader Luo's suggestion is excellent. Yes, we need to quickly become proficient in operating the mechas, so you should not only launch the simulation software, but also provide an operation guide. It would be best to establish a reward system, allowing everyone to start with the most basic mecha movements and gradually improve to the highest difficulty. Zhao Hongyi also clapped. Yes, we can establish a leaderboard and create a system of honors to increase everyone's interest in learning. Xiao Yi asked, is it feasible to have the mecha simulation system launched with all operation guides in a month? Zhao Hongyi furrowed his brows and thought, designing the simulator isn't difficult, but finding the best control scheme based on the data is quite challenging. Once a game is released, it usually takes tens of thousands of players a long time to explore and come up with a so-called operation guide. This isn't a walkthrough. It requires players to follow a script to complete it. There is no script here. It needs to be figured out in actual combat. Therefore, Finding suitable operators is very important. Everyone was not in a hurry and waited quietly. After a while, Zhao Hongyi slammed the table and said, I guarantee the completion of the task. Even if I don't sleep for a month, I will definitely get it done. At the Wanhao Hotel, Wang Chong had just raised his hand when a pair of chopsticks was handed to him. Wang Chong looked up in surprise and saw a girl with an expressionless face but smiling eyes. He instinctively said, thank you. However, it seemed the girl didn't hear him and left with a light step. When dinner time came, Wang Chong felt a bit conflicted. Should he raise his hand again? Until everyone else had eaten, Wang Chong was still in a dilemma. Is it really okay to bother people by raising his hand? He decided to raise his hand anyway, just to catch a glimpse of her. With this thought, Wang Chong raised his hand again. This time, the girl took a little longer to come over, and then handed him a pair of chopsticks. However, Wang Chong shamefully lowered his head and didn't dare to look at her. Only when Zhong Qianzhu turned to leave did he sneak a glance at her back. She looked so beautiful. No matter from which angle, she was perfect. Wang Chong sighed inwardly. At the airport in Chudu, Yao Yao crossed her arms and watched the crowd coming out of the airport. She couldn't believe that there was anyone with a stronger presence than hers. Xiao Yi said he was around the same age as her. How could a girl so young have a stronger aura than her? It was impossible, but she quickly set her sights on a target. A tall girl walked out with an air of confidence and a commanding presence. Without a doubt, Yao Yao concluded that this must be Nie Hua, the great-granddaughter of the shipping tycoon. Although Yao Yao admired her imposing aura, she was 1,000 times unwilling to accept that anyone could be stronger than her. Miss Nia, I'm the aide of consultant Xiao Yi, here to pick you up, Yao Yao said proudly, puffing out her chest. She couldn't lose her presence. Nie Hua glanced at her, clearly displeased. Where is Xiao Yi? Why isn't he here to pick me up? Yao Yao replied arrogantly. Consultant Xiao is very busy and doesn't have time, so he sent me to pick you up. Let's go. Nie Hua looked at Yao Yao, feeling very uncomfortable. Xiao Yi had personally picked her up when she arrived in Nanyang, yet when it came to her visit to the Great Zhou nation, he only sent a minor aide. It was simply disrespectful. Xiao Yi, I remember you. Sending just an aide, who do you look down on? She shrugged off Yao Yao and strode toward the exit. Yao Yao was furious. How could someone think she was unworthy? This was intolerable. She huffed at Nie Hua. If you don't want to ride with me, then fine. After saying that, she turned to leave, but her phone suddenly rang. Yao Yao, you must pick her up. Otherwise, you can forget about coming back. Clearly, Xiao Yi was worried about her temper, so he called to remind her. This put Yao Yao in a tough position. She wasn't afraid of making Xiao Yi angry, nor did she fear this Nie Hua, but she was afraid of losing her position as an aide. She always felt that Xiao Yi was looking for an excuse to dismiss her, and she couldn't give him that opportunity. Perhaps it was because she interfered in his personal life that he wanted to push her out this way, but she was determined not to let that happen. Thinking of this, Yao Yao quickly put aside her pride and rushed in front of Nie Hua, saying, I'm Xing Shui Yao. Welcome back to the country. I am tasked by consultant Xiao Yi to pick you up. Please come with me. Nie Hua was not swayed by her. No need. If it's not Xiao Yi picking me up, I'm not interested. One call from me, and someone will come to get me. Yao Yao's expression turned serious as she suddenly reached out to wrap her arms around Nie Hua's waist. I've trained with special forces, so it won't take much effort to deal with you. You have two choices. Either come with me, or I'll carry you away. The readers have been great. Thanks to those who generously rewarded with small whips. The pain from those is quite something. Special thanks to users 227777837, Ruyu's dad, and many others for their support. Too many to name. As per the usual practice, since we broke 50 yesterday, here are 2 chapters. There's one more coming up shortly. Chapter 69, Clash of the Two Women. Additional update 2. Nie Hua felt the immense strength around her waist, and she believed it. Faced with such a rough person, she really had no choice but to obediently get into the car. As the car started, Yao Yao smirked proudly. You still have a long way to go if you want to compete with me. Nie Hua, fuming, glared at Yao Yao from the back seat and said, I'm going to file a complaint against you and your superior, Xiao Yi. I'm very dissatisfied with your attitude. Now tell me, who is your leader? Driving without looking back, Yao Yao replied, Of course my leader is Xiao Yi. Go ahead and file your complaint. He is the one who insisted on bringing you in at all costs. Nie Hua was taken aback and then angrily asked, Who is Xiao Yi's leader? Yao Yao tilted her head and thought for a moment before saying, It seems that Colonel Fong and Deputy Colonel Qian can't really control Xiao Yi. So his superior must be the big boss. I can't help you with that. I can't arrange for you to meet the big boss. And I don't know their phone number. Nie Hua was stunned. What did you say? Only the big boss can control Xiao Yi. Yao Yao shrugged. That is pretty much the idea. Nie Hua found it somewhat strange. Xiao Yi wasn't very old, probably just slightly older than her, and might even be younger. It's indeed odd that he holds such power. The car came to a stop, and Yao Yao got out. After waiting for a moment without seeing Nie Hua exit, she leaned into the driver's seat and said, We're here. Get out. Nie Hua shot her a glance. If you don't open the door for me, how am I supposed to get out? Yao Yao raised her fist threateningly. It seemed she had never opened the car door for anyone except her great-grandfather. Now, having to open the door for a girl was simply intolerable. However, recalling Xiao Yi's warning, she could only suppress her displeasure and open the door. Please exit the vehicle. Miss Nie Sihua. Only then did Nie Sihua smugly get out and toss Yao Yao a haughty look. Upon entering the conference room, Xiao Yi spotted Nie Sihua immediately and quickly greeted her. We're monitoring the aircraft carrier's movements. You arrived just in time. Could you send us the ship's positioning? This way, we can direct the carrier based on the situation. On the large screen was a nautical chart showing the aircraft carrier group had already entered the Indian Ocean and was heading toward its destination, which was clearly Devil's Bay. Several older individuals were examining the data, occasionally glancing at the fleet's position on the chart. They were all focused intently on the task at hand. Nie Sihua shot Xiao Yi an annoyed look, but for the sake of the bigger picture, she suppressed her irritation and said, I'll have our company send the fleet's positioning right away. Minutes later, the screen displayed the locations of the various cargo ships. Only a dense cluster of small dots is visible on the maritime chart. Some have already reached their respective destinations, while others are still navigating the open seas. According to my grandfather's arrangements, cargo ships from other regions will directly load goods for transport, hoping to make several trips before the outside world can figure out our intentions. Especially the vessels from the Kangaroo Nation, we aim for them to make 3 round trips or more. As for the oil tankers from the Oil-Rich Nation, we will first gather them together, and only when the escort ships arrive will we concentrate on the transport. The fastest oil tanker may stay for 1 to 3 days after loading crude oil in the Oil-Rich Nation. Waiting until all tankers are fully loaded before passing through the treacherous bay together, said Nie Sihua. Xiao Yi looked at the maritime chart and said, That's too long. Our aircraft carrier shouldn't take that long. Team leader Luo, what do you think? Luo Yaoyang replied, I understand the ship king's concerns. He worries that we can only complete 1 escort since we have never entered the treacherous bay before. The treacherous bay is an internationally disputed maritime area, and according to international conventions, only the armed forces of certain nations and their allied countries can enter it. Therefore, the ship king believes that we can only enter the treacherous bay unexpectedly and escort our way out to avoid a strong reaction from Western countries. If we enter the bay early and stay inside until all oil tankers pass safely, Western countries will definitely take action, which could lead to conflict. Luo Yaoyang pointed to a red dot on the screen and said, Look at the Atlantic. The nuclear-powered aircraft carrier from that certain nation has turned around and is approaching our carrier group. They certainly aren't coming to be friends. Nie Sihua quickly added, Yes, that's exactly what my grandfather means. We need to take them by surprise, allowing the escort team to enter and exit quickly, so even if Western countries protest, it won't have any effect. Xiao Yi shook his head and said, But this poses a huge risk. If they figure out our intentions and suddenly send people to block the strait, we won't be able to complete our mission. It's a race against time. The quicker, the better. Xiao Yi looked at Luo Yaoyang. What is your opinion? Although Luo Yaoyang had just arrived, he was an expert on aircraft carriers and military matters, making his opinion highly valuable. Luo Yaoyang pointed to the entrance of the treacherous bay and said, The entrance is very narrow. If anyone causes an incident there, it could block the entrance. If our oil tankers gather and they deliberately create trouble to block the strait, then our tankers won't be able to enter at all. Moreover, the cost of creating such incidents is very low. They don't even need to show up. Just arrange for pirates to cause some minor disruptions. Thanks to book friend Luo Yin for the continuous support, and thanks to Aolalai, Yin, user 34652521, user 36895786, Ingzwa, and others for their support. No more words. Here comes the second chapter. Support us more vigorously. Forget about that damn full attendance. All right, hard. Chapter 70. Let us see whose head is tougher. We must hurry and not give them the opportunity or time to create incidents. Therefore, we cannot wait for all the oil tankers to gather before passing through the treacherous bay, said Luo Yaoyang. Xiao Yi asked, Are you suggesting that our fleet directly enters the bay for escort? Luo Yaoyang nodded yes. And I have a more aggressive approach. Go ahead, Xiao Yi said, intrigued. Zhao Taizhu also looked excitedly at Luo Yaoyang, while Nie Sihua was somewhat confused about their enthusiasm. Luo Yaoyang clenched his fist tightly. According to our plan, after completing the escort mission, we will start the rescue operation for the hostages. However, I suggest that we implement the return plan early and swiftly eliminate the pirate stronghold, cutting off the foreign influence. This way, even if they want to cause trouble, they cannot rely on the pirates for small tactics and will have to act themselves. Morally, they will be at a disadvantage, allowing us to retaliate openly. At this point, Luo Yaoyang even showed a childlike, embarrassed smile. But this idea is too radical, and I doubt it will be approved from above. After all, our country's principle is to never provoke trouble, but we are not afraid of it either. Xiao Yi smiled. Lao Luo, be bold. This small matter, the National Mobilization Expert Team can handle. Extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures. Let's implement this plan immediately. As for the report, I will take care of it. Xiao Yi looked at Nie Sihua and said, Miss Nie, inform your ships to complete the task as quickly as possible. No need to assemble. Nie Sihua stared in disbelief at Xiao Yi, Luo Yaoyong, Zhao Taizhu, and the experts. Surprised, you decided on such a significant matter just like that? Xiao Yi nodded yes. But my grandfather said you would need at least 2 to 3 days to finalize the plan. That's why he had the tanker wait at the bay entrance, Nie Sihua replied. Luo Yaoyong said, in the past, our maritime power was weak, and we had to be thorough in our considerations. But now, we are qualified to handle our own affairs and to retaliate against foreign interference. Xiao Yi added, we have endured for too long. The Yi Wanqing incident, the Gao Daqiang incident, and many of our citizens held captive by pirates. We have been patient. It's not that we don't want to retaliate. We have been gathering strength. As the saying goes, those who offend us will face consequences, no matter how far away they are. Now that the aircraft carrier is deployed, let us show our strength. Nie Sihua still had some concerns, but earlier, Team Leader Luo mentioned that a certain country's nuclear-powered aircraft carrier has already arrived, and their carriers and weapons are more advanced than ours. If a conflict arises, we might suffer losses. Luo Yaoyong laughed heartily. Don't worry, accidental skirmishes are possible, but an actual war is not. We will not fire the first shot. Whoever fires first loses the moral high ground. As long as we don't open fire, can they really block our path? If they dare to block it, we'll collide with them and see who is more determined. Facing a fleet of 3 aircraft carriers, even a nuclear-powered carrier group would not dare to move easily. If they also want to deploy 3 aircraft carriers, they would need to bring 2 from another ocean. But by the time their carriers arrive, we will have already completed our escort mission, and they can just follow behind and deal with the consequences. Luo Yaoyong was full of energy and fighting spirit. It was clear that this idea had been brewing in his mind for a long time, just waiting for the opportunity to be realized. Now that he had the chance to pursue his dreams, he felt a sense of ease throughout his body. In Donghua City, Zhang Xiaolong was so hungry that he felt dizzy. He had been staring at the buns in a shop for a long time, but he couldn't bring himself to spend a single cent. His phone balance was also depleted, and he had no cash on him. Here, eat this and go home. His father suddenly appeared, waving a few buns in front of Zhang Xiaolong. Zhang Xiaolong turned his head away, unwilling to accept them. However, the aroma of the buns made his mouth water. Go ahead and eat. While you eat, I'll tell you a story, his father said, stuffing a bun into Zhang Xiaolong's hand. He squatted down beside him and continued, when I was in middle school, I developed a passion for playing football. Every day, whether in class or during breaks, all I could think about was football. At that time, our country had never qualified for the World Cup. I made it my goal to lead our country into the World Cup. Zhang Xiaolong listened intently to his father's words while subconsciously eating the bun. This was the first time his usually serious father was sharing his own story. During that period, my grades dropped significantly. The homeroom teacher found out I had joined the school team and forced me to quit. When your grandparents found out, they gave me a good beating and even threw away my beloved football. Back then, I ran away from home just like you are now, wandering outside for a few days. I worked odd jobs and scavenged, experiencing the hardships of life and understanding my parents' expectations. Chapter 71. Fathers wish what parent doesn't hope for their child to follow the right path? They all want what's best for their children. Playing football can only be a hobby, not a profession. Playing football is just a distraction, like how you play video games now. It won't benefit your future life at all. So, after suffering for a while, I understood this principle. I went back home, and from then on, playing football became my hobby. Occasionally, I would play, but studying became my way out, his father said. Zhang Xiaolong stopped eating, turned to his father, and asked, but you didn't get into college, did you? His father looked a bit awkward. Maybe I'm just not cut out for studying. That's why I placed my hopes on you. Zhang Xiaolong stared at his father and said, don't you ever regret it? Maybe you could have achieved something in football? Perhaps you could have led our country to the World Cup? Even if you didn't succeed, how much worse could it be than your current life? Are you really content to give up your dreams so easily? His father's face turned crimson, and his hands clenched tightly. Zhang Xiaolong stood up, excitedly saying, you can compromise with life, but I can't. I want to fight for my dreams, even if it means getting hurt. At least when I'm your age. I can tell my son that I fought for my ideals and worked hard. I can proudly say to my son that I have no regrets. With a loud slap, his father struck Zhang Xiaolong across the face. He trembled all over, clearly shaken by Zhang Xiaolong's words. Zhang Xiaolong slammed the bun he was holding onto the ground and cried, my dream, I won't give up easily like you. I won't be a coward. Even if I have to wander the streets, I will pursue my dream. After saying this, he turned and ran away, crying as he went. Although he claimed he would stick to his dreams, deep down he felt like he couldn't hold on any longer. He knew that after drifting around outside, he would likely end up like his father, ultimately compromising with life, having to give up on his dreams, pick up textbooks, and honestly prepare for the college entrance examination. Squeezing onto that narrow path where countless others were also trying to fit in. This is life. However, before compromising, he still wanted to hold on and struggle. He didn't want to regret it when he was old. The meeting ended, and it was getting late. Xiaoyi glanced at Nye Sihua and noticed she looked awkward and seemed uncomfortable. Miss Nye, are you feeling unwell? Xiaoyi asked. Nye Sihua shook her head with a strange expression. But the next moment, a very embarrassing gurgling sound came from her stomach. Xiaoyi suddenly realized that Nye Sihua probably hadn't eaten anything on the plane, and after arriving at the headquarters, they had started a tense meeting discussion. Now it was almost dark, and she must be starving. After all, Nye Sihua wasn't familiar with everyone yet, and hadn't felt comfortable asking for food. So she had been enduring hunger. Xiaoyi found it a bit strange. Logically, Yao Yao, this treasure of a girl, should have thought of this long ago. Why didn't she arrange for Miss Nye to eat? I'm sorry, it's my oversight. Come, I'll take you to the cafeteria. Our cafeteria has a rich variety of food, Xiaoyi said with a smile, leading the way. When Nye Sihua heard the name Yao Yao, she became furious. Momentarily forgetting her hunger, she stood up and said, I want to accuse you, the adjutant, of being arrogant despite your low status. Moreover, you're incompetent. A VIP like me wasn't even provided with food. Xiaoyi was taken aback. He remembered that Yao Yao had prepared coffee and snacks for him in the office. However, he quickly understood that this was a clash between two strong-willed girls. I also want to accuse you. You didn't come to pick me up in person, and instead arranged for such a minor character to do it. That's disrespectful to me, Nye Sihua said angrily. Xiaoyi apologized, saying, I was indeed too busy. I'm sorry. However, your accusation is invalid. My status is special, and no one will accept your accusations. Nye Sihua asked suspiciously. Is it really only the big boss who can manage you? Xiaoyi turned to look at Nye Sihua and said, it's not a matter of who manages whom. You've been in the operations room for half a day, so you should have some understanding of the current situation. We don't plan to hide anything from you and Mr. Nye. Therefore, you should be aware of how difficult the situation is now. So, focus your thoughts on the national mobilization and reduce internal conflicts. You are also a citizen of the Great Zhou, and you have the blood of the Great Zhou people in you, so I believe you can understand. Nye Sihua's face flushed, and she was at a loss for words. This was the first time she found herself speechless in front of a young man. It made her proud but uncomfortable, yet she couldn't refute him. Xiaoyi reached out and tugged at her arm, saying, we're almost at the cafeteria. Let's go, I'm hungry too. However, Nye Sihua felt awkward and didn't want to let Xiaoyi control her emotions like this. Suddenly, Xiaoyi said, as for the rivalry between you and Yao Yao, that's up to you, as long as you're happy. Chapter 72, Fighting Pirates. We need a reason. Additional update. Nye Sihua felt a sense of relief. It turned out Xiaoyi understood her situation. She felt lighter in her heart and said, all right, you said it. I will make sure your charming deputy cries. After saying that, her steps became lighter as she quickly caught up with Xiaoyi. Countdown, 169 days. Zhang Xiaolong sat up from the park bench. The morning dew had soaked his clothes, making him shiver. He jumped a few times to warm up, but his stomach growled, and his legs felt weak. At his age, he was growing rapidly and had an enormous appetite. After not eating well for 2 days, Zhang Xiaolong felt like he was starving to death. Without realizing it, he found himself in front of a steamed bun stall, staring at the freshly steamed buns, swallowing hard. Suddenly, he spotted his father and quickly turned to run. But his father didn't give up and chased after him. After running a few steps, Zhang Xiaolong looked back and saw his father crouching on the ground, clutching his stomach. Sweat pouring down his face. Zhang Xiaolong ran back and asked, Dad, what's wrong? Are you sick? His father waved his hand, catching his breath, and said, it's nothing. I just came out early to look for you and got tired. You must be hungry, have some buns. His father took out a few buns. Zhang Xiaolong hesitated for a moment but still took them, gulping them down while saying, don't tire yourself out. I won't give up. His father fell silent for a moment before saying, I regret it. Zhang Xiaolong was taken aback. He paused his chewing and, with his mouth full of bun, asked what? His father crouched down and said, you asked me if I regret it, right? I do. My coach told me I have a high understanding of football. If I just persist and train hard, I might achieve something in football. But I gave up, so I regret it. Zhang Xiaolong was stunned. His father looked up, tears glistening in his eyes. Maybe if I had persisted back then, life wouldn't be so dull and difficult. But thankfully, heaven gave you to me. His father pulled out a flyer from his clothes and handed it to Zhang Xiaolong. If you really don't want to give up, then give it a try. After saying that, his father stood up, rubbed his legs and lower back, and walked away slowly. Zhang Xiaolong looked at the poster in his hand with suspicion. It had a recruitment notice, recruiting mecha simulator engineers. The most crucial part was the recruiting unit, which was none other than the National Mobilization Expert Team's Frenzy Group. This was a legendary department, a legendary team. In recent days, news about the National Mobilization Expert Team had spread throughout the country. And just like always, with no official announcements, the National Mobilization Expert Team had become mythologized. Becoming an employee of the National Mobilization Expert Team was akin to successfully overcoming tribulations and becoming immortal. Zhang Xiaolon's heart couldn't help but race. Xiao Yi entered the command center and saw Luo Yaoyang sleeping in a chair, clearly having not returned all night. Xiao Yi glanced at Zhao Taizhu, who also hadn't gone back and was now focused on the large screen, observing the situation. Suddenly, Luo Yaoyang woke up with a start and said, "Report the location of the first oil tanker. Report. The first oil tanker will arrive at the entrance of Devil's Bay at 4 p.m., Zhao Taizhu replied. What about the iron or cargo ship? Luo Yaoyang pressed on. The first batch of iron ore has already arrived at our dock. I've informed the Nanhai Deepwater Dock to clear out other vessels and have them transferred to nearby ports for unloading. The Nanhai Deepwater Dock will only accept iron ore and oil tankers, Zhao Taizhu said. He now genuinely admired and respected Luo Yaoyang, the team leader. What about our aircraft carrier? Luo Yaoyang asked. It will arrive near Devil's Bay around 10 a.m., Zhao Taizhu replied. The aging Fong Weijing appeared again. And Xiao Yi hurried over to say, Commander Fong, you're getting older, don't push yourself too hard. Fong Weijing shook his head. I'm just here to take a look. Has the aircraft carrier entered Devil's Bay yet? Zhao Taizhu responded. At 10 a.m., the aircraft carrier will arrive near Devil's Bay. What about the oil tanker? The oil tanker was crucial for the official release of the nationwide mobilization order, thus weighing heavily on everyone's minds. The oil tanker will arrive at 4 p.m. Zhao Taizhu sighed. From the time the aircraft carrier reaches Devil's Bay to the arrival of the oil tanker and the departure of the escort fleet, it will take an estimated 7 to 8 hours. Xiao Yi frowned. Time is money. We can't just wait around like this. A military expert said, if our escort fleet rashly enters Devil's Bay, it might provoke interception from Western countries. We lack a justification. Moreover, we've never escorted through Devil's Bay before. Entering without reason could lead to international disputes. Also, to conceal our actions, the ships under Dawa Shipping are flying the flag of a certain Southeast Asian nation. Even if we were to escort, it wouldn't hold up. We can't just escort without cause. In a sense, it would challenge international norms. Xiao Yi furrowed his brow. Then let's create a reason. Zhao Taizhu, can we do that? Zhang Xiaolong gives thanks to the book friend for their support, and thanks to other users for their contributions. A special mention for the names that are hard to type. Chapter 73. The reason prepared over a decade ago. Additional update 2. Before Zhao Taizhu could speak, Luo Yaoyang burst out laughing. Xiao Yi, your attitude is just to my liking. I was about to request authorization from you. I've arranged for a regular cargo ship loaded with gold bars, currently standing by at the entrance of Devil's Bay. It's flying the flag of our great nation. And as soon as I get authorization from the mobilization expert team, I will order this ship to enter Devil's Bay as bait. Furthermore, I've already let the pirates know that the ship is filled with gold bars. Fong Weijing chuckled. Team leader Luo, you old fox. This cargo ship filled with gold bars is entering the Devil's Bay, and under normal circumstances, the pirates definitely wouldn't let it go. This tactic of luring the snake out of its hole is indeed quite cunning. Luo Yaoyang smiled slightly, as if to acknowledge it. Xiao Yi asked, what if the pirates don't fall for it? After all, our aircraft carrier is waiting outside. The pirates are probably scared. Zhao Taizhu also looked at Luo Yaoyang with concern. Luo Yaoyang smiled confidently. You don't know, we've had our eyes on the pirates in Devil's Bay for a long time. Over a decade ago, we prepared a complete plan and even infiltrated our informants within the pirate ranks. Once the signal is sent, no matter how the pirate leader tries to stop it, there will always be pirates coming out to loot. At that time, our escort fleet can boldly take down the pirates' lair. Xiao Yi excitedly clapped his hands. Team leader Luo, you're in charge of the military group. Regarding military operations, you can take charge without needing my authorization. If anything goes wrong, I'll take the blame for you. Yes, I still have some influence. Even if you create a huge mess, I can ensure your safety. Just go for it. Fong Weijing patted Luo Yaoyang on the shoulder. Luo Yaoyang felt a surge of passion. This feeling was truly wonderful. If something went wrong, someone would take the heat. If there were achievements, someone would promote them. This is how a national expert team should be. A team capable of shouldering the responsibilities of the nation. Yes, Luo Yaoyang turned and issued the command. Notify the fox hunting team lurking in the Pirate Bay to start the operation. In Devil's Bay, a cargo ship flying the flag of a certain country sped into the bay, clearly fearful of the pirates here. However, in contrast to this, the crew appeared relaxed, evidently confident. Although this area is notorious for pirate activity and the ship is loaded with an astonishing amount of gold, they seemed unconcerned. Because, after all, they were delivering supplies to the pirates. On a seized cruise ship, in the most luxurious room on the top floor, the pirate leader was anxiously browsing online news. A pirate chief approached and said, Boss, The latest news is that a cargo ship has entered Devil's Bay and is about to enter our territory. It's said to be loaded with gold. It's a big catch. Their ship is fast. We need to chase it down quickly. The pirate leader slammed his hand down. Finally, some good news. I'm going to hijack that ship myself and vent my anger. He grabbed his weapon and hurried out, but suddenly stopped to ask, "What country is that cargo ship from?" The chief replied, "It's flying the flag of a certain country." The leader froze, suddenly realizing. He slapped the chief hard. "You blind fool. The aircraft carriers of that country are waiting outside Devil's Bay. Do you want to hijack their ship and court death? Immediately notify everyone. No one is allowed to go to sea. Anyone who dares to disobey will be killed without mercy." The chief was somewhat unwilling. "Boss, the aircraft carriers from that country don't dare to come in. According to Western sources, their carrier group is turning south. They don't dare to come in. Moreover, everything on the ship is gold, which is hard currency that can be used directly." The leader slapped the head of the crew again. "If you want to die, don't drag me down with you." The aircraft carrier of the nation turned around, but the cruiser didn't. It was still aimed directly at us. "Aren't you giving them a reason to attack us? With our limited defenses, a single cannon ship could fire a couple of shells, and we would be done for." The leader picked up his gun and fired 2 shots at the ground near the head of the crew. "If you dare to go out to sea, I'll put you down." The head of the crew reluctantly turned and walked out. As he passed by the cabin where the pirates gathered, a short man grabbed him. "I heard there's a big catch?" The head of the crew shook his head. "The boss won't allow it." The short man's eyes sparkled with greed. "Isn't the ship full of gold bars?" The head of the crew nodded. The short man chuckled and said, "The boss won't dare. Do you also not dare?" The head of the crew frowned. "What do you mean?" The short man replied, "Do you want to be a pirate for life, always living in fear of encountering a powerful opponent and dying at sea?" The head of the crew was taken aback. "Don't be dazed. My ship has great power and speed. If we secretly hijack the ship and transfer the gold bars to my vessel, we can head into international waters, find a place to hide, and with these gold bars, we'll have enough to live freely for the rest of our lives," said the short man. "Thanks to the book, friends. I want to praise, my name has died. Do you know there are immortals? Friends of the night, friends of quantum mechanics, and many others I can't mention. Thank you for your rewards." Here comes the second update. It's Monday again. Wishing everyone continued happiness. Chapter 74. The historic moment has finally arrived. The head of the crew's eyes lit up. He touched his swollen face and clenched his teeth. "Let us do it. We've always been in this bloody business. If we're afraid of this and that, what is the point? You're right. If we pull this off, we can go ashore and become wealthy citizens." Minutes later, a speedboat dashed out of the pirate haven, entering Devil's Bay, chasing after the fast gold ship. Once the pirates boarded the ship, they found that all the crew members had jumped overboard to escape, without any effort. They had intercepted a big fat fish. Looking at the dazzling gold bars, the group of pirates excitedly began to dance. Meanwhile, a news report was broadcasted worldwide. A cargo ship carrying gold from the National Bank of the nation was hijacked by pirates, with gold bars worth billions on board. In order to retrieve the gold cargo ship and provide escort for vessels passing through Devil's Bay, the nation was mobilizing several cruisers from a carrier group conducting exercises in nearby waters to the disputed area of Devil's Bay for protection. Devil's Bay, a military-restricted area that the nation's military forces had never been able to enter, was finally breached. 3 cruisers, 6 frigates, 4 nuclear submarines, 1 helicopter carrier, and several small gunboats proudly entered Devil's Bay. This was a historic breakthrough, and it sent shockwaves around the world. The world was ablaze with excitement at this moment. User Sazi, the ambitions of the people of the Great Zhou Kingdom have been exposed. They have begun the first step of invading the world. We should declare war on the Great Zhou Kingdom. User launching. The person above is blind. It is clearly a just escort mission, relying on your fleet for protection. The pirates are becoming more rampant, and it is still up to our Great Zhou Kingdom to quell the pirates. User Rosie. Another militarism has shown its fangs. Where are the aircraft carriers from my country? Hurry up and intercept them. User Justice Force. Who exactly is the militarism? Aren't the pirates supported by you? Aren't those terrorist attacks cultivated by you? User Fence. Where are the gold bars? I want to become a pirate. User Military Song. Anyone who dares to offend our Great Zhou Kingdom will be punished, no matter how far they are. For the person above, how many heads do you have? Just look, once our Great Zhou Navy fleet appears, the pirates will immediately flee. User Bend. Wow. The Great Zhou Kingdom really dares to fight. This sleeping lion has awakened, and the world is in danger. User Old Gun. The Great Zhou Navy is powerful. We have finally drawn our swords. Salute to the brave ones escorting. At an emergency press conference, the spokesperson calmly stated, because our national bank's cargo ship was hijacked, the rampant pirates have become a tumor on the sea routes. It is true that Devil's Bay is a disputed area, and it is also true that the jurisdiction of Devil's Bay belongs to certain Western countries. However, since you are unable to control the pirates, Let our great Zhou Navy teach you how to govern. The spokesperson continued. I officially announced that our ocean fleet will provide escort services for all countries in need, ensuring the safety of their goods and personnel. As far as I know, our escort fleet has already received commissions from over a dozen countries, including Pakistan, Southeast Asia, and even certain countries, to escort their cargo ships. We will let the whole world know what kind of order should exist in Devil's Bay. The reporters immediately erupted, each one raising their hands eagerly to ask questions. A permitted reporter immediately stood up and said, Spokesperson, I would like to ask how long your escort will last. Also, why is it that the 3 aircraft carrier groups just happen to be in the area where the incident occurred? Was this arranged by you on purpose? The spokesperson smiled slightly. Are we arranging the pirates? Your imagination could be used for writing online novels. As for the duration of the escort, it may be very short because the Great Zhou Kingdom will make these pirates become law-abiding citizens. Another reporter asked, is there a plan to rescue Mr. Gao Daqiang in this escort mission? The spokesperson looked down at the information board in his hand, suddenly raised his head with a smile. According to the latest information, Mr. Gao Daqiang has already been rescued. The venue erupted again. Upon hearing that the Great Zhou Kingdom's gold transport ship had been hijacked, the pirate leader panicked. Soon after, upon hearing that the Great Zhou escort fleet had entered Devil's Bay, he quickly fled with his belongings. While escaping, he also released all the hostages waiting for ransom. When the special forces, determined to brave the gunfire, entered the cruise ship, what awaited them was not a counterattack from the pirates, but the joyful embraces of the grateful hostages. The escort fleet was not idle. Small gunboats swept through the entire bay, destroying all the speedboats used by the pirates. At the same time, the cannons on the cruisers fired shells at the pirate base, completely annihilating it. The bay would no longer be known as the Bay of Devils. It would be impossible for the pirates to rampage again in the near future. However, by that time, this place would undoubtedly have fallen and become a base for the extraterrestrial creatures. Chapter 75. The return of the strong and tall. These pirates would likely meet their end in the bellies of these extraterrestrial creatures. The public opinion online underwent a reversal. Initially, it was the netizens of one nation against those of the entire world. However, upon hearing the news that hostages from various countries had been rescued, most of whom were citizens from nations not closely aligned with certain Western countries, netizens began to spontaneously praise that nation. A user named Kamihan commented, I had no good feelings towards that nation before, but I must say, when our hostages were rescued, they did a fantastic job. Another user, Samida, remarked, aren't you supposed to protect us? Why were the hostages rescued by that nation? A user named Dashan expressed, wow. It turns out the pirates could have been eliminated, but certain Western countries chose not to act. You owe the world peace. The president of a certain country looked at the reports and asked his military advisor without raising his head, what is that nation doing? Are they trying to provoke a war? Where is our aircraft carrier? The military advisor replied, that nation does not intend to stay in the bay. Their aircraft carriers are still outside the bay, in international waters, and there are signs they might return. I estimate that after completing their training objectives, they will return within 7 days. Our first nuclear-powered aircraft carrier has already arrived and is monitoring the movements of their carrier group. The president looked at his chief advisor. Why does that nation escort ships in the bay? Do we have reasons to force them out? The chief advisor responded, of course we have reasons to drive them away. However, they are currently searching for a lost gold cargo ship, and until they find it, we cannot force them out. Moreover, they have cleared out the pirates, and our important contacts have also lost communication. Organizing another group of pirates to blockade the bay would take at least a few months. The chief advisor continued, during this time, we won't be able to contain that nation's maritime routes. Their economic development will accelerate. The president asked again, is that nation really escorting vessels from other countries? Yes. More than 30 countries have sent escort requests to that nation, all of which have received clear responses. Particularly, the southern countries have several supertankers already passing through the bay. The chief advisor replied, however, I still feel that that nation has other motives. Notify our fleet to drive them out of the bay. We will assist them in searching for the lost cargo ship. The president slammed the table, declaring, regardless of what schemes that nation has, we cannot allow them to succeed. The rise of a powerful nation means instability for us. Suppressing their development by any means necessary is our top priority. The chief advisor wiped the sweat from his forehead and muttered, I'm just afraid we can't hold it down. What did you say? The president shouted in anger. The chief advisor quickly replied, you're right, Mr. President. We cannot lose our position as the world's #1 power. In the command center's operations room, a scene appeared on the large screen, captured by a special forces soldier. A team member pried open a locked iron door and stormed into the cabin. On a bed with almost no bedding lay a bloodied body. It was still robust, but had obviously lost a lot of weight, and there were injuries all over. Especially the leg, where a bone was broken. This was Gao Daqiang. Although the pirates had stopped inquiring about him days ago, Gao Daqiang lacking medical care. Now had inflamed wounds all over and was running a high fever. Seeing the special forces soldiers rushing in, Gao Daqiang, covered in blood, woke from his coma. He vaguely recognized his compatriots had come to rescue him, and he broke into a wide smile, trying to lift his hand. However, with a fractured wrist, he couldn't lift it straight. One soldier, with tears in his eyes, helped adjust his hand, causing his face to twitch in pain, his complexion pale. Clearly, the adjustment caused him severe agony, but he insisted on completing a military salute before his head tilted, and he fainted again. This was the news footage, and the announcer reported in a trembling voice, "Civic hero Gao Daqiang has been successfully rescued." Despite enduring severe torture, he held on with indomitable will until the moment of his rescue. Gao Daqiang has now been transferred to a medical rescue ship for care, and it is reported that his vital signs are stable and there is no danger to his life. Xiao Yi let out a heavy sigh of relief. Gao Daqiang was saved after all. In his mind, he recalled that in the second universe, Gao Daqiang had been rescued only after intense negotiations between his country and foreign entities following a mobilization order. However, Gao Daqiang lay incapacitated for several months before he could stand, and during the great upheaval, his strength had not fully recovered. This was also the reason he got trapped in the siege of the starry beasts and could not return. At least, in this universe, Gao Daqiang's fate had changed. Chapter 76. Fighting. No one has ever scared the great Zhou nation. Additional update. At Gao Daqiang's home, his wife was both joyful and heartbroken, tears streaming down her face as she sobbed. A small hand reached out to wipe her tears and said, "Mom, Dad is a hero. Heroes have to endure torture. And Dad can hold on." The wife was momentarily speechless, realizing her daughter had been influenced by television dramas. However, it was better this way. It would ease her worries about her father. Her mother and father-in-law were also in tears, grateful for the chance to make amends for their past mistakes. Yi Wanqing was also in tears, but they were tears of joy. Gao Daqiang's rescue completely alleviated her worries. She was determined to work hard and prove through her achievements that she did not let Gao Daqiang down. Many strangers who saw the news also silently shed tears. The tears are not of sadness, but of joy. The rescue of Gao Daqiang has connected the hearts of most people in the great Zhou kingdom like a thread, bringing everyone together in happiness and pride. The command center. The sky has darkened. A report comes in. The first oil tanker has sailed out of the Devil's Bay, and in 2 days, it will reach the South Sea. A voice reports from the front. Zhao Taizhu clenched his fist and said excitedly, "That's great. This is what I'm talking about." Luo Yaoyang smiled and said, "Notify the aircraft carrier group to prepare for the provocation from the aircraft carrier of the other country. Remember, do not open fire. If necessary, we can have some physical contact." Zhao Taizhu immediately responded, "Understood." Feng Wei, unable to handle the mental strain, has already returned. And Qian Linsun is assisting Yi Wanqing in analyzing and verifying the decrypted theories. Everything here is handed over to Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi is not very knowledgeable about military matters and curiously asked, "What does physical contact mean?" Zhao Taizhu eagerly answered, "Right now, our aircraft carriers and the other country's carriers are in a standoff. Whoever fires first bears the historical responsibility of a criminal, and morally, they will be at a disadvantage. Therefore, neither we nor the other country will fire. When the standoff becomes most intense, friction will occur. Aircraft can get infinitely close to each other to see who backs down first. The same goes for ships. We'll see who is more stubborn. It's possible to have a collision, and we'll see whose ship is tougher. If one ship can't win, then we'll use two. With the efficiency of the Great Zhou Kingdom, we can crash a ship and bring it back for repairs in 3 to 5 months. It will be a good ship again. They won't be able to fix it in 3 to 5 years. We can afford it. They cannot," Zhao Taizhu said fiercely. "Or we could have a fight. We have never been afraid of anyone when it comes to fighting." The more he spoke, the more excited Zhao Taizhu became. Rolling up his sleeves, Luo Yaoyang shook his head. "It's not as exaggerated as he says. In any case, one thing is for sure, we cannot lose our momentum. It's all international waters, and everyone has the right to pass. Whoever dares to block the way will see whose ship is tougher." Luo Yaoyang's words were just as powerful as Zhao Tieju's. At the entrance of the Marriott Hotel, after work, Zhong Xian's walked out of the hotel. The night wind was cool, and it was already quite late. The training sessions had become tense, lasting until 9 o'clock every day. By the time they finished tidying up the meeting venue, it was basically this time. Zhong Xian's waited for a few minutes, but didn't get a taxi. Since her residence wasn't too far, she decided to ride a shared bicycle back. After cycling for a few minutes, a few motorcycle thugs approached her. Seeing that Zhong Xian's was alone, they whistled at her from a distance. As they passed by, they realized that the girl on the bike was a stunning beauty. They exchanged glances and immediately turned around to chase after Zhong Xian's. The area was relatively secluded, with few pedestrians on the road. Zhong Xian's panicked and pedaled furiously. But a bicycle couldn't compete with motorcycles. The thugs quickly blocked her path. "What do you want?" I'm calling the police, Zhong Xian's said, picking up her phone and starting to dial a number. A small and quick figure snatched the phone and then tossed it to the leader among his companions. The leader, sporting long hair, flipped his hair nonchalantly and smiled at Zhong Xianzu, saying, "We're not bad people, we just want to be friends with you." Originally, there were 1 or 2 people on the street, but upon seeing this situation, they quickly moved away. Zhong Xianzu was trembling in fear. She never expected to encounter such trouble here. The long-haired leader approached and reached for Zhong Xianzu's hand. She screamed and kicked hard, striking his leg. The long-haired leader was instantly furious. "You little brat, how dare you kick me? Just wait and see how I deal with you." He lunged at her, trying to grab her. Zhong Xianzu screamed again and turned to run, but someone blocked her path from behind. The long-haired leader took the chance to grab her from behind, covering her mouth with one hand and wrapping his other arm around her waist, dragging her forcefully into a secluded alley. Zhong Xianzu struggled desperately, kicking and flailing her arms. But her strength was too small to make any difference. Another thug, grinning maliciously, grabbed her legs and lifted her, running towards the alley. Zhong Xianzu felt despair. She couldn't even handle one thug, and there were 4 or 5 of them. There was no way she could escape their grasp. Her strength dwindled, and her resistance weakened until all that was left was crying. Suddenly, a familiar voice shouted, "You beast!" A burly man rushed out, wielding a wooden stick and striking the long-haired thug on the back. The thug let out a scream and immediately released Zhong Xianzu. The other thugs, seeing that the man was alone, grabbed bricks and iron rods, wanting to gang up on him. However, the man was incredibly strong and agile, swinging his stick expertly and hitting 2 thugs at once. Realizing the situation was turning against them, the thugs helped their fallen companions and hastily mounted their motorcycles to escape. Wang Chong dropped the stick and turned to look at Zhong Xianzu on the ground with concern, asking, "Are you okay?" When Zhong Xianzu heard his voice, she recognized him as the one who always asked her for more chopsticks during meals. She had become familiar with his voice over the past few days. Seeing him, all her previous fear vanished, and she felt safe. She struggled to stand up, adjusted her clothes, and said, "I'm fine, I'm glad you came." "Thank you, Wang Chong." Wang Chong was taken aback. "You? How do you know my name?" Zhong Xianzu glanced at him with a hint of a smile. "You've asked for more chopsticks at every meal for 6 times, and you called out so loudly. How could I not know?" Wang Chong scratched his head in embarrassment. "So you knew all along." Sorry about that." Zhong Xianzu picked up her bicycle from the ground, her smile growing wider, and asked, "Why did you purposely drop the chopsticks?" Wang Chong realized that his little scheme had been exposed, and his face immediately turned red, stuttering as he spoke. I just wanted to take another look at you." After saying this, both Zhong Xianzu and Wang Chong blushed, feeling awkward and not knowing what to do. After walking in silence for a few steps, Zhong Xianzu broke the silence. "What are you doing here?" Wang Chong sighed in relief and quickly replied, "I dropped my notebook. I have an exam tomorrow, so I rushed over to get it and review tonight. I didn't expect to run into you." Zhong Xianzu said with a hint of fear, "Good thing you came in time. Otherwise." Wang Chong mustered the courage to look at Zhong Xianzu. "It's too dangerous to walk alone at night. Where's your boyfriend? Why isn't he picking you up?" Zhong Xianzu covered her mouth and laughed, and after a moment, she stared at Wang Chong and said, "Are you trying to ask if I'm single?" Wang Chong realized that all the flirting techniques he had learned from his friends over the past few days were useless because the girl didn't play by the rules. He was momentarily at a loss for words, his face turning as red as if he were drunk. "I'm single," Zhong Xianzu said softly, her voice quieter than a mosquito's buzz, but Wang Chong heard her clearly. Wang Chong was completely stunned. His friend, who claimed to be a love expert, hadn't told him what to do after a girl gave such a direct answer. After a long pause, a thought finally crossed his mind. "It's too dangerous for you alone. How about I walk you home tomorrow?" Zhong Xianzu bit her lip and after taking a few steps said, "I finish work at the same time tomorrow." Wang Chong was confused. This was completely different from what his friend had told him. The love expert said that a lot of skills and techniques were needed to get a girl to agree to meet again. But Zhong Xianzu didn't hesitate at all and directly agreed to let him pick her up, which was essentially like a first date. This left Wang Chong unsure of how to proceed. "Then I'll wait for you," Wang Chong said, and after that, he didn't know what else to say. The two of them walked in silence for about 10 minutes. Despite the silence, Wang Chong felt that his heart was close to Zhong Xianzu's. Zhong Xianzu suddenly stopped, and Wang Chong was taken aback, asking, "What's wrong?" Zhong Xianzu pointed to a nearby residential complex and said, "I've arrived." Wang Chong, feeling disappointed, replied, "So soon?" Zhong Xianzu parked her bike, turned around, and smiled sweetly at him. "Wang Chong, see you tomorrow." Wang Chong waved his hand absent-mindedly, and Zhong Xianzu turned around and smiled at him again. "Don't wave your hand like that tomorrow, my friends will notice." "Okay, can I ask for a bowl then?" Wang Chong felt his intelligence rapidly declining, saying something even a 3-year-old wouldn't say. "No, Zhong Xianzu turned around pretending to be angry. But when she saw Wang Chong looking uncomfortable, she burst into laughter. Don't worry, you'll get to see me. Wang Chong watched until Zhong Xianzu entered the complex before turning back. He felt as if he were floating with happiness. All the way back. He had no idea how he made it to his dorm. When he lay on his bed, he still wore a silly smile from parting with Zhong Xianzu. Chapter 78. Confrontation of the Aircraft Carrier Group. Countdown. 168 days. Zhang Xiaolong walked into a building, followed by Yu Dazhuang, Sun Xiang, and 4 other teammates. This recruitment process adopts a game competition format, allowing for both free team formation and random pairing. Zhang Xiaolong exerted great effort to persuade his teammates, and they are determined to give it another try. Zhang Xiaolong does not want to have regrets, and neither do his teammates. This time will be their final effort. If they do not succeed in getting hired, Zhang Xiaolong has decided to give up for good. As they entered the interview hall, Zhang Xiaolong and his companions were stunned to see a large number of applicants, including 3 professional esports players. After all, the reputation of the National Mobilization Expert Group is immense, and becoming a member of it would be the pinnacle of one's career. Sun Hongyi stepped forward, scanning the crowd in the hall. There were 200 to 300 applicants, completely filling the space. He picked up the microphone and said, "Hello everyone, I am Sun Hongyi, the leader of the National Mobilization Expert Group's Storm Team. This time, we are not recruiting players for any professional team. We are looking for suitable operators for our country. This is a noble profession." Sun Hongyi then asked, "Who among you has played Homeland?" Over half the people in the hall raised their hands. Zhang Xiaolong began to feel anxious. He had never heard of the game Homeland. "It's fine if you haven't played it. We are testing your understanding. Each of you will have half an hour of operating time now. After that, you'll compete in pairs. The winners will move on to the next round, while the losers will face off again, and those with 2 losses will be eliminated. You will be controlling the most basic type of mech, with no modifications allowed." Above the vast ocean, from a high vantage point, 2 massive fleets were confronting each other across the water. The fleet of the Great Zhou Kingdom consisted of 3 aircraft carriers arranged in a triangular formation, surrounded by various escort ships, with the imposing bridge of a nuclear-powered submarine visible above the surface, instilling a significant sense of deterrence. This was not a war, but a show of strength. Although one country was superior in many aspects, the Great Zhou Kingdom was catching up rapidly, and at an astonishing pace. The spirit of the people from the Great Zhou Kingdom was also high, with numbers greatly surpassing the opposing fleet. It was like 2 tigers staring at each other from a distance, silently asserting their power. Watching the images on the big screen, Xiaoyi asked, "Will it continue like this?" Luo Yaoyang shook his head. "Of course not. This is just the first step. Next will be small-scale probing, which could lead to friction." He pointed to the sky. "The next step is aerial probing. They will send planes to approach our fleet, and we will intercept them in the air. In short, we will not strike first, but we will respond to whatever they do." Xiaoyi smiled slightly, saying, "Having a military expert like you is a blessing for the Great Zhou Kingdom. Leader Luo, we will leave this to you. We don't understand it, and might hinder your operations. You go ahead and do your job. We will support you from behind." Luo Yaoyang turned to face Xiao Yi and looked at him for more than 10 seconds before saying, "Xiao Yi, having you is a blessing for the Dazhou Kingdom. It is my honor to fight alongside you." An old soldier with graying hair gave Xiao Yi a proper military salute. Xiao Yi did not say any insincere pleasantries. Luo Yaoyang understood his thoughts completely. There was no need for false niceties among the expert team. What was said was what they genuinely wanted to express. And that was the style and efficiency the expert team should embody. For the sake of Dazhou and humanity, they would strive together. After Xiao Yi finished speaking, he turned and walked out. Xiao Yi entered Gu Linxing's decryption team. He had 512K of data in his mind, which didn't seem like much. But transferring it from his brain to the computer was a massive project. This also consumed a lot of his time. Therefore, Xiao Yi needed a team leader like Luo Yaoyang, who could handle things independently and fully understand his intentions. Fortunately, most of the leaders of the 10 teams in the expert group were quite competent, especially Qiangzi's team led by Yi Wanqing, the decryption team led by Gu Linxing, and the hurricane team led by Wang Xinglin. As for the other teams, Xiao Yi hadn't interacted with them much yet, still in the phase of mutual adjustment. But they were performing well so far. Xiao Yi sat in front of the computer and began transferring data according to the optimized system provided by Gu Linxing. This was something no one else could help with. It had to be done by Xiao Yi typing out one code at a time. Sometimes, when he was tired, he would also use voice input. After an hour, Xiao Yi took a breath. He had completed another 20K of output this time. His speed was increasing, and he was becoming more proficient. It had to be said that Gu Linxing was a genius in both decryption and programming. The programming software he created was what continually improved Xiao Yi's efficiency. Chapter 80. Alloy, Additional Update. Only 100K left to completely output the data in my mind. However, some things cannot be transmitted in data form, so I can't record those. Xiao Yi rubbed his temples and said. Gu Linxing replied. That's why you must serve as the consultant for the National Mobilization Expert Team. Only you can conduct a comprehensive analysis based on your information. All right. We have already collected all the action data regarding the starry armored beast. Tonight, we should be able to transfer all the data to the storm team. Suddenly, Gu Linxing's expression became a bit strange. However, there is a significant issue. Are you sure that the mecha's bullets can penetrate the exterior of the starry armored beast? Xiao Yi closed his eyes and recalled, slowly visualizing an image in his mind where several mechas aimed at a starry armored bug and rapidly opened fire. Bullet holes appeared on the six-legged armored beast's shell, and green blood flowed out. A grenade precisely shot into the breach created by the bullet holes and exploded inside the six-legged armored beast. The crazed six-legged starry armored beast collapsed with a loud crash. Dead. Xiao Yi opened his eyes and said, I'm sure it can kill. He turned to look at Gu Linxing and asked, Why do you ask that? Gu Linxing handed a document to Xiao Yi and said, According to the information we've decrypted about the starry sky beetles, apart from the flying four-winged beasts, the heavy armored six-legged beetles on the ground have extremely tough shells. Xiao Yi frowned and asked, How tough are they? Gu Linxing's expression became somewhat peculiar. The hardness of the shell in critical areas is almost on par with that of diamonds. Xiao Yi was taken aback. In his understanding, diamonds were the hardest material. If the beetles' shells were at the same level as diamonds, how could they break through? Xiao Yi quickly stood up and urgently called for a meeting with materials scientists and related experts. This was a huge problem, if not resolved. Their bullets would be ineffective against the starry sky beasts. 3 minutes later, the materials seminar in the conference room had begun. This is the efficiency of the National Expert Mobilization Team. Everyone understood the situation. How to break the shells of the starry sky beasts was an urgent issue. Xiao Yi said. A materials expert responded, There are a few materials denser and harder than diamonds, such as graphene, hexagonal diamond, and carbide. However, these materials only exist in laboratories in theory and cannot be produced on a large scale. Can we achieve quantitative production in the short term? Xiao Yi asked. Aren't there many graphene products on the market? Qian Linsen shook his head. It's very difficult, almost impossible. Graphene has only recently become a hot material. There are many products on the market that hype graphene, but the nature of business people is such that apart from the name graphene, everything else is meaningless. They just use graphene as a gimmick. Just like the nanotechnology that was hyped a few years ago, it was also a gimmick. Only a handful of companies have managed to commercialize nanotechnology. It will likely take years before graphene can be quantitatively produced for use in weapons. Feng Wei suddenly said, Actually, we could use alloys. There are several alloys that are harder than diamonds, and one of them is the heavy metal osmium, especially osmium alloys, whose hardness can exceed that of diamonds. The materials expert sighed. I also considered osmium alloys, but the yield of this metal is very low, especially in our country, where there are hardly any decent osmium platinum ores. Equipping 1 billion mech warriors and 1,000-mile steel wall fortification with it would be like a drop in the bucket. The meeting fell into silence. Suddenly, Xiao Yi glanced at Gu Linxing and said, I remember there was a piece of information about osmium ore in the initial decrypted documents. Gu Linxing quickly flipped through the documents he had and soon found the information, which was extremely sparse, consisting of just one word and a string of characters. Osmium, 113-3402. Xiao Yi turned to a mining expert and asked, Can you make sense of what this means? The mining expert replied, According to the reasoning, this should indicate a geographical location, specific coordinates. Xiao Yi asked, Could it be that there are osmium platinum mines there? A geography expert said, If this is indeed coordinates, then this place should be near the northern coal city. However, the area covered by these coordinates is quite vast, encompassing several hundred square kilometers. The mining expert added, In fact, the distribution of osmium resources is quite broad, but we cannot mine them, and the difficulty and cost of extraction are extremely high, making it not worth it. Xiao Yi asked, How so? The mining expert replied, Theoretically, various rare metals, including osmium and platinum ores, exist in large quantities below 50 kilometers underground. However, the cost of mining ores below 50 kilometers is too high, and it is simply not economical, which is why no one engages in this type of extraction. Currently, the deepest mine in the world is an oil mine, which is only about 12 kilometers deep. Chapter 81. The mad expert and the stubborn homeowner. Qian Linsen nodded. Indeed, I know a bit about this. The deepest ocean trench is also only about 11 kilometers deep. To extract osmium and platinum ores from such depths, there isn't enough time, and the difficulty is too great. Xiao Yi said, The people from the second universe have already achieved this. The information in my mind clearly tells me that their bullets can penetrate the shells of the cosmic beasts. Therefore, we need to thoroughly study this geographical location and find a feasible method for mining underground resources. Qian Linsen suddenly said, Xiao Yi, Do you remember when you initially provided an example of a volcanic eruption to prove your point? Xiao Yi immediately recalled the eruption of Gulao Mountain. The geography expert clapped his hands. Yes, Gulao Mountain is right at this latitude and longitude. Xiao Yi suddenly realized, I understand now. It is clear that other universes are reminding us to leverage the eruption of Gulao Mountain for our purposes. The experts present fell into deep thought. But no one could figure out how to utilize a volcano to mine resources that are dozens of kilometers underground. The mining expert pondered for a moment and said, Deputy Leader Qian, Consultant Xiao, I have thought of someone. This person has extensive research on volcanoes and once published a paper claiming that it is possible to trigger a volcanic eruption to cool down the increasingly warming Earth. However, this idea is too radical, and this person has been ridiculed as a madman. Who is he? Xiao Yi asked, instructing to have him come over. The mining expert shook his head with difficulty. This person is arrogant. Although he lives in hardship, he won't come unless someone goes to invite him. One of you must go, otherwise, he won't show up. Xiao Yi immediately stood up and said to Yao Yao, arrange a helicopter, I will go. The mining expert quickly said, Consultant Xiao, you need to be mentally prepared. This person is a madman. In a golden wheat field, an old man with disheveled hair was holding a handful of soil and sniffing it, making it seem like this place was a distant farm. However, looking around, he found that just 100 meters away were tall buildings and a bustling city. Aerially, one could see such an incongruous scene amidst the vibrant modern metropolis. The dilapidated wooden house, golden crops, and the surrounding modern city create a striking contrast. This used to be a popular spot for social media posts because someone had the audacity to cultivate worthless crops in this precious land. It's simply a waste. If everything here were to be relocated, it would be worth at least tens of millions or more. However, the owner here is clearly stubborn, a nail household, and quite willful, insisting on using this land worth millions for farming. This is the place that Xiao Yi is after, and also the residence of that mad expert Lu Dingwen, name provided by reader Hongfeng. 40 years ago, this was the site of a research institute, where a young geography graduate student, Lu Dingwen, built a thatched house next to the institute. According to the policies of those years, this house and the yard he occupied belonged to him as private property. Later, the research institute moved away, but Lu Dingwen did not. He stayed here. 30 years ago, someone came with a thick stack of money to persuade him to relocate, but he refused. Subsequently, real estate developers offered increasingly high prices, but to no avail. Even when someone prepared a large farm for him in the suburbs along with a significant sum of money in exchange, he still declined. Lu Dingwen loves the land. Even if he only eats steamed buns to stave off hunger each day, he is willing to possess a piece of land that belongs to him. And it is only this piece of land at present. His favorite activity every day is to squat down, scoop up a handful of fragrant soil, and sniff it. A loud roar suddenly fills the air, but Lu Dingwen remains unmoved. Nothing can interrupt his hobby, not even if the sky were to fall. Besides, as a scientist, he certainly knows that the sky won't fall. A helicopter descends, damaging quite a bit of the golden crops on the ground. Lu Dingwen instantly erupts in fury, grabbing a shovel from the ground and charging towards the machine that is ruining his hard work, ready to battle it. Seeing Lu Dingwen storming over, Zhao Taizhu gently reached out and restrained him. Xiao Yi stepped out of the helicopter, moved to a spot away from the noise, and said to the furious Lu Dingwen, Don't be upset about your crops. They are about to be abandoned by their owner. Lu Dingwen glared at Xiao Yi. Who are you? Xiao Yi replied, I am Xiao Yi, a special advisor to the National Mobilization Expert Team. Lu Dingwen fell silent instantly. He threw down the shovel and pointed at Xiao Yi, saying, Your so-called expert team is worthless, right? Because it lacks you. Xiao Yi nonchalantly responded. Chapter 82. The crazy idea to detonate the volcano. Lu Dingwen was taken aback, but he quickly straightened his back and said, I don't have the time for this. You all can leave. I don't want to see you. Without waiting for Xiao Yi to speak, he turned around and pointed at Xiao Yi. I know you're a developer. Don't think you can disguise yourself as an expert to fool me. Let me tell you, I won't sell. This place is my life. Xiao Yi took out a map and pointed to the location of the volcano. I want to ask you for a favor. No. Lu Dingwen interrupted before Xiao Yi could finish. Then forget it. I'll go find Steven to help me detonate the volcano. Xiao Yi put away the map and pretended to leave. Lu Dingwen was momentarily dumbfounded. Steven was a foreign scientist with the same ideas, but Lu Dingwen despised him, firmly believing that Steven had plagiarized his thoughts and considered his ideas childish and low-level. Wait a minute. Are we really going to trigger a volcano? Lu Dingwen asked. Xiao Yi shrugged. Maybe. Triggering a volcano is one possible approach. Lu Dingwen suddenly clung to Xiao Yi like a child. Hee. Can you show me which volcano to trigger? Xiao Yi pointed to the map, Gulao Mountain. Lu Dingwen frowned. That volcano has just shown some minor signs of eruption, and it's a small one, not interesting. I'm not doing it. Xiao Yi folded the map Zhao Taiju, let's go find Steven. To deal with seemingly insane scientists, one only needs to grasp their weaknesses to make them comply. Lu Dingwen's weaknesses were twofold: his arch-rival Steven and his obsession with triggering a volcano. Sure enough, Lu Dingwen suddenly hugged Xiao Yi from behind like a child. Don't go. Don't go. We can discuss this. That Steven is a fraud. If you find him, he will definitely give you bad ideas. Xiao Yi wanted to shake off Lu Dingwen, but the old man clung to him like glue, refusing to let go. Xiao Yi helplessly said, "Are you better than Steven?" Lu Dingwen immediately released him and said, "Of course. His theories are all plagiarized from mine. I published my paper in Science 35 years ago, and Steven's paper came 3 years later. He just copied me." Xiao Yi was not interested in the plagiarism issue and directly asked, "Are you willing to join the National Expert Mobilization Team?" Lu Dingwen was taken aback and asked, "Can we trigger a volcano?" Xiao Yi nodded yes. "Then that's fine," Lu Dingwen said. "Get ready. We're leaving," Xiao Yi instructed. "Nothing to prepare. Let's go." Lu Dingwen took the lead toward the helicopter, but after a few steps, he stopped and turned back, looking at Xiao Yi suspiciously. "Are you really Xiao Yi?" Xiao Yi took out his ID and handed it to Lu Dingwen. Lu Dingwen waved his hand. "I won't look at this. It can be faked. Tell me, is the starry armored beast hermaphroditic or dioecious?" Xiao Yi was taken aback. It seemed there was a flaw in the confidentiality work. However, considering the significance of the matter and the large number of people involved in confidentiality, leaks were hard to avoid. Therefore, the timing for issuing the National Mobilization Order needed to be advanced. It is neither hermaphroditic nor dioecious. It reproduces more like through cellular division, Xiao Yi replied. Lu Dingwen nodded in satisfaction, just as I suspected. "Let's go. Hurry up. Stop dawdling like a woman." Lu Dingwen was not young, but he moved quite nimbly, actually jogging a few steps to get closer to the helicopter. Xiao Yi and Zhao Taiju exchanged a smile. They often said scientists had high IQs, but low EQs. And it seemed true. Lu Dingwen's emotional intelligence was about that of a child. That's why he appeared mad in the eyes of ordinary people. Only such a madman would abandon a fortune and willingly accompany the land. A few hours later, the helicopter landed, and Lu Dingwen, with messy hair, jumped out and urged Xiao Yi, "Hurry up, hurry up. A young man like you is dawdling, not even as quick as this old man." Xiao Yi shook his head and led Lu Dingwen into the conference room, where experts from various fields had already gathered, waiting for their arrival. Lu Dingwen plopped down in Xiao Yi's seat and slammed the table, saying, "Hurry up, hurry up. Don't delay my plan to detonate the volcano." Qian Linsen smiled and extended his hand. "I am Qian Linsen." Lu Dingwen was taken aback, glanced at Qian Linsen, and said, "Not bad." This simple compliment was already the highest praise he could give. The others in the room hardly caught Lu Dingwen's attention. Qian Linsen retracted his hand with a smile and said, "Let me briefly explain the situation. We need a large amount of osmium to produce osmium alloys for coatings on bullets and other weapons. However, surface osmium deposits are extremely scarce, especially in our country, where they are almost non-existent." Lu Dingwen clapped his hands. "I see, because there is a large amount of osmium in the mantle. You want me to use the method of detonating a volcano to collect osmium, right?" Chapter 83, Detonating Kilimanjaro. Xiao Yi nodded. "I wonder if you can do it?" "I can't." Lu Dingwen unexpectedly rejected the idea outright. Xiao Yi was surprised. Detonating a volcano had always been Lu Dingwen's dream, and now that an opportunity had arisen, he was backing down. "Why?" Lu Dingwen thumped the table. "Xiao Yi, you are a fraud. Your idea of detonating a volcano is utterly pointless. You want to detonate a volcano but are afraid of causing natural disasters, while still wanting to continuously harvest osmium, so you will definitely control the intensity of the eruption. Therefore, it's pointless." The conference room fell silent, and the experts truly experienced what it meant to be a mad scientist, doing things purely out of interest. Qian Linsen looked at Xiao Yi, shrugging his hands to indicate he was powerless against this guy. Xiao Yi asked, "Do you want to detonate Kilimanjaro?" This question immediately caught Lu Dingwen's attention. "You can let me detonate Kilimanjaro?" Lu Dingwen clearly did not believe it. "I can. However, the power of Kilimanjaro is too great and could easily trigger a global disaster. Are you confident in controlling the intensity of the eruption?" Xiao Yi inquired. Lu Dingwen shook his head. "What about the Yellowstone volcano? Even if I agree to let you detonate it, you wouldn't dare, right?" Xiao Yi continued. Lu Dingwen shrank his neck. "The Yellowstone volcano is the most dangerous volcano in the world. If it erupts, it could cause drastic changes in the Earth's climate, potentially leading to another ice age. Therefore, even someone as crazy as Lu Dingwen would not dare to entertain such an idea. It would be a disaster for all humanity. So, we should start with a smaller volcano. If we can control the eruption of Gulao Mountain, then we can control the eruption of Kilimanjaro, and further control the eruption of Yellowstone. In this way, we can artificially control and change the climate of nature, avoiding another ice age," Xiao Yi said. Lu Dingwen fell silent, clearly persuaded by Xiao Yi. Do you have a way to control the volcanic eruption of the Elder Mountain and also bring in a large amount of osmium metal resources? Xiaoyi asked. Lu Dingwen suddenly became quiet, and after a long pause, he replied, "This is quite different from my paper. My proposal is simpler. It just requires opening a channel for the volcanic eruption to trigger it. However, this time we need the eruption to bring a significant amount of resources. So we not only need to open the channel, but also apply deep pressure to bring the semi-fluid mantle resources to the surface." Lu Dingwen continued. The Earth is like a half-cooked egg. The thin shell represents the crust, which is the ground we stand on. The half-cooked egg white in the middle is the mantle. Rich in resources, and at depths of several kilometers, there's a semi-fluid asthenosphere that can flow. By applying external pressure, we can continuously squeeze these resources to the surface with the volcanic eruption. Simply coating bullets with osmium alloy doesn't require a high quantity of osmium. So we only need the volcano to erupt continuously for half a month to obtain enough resources. However, I need more data for analysis to create a more precise detonation plan. Xiaoyi asked with concern, "How much time do you need?" Time is related to fate. The sooner we prepare, the better. In 3 days, I can analyze the plan and start operations. Then, based on the collected data, I can make corrections. To formally detonate the volcano and continuously supply resources, it will take a month. But I need the necessary equipment and manpower at my disposal. And don't bother me with any approvals or instructions, Lu Dingwen said. When Lu Dingwen enters work mode, he is a meticulous and detailed scientist. But once he steps out of that mode, he becomes a troublesome child. Xiaoyi turned to Yao Yao and said, "Yao Yao, you will follow up on Lu Dingwen's matters. Remember, from now on, preparations for personnel relocation and resource collection can begin." "Understood," Yao Yao replied. Xiaoyi added, "Don't be afraid of making mistakes. Be bold in your attempts. Make sure to give Mr. Lu enough support. If anything goes wrong, I'll take responsibility." "Got it. I will ensure the Elder Mountain volcano is detonated. I love fireworks. Seeing such a grand display would be thrilling." Yao Yao's words made a group of scientists feel embarrassed. For Yao Yao, detonating a volcano was merely an adventurous game of setting off fireworks. This girl's nerves are quite bold. At the Marriott Hotel, during lunch, Wang Chong felt uneasy, stretching his neck to look around, hoping to see the figure he wanted to find. But no matter how he searched, he couldn't find them. The dishes had already been served, yet he still hadn't seen them. Only after being urged by the neighboring table did he reluctantly pick up his chopsticks and eat a few bites. But the food in his mouth had no flavor at all. A faint sound indicated that a pack of chewing gum had appeared next to Wang Chong. He turned abruptly and saw Zhong Xian's walking past him, flashing a sweet smile. Suddenly, a slogan popped into Wang Chong's mind. Yuyita. Chapter 84. Yuyita. Wang Chong stared blankly as Zhong Xian's walked away, forgetting how to use chopsticks to eat. His co-worker Zhang Chong, sitting nearby, turned to look at the departing Zhong Xian's and snapped Wang Chong out of his daze. He picked up the chewing gum on the table and asked, "What's this about?" Without waiting for a response, he tore open the packaging, pulled out a few pieces, and distributed them to the surrounding co-workers. Wang Chong quickly snatched one. But there was only one left. Reluctant to eat it, he hurriedly tucked it into his pocket. Seeing Wang Chong's nervousness, Jiang Cheng sensed there was a story. "Wang Chong, if you don't tell us today, we won't let you off the hook." Wang Chong's face turned bright red, but he remained silent. Jiang Cheng suddenly stood up and said, "Fine, if you want to talk, I have a solution. That lobby manager seems nice. I'll just ask her directly." Wang Chong quickly pulled him down and whispered, "Don't make a scene. Keep your voice down, I'll only tell you." Wang Chong then briefly recounted what happened yesterday. But the happiness on his face was unmistakable. Jiang Cheng, a seasoned player in matters of the heart, glanced at the girl in the distance and then back at Wang Chong. "Wang Chong, we're friends, so I'll be honest. I can't shake the feeling that this might not end well." Wang Chong remained silent. Jiang Cheng continued, "Look at you. Just a construction worker relying on strength to make a living. And look around. There are hardly any young people in construction, less than 20 in this entire hall. This shows our social status is low. Young people look down on this job, thinking it's shameful." He pointed to the nearby young, beautiful waitresses with serious expressions. "I bet these glum waitresses are thinking, why should I serve this bunch of lower-class people? Even the waitresses look down on us. Let alone that Miss Zhong, she's the lobby manager. A lobby manager in a 5-star hotel usually has at least a bachelor's degree in hotel management. Her looks are top-notch, and so is her figure. And when she walked by just now, did you catch that faint, pleasant fragrance?" Jiang Cheng asked. Wang Chong nodded. Whenever he got close to Zhong Xian's, he could smell a very light, yet exquisite scent, which he had thought was just her natural fragrance. That's Chanel No. 5. A tiny bottle like that costs over 1,000. Jiang Cheng shook his head. "Let us not even mention other things. She's not from your world." Wang Chong felt somewhat unconvinced. "I think she has some interest in me." Jiang Cheng took a sip of tea, nodded, and said, "You might be right. She may have some interest. But what does that mean?" When you're dating, are you looking for someone to marry? Wang Chong nodded. At his age, he certainly hoped to find a partner for life. But did she think the same way? She might just be tired of those charming and refined elite men. Or perhaps she has a wealthy older man behind her and simply wants to find a younger man for a change, Jiang Cheng said. Wang Chong suddenly grabbed Jiang Cheng by the collar. Don't slander her, or I'll beat you up. Jiang Cheng pried Wang Chong's hand away and shook his head, saying, a guy who forgets his friends for the sake of beauty. But I understand, because you really like her. I just hope she doesn't only like your face and your strong body. I'm leaving. As Jiang Cheng walked away, Wang Chong began to feel worried. Some of what Jiang Cheng said made sense. Zhong Qianzu was indeed not from the same world as him. She seemed like a proud swan, while he was just a little sparrow at best. However, he didn't believe that a girl with such a pure smile could be promiscuous. During class in the afternoon, he tried hard to focus on the lesson. Luckily, the afternoon was exam time, which allowed Wang Chong to escape those worries and concentrate fully on the test. Achieving excellent results could mean becoming a construction engineer, and this huge temptation made him invest all his energy. At the Mecha Operation Recruitment Site, Zhang Xiaolong's team had eliminated 3 groups of contestants in a row and advanced to the top 8. At first, Zhang Xiaolong was not very familiar with operating the mecha, but after 3 elimination rounds, he began to adapt to it and even developed several combination strategies. Those who had played the game Homeland did not actually have a significant advantage because the mecha used in the competition was one of the most basic types. Generally, players who had played Homeland for a few days would upgrade their mecha to make it more powerful and agile. Therefore, using this basic mecha for combat was actually not easy to master. Brothers, let us do our best for 3 more rounds, and we'll be the champions. Our dreams will come true, Zhang Xiaolong said. Xiaolong, the tactics you've developed are really effective. Let us practice hard. We can definitely make it to the finals. Sun Xiang said, rubbing his hands excitedly. They had never felt so close to their dreams, and everyone was a bit thrilled. Wow, that is so cool. Suddenly, a shout came from behind. Zhang Xiaolong turned around and was shocked by what he saw on the screen. He saw the mecha suddenly come to a halt in the contestant's hands, then kick off a nearby tree to gain momentum and jump up, while the machine gun in his hand unleashed a barrage of fire onto the opposing mecha. The opposing mecha didn't even have time to react before it was hit by 3 consecutive grenades, which knocked it down. This series of movements was smooth and flawless, and the contestant's control of the mecha was extremely precise. Yi Aoyan from the Starry Sky team was indeed formidable. The crowd burst into applause. Zhang Xiaolong's face turned pale. Just based on those few moves, it was clear that Yi Aoyan was very familiar with the game Homeland and had a great command of the mecha. There was only one person left on the opposing team, and Yi Aoyan's teammates completely stopped, wanting to see how Yi Aoyan would take down the last one. Yi Aoyan controlled the mech to run, and the opponent tentatively fired a grenade. Yi Aoyan made a feint with the mech, dodging the grenade and quickly closing in on the opponent's mech. The opponent, flustered, raised their gun to aim, at which point Yi Aoyan's mech suddenly executed a fake move, appearing to turn left. However, the left leg of the mech abruptly twisted, shifting the entire weight to the right leg and causing the opponent's grenade to miss once again. Yi Aoyan's mech was now in front of the opponent, circling around it, moving up and down, left and right, making it impossible for the opponent to track him. Chapter 85. Chu Xiaoxiao's hostility. Every shot from Yi Aoyan hit its mark, and by the time the opponent knelt down, they were utterly unrecognizable. Yu Dazhuang tugged at Zhang Xiaolong's shirt. Wow, Yi Aoyan is too strong. He brought tactics from other games into this one, and it worked. What should we do? Zhang Xiaolong felt a wave of despair. There are always stronger players out there. Yi Aoyan's strength was indeed overwhelming. If Zhang Xiaolong had a month, he could master those techniques too. But this was his first time playing Homeland, and he wasn't yet accustomed to the mech's controls, making it impossible to execute such fluid movements. Xiaolong, do you have any way to deal with him? Sun Xiang asked. Zhang Xiaolong remained silent, lowering his head as he walked over to the practice station to start training with the mech again. Maybe we should just give up. That Yi Aoyan can take us all down by himself, Sun Xiang said, following him. Zhang Xiaolong glared fiercely at Sun Xiang and said, I will never give up on my dream. Sun Xiang sighed. But have you thought of a way to counter him? Zhang Xiaolong continued to operate the mouse and keyboard, muttering, there will be a way. At the Chudu Hotel, Xiao Yi and Yao Yao were walking side by side when Yao Yao suddenly reached out, plucking a fallen leaf from Xiao Yi's shoulder, saying, what are you going to find my great-grandfather for? Xiao Yi replied, to give a work report and also to hope he can help me organize my thoughts. Just then, Chu Xiaoxiao, who was exiting the hotel, happened to see this scene and immediately felt a surge of anger. As she walked past Yao Yao, who was about to greet her, Chu Xiaoxiao acted as if she didn't see her, harshly bumping into Yao Yao and whispering, shameless. Yao Yao looked confused and stopped to ask, Xiao, why are you scolding me? Xiao, he didn't stop. He was indifferent to the little drama between the two girls. He had long dismissed Chu Xiaoxiao from his mind. viewing her simply as an ordinary staff member. He was not interested in the private lives or petty thoughts of ordinary people. He was focused on the fate of all humanity. Chu Xiaoxiao did not linger but stormed ahead in anger. Yao Yao hurriedly caught up and blocked her path, saying, Xiao, did you misunderstand something? Chu Xiaoxiao stopped, looking at Yao Yao with resentment, and said, Xiao Yi abandoned me. I thought you were trying to help me seek justice. But look at how close you two were just now. Clearly, you are a petty person taking advantage of the situation. Are you in cahoots with Xiao Yi? Yao Yao was stunned and speechless, realizing how casually someone could slander another. Nothing to say now, right? I was really blind to ask for your help. Chu Xiaoxiao turned to leave. Realizing what was happening, Yao Yao grabbed Chu Xiaoxiao's arm and said, Hey, Xiao, you misunderstood. I have nothing to do with Xiao Yi. Chu Xiaoxiao snorted coldly, her pretty face twisted in a strange way. Misunderstood? What were you doing just now? You almost kissed him. Yao Yao began to feel that this girl was being unreasonable. I was just trying to help you. Chu Xiaoxiao interrupted her. Stop making excuses. Let me ask you. Do you dare say you don't like him? Yao Yao blurted out, that scumbag? Of course I don't like him. Liar. Just look at the way you look at him. It exposes your feelings. You do like him. Don't think you can fool me. Scumbag and scumbag girl. A pair of shameless people. Chu Xiaoxiao cursed bitterly and then ran away. Yao Yao watched Chu Xiaoxiao's receding figure with a gloomy expression, starting to question whether Xiao Yi was indeed a scumbag. Because in Chu Xiaoxiao's eyes, she clearly did nothing but was still labeled as a scumbag girl. Was Xiao Yi the same as her, having done nothing but still being called a scumbag? Yao Yao shook her head and turned to chase after Xiao Yi. In the room, the elder pointed to the chair across from him and said, Sit down. Where's Yao Yao? Xiao Yi replied, She will be here soon. There are some things I need to report to you promptly. The elder waved his hand. Don't talk about reporting. I don't manage things directly. However, if needed, I can offer some suggestions. Xiao Yi said, We have already